This burn you go.
With the 13th pick, the Miami Dolphins select.
Good morning and welcome, or good afternoon for those in Florida. Good morning for those like me in Central Time. But hello and welcome to our Day 3 live coverage here on FTSN of the Pro Football Draft, sponsored by Caneswear. This is usually Finn's Talk today, so it's kind of like a special edition of that, but it's the draft coverage. Chris is already in the comments. Chris, how are you? Good morning, good afternoon. Great to see you.
Fish
Tank
Chris.
Hank, you've made an appearance on Thursday night.
Yes, I made a brief appearance.
And now you're here, my man. First off, I mean, how the heck are you? How you doing?
You know, I've been watching you guys, and you guys have been smashing it. You guys have been smashing it, Bobby. You and the crew, you know, the whole network, you know, you guys have been unbelievable covering everything, getting in every pick, you know. I love the coverage. I've been checking you guys out here and there. I just pop in around here and there. I don't say nothing, you know. I just like to see what everybody's doing. But no, I'm doing good, all things considered. I mean, I'm getting a little long in the face here because, you know, we haven't unpacked. But I have a bed I can sleep in now. I'm not sleeping on the floor anymore. And I have a couch to sit on. So life is great right now. And I'm in Plantation, Florida, 20 minutes to 25 minutes north of Hard Rock Stadium now. So now I can enjoy all the festivities that come with it of being a season ticket holder.
There you go. There you go. Eric has joined the show. He's in the comments. Tori, JJ there. We got
Fins up, everybody.
Brown, Houston Texans fan in the comments. Appreciate you. JJ says we need a quarterback. This will be a lot to talk about in Day 3. There's a lot of options there for Miami. And we got a lot of great people popping in. We got Q of the I Hate Football podcast will be joining us very shortly. We got FinStanza's on standby. We have Dahl, Miss Fins, Will, Steve Malloy will come in with it in 2 hours. We have a lot of people coming in. We got a lot of great content. So for those who are just joining us, thank you. I see some new names in there. Stick with us. This is sponsored by Caneswear. So if you're with us throughout the show, up until the 7th round, and of course we know life happens, you got to step away, come back, watch the draft on TV, stay with us, because if you're in the comments, we see you participating, you're in the end, you could win a $25 gift card. Thursday night, Dolphins Thirsty won one. Yesterday, Hunter won another. And today, we will see. I have an idea, but we'll wait till the end, you know, because I see a name. Mudbone, what's going on? So much to talk about. But anyway, without further ado, let's go ahead and bring in, because I want to break it. Fish Tank, I want to get your opinion on the pick yesterday. But let's go bring in our friend Q of the I Hate Football podcast. Let's bring him in and say hello. Q, my man of the I Hate Football podcast.
There we go.
Dude, we just met, and I was like, I got to get you on, dude. You're awesome. And we hit it off. How the hell are you, brother?
Brother, I am so good. Little tired from work last night, but man, draft is going well, and man, ready to talk some round 4 through 7 with you guys, man. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely, man. So let's do it. I haven't heard from you guys. So Fishing, I'm gonna start with you.
Yes,
you obviously got to react to the Kenneth Grant pick, you know, and so now we move on to the Dolphins surprised everybody yesterday, made a big trade up into the, I think, 37. and selected Arizona offensive lineman Jonah Savanea, and I'm probably butchering that last name, but I think it's close enough. Anyway, big dude. I'm going to be honest. The trade was rich. I get it. I know a lot of people are upset with the trade, what we had to give up, but I love the pick. I love the player. What were your thoughts after Miami took the big offensive lineman?
Oh, that just, I mean, that was one of the guys I wanted to see us get, and the fact that they moved up to get him, I don't know, but the player, phenomenal player. So I'm not going to complain. We needed somebody on the line. He can move around. He's mean. I like it. I think Miami went above and beyond to get him. We gave up quite a bit, but I think that's going to have an immediate impact on our line, and we needed that. And as far as our offense goes, that was the biggest thing we were missing. So you just filled the biggest piece on the second day. I don't have a problem with that whatsoever.
There you go. Now, Q, man, we haven't spoke these last two picks. We talked before the draft. We obviously had an idea of what we would like to see Miami do. Obviously, you see FinStanza is giving you a bit of a compliment as he enjoys your voice. So there you go.
Evan, appreciate the shout out, man. I'm flattered.
You get a little blush in the cheeks there.
Getting red over here, bro. Redder than my hat. Appreciate it though, man. I'll take it.
There you go, brother. Hey, there you go. That's all good. Hey, my man. So Miami stay at pick 13. They don't trade back. They bring in Kenneth Grant, the big D tackle out of Michigan. And then they go and turn around and address the other side of the trenches and get Jonah Savanea. Your thoughts on both picks?
If you remember, we spoke the last time we were on the same pod together. We talked about the lines of scrimmage, right? And I think when you look at, first and foremost, we'll start with the picks themselves, right? Kenneth Grant, a guy who wasn't as heralded as his line teammate, right? And a guy who honestly, I think the ceiling is probably a little bit higher than who's the guy that the Browns took, man? I can't believe I just forgot his name.
Mason Graham.
There you go. So Mason Graham, I think a guy who's going to be good. I just think a guy who's kind of an overachiever, where I think Kenneth Grant, I think he's got some staying power. I heard somebody say, I can't remember on NFL Network, or it might have been Joel Klatt or somebody that said he's got the potential to be, the best defender out of this draft in the next 10 years, which is high praise. But when you look at what the Dolphins lacked last year, right? They lacked offensive line and defensive line, right? They didn't have any presence in the line of scrimmage. So if you take a look at, what it is they did, they addressed both, which, you have to give, the front office, specifically Chris Grier, credit for. And, in terms of the Jonah Savanea pick, listen, did they give up a lot to go get him? That's up for debate, however it is you want to dissect that. But I think at the end of the day, they addressed what they needed to address, right? They needed to get bigger, more stout up front in order to not only run the ball, but stop the run. And then, listen, man, whatever they gave up, I think when you're looking at this front office and what they've identified as needs, listen, they got guys who I think honestly are going to be day one starters, right? Based on, several factors, right? And whatever they gave up, man, is inconsequential. Honestly, you're looking at a front office that needs to win now, right? Because if it's another dud, those guys are gone. That front office, I would imagine even Ross will have to come to the realization that Chris Grier ain't it, that McDaniel isn't it, and they'll end up cleaning house. So I think not only do you have to win now, but also those picks, you're keeping those picks for later on in the draft. I mean, what proof do we have that Chris Grier is going to be able to turn that into, guys that are going to be impactful, that are going to make the team or anything like that, right? So you hate to think of it in that sense, but I think you have to, right? So as fans, let's not get caught up in what it is they gave up to go up and get whoever. Let's look at the black and white of it. They landed two huge pieces, literally, figuratively, on the lines of scrimmage that are gonna be impactful, that are going to be day one starters, in my opinion. And I think go with that, and let's see what day three of the draft brings.
Q, you bring up something nobody's talked about, which is awesome. It's true. This is a make or break year, and if he believes that Jonas Savanea is the guy, it's inconsequential what he had to give up to go get him. Go get your guy.
Yeah.
Again, because guess what? He may not be here next year. So, and we don't know. I mean, we talk about who could have been available at 48, if you would have stayed there. And then, of course, who you could have gotten at 98. This is huge for Miami because you don't know who would have been there. And you don't know if, whether it's a Ratledge or whatever. You just play it out. I love that. I think it's a great point. And, again, we'll see how this plays out. This is huge for Miami as we go to the next pick. We got already 2 picks off the board here for the Tennessee Titans and the Jaguars. The Titans went wide receiver out of Florida, Chamari Dike. And then the Jaguars went running back with Rashil Tutton from Virginia Tech.
Bashal Tutton. And for those Miami Hurricanes fans in the chat, if you remember that Virginia Tech game, Bashal Tutton, you should remember that name because he ran all over Miami in that game. So that kid, fastest running back at the combine, kid who's big, sturdy, really, really, really good pick right there for the Jaguars. I think that kid will end up being really good.
Hugh, let's stay with you, and if Fish Tank could follow up, because everybody, you don't have to be, with the Dolphins, we kind of figure, okay, maybe a mid-round QB, maybe, we're not really looking at that. We're looking at everybody other than that, but everyone's seeing what's happening with Shador Sanders out of Colorado. We see the slide. So Q, I'm going to start with you, and then Fish Tank, man, what's your thoughts on his slide? Like, I mean, I'm going to be honest. I had a second round, third round, late or third round grades, early second round on him after watching him. It had nothing to do with off the field. It had nothing to do with the media. None of that. Just my perception. So when he fell in the second round, I was like, okay, that happens. It is what it is. But third round, now we're in the fourth round. What's your thoughts on that, man?
Man, listen, if you would have told me before the draft, hey, I bet you $1,000 Jalen Milroe gets taken before Shador Sanders, I would have been like, how about 2? I bet you 2. I mean, like, you listen, how much money do you want to lose? Like, there is nobody that could have convinced me before the draft started that this was going to happen. Obviously, nobody, right? If you looked at all the mock drafts, I think there was a reason why he was mocked as high as he was. Whether you didn't believe that 2 or 3 was realistic, fine. Whether, you believed that 21 was a possibility, even 9 to the Saints, whatever you thought, his ceiling was, there's nobody that thought the floor was the 4th round. If he gets taken here, who knows, right? Nobody thought that. It doesn't matter who it was, right? And now the questions start, right? Is it a talent thing? Is it an on the field thing? Is it an off the field thing? I tend to lean towards the off the field stuff. When you look at, the NIL era has created these monsters, now, and I think we're seeing kind of proof of it, with Shador at this point. A guy who, a lot of people are saying, well, how hungry is he? How much is he willing to work? How much is he willing to grind? His interviews and the pre-draft process and the whole deal. Who knows what to believe? But what I do believe is that the league as a whole decided that they didn't want this guy in their building for one reason or another. I'm not going to get in. A lot of people talking collusion and comparing him to Kaepernick or whatever. Listen, man, that's up for anybody to debate. And whatever your opinion is on that, your opinion is on that. I just tend to believe that we're getting to the point where we're seeing organizations be a little bit more responsible when it comes to who it is they put in their building, right? And they, especially at that position, when we look at the quarterback position, you want talented, right? There's a lot of, leadership, talent, measurables, this, that, the other. But one thing you want is safe, right? And if you look at Shador, he's anything but, right? We tend to take chances, right? We take linebackers who, have some questionable character issues, right? Look at the Falcons, right? A kid like James Pierce, who fell to them, I think, at 27, a guy who everybody, thought of as probably like a top 15 pick, if all the background stuff came back, the way it was supposed to, but character issues dropped them, right? The kid, the defensive end from Marshall, kind of the same thing. Mike Green, who Baltimore took. Defensive end, tackle, linebacker, safety, corner, right? Whatever it is, you take you kind of roll the dice a little bit with character. I think at the quarterback position, you can't afford to do it, right? And I think the lead up to the draft, I think the everything people were hearing about him in terms of the meetings and the interviews and the whole deal. Anonymous sources coming out and saying, not a great interview, full of himself, entitled, what have you. It's really the only thing that you can put your finger on and say that's got to be it. Because in terms of on the field, man, I mean, there's nobody that can convince me, in my opinion. Now, everybody, again, whatever your eyes told you, but in my opinion, I don't think Jackson Dart is going to be a better pro. I don't think Jalen Milroe is going to be a better pro, right? Do they do stuff better, maybe than Shador? Yeah, Jackson Dart probably has a better arm than him. Probably moves a little bit better than him. Milroe clearly moves better than him. Has a cannon for an arm, but isn't accurate by any stretch of the imagination. So again, when we're looking at the process and the way it's played out, man, I don't think anybody at all, thought that this was a possibility. But if you do a little bit of the homework and you've been listening to everything, the lead up, whether it's NFL Network, Twitter, what have you, I think the only conclusion that we can come up with is the off the field stuff really scared people away, and it's not something that they wanted in their building.
No,
wow.
Man. Great points. Fish tank.
Wow. All right. I have a slightly
now I don't listen. Now I'm gonna tell you a
slightly different view.
Yeah. Now I'm before you say I'm not telling you that I agree with that. I'm not telling you that if I ran an organization that it would scare me, but at all by any stretch, right? That's the only thing I can reasonably take from everything that's happened.
There's a couple things I took from everything I know about him. And the first thing is he's had one coach, and that's his dad. Okay. So is he coachable? That's the first question I have about him in my mind. Is he coachable because he's only had one person coaching him? On the backside of that, his talent, as far as his arm strength goes, it's not elite, but it's above average. His arm strength is above average, but not elite. His passing ability is questionable, especially downfield. His average pass is between 7 and 8 yards. That's it. People wanted to see him at the combine and see what he could do. He sat out for a lot of stuff that he didn't show up and show out. And that, I think, created some problems because people really needed to see a lot from him. And then when he did his pro day, he did something all day long that I guaranteed scared the crap out of all the GMs. And that's when he double pad the ball before he'd release it. Every single time he did that. Every single time. And I guarantee the fact that he takes so long with the ball, that's part of it. And that's part of not knowing whether he can be taught or not, whether he's, trainable or not, being he's only had one coach. Who knows if he can be coachable. For me, that would have set off red flags if I was a GM. I'm no GM. I'm no expert. I'm a fan. But I'm just saying, from watching that film on his pro day, what I saw over and over, I was like, holy crap, he's going to get killed in the NFL. And I think that in addition to dad always sticking his fingers in everything, and they don't want to deal with Deion Sanders and Shador. They want to just deal with Shador. They don't want to be dealing with dad sticking his finger in everything and all that either. I think that turned a lot of people off because in the NFL, they like to get their players and isolate them. And if mom or dad's interfering with what's going on, that's going to cause issues. And with a big name like Deion, that might have settled some people back. It wouldn't have bothered me one bit, like you were saying, Q. I totally agree with that. I don't care about that. If I like the player and I think he's good, I would have went after him. Now, did I think he was going to drop to round 4? No. Not with the need for quarterbacks. I thought he'd be a second rounder, but if you ask me where he sat on my board, he wasn't in the top. And like I said, it was just from that pro day he did. It made me having a lot of questions for the kid. And I had never seen the kid play at Colorado or any of that. I just watched him on tape to see what he did when he would drop back. And every time it was the same thing. And when I read up later on him, it said that he holds the ball too long. And I'm thinking that could be part of what's taken him so long to get rid of the ball. Can they get him past that? I don't know, because that's a habit. That's a habit now. It's built in. You know what I mean? It's like if you lick your lips every time before you throw the ball, you're going to still lick your lips. You just can't stop doing it. You know what I mean? Like some guys like to lick their fingers every time, okay, well, go ahead, lick your fingers, stick your hand up the guy's butt and lick your fingers again, when he sweats all over you.
Peyton Manning would do that all the time.
What's going on here?
That was a secret, maybe to his success, get in there. I don't know.
But for me, the kid has talent. You can see he's got athleticism and he's got talent. There's no denying that. But would I have taken him in the first round as my quarterback? No. Nope.
I will say we are at the Raiders pick right now at 108 in round 4. So this is obviously we know we keep thinking of the Raiders every time we see the Raiders. It's like that's a team. So let's see if it's not the pick. It's I know a lot of NFL keeps thinking about it. But so far since we've been talking, the Giants and Patriots and Jags have made their pick. The Giants took Cam Scatterbo out of Arizona State. That's an intriguing pick. I had my eyes on him even for Miami. I was like, that dude that's a great pick that's great value at this part of the draft.
Yeah.
Craig Woodson went to the Patriots, the safety out of California, and then Notre Dame linebacker Jack Kaiser just went to Jacksonville Jaguars as we wait for the Raiders pick. Is this Shador? We will see. Or does the slide?
Man, that is so. I just don't get it, man. I just don't get it.
I'm telling you.
I think and I think at this point,
it has to do something with Dion. I mean, he said a lot of stuff.
Yeah, I think
we're not going to go to a cold team and stuff like that. It's like,
listen. The last time that I ever heard, because it's such a rare thing, right, for a parent. To be so involved in the process and the whole deal. And the last time really I can think of that, and obviously you have to have NFL parents, right? To have NFL dads, right? So to have that influence and people talk about it, you have to have NFL dad as in your corner. And the last time I remember anything like this happening was Eli Manning. And I don't know if you guys, have anybody after that, but how visible that was and how obvious it was. They're like, oh, we're not going to San Diego. We're not going to San Diego. Or you remember the draft? You remember when he gets drafted? He's holding the Chargers jersey, and the smile. He's like, he takes the picture with the Chargers jersey, and he's barely. He's like, when they take his picture, they're beside themselves about having gotten drafted, and of course it worked out for both teams because he gets drafted he gets traded to the Giants. So obviously, that goes well for him, and then Phillip Rivers to the Chargers, that goes well for him also. But
we got, and the slide continues. First off, for Shador, the Raiders went with wide receiver Deontay Thornton, who I loved. I that was a guy I wanted for Miami. That dude has speed. I mean, he is like gone. But again, they go with speed here, and this guy's a weapon, man. Look at that. His film, I use it. I know my guys know that I say this a lot, but his film popped. I love watching guys, and when they pop on film, it's like these guys are my favorite. This dude, when I thought for Miami, we don't know what's going to happen with Tyreek Hill. We know maybe if he's here this year, great. We may even more likely won't be here next year. This is a guy I think that could replace that speed, but he goes to the Raiders here, which is great value at 108. Now we move on to Buffalo. And really, in reality, if you take the off the field or Deion Sanders situation out, any team that would pick up Shador, it's amazing value at this point. Because even if you have questions about his field play or whatever, smacking the ball, you're like, hey, you know what? We could work on that in the 4th round. You don't have to push him to be the starter. I know, Chris is bringing up Will Howard out of Ohio State as a quarterback. I know Josh Wingate loves Will Howard. We talked about him possibly as a Miami option in the draft. Really any team at this point could sit there and make a legitimate case. Let's go get Shador. Let's stop the slide. 100%. Because in reality, if you go in and get him now, you don't have to push him to be the starter. You can say, let him be the second guy, you're chilling, the third guy, whatever. Here's the problem. Again, I said it yesterday. Even if you're one of these teams, you take them even now, the media circus is going to follow you. Anytime, let's say use Miami as a point.
Terrible idea.
Right? Like, if you think about it, first off, we know,
Terrible.
look, they're already dealing with the Jalen Ramsey situation. They're dealing with the circus of Tyreek Hill. Now you had the circus of Shador Sanders. But the one time Tua has a bad game, the one time Tua limps off the field, Shador comes in or Shador is back there, they're going to say, Brendan Shador. There will be no, he's not ready. No, put him in. You're going to start that noise. His dad's going to say something. First take is going to, Stephen A. Smith is going to say, put in Shador.
Go crazy.
It's going to be you. That's what you're inviting. And that goes, and then we say that's for Miami, but that goes with any team. You have to be willing to take that on, you know. So,
and I think now, and super well said. And that's why, again, going back to like your initial statement, that's why at this point in the draft, it is tailor-made for a team like Kansas City, like Philadelphia, like Buffalo, like
Baltimore.
maybe Buffalo, probably with the weather and everything, probably not great, but still an organization like that, very stable. Like you said, Baltimore, perfect example right there, is an organization that is really, really well set up from top to bottom. Not only are they strong in the front office, the roster is strong, they win, and they give people something to talk about more than the backup quarterback, right? Because Lamar Jackson's not getting benched. Patrick Mahomes ain't getting benched. Jalen Hurts isn't getting benched. Josh Allen isn't getting benched, right? So guys that are organizations that are strong in every facet and that win and give the media something to talk about more so than who the backup quarterback is. And that's why teams like, the Dolphins, teams like, organizations like that have issues that don't win. And now you're giving the media, stuff to talk about other than what's going on the field or losses or whatever, don't want to bring this guy in. Because the moment you bring him in, now it becomes just a media circus. He's a lightning rod for attention, right? And what's going to happen the first time you put a mic in his face? What's he going to say? Oh, I should be starting, right?
Oh, I'm ready. Yeah,
exactly. I'm ready. Whenever. And it doesn't matter what he says.
I just need a chance.
That's it. It doesn't matter what it is. The first little nugget that he drops, the media will take it. The media will run with it. So again, that's why organizations that aren't strong, right? That's why I'm kind of surprised that Pittsburgh wouldn't have taken a chance on him at this point, because Mike Tomlin will shut that shit down quick, right?
Yeah.
For whatever you think of, whatever the Steelers haven't done right, they're a really good team. They haven't won a playoff game in 9 years, which is crazy for me to think about, right? But again, strong organization, right? A guy like Mike Tomlin, who he runs the show, the narrative is his. When he gets in front of a mic, he means what he says. He says what he means. There's no reading between the lines. And if Shador gets out of line, the moment that camera's off, he'll take him in the back and be like, my man, listen, let me tell you how this is going to go. Not like that. Not what you're saying.
Yeah.
Not what you're saying. That's not how this is going to roll. That's not how this is going to be run. I run this show, is my team. And something where he knows that being cut is a possibility. Like, they won't keep you around in that organization if you're the one that wants to dominate the headlines. If you're the one that wants to make waves and the whole deal, you won't stick around. That's why I'm honestly a little bit surprised George Pickens hasn't been traded yet, because of that particular situation. But again, a guy like Mike Tomlin in that organization, I'm really kind of surprised that with the only thing they have in that QB room being Mason Rudolph, I'm really, really surprised that they haven't taken a chance on Shador Sanders.
Well, don't forget, he doesn't want to go anywhere cold. Pittsburgh gets real cold.
Colorado's cold. Colorado's cold. Now listen, now if we want to get into relative humidity, and which feels colder, right, and the whole deal, then, I'm sure Pittsburgh and never having been to Pittsburgh, I'm sure that cold in the Northeast, and having been to Colorado plenty of times to go snowboarding and stuff, love the cold out there. It's a different cold for sure. But listen, you're a ball player, man. Like, if when playoff time hits, how many places outside of Miami are going to be warm?
1,000%.
How many places outside of Miami are going to be warm, right? And you're in Pittsburgh. Listen, if you end up in Pittsburgh, right, you're going to be playing, in the Rust Belt, right, the Midwest, the whole deal. If you make the playoffs, everywhere is going to be cold. So, man, you got to put that aside, bro. Listen, there's a lot of people who would prefer not to play in the cold, but you're getting paid to play in whatever elements come your way. It doesn't matter what the Weather Channel says. Strap up and go play.
I'd rather be in the elements, because then you can play in anything.
No, I'd
You
rather
get
be in the
used to it all.
No. Now you're getting crazy, Hank. I'd rather be in the warmth, you know. But
Nah.
I'm
Hey,
brown and I'm
old,
from
so I
Miami.
prefer to be down south now. But
100%. But
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 if
listen,
it
man,
was
if you're
me, I'd rather play in some of the elements like
yeah,
around Philly and
and
stuff
there's
in
some
those
teams,
areas would
and
be
100%,
nice.
and there's some teams that thrive in that, right? We're looking at, you know, a team like Buffalo, right? A team like Pittsburgh, right?
Yeah.
You know, teams like that who thrive in the cold and everything like that. You know, but again, man, like weather aside, I think to me, I think you'd have to be happy if you're him. If you're Shador, you'd have to be happy landing in Pittsburgh because again, the QB room there is non-existent. You know, and that's another subject. I have no idea what those guys are doing at quarterback. I don't know if they're waiting for after the draft to maybe to make a trade for somebody or whatever. But to me, at this point in the draft, I think he can end up in a good situation, not only where he doesn't have the pressure of being a starter, but also in an organization whose roster is set up to be able to take a chance on him, to put him on ice and let him learn in the whole deal for however long, and you know, see where it goes. You know, if in a year or two he's been able to rehab his image, he gets traded somewhere, you know, whatever the case may be. But you know, again, how he hasn't been drafted at this point, man, is legitimately. I'm telling you, man, like it really is. It's insane to me how he hasn't.
I don't know what he did. You know, something happened. I don't know what happened, but we're not going to know the story until years from now.
100%. I agree with you.
And you know, it's a great point, and we're going to get to that because you know, every pick that happens now, from now to whenever he does get picked, teams are going to say, "What about this team? What about that team? What about?" And you can make a case for any team at this point.
Yeah, at this point, it could be anybody.
Literally anybody.
The fact is that what Q has brought up, it's true. I mean, the minute you put him on Dallas, the minute Dak Prescott struggles, the minute he gets drafted, they're going to talk about, oh, he should definitely start over Dak, or he should immediately start over Tua, or he should be. It's going to happen. But you put him on Patrick Mahomes, no one's saying that.
Yep.
And you know what? That might be the best case scenario for him because when it is time for him to, let's say he gets drafted by the Baltimore Ravens or the Chiefs, no one's expecting you to come in and play. The minute that guy goes down with an injury for whatever reason, or he takes it that week, the end of the season off because they're going to the playoffs, you get a chance to show up and show out with superstar players because you're on a superstar team. That's when teams now you have the opportunity to get traded to a team that you want to get traded to, and now you made it. You got a chip on your shoulder. I feel for Shador, I really do. I think this is great for him because I think in the end he's gonna show up and show out for whatever team he plays for. It's just hopefully you are, you cut that Dion thing out because that's the problem.
Yeah, I think that this is going to benefit him in every way possible. He needed a little bit of humble pie. I mean, he was talking like he was going to change every organization that he was going to go to and everything else, and like he was the new cheesecake in New York or something, you know. And you know, he did something. I don't know what.
Also, I think
and
cautionary.
They all talked about it because this 100%. Is ridiculous. Round
100%.
4. Yep. Round 4,
and again, we got 2 picks. The Buffalo Bills took Deion Walker, the big D tackle out of Kentucky, and the Jets took Georgia wide receiver Arian
Smith. That guy can't catch a cold, bro.
Yeah,
anybody that gets
and then Ty Robinson, the big Nebraska D tackle, just went to Philly.
Happy. No. They're
so the big D tackles are flying off the board here. So there we go.
Yep. I also too with going back and not to continue the Shador talk necessarily, but I'm really curious. Like I wish I could be a fly on the wall, right? The two of them talking, right? Dion and Shador sitting in the living room, right, talking and whatever it is. I really have to wonder, and I'm curious, like as a father, and if you're Dion, you really at this point have to ask yourself, did I do this? Right? Did I cause this slide? Because it's, again, with the background and who you are and the whole deal, naturally you are going to be, somebody who, people go to for clicks and for sound bites and the whole deal. But you really do have to ask yourself in an honest way, did I contribute to this? And honestly, if you're asking me, I would say yes. I would imagine that people on some level are just like, you know what, I don't need to be getting texts, or I don't need Deion Sanders on McAfee, the morning after Shador, plays like ass and him, shooting his mouth off. Right. It's part of it, man. Like, it's part of it. Like, again, you hate to say that's something that the off the field stuff and all that, kind of comes into play, but it does come into play. And that's where I think, these organizations led by people who aren't on sturdy ground are really looking at that and go, is it worth it? Is it worth it to bring this guy in? Right. In terms of like, how high is the ceiling? How talented is he really? And is it going to be worth bringing this guy in for, what the media is going to do, right? And for what he may say and for what may happen, what our starting quarterback may feel or whatever the case may be. I mean, again, a lot of people may think that shouldn't come into play, but it does.
Yeah, but
right?
At this point, if you need a quarterback, you should be taking this kid. You should be, even with those things, with all those things.
Yeah. I don't disagree with you, but again, I think
kid's got enough talent where you're getting a second round to third round talent in the fourth round,
fourth, fifth, possibly. Yeah. Like, again, like to take at this point, if it comes down to, again, you're going to take a quarterback, and nobody at this point say needs a quarterback, right? I still think the Saints, you really have to, take a good look in the mirror and ask, okay, is Derek Carr what we want to go into 25 with?
Well,
right?
They draft? Weren't they the ones who drafted Tyler Shuck?
Yeah, my bad, Tyler Shuck. Yeah. Totally my bad. Which again, I don't know. But think about that.
But think about that. First of all, Tyler, I liked his film, liked everything about him. But again, it's like Shador. You picked him over Shador Sanders. Guess what? Safe. It's a safer pick. You know what I mean? You're not dealing with all the outside noise, and that's why, like, you're looking at the next part of, the next few quarterbacks there, obviously Shador being number one, but it's like, if you were really looking at quarterback, you're going to look at everybody other than Shador. If you're really that concerned with outside, Quinn Ewers, Will Howard, McCord, Wark, which is crazy to think, but it is what it is. We're getting closer to Miami's pick. We're 3 picks away. What's up, Jake? Love you too, brother. Love you, little man. Hope you're doing good. Good luck with your basketball tournament. Got Jake Tia Chisco tuning in. My nephew watching. Appreciate you, my man.
I saw Will in there.
Will's in there. He'll be on a little bit.
What's up, my guy? Get on in here, man.
Hammer Time's on there too.
Stop playing.
Hammer Time. Let's just say for everyone, we got 184 people watching from wherever you're watching from.
Nice.
We appreciate you all tuning in, watching our Miami Dolphins NFL Draft live coverage show, rounds 4 through 7. We're looking for those diamonds in the rough right now for Miami. And
are we at our pick yet?
No, we're coming up. We got 3 picks down here, but sponsored by Caneswear for those who are watching. Homeboy in the house. And so let's talk about possible options for Miami now as we get closer to their pick. Obviously, we know corners is a need. Really, this is where you kind of, you're looking at filling needs, but you're also looking for players who can contribute. Let's talk about guys still on the board, not named Shador Sanders, even though that would surprise everybody. I mean, but is there a guy?
Hey,
could you imagine? Oh my God.
Sanders would fit for us because 2026 is when we would need somebody.
Greer would never. Would never. Are you insane, Hank? Do you know what would happen if the Dolphins?
I'm going to tell you, Miami has 3 fifth-round picks. Miami has 3 fifth-round picks, unless they use one of those picks to trade up or whatever. 3 fifth-round. That's where I think you'll see a quarterback come off the board, maybe to Miami, just to do that. And whether that's whoever,
I mean, but listen, like so, and I don't know what you guys have heard, right? In terms of because again, Zach Wilson is already on the roster.
Yes,
right. Yeah. I mean, does that deter them from taking
early on? But I think in the late rounds
for him.
Yeah, but late rounds, I think you could do a flyer. You could go, okay, because think about it. They drafted Skyler in the 7th round. You draft the guy in the 5th round or the 6th round, whatever. They don't have a pick in the 6th round.
He's clearly a third at that.
They got 3 7th-round picks. They got 3 5th-round picks today. So
a guy who comes in and is clearly a third, right? Zach Wilson clearly the backup, right? And then you take a guy who's the third for 2 seasons, and I got you.
So, but right now, as we get closer to Miami's pick, the Saints pick is in. Oh, they took Danny Stutzman, the linebacker out of Oklahoma. So I think we're 2 picks in now. So looking at the board, we know what Miami needs, right? You could go tight end here, you go corner, you think safety. But is there anybody? Obviously, you don't have to look at only those positions. But is there anybody remaining on the board that, if you guys have one in front of you, that you're like, man, I would like this pick for Miami? Because there's a guy that could be sliding. obviously not named Shador, that you might be like, hey, I don't care what needs are, go get him. You know what I mean? Is there any guy on the board right now that's catching your eye for Miami's next pick at 116?
Go ahead, Q.
Oh man, I'm sitting here looking at who may still be around.
I don't know who's available right now.
Yeah, and honestly, again, we've talked about it, and I continue to go back to it. I think at the skill position, right? Let's start on offense, right? Clearly, your starting receivers. I think you're set. Clearly, right with Waddle and Tyreek Hill. I think low key, I really like the kid they brought in from Tennessee.
Jalen Wright?
No, not Jalen Wright. I'm sorry, not from the University of Tennessee. The receiver they brought in from the Titans.
Nick Westbrook.
Nick Westbrook, Ikeno, whatever. Low key, really like that pickup, I should say. Kid, again, I think he's going to be at the 3 spot. I think you're good. At 4, the kid they brought in from the University of Virginia last year that they drafted, small kid, really good. Malik Washington, who ate up the University of Miami also when they played him. Honestly, man, I think at receiver, right, you're looking for a receiver 4 or 5 at this point. If you are somebody who can play, special teams, whatever, right? Running back, I think for the most part, you can still get running backs at this point in the draft. Tight end, if you want to get them. I still think you need to build the line of scrimmage. I know we continue to harp on that. Yes. I still think at this point, man, continue to build the line of scrimmage. This kid, Marcus Mbao from Purdue, seeing good things about him. Who else am I seeing on here? Kid like this kid Quincy Riley, cornerback from Louisville.
Yeah, the corner.
That kid. I've seen him play a couple times. Kid that I like. Later on, Torrey Horton, the receiver from Colorado State. If you've seen him play a little bit, I saw some of his film and stuff. Kid can move. Productive guy at Colorado State. So I think there's some guys, still on the board. And this is where we start to see this is where the good front offices. Yep. Right. This is where they start to show out.
Yep.
Right. When you're looking at 4 through 7, we're really starting to take a look at the guys who do their homework, right? Who not only watch film, but show up to watch these guys play. Right. And this is really where they start to make their money. The majority of your players can't be, first, second round picks. This is not how it goes.
No, absolutely.
Right.
Not.
So you have to really, this is where, the good front offices, they show out and they take these guys who maybe, again, don't have the measurables, right? But are guys who have been productive, who have great intangibles, and they get these guys into their building, into their system, and end up making good players out of them. A guy like this, this guy, Danny Stutzman, that was just drafted is kind of, I think, one of those examples. But again, man, I think when you're looking at available, who's available, man, I think there's still some talent out there. But I think if you're Miami, you still continue to build the line of scrimmage. Me personally.
Well, listen, I think that's great. I'll go position by position here, not named QB. I mean, even though we could do that, but let me just say again, Damon Martinez out of Miami, still there. 100%. Dylan Sampson out of Tennessee. This is running backs, right? I'm just saying here.
Yeah, exactly. Yep.
There's other guys. Devin Neal. I love Ollie Gordon. Those guys
Jordan
are still
James.
there. Jordan James still on
little
the board.
Guy, but still.
You brought up Horton, 6'3", 196 out of Colorado State. Great name. Restrepo still on the board. You talk about tight ends, right? This, first off, Gunnar Helm out of Texas. I like him a lot. He's still there. That's a good option. Arondé Gatson out of Syracuse is still there.
That kid, underrated kid, man. I think that dude can make a team and be productive this year for sure. Because you saw he switched. He was mostly a receiver at Syracuse, put on the weight in the pre-draft process, and now he identifies as a tight end.
And that would make up for letting Mason Taylor. I wouldn't say I was fine with it, but not to the Jets. I was fine with it.
You see Jason Taylor.
I saw he did. I did not look at it. Nope.
Bro, I said it to Dolphins friends of mine, and I said, "Hey, look at this blasphemy."
How dare he?
He was literally Jets. I was like, Jason, what are you doing, man? I know your kid just got drafted there, but what are you doing, bro? Come on,
blasphemy. Man. But talk about offensive linemen, right? Cameron Williams on the board from Texas, the offensive tackle. He's still there. Logan Brown, Chase Lunt, who met with Miami. Cameron Williams also met with Miami. So those are 2 names to watch. Offensive guard. You brought up Memba out of Purdue. Great name. let's go to D tackle. Joshua Farmer still on the board there. Could Miami double dip there? JJ, I would have butchered his last name, so I'm not going to even try. But JJ, I won't try. Pugis, I don't know how to say it.
Oh,
Chris
yeah,
Paul
Pagis.
Jr.
JJ
I tried. I messed up.
JJ Pagis from Ole Miss. Yeah.
So
Yeah.
Trevor Etienne, the running back, is off
I
the
like
board.
Frazier, who's still on there, the cornerback.
I love Za Frazier, the corner. I'm going to get to corners, but Za Frazier is that dude is like big, ball hawk. I love him. Small school. Edge rusher. There's some good edge rushers still there. But Jack Sawyer is one of those guys that I'm looking at. I'm like, damn, okay.
Yep.
Hold on a second. I wouldn't hate that. You go to defensive back. We know Quincy Riley, 5'11", 194 at Louisville. Josh Mabry was talking about him last night. Miami is on the clock. Za Frazier still on the board. Darian Strong for corner. Billy Bowman for safety. So here we go. Miami is on the clock. We'll wait for that pick. The pick isn't for the Cardinals.
I have no internet or anything. So
you're going to find out right now. I'm going to hide the comments. I don't want to look at the comments.
Tell me.
All right.
Yeah,
I'll let you know.
Panthers taking Trevor Etienne. It's a nice little.
Yeah, the running back out of Georgia. Man.
Yep.
Hey, if you ask me, take a corner, baby. Take a corner.
You could come up again if the Dolphins right now with some people, but if they come away with Za Frazier, right? UTSA, small school. But let me tell you something. You come away with that, I'm happy. I'm ecstatic for that pick. If they come out with the running backs we brought up, Damian Martinez from Miami, I'm ecstatic. Gunnar Helm, oh my goodness. Cameron Williams, loving it. Any one of those guys, but I know corner. And remember, Chris Kerr keeps bringing up street free agents. So they have a plan post-draft. So it is what it is. We're at 200 people watching right now. So shout out to everybody watching right now. We appreciate you.
Everybody.
If you're anywhere other than YouTube, come over to YouTube. Get in the comments because you have an opportunity to win a $25 gift card from Caneswear for viewers throughout the draft here for day 3 of the NFL draft for our live coverage show. We're waiting for Cody Simon, the linebacker at Ohio State, got took by Arizona. So now Miami is officially on the clock. They've been on the clock. So let's see what happens here. We've been waiting since pick 30, whatever. It's 116.
Select.
Yeah, what was that? That's a 75-ish, 75, 80 picks between picks. Oof.
The Dolphins fans would go nuts.
We're gonna get Josh Wingate in here shortly. Traded. Dolphins traded their pick.
Whoa!
The Dolphins have traded their pick. The Houston Texans are on the clock.
Oh,
no way.
They traded completely out of the 4th. It looks like.
Well, let's see. We'll wait for the trade details there. Let's see what just happened with Miami. Let me get where's my phone?
Yeah,
it's a lie. Don't trade alert. Let's see.
Yeah, I'm not seeing where they
see if we get those trade details.
I'm not seeing them anywhere in the 4th.
I love it. Miami Post. We're on the clock. No, you're not. You liars. It's like, you lying. Why'd you lie? Let's see if we get some. Let's see if anybody gets the information here before I do. I'm trying to find it. Get it. See what they did. As we wait, we are now waiting to see if anybody gets it. If anybody gets any trade details, I know everybody's looking right now. Pop it in the comments.
Yeah, I haven't seen anything. No updates that I'm getting so far.
Oh, okay. FinStanza has it.
Hit us with it.
Let's see. Give the Dolphins. Okay, let's see. Dolphins give up 116 and 224. Get 175 this year and a 2026 next year. 3rd rounder.
Oh,
so they picked up a 3rd rounder for next year.
For next year. Oh,
they gave up one of their 7ths and gave up the 3rd. So there you go. Okay. So
3rd rounder next year.
3rd rounder's not bad for next year. I think that's not bad. It sucks because we got to wait a little longer, but Miami gets a 3rd round next year. All right. Well, the watch continues as we await 170. So that's a 4th rounder now, right? Or a 5th rounder. Yeah. Another 5th rounder for Miami. Let me see here. $170.
Alex Brown says we have 4 3rd rounders next year. That's ammunition.
Actually, that's a 6th rounder. So Miami will not make a pick in this 4th round unless they do something. And so they'll have three 5th rounders, and they'll have 1 6th rounder. So there you go. DP believes they will be trading up soon. They could. We'll see.
Yeah,
we'll see. So there you go.
Yeah,
and that's okay. Again, that's right. They're getting ammunition for next year. They see the way the draft board is falling. They probably think they could get a quality player with the 6th round pick, but they could use those. They got 3 5th rounders. They could use those to move up in the 4th round. So we'll wait it out as we got more viewership tuning in right now as we're waiting. Miami Dolphins, we're on the clock, but they traded out. The Houston Texans are on the board, and they'll make Miami's pick here. They'll take over Miami's pick and get a new player on their team. We'll see who gets picked up. But Miami has, as of now, has traded out of the 4th round, and they'll be back on the board in the 5th round for 3 picks. So the Texans, Alex, there you go, Alex. We made a deal. The Houston Texans, Alex Brown's Houston Texans, made a deal with our team, the Miami Dolphins, and we'll see. We'll see how it goes.
Does anybody have those details yet?
Yeah. That was what
okay,
FinStanza brought up.
Oh, my bad. I'm sorry, I missed that, man.
No.
Yeah. Okay, I got you. It was picks. It was pure picks.
Yeah, I got you right here. It's on the screen there.
I got you. Oh, you give up 116, 224, and 179. Okay.
Less picks, less guys to pay, and more.
179 this year, and then 226 3rd round pick. All right.
You get rid of one of those 7th rounders. So here we go. Let's see. We'll wait it out here as the watch continues. So,
well, that kind of threw me off.
Yeah, we're getting excited for a guy.
Holy mackerel!
I know Greg Maney is not happy with.
This is hard. This is hard sitting here with no TV and all.
I know.
I'm just sitting here talking to you guys. I can't see.
You just got to take everybody's word for it, haven't you, Hank? Yeah, man. Listen. I think when you're looking at, again, going back to this is a something just created by Chris Greer, right? I think when you're looking at what he's done to instill confidence, right? Not very much. When you're talking about what they do in the draft, and this is just right here, right? Another just more confirmation. Right now, it had been right at 80 picks or so since they had drafted. Now they trade out of the 4th. Now it'll end up being closer to 90 something picks, almost 100 picks ish. Before they make another selection, man. And again, you have to wonder. Okay, well, time will tell, man. Listen, just like any draft, time will tell. But in the immediate and right kind of in the micro, you have to look at it and know, okay, what are you looking at? What are we doing? What's the plan? Why are we not making picks here, right? Because again, I don't know that they're in a position necessarily where they should be worried about next year, right? They should be making, picks, impactful picks this year, And so I think, again, it's kind of what happens when Chris Greer is your GM. You're just not getting the benefit of the doubt, by going 100 picks, literally 100 picks without making a selection. So.
And I will say and I want to respond to that very quick though, Hank. Chris loves your shirt. So say that there. Here you go. But no, you're right. And really, he doesn't get the benefit of the doubt because he hasn't done enough to earn that. Like good GMs, great teams could do that.
Exactly.
They could afford to move all over the board, skip 100 picks. But when you're the Miami Dolphins and you're Chris Greer and you have so many needs and your team has been what it is,
exactly,
you're going to get the doubt. People are going to look at you with a stink eye going, dude, what the hell are you doing? We need those picks. What are you trading out of for?
Yeah.
But it is what it is. Steve Malloy will be joining us shortly. I believe at 2:00, he'll be joining us to take over and to talk about Miami's trade. He says we are rebuilding, no question about it. True Blaze says, great point, Q. Let's see. Greg Maney, if the belief is that this is a weak draft, then stockpile picks for next year. Great point for Greg. That's exactly, maybe that is what Miami's thinking. And think about it. I like that we came away with a 3rd rounder for next year.
Mm-hmm.
I like that. That's an extra pick.
I like it.
And a quality pick for next year. Dolphins says Greer is not going anywhere. This trade just sealed it.
No, I agree. I definitely agree. In that, that's a great point. If you're not, crazy about, if you're looking at the rest of the board and you're not super crazy about what it is you get, be like, hey, you know what? Let's get a 3rd rounder for next year. But again, you just kind of go back to, I think a lot of that stands to reason. Unfortunately, again, I think across the board, Greer just, isn't going to get the benefit of the doubt.
He's not.
And why are we waiting? Well, third rounder next year for what? If you're not going to be making the pick, I think a lot of people probably have to be wondering.
Well, or like Rob of Dolphins Thirsty saying, well, this proves that he will be here next year no matter what happens because he got that pick. So there's a lot of like, oh, dude, but it is what it is. I mean, we could just sit here.
We don't want to go down that rabbit hole, do we?
2 running backs in a row have been taken here. Just Woody Marks out of USC for Houston. So Alex is happy with that pick. And the Rams don't take Shador. They take Jarquise Hunter out of Auburn. And then Billy Bowman, the safety out of Oklahoma, goes to the Falcons at 118.
Falcons low key, man, have done their thing. I'm in Atlanta, and when I tell you Terry Fontenot is the bane of the Atlanta fans' existence at GM, he's embattled, definitely kind of like Chris Greer is. They are not fans of this guy, but I think he's had himself a nice draft. I think he gave up next year's first to go up and get James Pierce. We'll see how that goes. That's a lot to give up, for a guy with some character issues. But when you look at what it is they've done on defense, which is where they needed the majority of the help, man, they've done really well. They got Jalen Walker. They finally drafted somebody for the University of Georgia, which I think I don't understand how Howie Roseman was landing, anybody good from the University of Georgia, and the Falcons, who are, an hour, up the road, weren't. But a dude who's just talented as hell, was a tackling machine. And then came back with Pierce. They drafted Xavier Watts from Notre Dame at safety. This kid Billy Bowman is another guy who at this point in the draft I think brings good value. So Terry Fontenot's doing his thing to maybe change the perception of him in Atlanta. He's had himself a nice draft.
Absolutely. I want to say Hunter, I just saw Hunter pop up there. Hunter, reach out to me, my man. You won the Ainsworth gift card last night, brother. I don't know if you were there till when we were wrapping it up, but reach out to me on Instagram or Twitter. And so I get your email and get you sent that gift card. So you get some nice Miami gear from Caneswear.
So I guess now that we're moving back into the 5th round, I guess the next person I'm expecting us to get is Alexander.
The LSU, Zay Alexander?
Yes.
Okay. And Greg really likes Atlanta's draft so far. Let's take a look at some of the drafts right now. I think I could do that. Let me see if I can put this up.
I can't do anything. I don't have internet.
I heard you. I know. Let me see.
Hank, listen. You tell us what you need, brother. We'll make it happen for you, man. Listen. I got pages up. Just let me know. Let me know what kind of info you need. We'll get it to you.
Starlink here or something like that.
I mean, a lot of people have been happy with it, man. See if you can send out a smoke signal or something for Starlink.
Oh, my wife brought it. There it is. See, there's our internet. We just have.
I just gotta plug it in.
All right.
Oh, there it is.
We're gonna have internet soon.
Man, the MVP right there.
I don't know. I think she's in there getting food or something.
I'm making you a sandwich because you look hungry.
Ooh.
Hey, listen, man, you're well taken care of over there, Hank. And I hear you cracking a little something over there. I think you're not as bad off as you're making it sound. As you're over there without internet, but you got other provisions at your disposal over there. What it sounds like.
Hey, you know what it is? It's not that I have so much here; it's that I have a Kelly. See,
there you go.
And Kelly's like Superwoman.
It sounds that way.
We're in this house where there really isn't a lot going on right now, other than the cat sleeping on the bed.
Yes, Hunter. They got a website, caneswear.com, my brother. It doesn't matter if you're not local. That goes for everybody watching. What's great about Caneswear, first off, if you are local, 2655 South University Drive in Davie, Florida. All right. They got great stuff from Dolphins, Heat, Marlins, Panthers, who are playing in their playoff game. Inter Miami, they got it all. But if you're in Atlanta, like Q, if you're like in Franklin, Nashville, like me, go to caneswear.com. They got it all. They got great stuff. So, Hunter, reach out to me, my brother. We'll get that gift card sent to you, and you go to caneswear.com, type it up, type in Dolphins or whatever you want to look up there in regards to South Florida. You get some gear from Brett and the crew.
I haven't been told to say this, but before I ever ended up on a podcast with people, from Caneswear, being sponsored by Caneswear, ordered plenty of stuff from them. Good service, quick shipping, the whole deal. Been really happy with those guys and everything I've gotten from there. Great prices and everything. So yeah, man,
dude, they're awesome,
check them out, man. They've always got a good selection of stuff.
Yeah,
Hey,
Brett
I
joined
got
us
one
yesterday.
better than that. I just became a local 3 days ago.
That's right. Now you could just
So
walk
now-
right in.
I can go down to Davie and do some shopping.
That's
There you
right.
go.
Yeah, Brett was on with us he was only supposed to, he told me, I could be on from 9 to 9:30. He stayed with us through the entire draft. He was there for a couple hours. He was just having a
Nice.
blast. So Brett's awesome. The Caneswear crew is awesome. So absolutely. Let's see. People always forgetting Canada. Hank has food, but no internet. Heaven. I just read that. He was like,
That's awesome.
that's great.
Well, so Hank, how are you joining the stream? Like, what are you just on your phone? You're just on your phone?
Yeah, I'm just on my phone.
Okay, got it. All right. What do we think of obviously with the Dolphins, what are we thinking about the AFC East? What are we thinking about what the rivals have done, the Bills, the Patriots, and the Jets?
I think if we don't get a
Gunnar Hill
cornerback,
just went to Tennessee. Sorry.
There you go, bro.
if we don't get a cornerback, we're going to have a lot of trouble.
Oh, no.
with these offenses we face. What,
Yeah.
Bobby?
Buffalo's
Gunnar
Buffalo,
Hill.
man. Buffalo's the big brother. They're, Buffalo
gonna have
is
troubles
still,
with Buffalo.
they're still a very good team. But New England has gotten better this offseason.
Dude,
They've gotten stronger.
New
The Jets are the
England and
Jets.
New England, between what they've done in free agency, they've had a really nice draft. They landed some dudes in this draft for sure. So if I'm a Dolphins fan, I'm looking at that, I'm going, not thrilled about that. Not thrilled with what Drake May showed at the end of last year, with what they surrounded him with now. They brought in Stephon Diggs in free agency, landed Will Campbell, left tackle, guy who's going to be there for a dozen years. Travion Henderson. They've really done a good job in free agency in the draft, man. I would not be thrilled if I was a Dolphins fan. Jets. We'll see what Justin Fields brings. I'm skeptical about that one at best. But yeah, end of the day, man, the Bills kind of still run things in that division for sure.
I'm gonna go over their draft picks, but very quick, let me just say, Josh, if you're listening, give me a thumbs up whenever you're ready. Okay, good. Okay, I'm gonna introduce you in just a second. I felt so bad because I just looked down and I go, oh crap, Josh. So he could have just jumped in, but he's so polite. But Josh Wingate, my partner in crime when it comes to draft content, was there. So I'm gonna bring him in here, and he's a Cowboys fan, so he gives an outsider's perspective, but he is really in deep on the Dolphins stuff. So let's go ahead. So first off, Buffalo, they took Hairston out of Kentucky, the corner, with their first pick at the end of the round one.
Mm-hmm.
TJ Sanders, the big DT out of South Carolina, and 2. Landed Jackson, edge rusher. And then they went all defense so far.
Yep.
Edge rusher out of Arkansas, landed Jackson, and Deion Walker, the defensive tackle out of Kentucky. I mean, my goodness. And then you go to, let's see here.
I would have figured they would have gone receiver at some point.
Absolutely. Yeah, they've gone defense. They have a plan, obviously. With the Jets, have taken, of course, Amon Membo, the Missouri offensive lineman. They went Mason Taylor out of LSU. Azriel Thomas out of Florida State, the corner.
That's a nice grab. That's a nice grab.
Smith out of Georgia, the wide receiver. So the Jets have had a so far. We don't know. We'll see how it goes the 2 years from now.
On paper,
it looks good.
Their first, second, and third round picks. I'm a fan of in round 4. That kid Arian Smith. I'm telling you, I'm in Georgia. I watched a lot of Georgia play last year. When they talk about the drops that Carson Beck had from his receiving core and led to to all those issues at Georgia, that dude was the number one culprit. That guy, I'm telling you, couldn't catch a damn cold last year at Georgia. He was so bad. I'm kind of surprised that he went in the 4th round,
So
considering what's still on the board. But hey, we'll see.
the Patriots so far have addressed most of their needs, at least on this ESPN board. And of course, yes, I'm with Greg. They got a damn good coach in Mike
Yes, they
Vrabel.
did.
They've had a strong offseason. And again, on paper, it's strong. We don't know how it pans out, but their draft. Of course, at pick 4, they stay at pick 4. They get Will Campbell out of LSU, offensive lineman. They get Travion Henderson, the running back at Ohio State.
Stud.
Kyle Williams, Washington State wide receiver. Jared Wilson, the center from Georgia.
Stud.
And then Craig Woodson, the safety out of Cal.
That kid, Jared Wilson, legit kid. Play center or guard, but a stud that they got right there. I think you got 2. I don't know. Will Campbell will start day 1. Jared Wilson, I don't know if he starts day 1, but he'll be there for a long time. That kid's going to be a really good player.
They've had a solid draft. Let's go ahead. As we're building up here, I appreciate everyone joining in and everyone who just popped in. You're watching the Pro Football Draft Live coverage show sponsored by Canes. We're rounds 4 through 7. The Dolphins were on the clock and they traded out. They didn't have a pick. They traded their 4th round pick for a 3rd rounder next year and a 6th rounder this year. So we are still waiting on Miami's next pick. As we continue to wait, I got the one and only Fish Tank Hank joining here as we're past the hour, and we got Q of the I Hate Football podcast. Appreciate everyone watching. Let's bring in Josh Wingate of On the Clock, the Miami Dolphins draft show. Bring him in.
How's it going?
Josh, what's up? Good day, brother. How you doing?
It is. It's a good day. This is when you know the true NFL draft fans, people that are tuning in for this and watching this and excited for this.
That's right.
Junkies.
Yeah, I remember.
Is what they are.
I remember when it was just 2 days, Saturday, Sunday, and you would just wake up at noon, watch the whole day, and then go into the next day. Those were the days. But now we got it for TV and all this. But yeah, good time.
Absolutely. So Miami trades out of the 4th round, but Shador continues to slide here, Josh. But anyway, is there any 4th round pick that you saw that's been taken so far that you like the most? Is there anything that you like so far?
My guy got taken, and at the pick that we traded for Jonathan Mingo at, Trevor Etienne went.
Yes.
With our pick, and that was kind of the guy that I've been talking about. Man, I would love for Dallas to take him. Being a Georgia fan, like, I feel like he's undervalued in this process. Trevor Etienne could be like a playmaker, especially if you put him in that running back by committee, which he's going to be in Carolina. It's going to be good. I don't know. I'm excited for that. I'm trying to find some Marcus Yarns film, because I'm trying to find that next running back. Marcus Yarns out of Delaware. And a guy being from Delaware, you think I could find it, but
can't
get my hands on
that. So, again, Cam Scatterbo to the Giants. It keeps catching my eye. Jack Sawyer just went off the board. That sucks. Pittsburgh, edge rusher. He went to Pittsburgh. Of course he did. Gunnar Helm to Tennessee from Texas. That is intriguing. That's a great pick for Cam Ward. New weapon for Cam Ward there in Tennessee. I like that pick. We're almost at the end of round 4 for Dolphin fans. Almost, at least. I could see the end. I could see the end of it. So that matters, right? As we continue to wait. Let's see. Best available players. I love that. I keep going to best available. Shador is still there. That's like 14.
Yeah, that hasn't changed, huh?
It hasn't changed.
It's been that way since round 2. Best available, Shador's in.
Our guy's still there. Strong. Dorian Strong.
Dorian Strong is still there.
We've talked about. I think that would be a really good pick for Miami.
Yeah.
But what's the possibility that Miami just figures it out with Jalen and he doesn't get traded? There's not a market for him, for what I'm being told.
So somebody asked Chris Greer that yesterday, and he said that he's not closing the door on anything, that he could try to work it out. I think Miami has a plan at corner. It could be the free agency. They could be looking at some guy in free agency. There are still guys on this board. You brought up Strong. Zoff Frazier is still there. And I'm a big fan of Zoff Frazier out of UTSA. Yep. Critzy Riley, which we had Josh Mabry on yesterday. You're a fellow Cowboys fan for you, Josh, but he's a big fan. Obviously, he's a little bit of a homer, obviously, which is okay, but he's still on the board. So there's some decent corners still there. Tommy Hill out of Nebraska, that's another intriguing one. But yeah, I don't. With the report, Mike McDaniel did not answer that question. It went to Chris Greer. Did Mike McDaniel was right there. The report out of Miami is that the reason why that they are looking to trade Jalen Ramsey is not because Ramsey is mad at the team or he wanted a new deal or he's mad at Chris Greer because the team is kind of being traded apart and you have Tyreek off the field issues. You got Calais Campbell left. You got Terran Armstead gone. It's none of that. The report that came out of Miami from two different people, Armando Salgaro, and I forgot who the other one is, and Evan probably put in there in the comments who the other guy was, but is that his issue is with Coach McDaniel. That him and McDaniel are at odds. He doesn't respect him. And there were supposed to be a lot of veterans. There's a few veterans on Miami's team that after they made that big run, the year, the number one offense, all that he kind of got a little full of himself, which rubbed the veterans the wrong way. So can that be repaired? That's the problem in Miami. It should. If think about it, if you're able to keep Jalen Ramsey, you kind of solve. You could go get another corner and you solve your secondary issue, at least in that part right there, because you still have all pro corner. But if he gets traded, Miami has to get a deal done. Tony Pauline and Armando Salgaro. Thank you. So you got two guys there who made the same similar reports about that issue. But go ahead, Josh.
Isn't this a constant issue in Miami? Like whether something's happening to where someone doesn't respect the head coach. It's been going on all the way to like the Jonathan Martin issue. Who was the head coach back then? I can't think of his name. Bald-headed guy.
Joe Philbin.
Joe Philbin.
Yep.
It's been continuing every year that someone doesn't respect that coach.
And I think you're right, Josh. Hey, and pleasure to meet you.
You as well.
Also, my man. And the situations I feel like are different, right? And I feel like to that end, right? Older coach, right? Things ran a little bit differently under him, right? And for those people who don't remember the Jonathan Martin deal, the whole bullying thing, and all that really didn't happen. Come end of it, right? Jonathan Martin came out and said that Richie Incognito, didn't really do that. He just kind of made it up in the whole deal, which is crazy to me.
Yeah.
No, but now fast forward to what the issues are now, and personality issues, right? And I think a guy in Mike McDaniel, right, a younger guy. A guy who is, more like, hey, bro, more than he is like, hey, coach, you know what I mean? And if that doesn't make sense, right? Just younger guy, the way he carries himself, the way he dresses, the way he talks to the media, the way he talks to his guys, right? Just a guy that's a personality that's going to be okay if you're winning.
Yep.
But the moment you start not winning and the moment the results aren't there, now that becomes something where now where's the respect lie, right? Where, are you calling me coach? Or are you calling me Mike? Are you
coach isn't tough enough on the players?
Exactly, right? He's laid back, right? Everybody loves a player's coach until things start to go left. And then what happens? The player coach turns into, he doesn't have control of his guys. He's too laid back. He's too easy, so on and so forth. So I think that's kind of a little bit what's going on with McDaniel right now is things aren't going great. And now he's not equipped because from the moment he came in as a guy who was, this is my guy, right? He's not, they're not necessarily looking at him, in a position of authority, a position of power. He's like, he's my guy, and when you got to call people to the carpet, now it doesn't go over great, because again, that's what you establish from the moment you walked in the door. You established a dynamic of we're partners, we're boys, we're cool, whatever, not a coach player type of power structure. And so that's what I think, in my opinion, I think that's what kind of what we're seeing now where, now who's in charge, right? And when we talk about leadership voids with the Dolphins, it's not only on the player level. I think we really do have to start to look at the coaching level, right? Position coaches, head coach, so on and so forth. Like who's in charge here? And this thing has really the potential for next year. If things aren't going correctly and aren't going right, I think it's got this dynamic really has the potential to cause some problems and an early in the season coaching change if things aren't going the way they're supposed to, in my opinion.
Yeah, that's good. I like Mike McDaniel has like that vice principal personality where he's the fun one. He's the one that can have fun because you have that principal ahead of him. But I feel like
he's the uncle, right? He's the cool
Yeah.
uncle. You know, he's like, yeah. Of course, you can have candy before you. It's 11 o'clock at night. Yeah,
I don't care. I don't gotta deal with
go
you
get
later.
some candy. I just got to drop you off. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But it's kind of that mentality, right? He's like the cool uncle. He's not like
Yeah.
the authoritative dad.
But
You know?
do we think the players have too much say in Miami? Like, are the players given too much and be able to speak up a little bit too much? Because Brian Flores, he had that mentality of where I'm building the culture. I'm going to be tougher on you. I have expectations.
Bill Belichick guy.
The principal.
The
Like,
100%. A Bill Belichick disciple in the truest sense of the word. Like, listen, I'm in charge, and this is how it's going to go. Like, I'm not your boy. I ain't Brian. I'm Coach Flores, right? And listen, not everybody. You see that in every arena, right? When it comes to team sports, you see it everywhere, right? You see guys who just aren't equipped, you know, to as a coach to take that position, and as a player, not equipped to deal with that type of coaching.
Yeah.
Right.
Well,
And that's part of building that culture, no matter where you are, no matter what you're doing. It's part of building that culture and getting rid of guys who don't fit, you know, what it is you're doing, not only on the field, but off the field, and how it is you coach and instruct and the whole deal. And until all that is in sync, you're not going to get a successful product on the field.
I don't think that, you know, the whole thing is he went in as everybody's buddy in the first place.
Exactly. And you can't pivot
You
from
can't,
that.
You can't
pivot.
bring them
You can't
back.
pivot from that. Exactly.
Once you let them go like that and let them
100%.
do what they want, you can't
Yeah.
bring them back.
Yeah, you can't pivot
If he
from
would have
that.
came in a little stronger and loosened up a little bit as time went on, that's okay because you can always bring them back.
Yep.
100%.
But any good
100%.
leader knows you don't walk in and, you know, you don't give the keys to the car when there's only one to get you where you need to go to everybody. You know,
So I just want to I want to say this very quick, and we got a special guest who wants to talk very quick. But before we do that, Jeff Darlington, he wrote on here. I just want to bring this up because we were watching the slide continue for Shador. Jeff Darlington tweets, I could actually see the Dolphins being a great landing spot for Shador Sanders. Teams like the idea of a backup who shares similarities to Tua in the instance they don't have Tua for a significant stretch. Accuracy is among Sanders' strong suits, and he's developmental. So let that sit for a second. That was something
about that.
we did. But so Tristan Junior, I call him Junior Finstock over here. So this is my boy Tristan Q.
Tristan, what's
Josh
up, buddy?
Boss.
We got
Josh the
working
boss.
with over. We got a Tannehill jersey. Is that what we got going?
That is a Tannehill. We'll call it a Waddle one, but it is a Tannehill.
Oh, I saw orange. I saw orange.
Yeah. But
And
it's
I
all
knew-
good. It's all good.
And you're in Tennessee, so you know
That's right. Hey, that was cool, man.
Kind of fits.
Yeah, that's right.
hey, Dad,
Yes, sir.
don't make excuses. Start forking out the cash.
Yeah.
Whatever. So, Tristan, so you've seen the Dolphins pick so far. You know, we took a D tackle out of Michigan. We got Kenneth Grant. We got 7A, the offensive lineman. What do you think of Miami's draft so far?
Good. Patrick, good.
You like it?
I really want the Miami Dolphins to draft an edge rusher for a backup for Jalen Phillips.
There you go.
Yeah.
Why?
Bro's been getting so much injuries.
There you
Legit.
go.
That's really good, dude.
Jalen is talented but fragile. We definitely have established
That's a
that.
great point because Bradley Chubb got hurt. He's only on a basically on 1 year deal. Jalen Phillips has a contract year, could get hurt again. That's a great point. No one's really bringing up edge rusher. That's really good. All right, man. Maybe you have a future in
I don't
this.
know. And I don't know if there's one less. There's a few less edge rushers now. Jock Sawyer, your boy, just went to Pittsburgh.
Yeah, that's right. I know.
Kyle Kennard from South Carolina just went to the Chargers. So there's a few
edge
less
rushers
edge
are flying
on
right now.
board.
3 edge
Yep.
rushers in a row.
Four,
all right,
four
man.
of the last 5 picks are edge rushers.
Good job, son. All right. See, you can get a fins
Nice,
up.
nice to meet you, my man.
See, fins up. Hey, that was really good. I was, I thought he would, go with the, let's get a quarterback. Let's go there. He goes edge rusher because
that's insightful right there.
I like
My guy's been doing his homework.
He must be listening to me.
that's proud dad moment. That's my boy. I love you, son. Oreo breath. He's talking to me with Oreo breath. I'm like, okay. But no, man. Great point. Mom's there watching. We got a lot of people tuning in. We got Hunter there. Hunter says he agrees. He says, let's go, Junior. Tannehill had bigger moments than Tua so far.
I just want to touch on like what we were saying before. I felt like this in the scenario where he was coaching. Miami let one get away, and we're seeing it now that he's coaching the Lions. But Dan Campbell, like what he was able to do after he took over that team was falling apart, and he just came in and quickly turned that team around. In that moment, I don't know how you let that guy get away, and you did. And he's like that perfect blend of what we were talking about. He's the authoritarian. He is a player's coach at the same time.
Yep.
Man,
I
that's
remember
a rough one looking back.
You hit it on the head. You hit it on the head, Josh. And right as you started to say it, and your last point is literally verbatim what I was thinking. A guy who you listen to him talk, right? And first and foremost, guys respect him, right? What he says goes. There's no two ways about it, right? He's in charge, but also a guy who people look at and go, players coach also. A guy who does great at toting that line between being authoritative, being in charge, but also being a guy who his players absolutely love. And he does it perfectly. I think at the time he was with the Dolphins, probably not quite ready to be in that role as the head man. I think he needed a little bit more time, and now you're seeing it, right, where he's in the perfect position in the whole deal. But yeah, man, I mean, it's tough to look at guys like that and go, man, we had him in our building, and look at what he's become.
Yeah, I don't know. Is there another head coach? Sorry, Bobby. Is there another head coach out there like that? Like, I don't know of one currently. That
I'll just say, I mean, again, that's why for me, when I talk about future coaches, if we're obviously that's not going to happen right now for Miami, but let's say if we're talking like next season, Miami, like, my criteria is obviously that would fit would be either a former head coach, someone who's done it, right, who's been there and done that, or the best kid would have been Vrabel, because that's my next criteria is a former player, someone who's been in that locker rooms, someone who's been there, done it, who could get in a player's face, who's been in their shoes. Because that's why, like, you look at the Vrabels, you look at Aaron Glenn, he's obviously now with the Jets, Aaron Glenn, DeMarco Ryans, there's those guys. I mean, we'll see what happens with Aaron Glenn, but there are these guys that are former players, who are damn good football coaches. Dan Campbell, I remember people were like, oh, but you don't know what he's, you didn't know he's going to be that good. Or
you
don't
saw
know.
it.
To me, man, when I watched him as an interim head coach for Miami at that time, I was like, he has to be the coach.
Yeah.
I loved everything about him. I know he was young. I know he was raw. He probably would have been some hiccups, but you look at what he's done now with the Lions, and he's still that same guy. He's passionate, but you're right. He totes the line, which is, but he does it right. Yeah, he could be your boy. You could get along. You could have a beer with him and have a cast time. But at the same time, if he tells you, hey man, get down, give me 20, you're coach.
Yeah.
You'll run through a wall for that guy.
He gets respect in that locker room, man. The guys, young guys like him, the veterans like him. He treats everybody like men. There's no power struggle there. There's no, oh, hey, bro, hey, man. Like he's coach. Right.
Yeah.
He's not Dan, he's coach. But at the same time, the players love him, young and old. The players love him, the front office loves him. I think, and there was a stretch there for a while where, and I can't remember, I'd have to look up exactly the record they had for a little while there where, they were not winning a lot, but stayed the course. The front office stayed patient with them, and it's paid off, man. It's paid off. And now look at him. Now he's got, his two coordinators that landed, head coaching gigs. Right, you got Ben Johnson and Aaron Glenn.
So I will say this:
that landed head coaching gigs.
In regards to Flores, it's the same situation, right? So Flores, it didn't work out. I think that Flores, now that he's gone out and he's been with the Minnesota Vikings, he's done that. I believe that his second stint is going to be a lot better. He's going to learn from some of his mistakes. Obviously, now he knows where to toe the line in regards to front office and how to deal with people. He will get another job, and I think he'll be better for it. Mike McDaniel. If Mike McDaniel's let go, I think he'll eventually go to a team where he'll be an offensive assistant, offensive coach, whatever. But he'll learn from his mistakes coming in. Okay, I can't be everybody's friend. He could do that. It works. But at the same time, he has to learn, hey, I'm a coach. I'm the leader of men. I'm the leader of this football team. It's going to be hard to do that now going into this next season, even though he said he's going to try to do that. That's why I think, you probably may want to risk it all and trade these Ramseys and Hills, and it's going to kill your cap. But at the same time, you get rid of those guys. You keep the young guys. You might be able to change the culture in Miami. But if you keep those guys, it's going to be hard all of a sudden now to look at Tyreek Hill and say, no, man, we're not doing that. Sit your ass down. Call me coach.
Exactly. Yeah.
It's gonna be tough.
Don't call
to
me
do that.
Mike. Don't
call me Mike.
Exactly.
It's hard to do that. It will be hard to do
established.
that.
And so we talked about is what Hank mentioned, right? The way you came in and what you established in that locker room, it's hard to pivot from.
Yeah.
Right. It's hard to pivot from being a player's coach and, oh, we're cool and what's up, bro? And I got the Air Force Ones and the pant leg, up and the whole deal. And I got, my Ray-Bans, on, and I'm chilling, I'm cool, to now being the authoritarian, right? To hey, call me coach. Like, it ain't Mike anymore. The whole deal. Like it's hard to pivot from that. So, we'll see, man. Winning cures a lot. Winning solves a lot. So if you start to win, some of those things kind of go by the wayside. But now if you continue to not get the results you want on the field, right, those things off the field are magnified. And so, again, man, I think everybody's on the hot seat this year in Miami. I think you really, really have to come in this year, man, and make it work, because if not, I can see wholesale changes, kind of across the board.
Yeah, there could be a lot of big changes in Miami coming next year. Just simply between players, coaches, they could do a clean sweep for all I know at this point. If they
100%.
don't do something this year, they're gonna probably do.
It'd be
something.
warranted. It'd be
damn right.
Warranted.
It should be a clean
It would be
sweep.
warranted, man. When you talk about what they've committed in terms of salary, to some of these guys, and it not having worked. I think we could really be looking at a guy like McDaniels and being like another McDaniels, right? With like Josh, who is a guy who's just never going to be a good head coach, a guy who's been given a couple chances and it just hasn't worked, like a lot of Bill Belichick assistants, right? I mean, he's been given 2 chances to be a head coach, hasn't worked out. And I think we really have to, to start to look at a guy like McDaniels. Mike McDaniel, if he does get let go, you have to kind of look at him in that same breath and wonder if this guy is ever really going to be, is he ever going to possess what it takes to be the head man, right? Is he going to be able to be a successful, OC all day long? I think that guy, he'll if he gets fired, whether he ends up back in San Francisco, whether he, wherever it is he ends up, I think he's something who you look at and be like, I think you trust him as an OC. I just don't know right now, man, if he's ever going to be wired the right way and have what it takes to be the head man of an NFL franchise.
It's simple. Some people just don't have leadership skills. It's that simple. You see people come that have it, and when they come in the room, they're in charge.
100%.
They are just by the way they carry themselves. If he
And
was to come in
that's
the
a great
room to
point.
me and start trying to project something to me, I don't know how much I'd be picking up on it, because he doesn't seem to be a leader of men. Just by his own actions, I'm talking. I'm not talking if I just met him. I'm talking.
Yeah. 1,000%.
If you're going to be everybody's buddy, you're not the head coach I want around.
100%.
No.
You're not the head
No,
guy.
you
I
want a
want
guy
around. I
that
want
you'll be
somebody
able
that's
to
gonna hold people responsible.
You
that
want a
we're
guy
all
that
here
you
working
could
together on a goal.
Yeah, you want a guy you can respect at the same time. And obviously, you don't want a guy who's hard pressed, but you want a guy you can respect. And when he walks in the room, he commands your presence. You sit down, you shut up, you listen. You're not giggling. You don't have your thing on. You're not late to a meeting. That's not what that is in Miami. This is a show me year for McDaniel. This is big. This is big time.
And you're looking at, right. I think if we go, based on age, right, based on previous history and experience, what side of the ball they come from, right. You could look at a guy like McVay, with the Rams. Look at a guy like Kyle Shanahan, right, where those guys, similar age, similar background. Don't forget, speaking of guys who were on staffs and everything like that, Jay Gruden with the Redskins had all 3 of those guys on the same staff, which is absolutely mind-boggling to me. That Jay Gruden had McDaniel, had McVay, had Kyle Shanahan on the same coaching staff, and they couldn't win anything, right? So something just kind of beside the point, and
we'll continue the conversation.
And
Let me go.
Insane.
Let me just say this very quick. Let's update everybody here. For at least our crew, and for those who are watching. So the slide continues for Shador. We knew that. 3 edge rushers. We talked about that. But the Browns took Dylan Sampson out of Tennessee. The running back goes off the board to Cleveland.
Nice.
Offensive tackle Jalen Travis, Iowa State, off the board to Indianapolis. Jalen Lane, Virginia Tech wide receiver, off the board to the Commanders. The Baltimore Ravens take linebacker out of California, Teddy Buchanan. Malachi Moore, the safety out of Alabama, goes to the Jets. And now the Saints are on the board. So obviously you think of the Saints, I know they took, I think it was Tyler Shuck.
Yeah.
So we'll wait to see what happens here. Obviously, I don't think that's going to happen.
No way.
I'm looking at it. Obviously, we talked about those teams that are set at quarterback. You could always there's no reason why they couldn't go here. But of course, the one team I'm looking at still is the Raiders, which they are at 135.
With the Raiders, you just have an older Shador, that he sits behind. Like literally, Gino is an older Shador.
Yeah.
When you look at like skill set, when you look at what he was projected to be when he came out, because remember there was that for a little while they're like, oh, Geno Smith's going to be the first pick in the draft, and he fell obviously not as far as Shador, but a guy who I think would have some relatability, would land, with a guy like Pete Carroll. Who is an adult who could definitely benefit from have Tom Brady in the building as a resource. Man, I think honestly, man, you look at what they've got him signed to in terms of Geno and his deal. I think it's like a 2-year deal that he's got. So, you can have him there for a couple of years. He can learn, in a stable environment, which, it's weird to say it about the Raiders, but I think he would be in a position, right? I mean, call it what it is. But I think he would be in a position that would suit him. I think you could do a lot worse than Shador at this point in the draft.
Yeah, we've talked about like that uncle. Like he could be that uncle to Shador where he comes in and says, I was drafted at higher than I should have been. Like you're in a good situation.
Exactly. Look it up. You may not remember me, but look it up and look at what happened to me where everybody was projecting me to be the first pick in the draft. And then, and I fell. And look, man, I sat for 10 years.
I need to put that work in.
I had to put the work in Seattle. Like, again, went there from the Jets. Everybody counted me out. After 10 years, I've become the starter, land a big deal. I mean, there's a lot you can learn from him in terms of life, in terms of being a pro athlete, in terms of skill set. I think he would do really, really well to go to Oakland and sit for a couple years and let Geno start. And have there, be no issue. I honestly think that would be a great place for him to land.
He could have that devil and angel, like dad devil, like as far as they're not saying I love Dion. Like Dion's great. Yeah. But the guy that's been there, he's got all the talent. He was drafted high. Like I expect this. You don't need to hear this right now because you're not what your dad was. Your dad was an animal of an athlete and could do whatever he wanted to.
100%.
And then you have Geno that was there, but it fell off. Like this is what you need to do. You need to put in the work, and he could coach him 100%. And be that figure for him.
And again, and low key, right? You got Tom Brady there, which if you ever needed, somebody, to give you a humbling story, right? All you got to do is go upstairs to his office, and sit down and pick his brain about anything and everything,
and the broadcast booth
or that, yeah, right. I mean, listen, man. Honestly, I think at this point in the draft. Bro, that is that would be tailor-made.
This is the best thing for him. Best thing for him.
I agree 100%.
But a wild card team that could take him. This coach has been known to draft players and trade them. Kansas City's coming up.
Yeah, and we talked about it before you came up. I think that's one of those teams. Yeah, that's one of those teams where at this point in the draft, a team like Baltimore, a team like Kansas City, a team like Philly, a team like the Raiders, right? Like some of these teams in the Raiders not as good as the previous teams, but established quarterbacks, right? Good front offices, teams that are going to give you sound bites for the right things, not for the wrong things, right? Where now the Shador, propaganda starts and the whole deal, right? That you go there, you forget he even exists for a little bit because the teams are winning and they're established at quarterback. Let him learn, let him get his feet wet. And at some point, next year, the year after, when somebody needs a quarterback, hey, here's Shador for, a third or, for a fourth or whatever the case may be.
Yeah, the Shador is almost closed. I can tell you that. The kid's got to go soon. He's got to. If he doesn't, that's fine. I'll let Miami pick him up. But
I was going to say, if round 5 comes around, you got 3 fifth-round picks. At that point, Will Howard's still on the board too. Josh.
Like I said, the kid wouldn't be bad in Miami, just the media circus. But
I know
Miami's used to that anyway.
Hey, we talked about, is this a make or break year for a Chris Greer or whatever? Does he risk it all? Does he, is he going to play it safe? He hasn't played it safe so far. He's drafting as if he knows like, hey, my job is fine. So drafting Shador Sanders will continue that trend, showing like, hey, my job's safe because I could make this type of pick. because he's traded back. He traded for a third rounder next year, which in a perfect world is a good trade. You got a premium pick next year's draft.
Exactly.
And you still have a 6th round, you got 3 5th rounders. It wasn't really a bad deal. It's a bad deal if you're trying to protect your job, but maybe Chris Greer is not really trying to protect his job. Maybe he's trying to play, and maybe he's just saying, hey, I really do feel comfortable about my job. Maybe it's not safe in the eyes of Stephen Ross, but maybe Stephen Ross has said, don't worry about your job right now. You draft and you do your job as if you were staying.
It would listen. Stephen Ross has given every indication that Chris Greer's job is safe.
Absolutely.
Oh, 100%.
I mean, in the media, he says everything that he's supposed to and gives Chris Greer all the credit in the world, and outwardly, has given every indication that Chris Greer, has nothing to worry about. So
Not this year.
Good for him, right? Good for him.
Not this year.
Yeah, but man. Listen,
you go. There's a corner off the board there. Quincy
Riley, man. I just saw it, man. I really like that guy, man.
Yeah, he just
really,
came off the board.
That's a nice pick for the Saints right there.
Interesting name for the for the Bears.
Ruben Hippolyte.
Yeah. I remember Lasaka Polite. I don't know if any of you guys remember fullback for the Dolphins. He was a fullback. He was Lasaka Polite, and I used to when he would like bust through the line to get to first down. He'd go, "He's just too polite. He's just too polite." I love names like that.
The Canes just had a Hippolyte that left to FIU.
There you go. Okay,
he was a running backs coach. Who was he was a big time high school football coach. I can't remember what high school down there in Miami, but he was an analyst for them, if I'm not mistaken, the running back position, and took the FIU running back coach position. Coach Hippolyte.
He's just too polite. So yeah, there he goes. 132 off the board there. Appreciate FinStanza doing that. He'll be before he gets on, he'll be posting who's being taken through the comments there. So that's good for us. Eric should call show Shador talk. Ha 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 ha. I think everybody's talking about
everybody has. Everybody has. I mean, listen,
could he go undrafted
on NFL?
Yes.
Could he?
I think there's a strong chance he
there's the 4th round is considered the round that you take the players that you're unsure of, like the medical guys, the character guys. This is the one that has the talent, but there's something wrong with them.
Yeah. And again, man, at this point in the draft, like we talked about, right? At this point in the draft, I think this is where your front offices really make their money. Yeah. And you take guys who, again, have fallen because they don't necessarily have the measurables, right? I think this is the area of draft 4 to 7 are guys that have been productive, right? Don't have the highest ceilings, that end up in a great system and end up being long-time NFL players. It just takes the right situation.
And I will say too, he's going to be Mr. Irrelevant. Yeah, hey, it could happen. I mean, you can give up a 7th for him, but and maybe and I will say this with regards to Shador, would he prefer at a certain point just to get undrafted so that way he can, you know what I mean? Because that way people do decide. Yeah. Then you have to get now you get a chance to decide what team you want to go to.
100%.
So
he's not going undrafted though, Bobby.
No.
Yeah, my guess would not be that he would go undrafted, but Hank, honestly, man, at this point,
he probably prefer
anything is possible. Now, would he prefer it? More than likely. But again, I think at this point, honestly, I cannot be moved off the thought of it's going to be one of those really, really good teams. Baltimore, Kansas City, Philadelphia, one of them who, again, established starter, right, who make the media for the right reasons. They win and the whole deal, and there's no controversy. I think you bring him in, with a strong front office, a strong coaching staff, a strong QB room, and he goes in there, he's insulated from all the BS, doesn't have to worry about starting, and can just, again, develop, learn, and the whole deal, and then, like, in a year or two, ends up getting traded. Honestly, like, I feel like that's kind of what happens for him. Who knows? Let's see what it turns out, but I think that's kind of how I think it works out.
Kansas City has Mr. Irrelevant. Yeah. They have that pick, the last pick of the draft.
Yeah, they just took Jalen Royals, who's a wide receiver,
Utah
State.
Yeah, there it is. Yep. Utah State wide receiver Jalen Royals.
Yeah.
There you go. And we are
at this point in the draft. That's a nice pick.
5 picks left in round 4 before we move on to round 5.
Wow.
And our coverage will continue here on FTSN throughout 5, 6, and 7. We'll have Steve Malloy, Will of 305 Sports on with us. We'll have Dahl. We'll have Miss Finn's on the show. We got a lot of great Qs with us. Fish Tank Hank. We got Josh Wingate. I think Coach should be joining us too. And that other guy, FinStanza, will pop in eventually. He's slacking somewhere. I don't know what he's doing.
Is he the one putting the picks in the chat?
He is. Yeah. He's
I
there.
like
Yeah,
that.
he's doing good, man. He's MVP in back there for us today. He's been with us. He's the one guy. We said it yesterday because I was a little late and I had to go get dinner. And all I had to text him was I just wrote him. I said, "Hey," and he goes, "Dinner?" I was like, "Yeah." He's like, "All right, good." So I didn't have to tell him. But he was sat down through the entire draft last night. So it was like that dude never goes. He didn't have to go pee. He didn't have to do nothing, dude. I don't know. I think he has a bag there, a straw. I don't know what he's doing.
That's
He had his
dedication.
catheter hooked up.
Catheter.
Yeah. He plugged himself in before the
That's
show.
it. That's it.
Yeah, man. It's been so much fun doing this draft. I love doing this every year.
I do too.
It's a blast.
I like getting together with everybody and listening to everybody's opinions and thoughts on everybody that's coming up, and that's fun for me. I enjoy that.
I was actually thinking about for next year. The hardest thing for us, because we got our list of 5 players from each position we're going to start going into.
Yeah, we're going to start working on next year's draft right after this.
And I started thinking the best way to go about it is offensive line. Like, let's look at the offensive line first, because our film, it's just the offensive line.
The entire
you can get into those players a little earlier. You can get into them. I think that's the way to go until we start getting film for the other players. But yeah, I think we can start day one offensive line and start going into that. And I'm not afraid of, like, as we get these reports going, just throwing them out there. And
yeah, man, I know.
I'm excited.
That's what I did after last year. My wife thought I was crazy, but she gets it now. But as soon as the draft was over, she saw me watch it. She goes, "I thought it ended." I go, "It did. I'm working on next year's. This was last year." She's like, "Oh my gosh!"
Wife, we got news for you. Never ends.
It never ends.
It never ever ends.
This is like Game of Thrones. My watch never ends. It's like,
Did you fix it?
Working on it.
Using the splitter?
Joshua Farmer, FSU tackle, still on the board there.
Still
Do a
there.
little work with the splitter without taking it off. It should. One goes to the TV, one goes to the internet.
Should be one over there that doesn't have a splitter, right? Somewhere.
Yes, Restrepo and Martinez are both still on the board there. And I hope that stays that way for at least Miami's picks.
I'm thinking that's the
Because I'd love to, in terms of running back, let me just talk about running backs very quick, because there's still some very good guys on the board. But again, Damian Martinez, right? I'll let you, Q. I'll let you talk about Damian Martinez, brother. Talk about him.
Brother, listen, man. We talked about it, here recently, man. A guy who, when you look at the position and where it is that, that he was slated, bro, sitting behind, again, at the very least, I'm looking at one board that had him, behind like Devin Neal from Kansas, DJ Ginn from Kansas State, Jarquez Hunter from Auburn. Listen, man, this is a guy who at Miami ran for 1,000 yards almost effortlessly, to be totally honest with you, man. A guy who runs with speed, runs with power, good lateral quickness, can catch the ball, good in pass protection. A dude who, again, man, at this point in the draft, the team is going to be really, really happy they landed him. Super talented guy. Showed really well at the Senior Bowl. And again, man, running back is one of those positions that traditionally, you can get guys, in this round and even later, who come in and make an impact. And so I think a team that lands him at this point in the draft or later is going to be really, really happy that they landed him. Really talented kid, man.
100%. 100%, I think, and especially this is the area right here. We talked about it. We're going into round 5 eventually, and a couple picks here. I said that this was where I could see him going, is between that round 4 and 5, because round 6 is where we were talking, Q, on Will's podcast, that somebody had him in round 6, and it's like, that's crazy.
I was like, man, that's nuts, man. Like,
but look at the way this draft is going, man.
In round 6, dude. This guy's 5'11", 217, ran a 4.5 40. Dude can catch the ball. I mean, runs with just power, man. He can break tackles. He can run through you. Look at some of that tape against Florida. Look at some of that tape against, Syracuse and the whole deal. And the way that guy ran the ball. against Syracuse, you can make the argument, man, that if they feed that guy the ball 10 more times in that game, he was fresh, he was ready to go. If you give him the ball 10 more times in that game, they win the game and they end up in the college football playoff.
Yeah.
Like that's how easily he was running through and over those guys in Syracuse. And for some reason, they just went away from him.
And Pretty Boy, just let you know, Cam Scatterbo was taken by the Giants.
By the Giants, he was.
So he's already off the board, brother.
Mm-hmm.
And the Raiders are on the clock now. Here we go. Shador, watch. Here we go.
Probably we need a graphic. We need to have, whip up one of your videos.
Shador.
This would be a great place, man. This would be a great spot for him right here, man. Honestly, like at this point, man, I just feel bad for the guy. Like it's hard not to. It's hard at this point not to feel bad. It doesn't matter what you thought of him leading, coming into the draft. It doesn't matter what you think of Deion Sanders. Like at this point, man, like it's
slide continues.
God, man, it's
went with Tonka
Hemingway.
So, is Martinez like Pacheco from the Chiefs?
No, not at all. Not body type, not running style. Both productive in different ways. I think a guy like Pacheco was a little bit slighter. A guy who runs bigger than he is, runs with power, and you wouldn't expect it from a guy that looks that way. But definitely different running styles. But yeah, I wouldn't say that he's like Pacheco at all. I think Martinez is I don't know, he's a glider, man. I mean, he's a bigger dude. But I think he's more of a glider, if that makes sense. Pacheco just kind of runs angry, and again, just different styles. Both really good players, but I think very different players when you're comparing those two particular players.
There you go. Here he goes. We continue to wait here. We got Baltimore on the clock. Baltimore's going to come away with somebody that should have been taken earlier, and just
did they trade? I see Tennessee up next, or am I not seeing it right?
Oh, maybe they did trade. Yeah, they traded out.
Eric, you're welcome, brother.
There you go. So Tennessee's trading up.
Tennessee, man, lots of trades and everything after the first, like the second, third, and fourth. There's been so many trades.
Yeah, for a draft that usually before the draft there's a lot of trades, but they waited until the very last minute.
They were there was a report that came out that said Cleveland and Jacksonville, they traded, Cleveland traded out of two with Jacksonville. And they said apparently that deal was agreed upon April 7th and they just hadn't announced it is what came out after the fact.
Let me see here. Let's see what the Titans do here. Anybody have an idea what Tennessee might do with this pick?
You better start giving Cam Ward some weapons.
Yeah, what have they done so far? Let's grab Tennessee. Let's see what they've done.
Yeah, you better start giving him some weapons, man. Because in terms of the skill positions,
they got Gunnar Helm. They got Chamari Dyke from Florida.
Yeah, Chamari DK, I think, if I'm not mistaken.
DK, sorry.
I'm not.
Sorry.
Yeah. Oh no, you're good, brother. I like Oladipo, the edge that they got from UCLA, but he doesn't play offense. Kevin Winston, again at safety, and then DK, I'm not super. That guy wasn't great at Florida. I don't know how.
Restrepo could be a good pick here for them. I think. Double dip.
I think if that guy doesn't run, if he doesn't run the 40 at his pro day, he may have already been picked.
Yep.
But decided to do it and killed his draft stock. That was a shame. Oh, they took a receiver though. They took Eli Aymanor from Stanford.
Okay, there you go.
If don't know if you're familiar with him, if you ever watch him play, if you ever want to look up some tape, look at what he did to Travis Hunter when they played Colorado. Absolutely ate him alive in that game. Ate him alive in that game.
They're same division, right?
Yeah, they were. Yeah. Well, not officially, not since last year because Stanford.
Well, I'm saying
ended up in the ACC, but yeah,
Tennessee, Jacksonville.
Oh yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Now that's
exactly.
true. Yeah.
Josh, didn't even think about it that way, but yeah, same, exactly, same division now for sure. But yeah, he ate him alive in that game. That was Travis Hunter's worst game ever in college, I would imagine. He got eaten up in that game. But yeah, they'll get to revisit that one twice a year, man. in a division that, all things considered, when you're comparing, all the divisions in the NFL, probably the worst division in football.
Hey, I've got some good news for you guys.
Yes, sir.
Shador's still there for the Dolphins, and I just got internet.
There you go.
Hey, there you
man.
go. Hey.
Only took 3 or 4 days, but I got it now.
There you go.
And we are 6 picks away from Miami.
Right on.
We are 6 picks. So unless they trade again, we're 6 picks away. Can you imagine?
Wow. If they trade out of there again.
Bobby, I want to be here for 1 pick at least.
I know. Let's see. There's a trade. Seattle has traded their pick to New England, so the Patriots are on the board, and let's see what happens here. I love how after every pick, there, everybody goes, "Yeah, we did it," hugs and everything, and the guy gets cut.
That's always been funny to me. How everybody celebrates after every pick, and you're just like,
I can see like a fist bump going, "Oh man, cool man, we got our dude."
Yeah.
You're like, "Oh shit."
Yeah, there's everybody's up, and why? What are we?
What are we doing here?
Yeah, like I can see like the first pick overall or something like that. Yeah, cool. But day 3 in round 4, like we're still doing we're still doing that. Like, I don't know. It just doesn't make any sense to me, but whatever.
Hey, that's all about job security with the boss.
That's true.
Got to pretend you're real happy about that 7th round pick.
I guess so.
We got 6 picks or 7 picks left, right? I think maybe. So Fish Tank, Fish Tank says he wants us to be here for at least 1 pick so we can all react together. And of course, in a few minutes, I think we should be starting to be packing up here with stacking up with some new people coming in here, get their thoughts, and we should all be able to react together to Miami's pick.
You got New England on the clock.
New England is on the clock. The pick is in, and they're doing their little high fives. Look, there it goes. Oh, yeah, man, we did it, bro. I wanted him, man. And yeah, we did so good, bro. It's like,
I see somebody, DP said Restrepo's like Waddle, but more durable. I think that's a stretch, brother. I think Waddle wins with speed. Just more dynamic, man. Restrepo's just one of those, slot guys who just, kind of finds a crease, and he gets over. I think they win totally different. Both good receivers in their own right, but I think definitely different games right there when you're comparing those two.
And we'll review best players available for each position again as we get into round 5. Just so Evan says he's getting a snack and it's called it Andy Reid. Man, we are not going to let that go, I guess. I still have not looked up Andy Reid's recent looks, so I'm wondering.
Yeah.
There you go. Restrepo definitely more like Welker. That would be more of a better comp in my personal opinion.
Let's see what the Patriots are doing here.
Again, had a really good draft so far, so we'll see what they do.
Let's see here. Yeah, that could be an underrated pick there from your man there from Stanford to Tennessee.
Yeah, man, I'm telling you, dude can play, man. Dude can play.
Let's see here.
Good size. Wins contested balls. I mean, he can play.
That's pretty good. Oh man, let's see. All right, I don't see anything yet.
Yeah, they there you go. Just like Eric Rivera just said.
There it is.
Yep,
Joshua Farmer. Good pick. Hey man, he should. That's a guy who could have been in the 3rd round there. Could have gone probably as high as the late 2nd round. You get him in the 4th round.
Yeah, there was I saw a lot of 2nd round buzz.
Yeah.
For him for sure. 5-star kid coming out of high school. I mean, the kid's been good for a long time, man. Obviously, underperformed at Florida State like every single other person at Florida State did.
Man, I remember, I'm honestly growing up Miami and my fan, if Florida State's the team that I hate the most out of all the teams. They're like the Jets to me. I really believe, that's how I feel about them.
Yeah,
But I remember when I was watching film last year, Q, and Josh could attest to this, and Fish Tank, because but like I was watching film last year, and I go to D tackles, and I'm like, I see, okay, I gotta go to Florida State guys. And I watch it, and I see Braden Fisk. That was so like I was like all over that dude. I saw he just jumped at me. I'm like, what the hell? This dude's legit.
No.
I was like, I loved everything about him, and it was so hard for me to do that, and I couldn't to be pumping up a Florida State guy. Like, he was my ride or die. If Miami would have took him last year, I would have been happy. Like, I would have been, but
when he landed at Florida State, I'm kind of like you, right? Born and raised in Miami, not remotely a Florida State fan. Like, I hate their colors. I hate the stadium. I hate the damn chop, like the whole deal. But when they landed him in the portal, I was like, oh, I wonder what, we'll see. Kid ended up being the truth, man. I mean, it was really good at Florida State. Got drafted by the Rams. Ended up being really good with the Rams. So that was a hell of a pickup by them in the portal, and a hell of a pick, or a hell of a draft pick by the Rams to incorporate them in their system. It was really good, man. They did well with rookies in their system. The Rams, with Jared Verse from Florida State, Braden Fisk from Florida State, Cam Kitchens from Miami. They're on their way, man. They're on their way. They've got a really, really nice defense over there in LA with those three guys for sure.
So we are at the end of round 4. We're waiting on the San Francisco 49ers pick. Then we will be, let's see here, 4 picks away from Miami's pick. Miami picks at 143. Jose says he's pissed. Miami did not trade up for Jordan Farmer. I get it. Or Joshua Farmer, excuse me. So we'll wait, but let's look at best available so far. And again, if you're we'll go position by position here, because we got 5 picks. So obviously you look at the quarterback. Who's going to be on top of there? It's going to be Shador Sanders still on board. Quinn Ewers, who had dinner with Miami. Will Howard still on board. Kyle McCord. Some decent options for a late round quarterback for Miami. My goodness, if you wanted to come away with at least with a quarterback, this is the time to do it. I mean, with any of these 5th round picks. Running back, we talked about it. Damian Martinez, Ollie Gordon, Devin Neal, DJ Giddens, all still on the board here for Miami. If they want to go that route.
Torrey Horton, really, like we mentioned earlier, really nice receiver from Colorado State, man.
6'3", 196.
Yeah, man. Big kid, can move. 4.41 in the 40. I think underrated kid. I think a guy who's going to end up making a team and being really, really good.
And talk about another Nick Nash, 6'3", 203. He had himself a solid Senior Bowl. That's a guy that could be a good late round option for Miami, for anybody really. Joseph Bell says, like it or not, Shador is a top 100 talent. And so tight end, you think of Jackson Hawes out of Georgia Tech, which is Evans' guy. Evans been banging the table for him for a while now.
Yeah,
he is a premier
he can play,
blocking tight end. Not much of a pass catcher, but
he's not bad. He's not bad.
I hate to do it, but I would have to disagree, because we're at 139. He still hasn't been drafted.
Well,
not a top 100 pick.
Top 100 talent. Top 100 pick. Oronde Gadsden still there,
bro. Somebody's gonna hit a home run with that kid.
I know, dude.
He's gonna hit a home run.
Isaiah Bond, crazy not to take it.
Yeah, man, legit. Isaiah Bond is still available. I think again, another guy who can be a speed guy from Texas at receiver, who I think is going to make somebody really happy.
Again,
bro, there's still a lot of
some good talent on this board.
Really good talent available, man.
Again, if you look at offensive line,
hey, the Vikings might take him. The Vikings might take him.
Cameron Williams, offensive tackle, still on the board. That's a dude that that's a great pickup if you could get him.
100%.
Logan Brown out of Kansas, Chase Lunt, UConn offensive tackle. Miami met with him. Offensive guard Membo still on there from Purdue. Jalen Rivers from Miami. Of course, he could be later. You could look at him probably in the 6th round, maybe. Talk about defensive line. The Ole Miss D tackle still there. Yaya Black is still there. Chris Paul, junior linebacker, still on the board. Jeffrey Bassa from Oregon. Josh's guy, Smeal Munden Jr. out of Georgia, still up on there.
Yeah, I don't know much about him. I haven't watched him. What position does he play?
Plays linebacker
Linebacker?
from Georgia.
Yeah.
Yeah. Kick and play, man. Kick
But
and
Kenny,
play.
just I
He
look
wasn't
at
one
the,
of he wasn't one of the hot one of like the big names on the Georgia defense. When, you know, because again, super talented defense. You know, Malachi Starks and Michael Williams and all these guys. But you know, Jalen Walker, but a guy who's you know, really good player, underrated. I think a guy who ends up making an NFL roster and being a pretty
and talk about edge rushers. You know, you got Tyler Barron out of Miami, but one that I know who will be joining us in just a minute here was when I remember when him and I talked about him early on. He's still available. APR because that's what Will said to call him.
Antoine Powell,
Ryland. That dude, sack machine. I mean, that's great value.
If you watched, again, going back to the Miami Virginia Tech game, like I said about Bashal Tootin on offense, if you watched that game against Virginia Tech for Miami, Antoine Powell Ryland was a guy that they could not block. I think led the country in sacks. I think the year before.
Well, when I had him in one of my when I had him in my mock, I think I had him in towards 6 or 7. I don't know. I think maybe 6. When Will was like, dude, there's no way he'll be there. You know, but of course now we're here in round 5. It's like that's the thing I love about the draft. There's no absolute because we don't know who's going to be available. You know, look at Shador. But and it's up
Carolina's on the clock.
Who's on the clock? I'm sorry.
Carolina.
Thank you, sir. Zoff Frazier still on the board for Miami, who I love in this pick. For Miami,
I like him too.
Dorian Strong out of Virginia Tech. This dude 6'1", 185. Zoff Frazier 6'3", 186. Denzel Burke, Ohio State. Tommy Hill, Zay Alexander. In regards of safety, Jalen Reed from Penn State. Sebastian Castro out of Iowa. Dante Trader, Maryland. There's still some good names on this board as we get into round 5 of the NFL draft. And we wait for Carolina. Let's introduce Will of 305 Sports to get on in here. Let's bring him in. Will, my man, how are you? You're muted.
He said not again. Not. You still having picture mic issues, bro? Still having
Yeah, we still can't hear you, but keep going. It's fun to watch.
It says your mic is muted. Unmute your mic on the press that button.
Hank, he knows sign language too. Ask him to do sign language.
No, you're still muted.
There you go.
We'll be right back. He'll be right back. It's all right though. It's okay. It's live, folks. We're live.
That's it. That's what happens with live shows.
As we wait for Will, let's bring in the one and only Real Talk Fins Talk host, Steve Malloy. Steve, my brother, how are you?
Great. I'm doing great. How's everybody doing?
All right, your mic works, so thank God for that. Poor Will. You know how frustrated he gets with that.
Man, that computer just whoops his ass all the time. All the time. That mic and that computer just.
And you know what sucks? You know he had something good to say because he came in also. He's like, "Hey," we're like, "We can't hear you." He's like, "Son of a."
You literally can see it in his lips. He goes, "Oh, not again."
If he has a dog or a cat, you know they kick their out of my way. You know something happened.
That was great.
Okay, so
Panthers are
nice
done.
you,
They
my
took a defensive tackle. You now have the Birds are on the board.
That's right.
Yep.
What were you saying, Q? I'm sorry.
Oh, I was saying what's up to Steve, man. Steve, good to meet you, my man.
Yeah, good to meet you too, my brother.
Awesome. Let's see. Okay, here goes Will. Let's see if it works.
All right, does it work now?
Oh,
yeah!
You guys should have played into it and be like, no, I can't hear you.
We can't hear you.
We could have been like.
So very quick. Well, let's start with Steve here. Steve, because we got 2 picks in. We're coming up. Dawkins out of Georgia, edge rusher, and Cam Jackson, D tackle out of Florida, both taken now. We're 2 picks away from Miami. But before we get to Miami, Kenneth Grant, 7A offensive lineman out of Arizona. Your reaction to those picks for Miami so far?
I like the picks.
Okay.
I think they're going to be immediate, fill up an immediate need. They'll probably be impact players, in my opinion. I like the guard. I like Jonah. I really like him. I think he's going to help out in the running game for sure. And Kenneth Grant is going to be a beast in the middle. We needed a guy like him. But we only got 2 picks. So I'm a little concerned with that. I'm happy. Like I said, I'm happy with the picks, but I'm a little concerned with that. And we've just traded up for, we gave up a bunch of picks and stuff like that. I know we got a 3rd round pick for next year and everything. So basically what that's telling me is we're building for the future. It's not going to be a Super Bowl run this year for sure. So we're definitely in a rebuild mode right now, even though they don't want to admit it. We're in a rebuild mode. We're getting younger. We're getting the pieces we need. And if we can just be patient, I think we'll be okay. Building up for some draft capital next year. I like that. So I think we're going in the right direction. I'm happy about the direction that we're going to. And I'm kind of wondering, is it really Chris Grier that's making these picks, or is it Marvin Allen and Champ Kelly? Because this doesn't seem like a typical Chris Grier draft.
Trade.
Yeah, Sam
Howell.
Howell.
Trade. Look, Sam Howell went to the Vikings. Interesting. Yep. So we get Will's opinion right now on this draft. And as we're doing that, let's welcome in the one and only Doll of Doll's Diaries. She's here. She's coming in for her watch. Girl, how you doing?
Good. Watching the Panthers game. So
is it still tied? Is it 1-1 still?
Unfortunately, but it's better than the Heat game. I had to turn that shit off real fast.
Gosh, that's how you know I'm so in there. I'm not even paying attention to either one.
I watched. We had a lead for maybe like 5 minutes, and I was like, oh, no.
It's all over.
That series was over before he got started.
So
yeah.
We'll get Doll's opinion. Doll, you follow right up, and unless the Dolphins are on the clock, and then we'll wait for that. But Will, right now, just very quick, man, your thoughts on both picks for Miami?
Yeah. Well, I'm not going to sugarcoat it, and we kind of talked about it. I commented on your show quite a bit. I was pissed off at the Grant pick, not because I didn't like the pick of Grant. Steve and I actually spoke about him the night before on my show. I had him on. I just thought that he would have been available later. So I think the Dolphins overreached one. I really wanted Jediah Barron, especially since you're getting rid of Jalen Ramsey. Jediah does a little bit of what Ramsey does. You could put him on anybody's best receiver, whether in the boundary or the slot. So I think that Miami should have gone for Barron. And now, in my opinion, they just gave Denver an opportunity to shut down both sides of the field. As far as their boundary corners go with Pat Surtain and also with Jediah Barron. So that being said, if I were the Dolphins, I would have traded down, got some extra picks, and picked Grant because Grant was slated to be available in later in the first round or even in the second round. I like the pick of the guard. I also think we overreached just slightly trading up to get him. I think he also would have been available. But I do like both picks. Don't get me wrong. I think Grant fits into the system that Weaver likes to run because you need that big fat guy in the middle, that 340 pounder, to kind of clog up lanes and stuff like that, for your team, especially running that kind of a set on defense. But I think he would have came in later. But I love the guard pick. I think he's going to be great in the run, and I think we're going to see much more production from the running backs this year because we have a big guy over in playing that position. They picked the true guard, which I think was a good thing because that's exactly where the problem was with the team was the inside of the offensive line.
So the pick is in for Seattle. We'll wait for that, and Miami will be on the clock. So as we're waiting on that, Doll, the Kenneth Grant pick. I know you talked about that. You were on with us, but now you wanted offensive line. Miami went and got an offensive lineman. What do you think of that pick?
Haven't looked into him.
Okay.
I was out last night, and then I've been busy all morning. So I'm happy that we went guard. I'm glad that they didn't go corner. I was worried that we were going to throw, offensive line. And now that we traded away our third, thank God he did. So only time you'll hear me say good things about Chris Grier, other than me wishing him well in the rest of his life when he's gone. I'm not happy we traded away our third. I'll be honest. Unless our plan is to tank this year and go full-fledged Arch Manning next year, I don't think that we should be trading away picks. We have holes upon holes upon holes. We have guys who don't want to be there. We have a huge issue. And so we're not going to get bodies to fill it. I don't know. I don't like it. I know some people do. They think that they're preparing for the future. But if Chris Grier is preparing for the future, that means that he doesn't think his job's on the line. And that is a problem if this man, your fan base, first of all, is printing out Fire Grier shirts. And if this man thinks that he's secure with a mediocre team, an injury-prone, like it's just that blows my mind, and it makes me worried for the future of the team if these guys aren't thinking about build. I don't know. I don't like it, but I don't hate it as much as I hate it. I didn't hate the Grant pick. I just didn't think that he was the right player for the right pick. I don't think the guy's bad. I think he's a talented guy. I just didn't think that he was who we needed to go with our first pick.
All right, Mommy's pick is in. Let's see here. It's from Spain. Let's see who we got.
Damian Martinez.
Did we really get Martinez?
No.
At least we got him.
Stop
Steve,
it.
come on, man.
I don't know. That's who I like. That's who I like.
Listen, they double dip on defensive tackle. They go Jordan Phillips out of Maryland.
Oh, I like that.
I
like that a lot.
That's a nice.
Will, me and you were about to have a party.
I know, man. I was about to celebrate.
Will's like, we did. I was like, what a
Martinez.
tease.
The next pick. The next pick, man.
Jordan
We still
Phillips.
got 2 more picks in this round. We're good.
Right.
They
got 2 more picks.
tricked me into thinking we got the U running back.
Steve, man, you just ripped my heart out, man.
Martinez.
Steve's like, oh, I'm sorry, guys. I'm so sorry. So, okay, Josh, you say you like this pick. Tell us why.
I mean, I think Jordan Phillips is a guy that can play the 5 tech that solidifies Grant being in the middle. Phillips is the kind of guy, he has some pass rush to him. He can stack the offensive lineman and stop the run. He has the ability to get a little slippery and get into the backfield. At the 5th round, I feel like that is just
I saw him in the third, and I saw him in the third. You know, as high as the 3rd round. So this is a great pick. And we talk about that securing that defensive line.
Yeah.
I mean, my goodness, Kenneth Grant, Zach Steeler, Jordan Phillips, edge rushers. I mean, my goodness. Obviously, you think of corner. Obviously, we were talking about Damian Martinez right before you guys popped in, so we understand. But I mean, when I saw Jordan Phillips and Steve goes, it's Damian Martinez, I'm like, wait, what am I missing? What am I missing here? So, what a tease, Steve. Damn. So, we'll let the crew react. Let's get FinStanza in here. FinStanza, you can let yourself in if you can.
Bobby.
Yes, sir.
I like the pick, but I wanted a corner.
I know. Trust me. I'm looking at Saw Frazier, man.
I saw Frazier on there. I hope we still get him.
Are we looking at corner?
Packing to do,
and they're hoping that they.
Okay.
Bow out and let others come in.
Fish Tank, thank you, sir. Fish Tank Hank, the one and only. He saw Evan. He said, "I'm getting the hell out of here." So,
what it is, Junior came on.
That's
He's
right.
nothing but trouble.
He's trouble. We got to get the hell out of here.
I got to get out of here before he makes me cry.
All right, Fish Tank. Thank you, sir. Fish Tank, look, later on, if you want to, if you have more Miami picks you want to react to, you just pop in, okay?
Yeah, I might do that from time to time. That way I can see my girlfriend.
He's got internet now,
There
so
you go.
he can do whatever he wants.
There's only one girl on the panel. You'll all figure it out.
We'll figure it out. All right, Fish
Hey,
Tank.
Hank,
Yeah.
Hank, I wanted to say congratulations on your new house, brother.
Oh, thank you, bro. I really appreciate it. Yeah,
Now-
we're ecstatic. We're ecstatic.
I bet you are. So now I got a place to go visit when I go down to South Florida.
There you go.
Yeah, my backyard's always open.
Sounds good. Sounds good, man.
Evan, you're
No,
muted.
you're always welcome. Everybody's welcome. We have
Hank, don't-
plenty of room.
Hank, don't leave. You don't want to leave.
I don't want to leave.
Wait. It's worth waiting for. Trust me.
All right.
Why?
Can I break the news?
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
The nightmare's over for the kid. I think it's about
Oh,
to happen.
Shador. Is he getting picked?
He's about to be picked.
He's going
You
to the
think
Browns.
so?
Ooh.
He's going to
Cleveland.
Cleveland.
Go to
Whoa.
Cleveland.
There you go.
There you go. Nightmare's over.
Nightmare for
Wow.
Man.
Wow. Did
He
it
was expected
happen?
to go there anyway, so from what
Yeah,
I looked at some mocks, he was later on. He was expected to be picked by
There you go.
the
There you
Browns.
go.
No surprise.
Unfortunately, he's going to a garbage organization, but he's being picked.
That's
So.
all right. He'll have a couple of years to see how crappy it is.
You should call Baker Mayfield.
Yeah. Oh, listen, I think as a head coach, then you got Kevin Stefanski, who I think is
That's
capable.
funny.
Listen, what he did with his quarterback situation last year, and what they were able to they were actually able to win games. with maybe the worst quarterback room in the league, I think is admirable. The guy's been coach of the year. But again, man, as an organization, I think the owner meddles way too much. They just don't do things the right way, man. So hopefully it works out for him, man. We'll see. But hey, if he ends up there, then good for him. Hank.
Peace out, everybody.
Appreciate you, Fish Tank.
Everybody for tuning in with me.
Yeah.
And Bobby for starting this off. Thank you all, and have a great day.
Thank you, Fish Tank.
All right, Hank. Take care,
Hank,
brother.
have a good one.
You think Dion loosened up a little bit? They got the round. What are we? Round 5. And
Yeah, round 5.
He's like, you know what? I don't mind where my son goes. You can take him if you want.
Into Cleveland.
All this shows is that Dion has no leverage right now because Shador is a 5th round pick. So if he wants to pull the I'm the Hall of Fame card, I'm the prime card, he can't because
there's no
his son
leverage,
is a
man.
5th round pick.
Parents, listen, you're in the pros, man. Parents have no leverage here. It doesn't matter what it doesn't matter if your last name is Manning. It doesn't matter if your last name is Sanders. It doesn't matter if your last name is Johnson. It doesn't matter. Like you're a pro now, and mommy and daddy have to stay out of it. Period. Point blank. Like
There was at one time though that I remember that oh my God, what's his name? Eli Manning. They didn't want him to go.
They
wanted him to go to the Chargers.
You remember when he
they
got
made a
drafted by the
deal.
Chargers and he said,
yes, exactly, and they're going to the Giants. So Arch did pull some weight there.
Then that was what 20-ish years ago now, and
Different era now. Different era.
Yeah, it worked out for both of them, right?
When the talent
totally
matches.
did.
Yeah,
when the talent matches and you say, I'm not going to play for you, and you have the first overall pick.
Yeah.
And they're like, I don't want to waste that pick.
You got to be like a top pick in the draft, type of guy to have that even matter.
That's what I've said. That's what I mean. Like Dion has no leverage right now because he's a 5th rounder.
Yeah, people don't think highly of you, then what you say about where you want to go doesn't matter.
Can I ask you a question? Did this hit me? Dillon Gabriel versus Shador Sanders. This is going to be nuts.
Dillon Gabriel should have went undrafted. Like they way overdrafted.
Yeah, I don't know where that came from. And now listen, and listen, look at what I was telling you about the Browns. Look what I was telling you about the Browns. Why would you, as the Browns, take Dillon Gabriel and then a couple rounds later take Shador Sanders?
QB competition.
I'll have to.
But I mean, I don't disagree with you necessarily, but is that really what you want? With the Browns. To have that type of competition, and then your starter is probably Joe Flacco, and then you have these two guys behind him. Like I don't know, man. I just don't see how if you're the Browns and you need as much as you do, why would you take 2 quarterbacks in this draft?
Yeah.
Like you're not anywhere near established in terms of a talent perspective to afford taking Dillon Gabriel and then Shador Sanders afterwards, in my opinion.
What about the Deshaun Watson? You think Cleveland's lost faith in him?
The owner said it was a swing and miss, and they're moving on from him.
He's out for the year, right?
Yeah, he's out for the year, and essentially they're gonna sit on him for for the 25 season and see what happens after the 26 season. But essentially, he's a non-factor in that QB room for 25. So.
Right.
One of the biggest falls. Like he was a talent, and then all that.
Bro,
it's like the Tiger Woods. Like he can't get his massages anymore, so he's not going to be playing well.
Tiger Woods was elite for a really long time.
I know.
Deshaun Watson had one really good year and then fell off the face of the earth.
I wanted to mention this. This is the QB room right now for the Cleveland Browns. An injured Deshaun Watson, Kenny Pickett, Joe Flacco, Dillon Gabriel, and Shador Sanders.
Again,
forgot about Pickett.
Yeah, there you go. As an organization and in that front office, if you're Andrew Berry, you're looking at your QB room and at your roster, and you think at this point in the draft, Shador Sanders should be the pick.
Yeah.
Like, what are you doing, bro? Like, that's what I mean when you talk about Kevin Stefanski is a good head coach. If that guy gets fired today, he has an OC gig tomorrow. I'm telling you. But as an organization, that organization is a dumpster fire. Dumpster fire.
The Browns have more QBs than the Dolphins have corners. I think so right now. I think we have about 4 corners, 3 corners. They have 5 quarterbacks.
I can't speak to Shador because I didn't watch his film, but there's only one player in that QB room that I liked, and that was Joe Flacco. And that could just be the Delaware connection, but I liked Joe Flacco coming out.
And I don't disagree, but bro, Joe Flacco at this point in his career, like, come on, man. Like, what are you doing if you're the Browns? What are you doing if you're the Browns in that QB room? Like, you can't be you can't be excited if you're excited to get drafted, but if you're Dylan Gabriel and you're Shador and you're Kenny Pickett and you're looking at this and going, what the hell are we doing? We need so many things on this roster. And you went and took Shador. You have 5 quarterbacks and on in that QB room. Like, come on. Again, to me that is not the way that you build a team, bro. Like, I'm sorry. That to me, that just seems like a disaster. I don't understand how that QB room is something that you're wishing for if you're a Browns fan.
You can make a case that they may want to trade later on or something like that, but all those guys stink.
You have to trade. You have to trade 2 of those guys.
Yeah,
you got to trade 2 of those guys. Kenny Pickett can't play, bro. Kenny Pickett,
no, he can't.
Period. Point blank, can't play.
No, he can't. I'm surprised the Steelers even drafted him.
I'm surprised they drafted him. And I'm surprised the Browns wanted him.
I just pulled up my report for Kenny Pickett. I had him as a 7th round undrafted free agent.
Yeah.
So
they took him because he was in the same building. They literally shared a building with the University of Pittsburgh, and they were like, "Oh well, he's there." And we need.
Pittsburgh had a great year. Like their year under Kenny Pickett was great.
100%. He was really good. He was really good in college, right? I mean, yeah, but a first-round pick. I don't think many people had a first-round grade on that guy.
But Q, you have a better memory than I do. Wasn't that the only good year Kenny Pickett had, and for Pitt that really lit it up?
To look it up. That was his best year. I think the year before he was pretty good.
I think he was a game manager that the year before.
Yeah. I mean, his best year, which ended up working out well for him because he got drafted in the first round. But that guy, the guy was never great. He was never great. I mean, he was okay at best and a game manager in the truest sense of the word. I mean, just not a guy you take in the first round. That was, it's again for the Steelers, for everything they've done in terms of especially the way they draft on defense and really kind of across the board since Ben Roethlisberger's left, man, they really, really just fumbled it at quarterback. They just have not landed anybody in that room, worth anything. So.
And now they have no quarterback.
But no Mason Rudolph, right?
They have no quarterback,
which is basically no quarterback.
They have no quarterback.
Yeah, like
I can't believe they have a draft
trade with the Browns.
That is insane to me. That's insane.
My insiders at Steelers are praying that their plan is to tank for Arch as well next year because, I mean, they've done nothing. They got rid of. They have nobody. They have Mason and one other person.
Skylar Thompson.
They have Skylar.
Skylar.
That's it.
Listen, I think that team and that organization don't tank, right? If you look at, Mike Tomlin's never been below 500, but at the same time, I mean, they're kind of in this middle ground, right? They have a really good defense. They have very little on offense, even though they made a trade for what's his face for Metcalf. Thank you, DK Metcalf. But I don't understand why you trade for DK Metcalf. You give up what you did in terms of draft capital, in terms of contract, and then don't give him a quarterback. George Pickens, who is a gigantic pain in the ass, even when he's getting the ball, right? And now you don't have a quarterback to throw him the ball, right? And again, you have around them. I mean, you've got talent at the skill. Again, you got DK Metcalf, you got George Pickens, they just took a running back, I think, from Iowa, if I'm not mistaken, who again is really good. You have Freiermuth is still a really good tight end, but I don't understand how it is you make that investment in the skill positions and a championship defense. You have a championship defense, but you have nothing at quarterback. So I don't understand. I mean, I don't understand what is your plan, at that position, because it can't be Mason Rudolph and Skylar Thompson. Are you going to trade for Kirk Cousins? Are you going to what? I don't understand what you're doing there. Having taken a quarterback yet. I don't get it.
And
Aaron Rodgers. Yeah,
Aaron Rodgers is what I've heard.
I would be shocked that Tomlin would go after Rodgers. That surprises me.
At this point, and what you've heard from Aaron Rodgers, how confident are you in that guy, first of all, wants to be there, and second of all, like doesn't retire halfway through the season? Like, I don't understand how you can. That guy's wishy-washy at best right now. And that's what your plan A is at quarterback.
It only gives me comfort that their fans are as upset with their team as the Dolphin fans are. So
misery loves company.
Misery loves company, baby.
I'm not unhappy with their team. I like our team. I don't like the person who leads our team. There's a very big difference.
Yeah. I mean,
By the way, that's a lot of beef, guys. We have almost 1,000 pounds on our first three picks.
Listen,
Like,
we
huge.
talked about it.
Which
We
we
talked
need.
about it here recently with Bobby and Will, and I'm telling when we say,
Will's
hey,
here?
there he is. Yeah, his mic works. But offensive line is what I told you guys. Is I'm telling you, they need to address the lines of scrimmage. And it's what they've done, for better, for worse, however it works out. But if you look at your DC, right, who you got from Baltimore, that was Baltimore's blueprint, and that's how they've been good. They went from, they had Haloti Ngata for a long time as your nose tackle, Metabike now, that is the new nose tackle there. It's what they've done. It's a style of defense that they've played, and they've been really successful with it. So if you think of who they got as a DC, they got it from Baltimore. Now that's the way you're going to try and build that defense in order to be successful. Can't argue with it. I mean, again, like any draft pick, time will tell. But you have to like what they've done, because they were really bad at O-line. They couldn't run the ball, and they could not stop the run last year.
I want to let me just say this. I'm going to stick around for this next pick, and I'm going to go step away. You see my youngest there who's banging on the door earlier. I want to talk about this very quick because of this little jackbutt, this right here, poke his head back in here. Yesterday, I got home from work, and, of course, I'm trying to get through the door because the draft and everything. I get ready for day 2. And I came to the door. I never seen this before. And he had this, I hate snakes with a passion. So
my daughter has one of those.
I came up, and this thing was sitting by the door, like on the floor with its head like that. And I came up, and I want to put my key in. I go, what the? I go like this. And I'm looking at it, and I'm going like this. I'm going, what the hell? And I'm like, look at it. It looks kind of fake, but at the same time, then you look at the eyes, and the eyes are glassy. I looked at it, and I go,
no.
And I kicked the hell out of it. I kicked it across the yard as hard as I could. And I go in the house, and I go, stupid toy snake. And my father, Tristan, we did it. My father-in-law, my son, got me with this stupid ass snake.
Hey man, it's starting to look more real these days. If you go to Walmart, all these toy bugs and stuff like that. I scared my wife because we were at Barnes and Noble once, and I go to my buddy because we're on a double date, and I go to my buddy. I go, hey, you want to scare the girls? And he's like, bro, you're gonna give him a heart attack. I go, I'm gonna put a roach on my wife's shoulder. So I put like a fake roach. And I go over, she freaked out. She wanted to kill me. It was
if I see that snake when I come in through the door, he's grounded till his senior year.
Oh, dude, I kicked the crap out of there. Him and my father-in-law were laughing and dancing. I was like, the hell with you guys? I was mad. I was like,
so we got Dallas and Miami coming up.
Yeah, that's right.
His perspective, how he felt. The last guy who was picked 144, your contract for $1.1 million a year.
Someone,
I think Dion wears that on his body. The $1.1 million.
Shador definitely had that around his neck the other day for the draft.
Right of the draft.
Like, that was the most obnoxious chain I've ever seen in my entire life, bro.
So, guys, we got Dallas
for that too.
up. We got Dallas coming up right now, and at Miami, where would you like to see Miami go with 150? We'll start with Dahl. Dahl, what would you like to see?
Restrepo.
Okay, so wide receiver Restrepo out of Miami. All right, Q, what do you think?
Listen, man, let's stay on the Canes on the Canes beat right there. I would go with the Cane, but I would go Damian Martinez.
I'm with you. I'm with the Martinez.
I wouldn't be mad.
He could go here to Dallas. He could go to Dallas.
Evan,
I don't care what order. I'd like to see a combination in the next 2 picks of Kyle McCord and Oronde Gaston. I'd like to see both.
I will say very quick, another name to watch that I want to say because we're Cam Williams, offensive tackle. I would not mind to see that come off the board for Miami.
It would be nice to see the Syracuse combo.
I would love to see Cam Williams come to Miami if that does happen. Will, what are you thinking, man, with this pick?
Yeah, a combination of Martinez and a cornerback.
Okay.
Someone to really address
the
that.
Frazier's still there, man. So I would be jumping for joy. Steve?
Yeah, I want to see Damian Martinez go. I think we need a good power back to complement that front line now that we got some beast up there.
Yeah, man.
And maybe cornerback for sure.
Josh?
I'm looking at Dorian Strong here, cornerback.
There you go. Okay.
I think he'd be a really good pickup here. For Dallas, I think it could be Martinez. Dallas needs a running back. They want someone with contact balance. They want someone that has that old school mentality because they're just trying to push people around. I think it could be him.
This is good value here if you go defensive back. I do say Miami does have another pick at 155. and they got an early round 6th round pick. I will say if Martinez does go to Dallas, if it's not the pick, Ollie Gordon is still there on the board too, who I like a lot. So, but again, Cam Williams, Zoff Frazier, Strong,
It's a different running back.
Jaden Blue out of Texas, so they stay in Texas. So okay, what are you thinking, Josh? That's your team.
I mean, we need a running back pretty bad. I haven't watched Jaden Blue. I'm going to watch a little bit more film on him, but
he's small.
5'9", 196,
small,
undersized.
He can fly,
big speed, a lot of speed.
He can fly, but he's small.
All right, nobody look at the comments. Nobody snitch. Nobody nothing. Let's let this play out here. Here we see pick is traded. Son of a, it's like
with Dallas with Javonte Williams getting this size, running back by committee.
No teasing, Steve. No more pranking.
Man.
If you want to, no, I'm cool with it. I thought that was a great moment.
I'll just wait for you, Bobby.
I won't say anything, but I'll just put it this way: Will won't be happy for a reason he hasn't realized, but he'll realize it when it happens. Neither will Dom.
Why?
You mean for
You're
this?
supposed to not say a damn thing.
It's fun.
No, it's not.
You said for this Dolphins pick, there's going to be unhappy people.
He's saying that they're not going to pick somebody from the U. That's
Got
basically
it.
what he's trying to say.
Got it.
Doll knows me.
All right.
Got it.
Which is bullshit, but like, not that Evan knows me, but that we're not picking U players.
I know you.
The pick is in. Let's see who it is.
I don't know. I'm trying to go back and forth between
You're
the
all
draft,
right.
the draft, the Heat, and the Panthers. I can't keep up with all three of these at once.
What's the score on that Panthers game?
Panthers is still 1-1.
Okay. Is Barkov playing?
Barkov's playing.
Okay, good.
T'Chuk scored our only goal.
And of course, the Heat are down 20. It's not.
Yeah,
The
obliterated.
Heat are pathetic. I'm tuning into that game.
bad.
Oh,
So bad.
You saw it?
Don't worry, doll. I think Katie's coming.
You think who's coming? Oh, Katie.
I think Katie's coming.
This is my first head.
You know what? At least we made the playoffs again. But at this point, I would have rather us go draft capital over this horrific, probably getting swept.
They didn't win it. Like why get into? I mean, why get into the playoffs at this point? Like
that's what I'm saying.
We
should have secured the draft a little
and
better.
end up in the lottery. Like make the first round for what?
But Q, you know very well that he do not tank.
They don't. No, they don't. And I totally get that.
Like the Steelers, they do not tank.
100%. Yeah, I should have prefaced it by saying there was no way, shape, or form that they were going to conform with just making the lottery.
Yeah.
You know, but again, man, in the end, like, what do you win? I called it 4-1. Like, I was being generous and I gave them a game, but there was no way they were going to win that series.
And
like,
it's sad too because look at the stands of the game.
So
everybody went to the Panthers game.
Nobody cares.
Miami's made their pick. It's a defensive back. It's Jason Marshall out of Florida.
Five-star kid when he came out, super talented when he came out of high school, but in college, definitely an underperformer. Good size, but
A typical Greer pick.
Yeah, because Florida did really well last year.
Yeah.
Well, this is one where you got to give the benefit of the doubt in regard to the kid itself, but this is the one where I would say I think Josh kind of hinted at that. My first kind of going because the other two I was like. The other three, I'm like, ooh, okay, I like this. What did I miss? But this is the one where it's kind of like, man, Zoff Frazier, strong on the board.
Yeah.
So
you had guys. You had guys at corner with a lot more production.
I think Strong would have been a better pick
than Jason Marshall, man. But again, this guy, if you liked him coming out of high school, you know, again, a guy who I know the University of Miami was really high on, and I know they were battling Florida for him. Ended up going to Florida, but he underachieved. You know, relative to his recruiting status, underachieved at Florida. Not really sure, you know, about this pick at this point in the draft with a lot of other more proven corners.
Let me read. Let me see if I can pull this.
I think Strong would have been a better pick, honestly.
Well, again,
Strong was more
Zoff
productive.
Frazier, I would have been on Zoff Frazier for this pick, and I would have been excited. But
I get a little worried about the size, like the height at the cornerback position, 6'3". Like
I like that. I like size. But here, so pre-draft analysis. This is from ESPN. Marshall is 6 foot 194. He was their 29th best corner in the draft, 255th overall rank. But Marshall started 39 games at Florida, and he's at his best in press coverage. He can reroute receivers, mirror the release, and shadow underneath. He reads the quarterback, sorts out route combinations, and breaks on the ball in zone. Marshall is not a playmaker, and his arms are short, but he flashes good timing, breaking up passes, and the ability to jump routes. So this is one of those picks where you kind of just
jump routes and not make the pick because he's not a playmaker.
He's not a playmaker.
Again, man, you're looking at the best available in terms of corners, but you still have
DP
Frazier.
likes it. I'll just say DP likes it. He says a fourth good pick in a row for Miami. So hey, that's cool. All right, it's all right. Oh yeah, he's picked X. So, but we'll see. What I think. I don't know if Josh, we could wait till 155, but I think that would be cool because we got film on Jordan Phillips. I think we got film on Jason Marshall, and we'll wait for 155. But maybe if you want to do a quick run through, if you got time to when after 155. To maybe put on some film just to look at some of the guys just very quickly. It doesn't have to be some long thing, just so we get some eyes on the players that Miami has taken now when you can. If that's something you want to do, you don't have to.
Yeah, it's something I could do.
You did it great in round one, so with Kenneth Grant. So that's why I was like,
my car is getting a little oil change, so I'll have to run out here shortly. But
okay, then we could wait. When you get back,
I'd rather do it now. And
okay, so we'll wait. Get that rolling here.
What's this bum's name?
Jason
Marshall.
Jason Marshall.
Well, you want to do Jordan Phillips first? You want to do Jordan Phillips, or do you want to go ahead and do Jason Marshall since he's the most recent?
Since he's most recent, let's do.
Go ahead.
him.
Yeah, let's roll. But
let me.
DJ Giddens, Kansas State running back, going to the Colts.
What year is that?
Beast Mike says he would have took Kobe Bryant. Yeah, I get it. Look, this is the part of the draft where this is scouting. The scouting department now is obviously we have our own board, we have our own whatever. So I mean, I know what we would have gone with. Obviously, we all have different. Darian Strong for Will, Zaw, Frazier for me in regards of defensive back if that's where they went. But this is where you got to hope that Miami's scouting department knows what they're doing, and they're like, hey man, they obviously thought enough of this kid to take him in round 5. So
Bobby, did you hear what you just said?
I know.
Why do you think I cast?
I know. Just
by the way, do you think the last Jordan Phillips adventure didn't work out so well? So hopefully the name doesn't.
Say what? What did you say?
The last Jordan Phillips pick in 2015 didn't work out so well for us.
Well, he left,
his stay in Miami was not very good. Like, I'll put it to you that way.
All right,
It wasn't.
Not related.
Not the matter.
It's not the same.
Wait, you know who was in the front office when we last picked Jordan Phillips?
Chris Greer. Yeah.
No, he's been there. He's been there for a long time.
I know.
Man.
Yeah, we'll go 20 years.
It's impressive. It's impressive how many head coaches and stuff he's been there for at one position or another.
So right here, this is
what happened here?
Oh, he's just I guess a little above
those clowns in Florida.
There you go. But yeah, so Josh will take the floor very quick, guys. This is Jason Marshall's film out of Florida.
Yeah, we're watching him against Miami. So Cam Ward, number 1 quarterback.
Is he the one that ended up in the bushes? I can't remember.
In this game or?
Yeah, in this game.
I'm not sure.
Yeah,
there was
the
somebody.
kid got turned into a meme.
There was, That was Jacoby George caught that pass, I think, in the back of the end zone. Jason Marshall was, I think, 3 maybe?
The one thing I wish about this film was we didn't get that last view that we had. I just wish we had this view.
He's
We got him right here.
He does have short arms. Like, see from here, he has short arms.
Yeah, but
The Tampa Bay just scored, or Tampa, whatever.
Ah, damn.
So we're 2-1.
What period? What period is it, though?
It's second.
Okay, thank you.
So it's 2-1.
I'm confident the Panthers will score, though.
I'm pissed because it got off. It literally ricocheted off Bobrovsky's skate.
So there he is.
Into the net. Stupid.
I mean, he's got some boring film so far. No, I mean, that's a good thing, though, for a cornerback. I'd rather his film be boring than exciting. Well, depends on what kind of excitement we're talking about.
I wish it sometimes. I like that they do the 2 different views. I wish that sometimes, so I usually skip the second view.
I agree. I like this view.
I do.
If I'm watching a corner, if I'm watching a receiver, I like this view. And then it's just like, come on. I can't even see the receiver when we're looking at this. I can't see the corner when we're
no
looking
one's
at
seen
this.
anything here. I don't care about this. I mean, this is good. That way you get to kind of see the play. But I usually hit that fast forward 10 seconds and skip it.
Yeah. Here we go. I want to see because I've read that he's not a good tackler.
Yeah, that's what I would
like.
I know we're watching Jason Marshall film, but the Bengals just took Jalen Rivers from Miami.
Oh, there you go.
Okay.
Another Kane. They got Matt Lee last year.
Congratulations to Jalen Rivers.
Oh yeah,
Good job.
For him, man. Good for him.
Yeah, good.
Yeah, he'll be over there. With his buddy Matt Lee.
The Jets, the Giants, their pick is in, so the Dolphins are on the clock.
Yeah, Dolphins about to be on the clock.
If they don't go QB here, they ain't go. They have one pick in the 6, like 173. So if they don't take it here, do they go 173? Because they're not going to get a good quarterback at 231. So it's
you don't know that. I mean, there's still Will Howard on the board. I mean, Shador
Martinez and Restrepo are still there, guys.
I love Will Howard. I think Will Howard would be a great pickup.
Yeah, I would. Damian Martinez, Ollie Gordon still on the board.
I'd rather pick Damian over Will.
Well, obviously, right? Because Damian will be day one kind of like rotational player.
He'll be in the rotation early on for sure.
Yep.
If Cam Williams out of Texas is still sitting there, pretty boy in the comments, I'll take him. I would not hate that at all if Miami could come away with Cam Williams at 155, offensive tackle. They talk about depth. I mean, hell yeah, I'm down with that.
I know Vicken is asking, is Jordan Phillips good? In a word, yes, I would say Jordan Phillips is good.
His film is this is the film where you start watching late at night and you start falling asleep.
That's every Florida game film from this season.
So there goes an offensive guard, Marcus Membo.
Hey, there he is. Yeah, and Mbao just went, man. I'm telling you, man, the Giants doing okay in this draft, man.
Bro.
Giants making some decent moves. Yeah, I know. I know the Cowboys fan is like, eh. But
yeah, I know, right?
They've had a decent draft though. Oh,
love the Patriots.
Yeah, the Patriots have done their thing. Patriots have had a really nice.
Marcus and Bow. I don't know.
He just got rocked.
They really set up Drake May nicely.
Yep.
Hey, well, I wanted to ask you, the center out of Georgia. What are your thoughts? I know they struggled this year with the offensive line.
Yeah. That kid's that's a nice move, man. That's a nice move. That kid can play.
Okay.
I don't know that he's going to be a center, but I think again, whether he's center or interior offensive line, one of the guard positions, I think they did really well with him, man. Kid can move, good size. He's
high upside.
The O line for them wasn't great this year, and I think that had to do a little
Miami's
bit
pick
with
is in, everybody.
coaching and the whole deal. But I think that's a nice move. That's a really nice move for them.
Bam, 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 bam.
He gets caught flat-footed a lot. He plays zone. I don't know. It's just
I think the talent is there. I think with some good coaching, like I said, that I don't think he got at Georgia this past year. I think with a good coach, man.
I was talking about Marshall.
Oh,
sorry.
I'm sorry.
Sorry,
my bad, brother. My bad.
No, but he's a one-year starter. He hasn't really played much football, so there's a lot of high upside for the Georgia center.
Yep.
Can't think of his name right now.
Wilson, I think is the
Wilson, Fairchild as well, very
Fairchild,
young.
Tate Ratledge. I mean, all those guys. The thing is,
Love
man,
Tate.
when they don't start for a long time at a place like Georgia, it's because they're sitting behind NFL draft picks.
Yep.
For sure. So, but again, man, I think all things considered, man, you got a nice pick with that kid.
All right. I like it.
Is it in?
I like it. It's a guy I had pegged for Miami.
I mean, that's kind of what you want is boring film for a cornerback, right?
Yeah. Somebody who's not being thrown to when he's covering.
Yeah.
Bobby.
Yes.
It's all Tuila's fault. It's all Tua's brother's fault. What did Tua's brother play?
Yeah, I know.
But I don't see someone that's super sticky around receivers, mirroring them. He gets a little handsy, which he's within 5 yards. Good to be handsy. It looks like he can be a little bullied sometimes. I watched some receivers bully him a little bit on film. But, I mean, if you're not throwing to him, I don't care how you do it. Just don't let the receiver get thrown the ball. But you're kind of looking for that sticky trait. You're looking for that vision when you're playing zone coverage. to like project him to the next level. And I don't know. He just looks like another guy out there.
Yeah.
And that's what Miami Dolphins play. That's what our defense plays, is a lot of zone.
Yeah, at this point, man, you're really looking for system fit, right? And
Yeah.
you know, especially at corner when you're looking at some guys that don't necessarily excel in man. You know, if you're a defense that plays, you know, a lot of zone, then then
Right.
he may be a guy who, with traits who who you think can fit. But definitely from everything I saw, not a guy who necessarily excels in man. So
Yeah. And I feel like we got to say, because we're showing film, YouTube doesn't really like that. We do have permission from Caddy Cutups. If you guys are looking to find a way to watch film, Caddy Cutups is the way to go.
Okay.
And we have permission from him. I've talked to him about it, and as long as we're plugging him, he does not care.
Caddy cut-ups. That's what.
Yep, Caddy Cutups. Great.
Caddy Cutups, man. Great stuff, dude. Great stuff.
Caddy cups. Okay. Spell with a C or with a K, Josh?
C.
Okay.
But you go to him. I think it's like $5 a month.
$5
very
a month.
cheap.
Yeah.
You get to say, hey, you got this film. You get to like say like $2 a month. Hey, can you get this film for me? He's like, yeah, I'll try and find it for you.
And I'll tell you, but there's already a huge library.
Yeah.
So like, it's not like, oh, you have to request Cam Ward's film or whomever. No, he has games of Cam Ward. But if you want a specific game, that's where you request. Or if there's a player that you don't see, like the kid out of Delaware that Josh was bringing up earlier, that's a guy you say, hey, do you have any film on him? He'll go and look for it. And he gets it. So the Dolphins pick is in. They go defensive back, safety out of Maryland, Dante Trader Jr. Dante Trader Jr. I like him, man.
Yeah, this guy just looks like another dude to me. I mean, I don't see normally in this round you're looking for traits. I don't see the traits here. But again, like I can't not say it. Like, you're going against the number 1 quarterback in this year's draft, first overall pick, and he's not being thrown the ball. So that's something that you have to take away from this film. But it's only the first quarter, so.
At least they're following what they said they were going to do. It doesn't matter if we like the players or not. They went to get a safety, they went to get a corner, they went to kill the trenches. They're doing what they got to do.
Pittsburgh trades to Kansas City. All right, I'm turning back on the game.
Yeah, let's pull up that Jordan Phillips foot. And I could these are the games that we have in here, just for Jason Marshall. So you get, these are all the players that Caddy has on the cornerbacks, just showing what you're getting. And then if we go to defensive line, 2025, we're looking for Jordan Phillips. Do we not have Jordan Phillips? I don't think that's true.
Yeah, but I agree with you, Q. Right now it's just system fits and plug and play guys.
Say it again.
Yeah, that right now it's just system fits. It's not.
Yeah, man.
You guys
Listen,
have figured
again, I think it was Josh that said, man. I mean, you're looking for traits, right? Obviously, I mean, at this point in the draft, you're looking for guys who produced, guys with with system fit and the whole deal, and maybe taking the flyers, taking some flyers on some guys who maybe weren't the most productive, but who've got traits, right? Who've got size, who've got speed, that kind of thing. But again, this is where front offices earn their money, right? When you start finding guys in 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th rounds, again, first and second round for the most part tend to be fairly easy, but when you start to get into day 3 of the draft and 4 through 7, you got to make sure that your scouting department is well versed in identifying talent and bringing in guys who can make a difference. Because again, you can't fill a roster with first and second round picks. So you definitely got to do your homework. You got to know what you're looking at. You got to know how to evaluate talent and how they're going to fit in your system. So
I will say, Bobby, Miami beat Caddy Cutups. Oh, Bobby's not here.
Bobby stepped away for a little while.
Yeah.
They beat Caddy Cutups. I have not seen it to where 2 players back to back they don't have. I'm shocked by that. But they do not have Dante Trader or Jordan Phillips, which I'm shocked on Jordan Phillips.
Maybe no, but that'd be Maryland, right? Maryland would block.
Yeah.
The two Maryland guys.
Yeah, college. It's a nice place. College towns. They have a beautiful school there. I've been there a couple times. It's a nice place to play football. But,
In Maryland?
Yeah.
Is that College Park?
Yeah, College Park, Maryland.
College Park? Yeah.
That is all that's there. I've never. They are crazy there. They are bananas. It's fun to go to a game there.
Nice.
Yeah.
I would have never guessed Maryland football was that live.
It's live. It's live.
Nice.
There.
Nice.
Live there. Hey, Tagovailoa went there. Didn't get drafted, but he went there.
Yeah, he went there. There was some rumors come out when he was getting ready to transfer out of Maryland that the University of Miami was the move for him. So didn't work out that way, but he definitely was on their radar, and there was some talk about him coming down to Miami.
Speaking of Florida, Dallas just took Shamar James.
Yeah. Elijah Roberts, former University of Miami player, just went to Tampa.
So right now we've made how many picks? We've made 5 picks. We're up to 6 picks.
They've got
1 second.
They've got 4. They've got 4.
No, we've done how many? No. How many picks have we made so far? We have
Dolphins?
I think 5, I believe.
5.
Maybe it was
right?
5.
They've got somebody after Jason Martin.
Yeah, 5.
Yeah, so 4
5.
defenders and 1 offense.
Oh, yeah, well.
Yeah, we've only gone 4. We've gotten all deep. I think they're going. So the next 2 picks have to be offense, right? They have to sort of balance it out a little bit. I can see a corner and a tight end, or a running back and a quarterback the rest of the way.
Yeah, 5. My bad.
I'm about to head out. I gotta go pick up the car from oil change and all that fun stuff. So might be back. Appreciate you guys.
That sounds like so much fun.
All right, Josh.
Yep.
All right, Josh, have a good one.
Take
Good to
care,
meet you,
man.
brother.
Thanks,
Take it
bud.
easy, man.
Yep.
But no, it's now it's a while. The Dolphins are back up at 173, so we're gonna pick him for another 15.
Yep.
But
He's on the
these
clock.
are all wait and see guys. Like now that you're in the 5th, like these are all projects. These are not unless they're competing for jobs. The only thing with Marshall and with Trader is that they're actually competing for starting jobs, right?
I think Trader's going to be more of a play that backup role, if anything.
I think he has a better chance. I think he has a better chance to start than Marshall.
Oh, for sure, 100%.
Like
But then
McLaurin
again,
has a chance to start.
but then again, look who he's competing against.
Ashton Davis, Ifatu, Elijah.
No. I mean the cornerback position.
Oh yeah,
Marshall.
Short Duck
And Cam Smith.
Good old Ethan Bonner. Everyone, you ever notice
Ethan
everyone keeps on forgetting about good old Ethan Bonner? He's like always the guy who's left on the side, last picked the thing, but everyone thinks to like the guy.
Yeah, definitely.
So basically, it looks like Jalen Ramsey's going to be post June 1st, right? So he ain't coming in this draft.
Yeah, I would think so.
But that's McDaniel's fault. That's
He didn't want to
McDaniel's-
be traded. They told him he was going to be traded. He didn't request a trade.
No, he did not.
He's good as gone.
No, for sure.
Pretty much.
We're
Especially
not
when
going
you
to
do
get
that.
much.
Oh, they already put their foot in their mouth, so they're gonna trade him.
Yeah.
And by the way, you could judge these picks as much as you want. When you start these are the drafts where you might hit a home run, but I think they did the math before. I think they said after the 3rd round in the history of the NFL, there are 29 Hall of Famers in the history of the NFL post 3rd round.
I saw this.
That tells you that whatever you're doing in the 4th round, these are plug and play potential starters at one point, but it doesn't matter who you pick.
Special teams guys.
Yeah, I mean, but yeah. I mean, right. But again, when you look at, I mean, even you're right. 5th round coming up, right? Tyreek Hill was a 5th round pick.
Yeah.
I mean, you got Zach Thomas. Zach Thomas was a 5th round pick, right?
Yeah.
I mean, so there's still value, even if the guys don't make the Hall of Fame. I mean, these are guys again that are going to be foundational pieces sometimes for your team. And the Niners have made how many picks in these rounds where you got George Kittle and your Fred Warners, right, and some guys Dre Greenlaw and people like that who become Pro Bowlers and the whole deal. And so again, man, you can't give up on these rounds. If you have to have your guys plugged in, and again, your scouts and everything have to be on the same page as your front office, and continue to evaluate guys and pick guys that are going to fit in your system and are going to be able to contribute, man. Because if your starters go down, you got to have somebody to step in, and this is where you build the depth of your team. You got to continue to pick guys that are going to be able to help.
Yeah, and
Exactly.
Zach was undervaluated because Zach was a tackling machine
short.
Texas Tech.
Yeah,
So
he was a Big 12 defensive player of the year, man. I mean, the dude can
because
play.
of his height and stuff like that, he was undervalued.
He was just short. He was just short, but
a tackling machine though.
Stephon Diggs was a 5th round pick.
Yeah, only quarterbacks are the wrong position to take short people, right, Steve?
Yeah.
Only short. The Dolphins like to take short quarterbacks, not short linebackers. They'll take the short quarterback in the 1st round, but they wait to take the tackling machine in the 5th round at linebacker.
Yeah. Well, Ryan Tannehill was pretty tall though. Is he like 6'3" or something like that?
Yeah, but
he was 6'4".
They took him to be a quarterback. They took him to be a wide receiver. That's what he played in college for 3/4 of his career.
When they drafted him, they drafted him as a project.
When they drafted him, he was a quarterback, though.
They drafted him as a project, though, but they drafted him for a quarterback.
Yeah, he switched to receiver. If I'm not mistaken, he was sat behind Josh Johnson at Texas A&M, if I'm not mistaken. Out of necessity, played receiver because he was just a good athlete. But when he got drafted, he was. They drafted him as a quarterback for sure.
Yeah,
He's a wide
he
receiver.
He played quarterback in high school.
Yeah, exactly. He was a
just
good
like
athlete.
you're saying. Yeah,
he was a good athlete, so they put him on the field at A&M as but he was drafted as a quarterback for sure.
As a quarterback.
James, we have 2 more picks, one in the 6th at 173, and then we pick again at 231. That's it because we give up our other 7th. So at this point, I think we have to go off into the next 2 rounds. They gave Weaver 2 trench players. And by the way, what's his name? Joshua Wingate left, but from picking Jordan Phillips, I think Jordan Phillips also has played a little bit of nose tackle, so I think they can alternate.
Yeah, he has.
So basically, we can alternate Grant and Phillips in those 2 positions. So thank the Lord, maybe Benito Jones won't be starting. So basically, they gave Sealer what he needs. They gave Sealer at least 2 players to play with, right? And these guys they make Sealer look very, very small. Actually, Sealer's the lightest of the bunch.
Yeah, Sealer wins with good technique and the whole deal, and but he's not. Sealer's not a big dude.
No, he's not. He's just a phenomenal. He's a smart player.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, good technique, is intelligent, the whole deal. But yeah, doesn't win with just pure size and athleticism.
No.
Also very determined.
Yeah, for sure.
It's a lot of hard work.
Yep.
Courtney, what's the score of the Heat game?
A lot to a little, bro.
I gave up on it.
95-68 Cleveland right now on the 4th.
Yeah, it was ugly. Then the Panther game was getting a little chippy, so I was pretty locked into that. But now it's the end of the 2nd, so the 3rd's about to begin.
The Panthers are perfectly at home with chippiness.
Yeah, I mean,
they are totally okay with it.
I was actually shocked that they didn't start it off a little payback for what happened to Barkov last week.
Well, Higo got suspended for the game.
Yeah, he got suspended. Yeah.
That's going to be a game 4 thing.
I wanted them to come out kind of like the 4 Nations game, like just set the tone immediately, first thing. But they're down 2-1.
I love watching Americans talk hockey.
Listen, talk a lot of shit to somebody who didn't win the Stanley Cup.
Well,
I'm not talking shit. I'm joking around. Wow.
I love American hockey. Listen. Florida teams dominate every sport. Just remember that.
The Marlins dominate.
Hot or cold, except the Dolphins and cold. But hot or cold, Florida teams dominate.
Well, Canada won the 4 Nations, but they haven't won a Stanley Cup in what, like 35 years?
93 by the half. Yeah. But I'm telling you, but the first round of the playoffs is so much fun, though. The intensity in the buildings.
Yeah.
Like the game last night that the Habs won was phenomenal.
It's hard to be playoff hockey, man. It's hard to be playoff hockey.
My Canadians are in the 3rd year of their rebuild. The Dolphins are in their 5th year of their rebuild, 6th year of their rebuild, and the Canadians are ahead of the Dolphins. They actually win something.
I love a rebuild.
Hey, James asked the question.
I answered it. It was 173.
Oh, you did? Okay, my bad. I was looking at my phone.
We have one 6th and 1 7th. That's it.
Yeah.
But by the way, let's just talk about the fact that, let's be clear, the Dolphins basically got a 3rd next year. If Greer does that, it just tells you, I think it's very clear to say Greer can do what he wants, as long as he wants, whenever he wants. McDaniel, I think, is the one we don't have to that can potentially lose his job. But Greer is like the Don. Like he could do whatever he wants. He ain't going nowhere. Like,
It's amazing. It's amazing when you look at how long he's been there in some capacity, not necessarily just as GM, but how long he's been there in some capacity and the coaching staffs that he's lived through. It is absolutely just amazing to me how that guy has managed to stay alive. It's amazing. It's amazing to me how he's been there and how now, as a GM and what he's done and hasn't done it's impressive. Good for him, man. Good for him.
Are hard to kill.
Apparently, because how that guy still has a job is absolutely shocking to me. It just makes no sense.
The thing is, Will, is that when he hits on picks, he hits well. And that's, I think, was kind of like saving his job. But one of the arguments that I have against him, and I was telling to Steve and Bobby about it, is that he doesn't re-sign those picks. He lets them test the market, and then they go off and they get more money. And then once again, we're back at a rebuild. And then when he does bring in guys, he overpays for free agency, and they end up not being the personality they hope they would be once they're on the football team. And then you want to trade them. Yep. And that's the problem with Greer. I mean, it's actually been a problem with the Dolphins. I think going back to Jeff Ireland, as well. They don't re-sign their draft picks that look like they're playing really well. Christian Wilkins got hurt last year for the Raiders, but years prior he was extremely durable, and he was your best.
Look at what happened to that run defense with him not there, right? Injury aside, right? He's a guy that you drafted. He's a guy that that you developed, the whole deal, and you let him leave, right? Didn't get on him early in terms of the re-up. Same thing with Robert Hunt, a guy that you drafted, developed the whole deal, didn't get on him early, let him leave, and sign a huge deal, and good for him. But again, it's letting those guys leave, and you haven't shown a propensity to me, in my opinion. Has he hit on some guys? Yeah, but most GMs have hit on some guys, right? You don't consistently hit on the draft, and that's why to me, trading back and acquiring picks, you haven't shown an ability to hit on these guys, with any regularity. So accumulating picks for a guy like Greer, doesn't do the fan base any good. It's not comforting to the fan base. If Howie Roseman does that, then you go, hell yeah. We got a third next year. Because Howie Roseman's going to hit. Because you know what he's going to do? He's going to go to Alabama or Georgia and pick their best linebacker or their best defensive lineman or their best corner or whatever it is, and those guys are going to end up hitting. But a guy like Chris Greer to land a third-round pick next year doesn't comfort the fan base in any way, shape, or form, because he doesn't hit on those guys with regularity. So that doesn't do anything for us this year when we need to win, right? We need to put a winner on the team this year. It shouldn't be a rebuild because you got too many top of the market guys still. Tua's top of the market, Tyreek Hill's top of the market, Jalen Waddle's top of the market. Bradley Chubb is top of the market. So Jalen Ramsey's top of the market. So, to call this thing a rebuild when you have so many top of the market guys on the wrong side of 30 is insane to me. It's a retool. In my opinion, you can't call this thing a rebuild. It's a retool, because if it's a rebuild, then you got to start getting rid of these guys. You can't keep, $30 million players across your roster and call it a rebuild. It's one or the other. It can't be both. You can't have top of the market guys near the age of 30 and call it a rebuild.
Yeah, but Will, they're also talking. They're trading Jalen Ramsey. They're probably there's pressure to trade. There's pressure to trade Tyreek Hill as well.
Yeah,
where the fan base,
You just re-up them, and so what that'll do to your cap in terms of dead money.
I know, but the conversation's has been floating around because of all the off-field issues that he has. And a lot of the fan base I don't think they're going to do it because it's basically Greer admitting he's a failure. But a lot of fans, and even some people in radio, people in media that I respect, wanted the Dolphins to take a quarterback as a potential replacement for Tua if he can't stay healthy in the next couple of years of his contract, as well. So yeah, it's not a rebuild, but it feels like one because we have so many holes on this football team, right? As well, there's so many guys that are overpaid that we're thinking about dumping and even taking a salary cap hit as well. So that's why I feel. And listen, I don't trust Chris Greer with a rebuild because he had that opportunity when we had that horrific team, Brian Flores' first year, where they said it was dangerously bad to put those guys out there. He had all these draft picks, for the Laremy Tunsil trade, and either hasn't hit or hasn't re-signed those guys. as well. So that's the thing.
Mr. Genius, Tua's bottom of the market. I need a little bit more context. I'm not 100% sure, but Tua is the 6th highest paid quarterback in the league coming up in 25 at 53. So top of the market, I would call that for sure.
Yeah, doesn't mean he plays like one.
That's totally different. Exactly. But
Yeah,
it's
that's
top
a
of the
different
market.
story.
Yeah, when I'm talking top of the market, I mean you're what you're getting paid for the year. Now where you have them in terms of your top 5, top 10, or whatever, debatable. But top of the market for sure at $53 million a year, without a doubt.
The thing with Tua is that Tua needs everything to go the right way for him.
100%. And that quarterback, that's why, and I'm sorry to interrupt you. A quarterback, that's what it is you have to look at, right? You have some guys that are the system, right? Lamar is a system. Josh is a system. Burrow is a system, even though he's surrounded by a bunch of talent. You have guys that are the system. Other guys that need to be in a system where they can play well. And Tua is one of those guys, right? Brock Purdy's one of those guys. There's most of your quarterbacks are that way. Things had Sam Darnold, right? You look at what he was surrounded by last year, landed a really nice deal in Seattle, a system guy with Kevin O'Connell, right? Landed in the perfect system. Very few guys are the system. Tua is a system guy. Has to be, everything around him has to be, O-line has to be good. The running game has to be good. He has to have weapons outside in order for him to succeed. But that's how it is.
But it's not even just a team. It's not even just a team around him. Like the weather has to be perfect for him as well.
Exactly.
The moment goes under 50 degrees, Tua struggles. And that's a problem, right? As well.
Correct.
So that's one of the biggest issues with Tua. Label, I kind of disagree with you because Kansas City kind of won 2 championships without the cheetah. So the Dolphins are able to build a good team and get a solid quarterback around him, or at least get enough that they can win some games.
Again, Mahomes is the system. So
yeah, but Mahomes has become he's so in the system that he could adjust on the fly because he has all that experience playing with Andy Reid for such a long time.
But
for example, a guy that was in the system. A guy was in a system, but he was able to overcome the system when it needed to be done. The extra thing to be done was Cam Ward. When things broke down for Ward, he extended plays with his legs. He basically willed his team. In many cases, score touchdowns. As
100%, 100. But again, you look at and for sure, college being a little bit different dynamic, but definitely right, 100%. Again, a guy like Jared Goff, right? Another example, right? A guy that went to a Super Bowl with the Rams, and the Rams are like, nah. We're moving off you.
Oh, by the way, I knew another Miami guy off the board.
That's what Doll was flashing. Who was it?
Francisco Mauega.
Manoa.
He got picked?
Yep.
Yeah.
Akio got picked. Oh, good for him. What team?
Good for him, man.
The Jets.
Oh, God.
Hello, seeing Jason Taylor say those words.
Did you see that? Did anybody else see that video? I was like, no way. I cannot believe he actually uttered the chant.
He added the chant.
Oh my God. I was like, no way, bro. What are you doing? You're gonna disown you, man.
That's the difference between him and Zach Thomas. Zach Thomas would not play for a rival of the Miami Dolphins when he was basically cut.
Yeah, I mean, but still,
it's fine.
His kid got drafted there. You gotta be happy for your kid, but man, to utter the actual
that's true. That's right. He is a Jet.
To utter the JETS chant, I was like, damn.
That's awful.
Look at speaking of Howie Roseman, another Georgia player.
I want to respond to this. I want to respond to this. It's not that it's comical. It's not that it's comical. It's just an example. It's just an example. They drafted well. They built their team well around Pat Mahomes. So therefore, they didn't need Tyreek. If the Dolphins are able, if the Dolphins
can lose him and still win a Super Bowl without
exactly. If the Dolphins would actually draft well, like build a good offensive line around Tua, build a good running game, and a defense could maintain itself the way it's been maintained for the last couple of years, the Dolphins don't need Tyreek Hill. That's basically what I'm trying to say. And it's comical because they've gone to the Super Bowl, but it can be done. It can be done.
And it's been proven, man. Like if you look around at the highest paid receivers in the NFL, I think that I saw a list. I think it was the 23 season, and I think it was like the top 12 wide receivers. I think one of them made the playoffs. Like their team made the playoffs. Right. So I mean, again, I think you can win with a wide variety of body types and everything at wide receiver. I know guys are getting paid at wide receiver and good for them. But again, when you look around at Jamar Chase and T. Higgins, what did that get the Bengals? With Joe Burrow throwing them the ball, like what did that get them? Right. And so the Bills almost made it to Super Bowl last year. And who was their number one? right? Who was the number one for the Chiefs, and they made the Super Bowl, right? Other than Kelsey, like who was the number one receiver for for the Chiefs, right? Nobody to speak of, really, right? They do it. It's Mahomes and a bunch of guys.
Yeah.
So it's nice to have fast, explosive, dynamic receivers, 100%. But you can win without dynamic receivers.
No, I agree with you 100%, man. You can, but it also takes a quarterback. It takes a quarterback too.
And that's exactly it. Well, now context needed for sure with that, right? When the quarterback and the system are in place, you don't necessarily need the receivers to be perennial Pro Bowl guys, right? And again, Mahomes has proved it. Brady proved it, right? I mean, Wes Welker, made Pro Bowls in the whole thing, but Wes Welker was a slot guy, right? Got open and they got on the ball. But Wes Welker wasn't explosive. Wes Welker wasn't Jamar Chase. Wes Welker wasn't Randy Moss. I mean, he was a steady guy who fit the system great, got open and did what he had to do. But they ran the ball and played defense. Like a lot of people think Brady was throwing for 5,000 yards a season. He wasn't. They ran the ball, played defense, didn't turn it over, and they won Super Bowls. That's the way it went.
One of the funniest fake videos is there's a picture of someone making a video that when they saw Shador Sanders fall out of day 2, they covered up the retired jersey. Like, no more retired jersey. That was one of the dumbest things to me in my lifetime of sports. Retiring two people's jerseys like that is absolutely like blasphemy. We were talking last night with Brett from Caneswear. Go do the math on how many people from the U have had their jerseys retired. You couldn't even name them off the top of your head. He couldn't even name. That's how crazy, because it's so rare.
Yeah,
crazy.
It's,
they've done 5 players in their history.
I think that was quick, man. You pulled the trigger on that one really quick. Like, I get, there was some people that came out, and mentioned their impact, right, in terms of the school and what was going on before they got there, right? Nobody was going to these games. Nobody, now after those guys got there, like, enrollment is through the roof. They've sold out. Folsom Field for next season or whatever it is. They're like, the stadium was full for the spring game, so on and so forth. Like, I get, the impact, to a certain extent, right? But man, to retire jerseys when that has not been the norm at Colorado for guys like Rashawn Salam and Cordell Stewart and they've had some Michael Westbrook at receiver, guys that they've had that have been, studs, right? That have been drafted high, the whole deal. Like, I don't know, man. Like I said, that was a quick trigger on those jersey retirements. And I think, to me, the AD should have come out and been like, "Hey, Prime, chill out. Let's relax. Let's let the draft process play out. Let something." But somebody should have come out, and that kind of tells you who's running, that athletic program that he can go and make it, because that's not just the football coach decides, we're gonna retire jersey numbers, and it happens. Like, a lot of people have to be on board, I would imagine, with that decision. And I think the athletic director probably should have come out and said, "Hey, let's relax a little bit. Let's pump the brakes a little bit. Let's let the season breathe and everything like that. And at some point in the future, we'll decide if that's going to be a thing."
Yeah, at least get drafted first.
Yeah.
You know?
Right? Yeah, let the draft process play out. Let's see what
exactly.
those guys do in the league, and here 5 years from now, then we'll revisit it. But again, quick trigger on that one. Somebody should have definitely pumped, told Prime to pump the brakes on that. We'll revisit that later on. Let's worry about the here and now. We'll worry about jersey retirement later on.
Yeah, I totally agree. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Label still on the Tyreek train. Yeah, I mean, no one's saying the talent isn't there, but I'm just saying that there's a lot. He's a pain, off the season, and he makes the organization look really bad. And like Malloy and I talked about this a couple days ago. He kind of quit on the team, and he's possibly going to be your captain. So that's kind of like not something you want in your ball club. So I'm just saying, like, cut your losses and you can move on and try to get something for him. That's all I'm saying. But again, in any quarterback in a perfect system. In a perfect system in general, any quarterback, most quarterbacks could look well. Most quarterbacks looks well. Let's see.
And honestly, I think with what he's saying, I think kind of in a roundabout way. I mean, he's and again, context probably a little bit. I haven't seen everything he's posted, but that's what we've said. I mean, you're agreeing with what we're saying there. Label is we've already said Tua needs everything around him to be great. Right. So we haven't disputed that. We haven't disputed that if he doesn't have the outside receivers and everything like that, then he's not going to be a good quarterback. He's not going to look good. So that's basically what we said. Is the difference between him and guys like, Mahomes and guys like Allen and guys like that who are the system. Everything around Tua has to be, you have that Pro Bowl talent around a guy like Tua in order to win. You can win with him, but you don't win because of Tua, right? So that's what we've been saying.
And the difference with having everything around Tua and not is him going from average to good.
Yeah.
In my opinion.
Yeah. 100%. And
so like again, if you draft, it's like, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but if you draft well and you put the right pieces around Tua, even if you don't have Tyreek Hill, the Dolphins can be successful. But besides that, just
for sure,
from a football perspective, if the weather sucks, whether it's heavy rain, whether it's the frozen tundra of Kansas City or Lambeau Field, whatever it is, Tua is going to shrink. I mean, just look, like Joe Rose said it best. There's just some guys that are weatherproof. Marino's weatherproof. Josh Allen's weatherproof. Mahomes is weatherproof as well. Tom Brady's weatherproof. Tua's not weatherproof. Yeah. So even if you do surround Tua with a Pro Bowl team, even if you don't have Tyreek Hill, but you have a Pro Bowl caliber team, in general, that's he's still gonna struggle if the elements aren't perfect for him.
Yeah,
and there again,
you're right.
You talk about roster construction and personnel around Tua, and again, we continue to touch on it. About a week or so ago when we were talking about lead up to the draft, what the Dolphins need, and again, I think we all agreed the O-line has to be a strength. The O-line has to be a strength for several reasons. When you're looking at it on the micro level, you have to give Tua a running game. You have to protect them with the ability to play action pass. If you line up with Tua and you're throwing the ball 40 times a game, you're doing him a disservice if you're lining up and throwing the ball 40 times a game. With Tua, you can't fall in love with the speed of Tyreek Hill and the explosiveness of Jalen Waddle. Like, you can't do that. You're doing him a disservice, and that's in September and in October.
Mm-hmm.
So when you get into, hopefully now you're in the running for a playoff spot, and you're looking at that, and now we're traveling to Buffalo, Kansas City, wherever the case may be, unless you're in like San Diego or something like that. But everywhere else, if you're traveling to Pittsburgh or Baltimore or whatever, now that passing game, now the air has to come out of the ball, right?
Yep.
And if you're not able to run the ball, and what are you going to do? Like,
and also speed is not in your favor either.
Yeah, 100%. Speed is negated in that type of weather.
Absolutely, 100%. And that is why we need some good trench players, specifically, not so much for pass pro, because the system and the way that the defenses have evolved over the years and since 2019, 2020. Okay, the long ball's not there anymore. You've got to be a special kind of quarterback in order to throw outside the numbers or throw the long ball with these cover two packages and the leverage that the linebackers are, playing back and stuff like that. So what is the best counter to that? You need a running game. You need to pound the rock. That's going to help your quarterback out. That's going to get your team down the field and to score.
Play action. Now the play action is a threat because you can run the ball. So
absolutely,
it's those picks that aren't sexy. It's a free agent signings that aren't sexy, right? The splashes are your Tyreek Hills. The splashes are those kind of names, right? But the way that you build a team, you sustain success over a long period of time is not only do you build through the draft, but you build the trenches. Look at what Philly has done. Look at what you're saying. Baltimore. Look at what, even though they haven't won a Super Bowl, necessarily recently, but they're in the running every year. Why? Because the O-line is strong, the defensive line is strong, right? Kansas City, you got Chris Jones on the D-line. Overall, the tackles haven't been great here recently, but the interior offensive line has been really, really good, right?
And they got a running back.
And they can run the ball. Exactly. Buffalo's been really good. Why? They can play defense. They can run the ball. Aside from Josh Allen, rocket arm, the whole deal. But look at who's he's throwing to who is receivers, right? Kincaid is a good tight end, right?
That's the only guy I know.
Yeah, Keon Coleman, who's probably going to be decent, right? But they had guys like Curtis Samuel.
You have last year, right?
Keon Coleman was a rookie last year. Khalil Shakir, who they just re-upped, right? Who's a good slot guy, right? but they're not winning with Tyreek Hills and Jamar Chases. They're winning with guys who are system guys, right? They run the ball, they play action, and Josh Allen is weatherproof. And again, just an example of a guy who is the system, who it doesn't matter how things are going around him. Like, he's a system, he's weatherproof, and again, to me, he's the best quarterback in the league. I know Mahomes, the whole deal, whatever, but I think to me right now, current day, if you gave me a quarterback to start a roster or a team with, it would be Josh Allen. Size, strength, arm strength, everything. To me, I think he was a better quarterback last year than Patrick Mahomes was, and I think he's the best quarterback in the league right now. But again, those teams, when you look at the blueprint, and what I said, starts at the top, at the very, very top. Good ownership brings in good football people. Good football people bring in a good head coach and draft well. And they develop through the draft, supplement in free agency, don't give out bad contracts. And if you look at what the Dolphins have done consistently, you can definitely make an argument. Ownership hasn't been great. He hasn't brought in good football people, questionable head coaching hire. And in the draft, they've been more missed than hit. And they gave out not great contracts.
Yeah.
All the things that winners, all the things that winners don't do, the Dolphins have been doing. And it's not the bash them, it's not that. It's just the truth. It's flat out. It's the truth. It's what winners don't do. When you look at what Baltimore, Philly, Buffalo, Kansas City, traditional winners have done, Pittsburgh over the majority of their time, it's what those guys haven't done. And it's
they also draft well because I'm talking about the Steelers here for years. They draft well because it seems like they had a rotating door of linebackers. They wouldn't resign you because they knew the guy behind you was going to be just as good.
They've had a championship defense for the last couple of years. Their offense has held them back. But bro, that's a championship defense at every level. Minka at safety. You got on the D line, bro. You got TJ Watt, the guy on the other side from him.
Haywood.
Hey, there you go. Exactly. And
Patrick Queen as well for how much money?
Bro,
forgot about him.
At every level, you have Pro Bowlers. You have guys who are legit. They just and even at the skill position, the O line hasn't been great. And at quarterback, they just haven't been able to find a replacement since Ben Roethlisberger left. But they have a championship defense. They draft well, supplement, through free agency. Tend not to really give out bad contracts, even though the DK Metcalf contract, I mean, you can kind of argue that one. I wouldn't have given that guy $30 million a year, but that's up to you. But again, if you don't have a quarterback, again, just to reiterate, right, you have to have a quarterback. You don't necessarily need the big explosive guys, outside. You don't need a Tyreek Hill necessarily. You got to play defense. You got to be able to run the ball and the quarterback who's good. The system and the formula has not changed. Has not changed in however long. It has not changed. So.
Yeah, I agree with it. But going back to the Steelers, it hasn't been without effort because Justin Fields was a high draft pick, for the Chicago Bears, and some people thought a change of scenery and a franchise has been winning for a long time consistently would have been good for him, and he just hasn't panned out either. So that's a major issue.
Arthur Smith. I think you can make an argument. Is he the best OC? At this point, I don't know. Again, debatable. Yeah, I mean, I think Justin Fields, I think we know what he is at this point. I think we've got enough tape on him. We've played enough where, we have to stop, pretending that Justin Fields isn't what he's shown, right? Justin Fields is a guy who is limited in the passing game, who is going to be able to run the ball, right? If you put that guy behind a great offensive line, that guy can run for damn near 1,000 yards at the quarterback position. I mean, he's dynamic in the run game, but he's limited in the passing game.
I agree with that. But I think the New York Jets are setting him up for success to a degree. They got a good running game and they got a good O-line. And he's going to be dynamic. Yeah, he's going to be dynamic back there.
They're not going to ask the guy, right? They're not going to ask a guy to do a whole bunch. That guy's going to throw the ball 18, right? 20 times a game, right? That's what they're going to ask him to do. They're going to run the ball and they're going to play action. Right, he's not going to line up back there now unless they're down. But the game plan will never be for Justin Fields to come in and throw the ball 30 times a game. It won't be. It won't be. But like you said, they are setting him up for success. The O-line in front of him. Breece Hall's a great running back. Right. I mean, again, I think, and he's got some stuff around him. He's got some stuff.
Yeah,
around
and that's what
Garrett Wilson's a good receiver.
Yeah,
Garrett Wilson's a very good receiver as well.
Exactly.
Yeah, so he's going to instead of him being an average quarterback, he could be above average now with what he's got around him. Maybe even good.
Yeah, Yeah, I don't disagree. I don't disagree with that.
So
at all.
let me
talented guy.
We got Detroit Lions are on the clock. I don't know if we've went over this yet. I'm going to go at 169. The Chicago Bears took
They took
Zay Frazier.
Yeah.
Yep. From
Texas.
Texas.
Aronde Gadsden went at 165 to the Chargers.
Yep. And then is that where we stopped at 165?
No, we hadn't talked about Aronde Gadsden. But he went at 165. No,
okay, one at 165. Then we got Tony Horton with the Seattle.
I really like that
wide
pick.
receiver, Colorado State.
Really like that pick right there.
Yeah. Jackson Slater, guard from Sacramento State, went to the Titans. Then we got center from Boston College, Drew Kindle, went to the Eagles.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, the Eagles are always finding some gems.
Dude, they draft so well, man.
Yeah, they really do. And then we got the Bears again. And then, of course, they got Zay Frazier from Texas, cornerback. And then Buffalo got Jordan Hancock, cornerback from Ohio State.
Yep.
Pick is in for the Detroit Lions. All right.
I can't believe Martinez hasn't been picked yet.
No, he hasn't.
Yeah,
so
man. I'm a little bit kind of surprised by that one, man. I really thought that he would be gone by now. I'm telling you, somebody's gonna land a gem with that kid.
Yeah.
I'm telling you right now. Somebody's
a steal, man.
Somebody's really gonna like that kid, when they land him, man, because I think he's a stud, man.
Yeah.
He tore it up.
He tore it up in 2 different schools.
Yeah.
He tore it up at Oregon State, and he tore it up in Miami.
Mm-hmm.
It was little effort at Miami.
Dude, it was the easiest 1,000-yard season I've ever seen from a running back. Just effortless, man. I'm telling you, the guy's a glider. He runs. He just smooth, man. Just runs. He runs with speed. Runs with power. Can break tackles. He can run you over. He can catch the ball.
I think you said that he wasn't even the starter, right? Isn't that what you said?
He started the year, then he got flipped for Mark Fletcher, and that lit a fire under him. That lit a fire in him because he was better as a backup. Because then that's when he really picked it up. I would say a quarter into the season. Yeah, that's where the famous dragging all of Louisville into the end zone occurred on a 35-year run.
He was disappointing at the beginning of the season, man. But again, right? New system, right? New surroundings. You can't underestimate that. Early on, I was like, yo, this guy might not be as good as people were saying. But then, man, listen, he flipped that switch, and in the last like 8 or 9 games, man, that dude went wild.
Yeah, because he danced a little too much. Like he was a little too patient hitting the hole.
Yeah.
And Mark wasn't. Mark would hit the hole once he saw it. And I think that kind of woke him up a little bit. He's like, I have to be more like that. And once he started doing that, once he stopped overthinking his holes, he just ran through them and he realized, oh, damn, this is a really good line. and that's what everything picked up for him.
You don't have to dance, man.
No, you don't.
Just hit that hole, man. And go. He wasn't used to the type of holes that he was seeing in front of him, man. And
Not only that, they ran more of a similar. They ran like a modified pro style system at Oregon State when he was there. So I think he did have a lead fullback on several occasions blocking for him. So that kind of like may have caught him a bit off guard. It was an adjustment, but when he adjusted, it was over.
You didn't need a fullback at Miami.
No, man.
With that line, you didn't need a fullback.
No, at all.
Just go, man. And again, he showed it. His last like 8 games, man. Last 7 or 8 games. And he turned it on, man. He really turned it on.
And the Pop-Tart Bowl as well. Pop-Tart Bowl as well. He tore apart Iowa State.
Why they did not in the Syracuse game? He was averaging like 10, 11 yards a carry. Yeah. If they feed him in that game, they make the playoffs. If you feed him in that game, you make the playoffs.
Yeah.
But they decided to go. I don't know what happened. They decided to go away from him, and the rest is history. But.
Yeah. So if you look at it really quick, I'm sorry. Statistically, it was really balanced. It was really balanced that game. But since they were catching up, Syracuse was catching up. It would have been a little better to stop that bleeding by having him run a little bit more.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, go ahead, Steve.
Yeah.
No. I was just going to mention the pick was the Detroit Lions made their pick. It's guard from LSU, Miles Frazier.
Yep.
Miles Frazier.
A big kid.
Rams are on the clock. Yeah, he's 6'6", 317.
Yeah.
ESPN had him as their seventh, as the number 7 guard, man. For him to go at this point in the draft is a pretty nice get for them.
Yeah. It's a guard heavy draft too. So
Yeah, O-line and D-line, man. O-line and D-line. Like if this is a draft where you needed line of scrimmage help, this was the draft for you. I mean, when you're getting this kind of talent, still, at this point in the draft, man, and again, going to Detroit, man, where, the way they've been drafting on the O-line
great organization
is really good, man. They've identified talent on lines of scrimmage, especially at the offensive line, and they're going to surround Jared Goff with as many weapons as possible, as much protection as possible.
Yeah, Jahmyr Gibbs gonna be really happy.
Yeah. This next pick is a nice one too, man. This kid, Chris Paul Jr. from Ole Miss, it's a nice pickup for them, for the Rams.
Okay.
Panthers are down 3-1 to the Lightning.
Damn. We got the Bills are on the clock.
9:28 left in the third.
Pick is in for the Bills.
The Bears are going to like Josh Frazier. They're going to like him. Jackson Slater, but Rondé Gatson, good for him.
Yep, ended up with the Chargers. Yep.
He'll fit in well, but that'll be a nice piece for the quarterback.
Justin Herbert.
Justin Herbert and Harbaugh.
Did I say that out loud? Sorry. I didn't mean to say that out loud. We've given that guy so many chances.
Well, let's see what Zach Wilson does this year.
I know,
because I could probably say about 80% he's going to be at some point he's going to come in and play this year. I mean, unfortunately.
Yeah. I mean, listen. Yeah, if you're Tua's backup, you better prepare like you're going to play. Because there's a good chance you're going to.
Exactly.
Also, remember if what Tony Pauline and Salguero are saying, a lot of the young players will have no problem coming to play for McDaniel. It's the veterans and the players who have standing and are leaders. They'll never admit it, but at the same time, you can get inklings. This team right now has to get younger and has to sort of start over if they're going to let McDaniel still remain the head coach. Because I wouldn't, if I'm a veteran and I walk into a room and I go, like, that's my head coach? That's the guy I'm taking orders from? Like, come on. Really?
Mm-hmm. Well, and that's a good point, Evan, because you got veterans, like Calais Campbell and Terron Armstead and stuff. They've been around a little bit. They've seen some coaching. They've seen what it's like to be on a good franchise,
Exactly.
Especially Calais Campbell played in Baltimore.
Exactly.
John Harbaugh was the complete opposite of Mike McDaniel.
Mm-hmm. So we got Chris Paul, linebacker, Mississippi, went to the Rams. And then
God, I'm about to vomit.
Yeah. What?
Did you guys? I didn't even notice this. I just died. They just took my player at 173.
Jackson
that was my player all
Jackson
draft.
Hodge.
I may have to. I live closer to Buffalo. I might need to become a Bills fan.
Uh-oh.
He is going to kill us. This guy's a blocking machine. James Cook is and Josh Allen are going to run miles with this guy in front of
you extend your offensive line right there basically with that.
You got Kincaid, you got Knox, and then you got this guy.
No, but this guy's a pure blocking tight end. This guy's I'm not happy. I am not happy right now.
I don't think I would have been. I wasn't really keen on drafting a tight end. I really wasn't.
But we need a blocker.
Well, we got a blocker. We got Brown. We brought Brown in to be the blocking tight end.
He hasn't proven much.
He's a blocker. He's a veteran. And then you got Jono Smith as your pass catcher, and then Terron Armstead on. He had very good comments about Julian Hill. So Julian Hill's going to have a breakout season.
Yeah, Julian Hill should not be anywhere near a football.
Well, he also said he also said that he made a lot of mistakes, last year in the beginning of the year, but he cleaned it up towards the end of the year.
I'd rather him block Steve. I don't have a problem as a
No,
blocker.
I'm with you. That's what I mean. That's what I'm saying.
Man. Fumbleitis galore.
No, I agree. He's a good blocking tight end. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. You're lucky Courtney bounced. She would have had a lot to say to you for that one. Courtney
Yeah, I
hates
know.
Julian Hill. Like
A
hates.
lot of folks don't like him.
No,
Yeah,
she loves Eli Apple. She loves Eli Apple.
No, when Courtney hates, man, it stays.
I know. I
When
know.
Courtney hates, it stays, man. It doesn't go away. And when she loves, she loves. But when she hates, she hates, man.
Holds a grudge, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Denzel Burke, cornerback, Ohio State, went to the Cardinals.
If he's healthy, that's a beast. The guy's a tackling machine. He could cover. Some of the big receivers. But he had problems staying healthy at Ohio State, and now he would have gone higher in the draft.
Yep.
He's a smaller guy. He's
a beast.
5'11",
Super
186.
highly recruited kid coming out of high school. Is a five-star kid, if I'm not mistaken.
He's a beast. Like in the slot, he'll be an animal. Especially tackling in space, bubble screens, stopping the run. He'll do that if he's healthy.
Right.
But the reason why he went so low is because he has an injury history.
Yeah, he'll play on special team and stuff. He'll get on the field.
Yeah,
work his way up.
I mean, he's a monster tackler in the defensive backfield.
We got Seattle pick is in on Seattle at 175.
With Jackson Haas, I am like literally fuming. They took.
You'll be all right. You'll be all right, Evan.
No, because when I see it, I'm going to be watching him every time I watch the Bills play the Dolphins.
Dude, we got Jono Smith. Come on.
This is a pass cat. This is a blocking tight end. This is a mauler on the other side of the ball.
Again, we got Brown and Julian Hill. Relax.
Julian Hill's a penalty machine. Do you ever realize every time you weren't looking? Whenever I'd watch a game, I wish they would give me a full screen of the whole field, because whenever there's an extended run for Mostert or Achane, you knew that if you looked backwards, there was a flag, right?
Yes, but didn't you hear what I just said? Teron Armstead said he's gonna have a breakout year.
Teron Armstead. I trust what Teron Armstead has to tell me. He's never on the field.
So he's got a good view. He's got a good view of everything.
Good point.
From the sideline.
Hey, they got and sorry to interrupt you guys. I don't know if you guys saw Jose Cabrera's question. He said, would you say running back Wright is our third round pick this year, since we gave up this year's third round pick to pick him?
Evan, what do you say?
No, because I don't think we don't utilize him properly. Like a third round pick should be utilized in your running game, and he's not utilized. Like Mike McDaniel does not know how to utilize his running backs. Period. Like, just remember, they haven't picked a running back yet, right? So what's our running back room? We have Madison, we have Wright. Unless he uses right up the A gap, which I thought he should have done last year, they keep on using Achane. So I think there needs to be more of Jalen Wright. Like, you drafted him for a reason, but you didn't utilize him last year.
Yeah.
Really,
kid's explosive. Kid's explosive, man. I mean, he's a weapon. Again, somebody I think you have to find a spot for him. On the field. I don't know that Achane is built.
He's not.
He's a guy, who I don't think you can count on for the entirety of a year if you're, to run through the tackles and everything like that. I don't think he's that kind of running back. I think you have to incorporate Jalen Wright, and Alexander Madison isn't a bad number 3, right? As long as you're not counting on him to be Alexander Madison of a couple of years. I think if you're counting on him to be a third running back, with Achane and Wright as your 1-2, I think you got something there, man. I think both of those guys are fast. They're explosive guys. You just have to get them on the field, 1, and 2. Again, just if you want to be successful, don't plan on using Achane. He's not a 300 carry season guy. Like, it's just not the way he's built. He's a fast, explosive guy, great in the passing game, but not a guy who you want to give 25 touches a game to, in my opinion.
I agree with you on that for sure. He's a small guy. He really is. So the Seattle Seahawks took Robbie Oates, Ouzts.
Robbie Outs.
Tight end, Alabama.
Ouzts, yeah, maybe Ouzts. It's weird.
Yeah, Ouzts, maybe. Yeah.
Anyone know about
guy,
him?
No idea, bro. I'm looking at his picture, and he looks like an insurance salesman. He's like 43.
He does, doesn't he?
Insurance salesman. Yeah. It looks like his State Farm headshot or something,
Yeah.
But good for him, man. Congratulations, Robbie.
Man.
You're in the league.
Congratulations. Welcome to
you are in the league, my friend.
Insurance salesman.
On the practice squad.
Bro, look at his headshot.
Freaking killed
Well,
him.
he's probably making more on the practice squad than he is an insurance salesman, right?
I met Will Mallory at the spring game, and if Will Mallory grew a mustache, he'd look probably just like him.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Nice.
I met him in the spring game. Very nice. He's a very nice guy, very humble. But he would look probably just like that if he grew a mustache.
Yeah. And Robbie looks like he's been married for 16 years and has three kids, at least.
Tyler Barron was just taken.
Oh,
that's from Rob. There's he just dropped one.
Who was taken?
Tyler Barron was just drafted.
Oh, nice.
Barron, Edge, Miami. Yeah.
He went
Another
to.
Jet.
Did he
The
go to
Jets
New
are
York?
like-
He went
the Jets
to New
spent a
York.
lot of time at the U.
Yeah, man. Jets taking Miami guys.
Another guy, man, who based on measurables and the way he looked getting off the bus, man, probably somebody who should have gone higher. Definitely under-delivered.
Yeah, he did.
Based on his measurables.
Yeah, he underachieved big time.
Yeah.
Started off decently the first 3 or 4 games, and then just fell off.
Yeah, because they were playing nobodies, and he feasted on the nobodies. And then
he feasted on Florida too. I think he had 2 sacks that game.
Yeah. First game, but then it was like Ball State and whoever and went nuts, and then after that was
he faded off.
very mid from that point
All
on.
right, we're in the 6th round. Buffalo Bills on the clock again at 177, and we got the Ravens at 178. Will be next, and then of course Miami at 179.
Maybe they'll take a punter since we only have 2 on the roster.
You can never have too many punters.
By the way, why haven't we cut?
Maybe we'll take a kicker.
Well, why haven't we cut? Yeah, Malloy, you were so hard on Jason Sanders 2 years ago. All you did was rip him and rip him. Actually, that was me. That was so bad. I was so mean to that man.
You were.
Very bad. I apologize. Very.
All right, so this is my prediction. If the Dolphins don't get Martinez, the Titans are either going to get Restrepo or Martinez in their next pick. That's my prediction.
Who?
If the Dolphins don't get Martinez, they're not going to get Restrepo. But if the Dolphins don't get Martinez, I predict the Tennessee Titans for the 183rd pick are going to get either Restrepo or they're going to pick up Martinez.
Oh, okay.
To add some familiarity to Cam Ward.
I would say the Titans
makes sense.
Again, yeah, you got to continue to build around Cam Ward, and I think what they have at running back now, I don't know that is super impressive. I think Martinez could definitely earn some playing time.
Who do they have at running back right now?
You got Ty Sharp and Pollard, Tony Pollard.
Oh, Tony Pollard.
Yeah. So again, I mean, not terrible, but not a running back room that I don't think Damian Martinez could land some playing time in.
Mm-hmm. That would be a good spot for him.
Yeah,
for sure.
I also know they worked him out as well, so they are definitely interested. So I know they worked them out. So we'll see. But that's my prediction. I think they want somebody. At least I would think that you want somebody on offense that Cam's familiar with. If crap hits the fan, he's able to dump the ball off to somebody that he could trust. So that's what I think.
I don't disagree, man.
Yeah. So that's my prediction. If the Dolphins don't get him, I predict he's going to land in Tennessee. One of those two are going to land in Tennessee.
DP says Miami is afraid that you players are party animals.
I'll put his comments up.
Pretty funny. Yeah. That used to be the case. I think they've been pretty well behaved here recently.
That's why I have a feeling that Greer's not making the picks. I mean, I don't think he has the influence he once had.
And you guys may know better than me. I mean, obviously, Chris Greer, is the GM in terms of the label. I don't know how the structure of their front office exactly goes, and I'm not sure exactly who else has the influence in that room. I'm not 100% sure.
It's by committee. Okay. It's a collective.
Got it. I'm looking at something. I just looked on Twitter and they said they got a picture of Dylan Gabriel in a Browns uniform. It said Dylan Gabriel has entered the transfer portal. I'm telling you, man, that Browns QB room is the most Browns shit I've ever seen. Like, come on, man, what are you guys doing?
I don't know. I could be wrong on that take about Chris Greer not making the picks. The picks. I'm just hoping it's not him, but
yeah,
because they did bring in Champ Kelly and they got Marvin Allen. You know, Marvin Allen was had a lot of influence on the picks with Kansas City Chiefs picking Mahomes, and also Josh Allen in Buffalo.
Got it.
So
yeah, I wasn't sure of that. I wasn't sure of that structure with them in that front office.
Still waiting on the pick with Buffalo.
Taking their time, aren't they?
They sure are. Ravens are on the clock.
This draft's been interesting, man. This draft's been interesting when you look around at team to team. In previous years, when you look around at some teams and go, they've been terrible. But you look around you go team to team. You're really seeing a lot of teams with a lot of really good drafts.
That's a good point.
You're looking around, man. The AFC East, again, man, you really got to obviously as a Dolphins fan, you probably don't want to hear that, right? But the Patriots have had a good draft. The Jets have had a good draft. I think the Bills have had a good draft. Ravens got two legit dudes, man. Mike Green is a dude. Malachi Starks, to me, was the best safety in the draft.
Mm-hmm.
Steelers, have landed some nice pieces. The Broncos, got better. That defense is going to be legit, next year. The Raiders have had a good draft. So
that's a good point. You made a key point there. A lot of teams are getting better.
Yeah. Yep. And again, I mean, it will be the tried and true system for the rest of time. You build your team through the draft, you supplement in free agency. If you're one of these teams who constantly wins the free agency sweepstakes in day 1, day 2, I can almost guarantee you are not a team that's in the playoffs consistently.
Right.
It doesn't happen. Yeah. Your good teams sit back. Let everybody spend all their money in the first 3 hours of free agency, and then you supplement, with those guys who are kind of on the back end in the market. Because again, you're always going to look through the draft to build your team. Again, every once in a while, for one reason or another, through attrition, through injury, whatever the case may be, I mean, you're going to have to go into free agency. You can't be opposed to it, but you can't give out bad contracts in free agency. You can't have guys, in contract 3, contract 4, landing huge deals from your team. If you're doing that, more than likely, your team is not consistently in the playoffs. It's how it goes. You can't be giving money to guys who are 31, 32 years old, in contract number 4. That's not the way you win.
Or injured guys with history.
Exactly. Significant injury histories, without a doubt. Like, that's not how you win.
I'm just glad Greer didn't draft a historically injured guy this time around. The picks are relatively healthy.
Mm-hmm.
So that's a good thing. Miami has a bad habit of drafting injured players.
Oh, pick is in. Buffalo
Dorian
Bills.
Strong. That's somebody that Bobby
Yep.
wants.
Cornerback, Virginia Tech.
Nice.
So basically, they just took a pick that he wanted, and they took the pick I wanted. The Bills know what they're doing.
Bobby's not going to be happy with that one. That's a nice get. I'm telling you, man, Buffalo continues to do their thing.
Well, again, what's your name again? I Hate Football Podcast. What's your name? Q. I'm sorry, Q.
No, you're good, brother.
Oh, it's right there, Q. I see it, Q. No, you said it, man. The good teams, they know, they just sit back and wait, and when the right guy comes along to fit their system, they get him.
I mean, Buffalo's gone all defense, man. You look at what they drafted, literally it's all defense, and they're all guys who based on their production in college, I mean, you really have to like, the the route that they're going, man. I mean, again, just another strong pick. Look at what point we're at in the draft.
Strong is going to get on the field, even as a 6th rounder.
100% that guy's going to play.
He's going to get on the field.
He's going to play. Virginia Tech had really good DBs. They're all gone now. They all hit the portal. They couldn't keep any of them, and this guy obviously in the draft, but their DBs, really, really good DBs they had at Virginia Tech last year.
Yeah.
So
them and Cal had in the ACC had really dominant defensive backfields. Cal at one point in
Cal
early in the season had like 12 interceptions, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, they led the country in interceptions through the better part of the season. But yeah, they look good now. Now they've got nobody. Everybody's left for them.
Oh yeah, everybody hit the portal.
And they have 5 scholarship running backs. They all hit the portal within like the first 2 days of the portal opening. So can't imagine they're excelling.
Q, can you answer that?
Is Strong better than Marshall? I would say without a doubt, without having to think about it for a second, absolutely. Absolutely. The Dolphins would have been way better off picking Dorian Strong over Jason Marshall. I mean, without a doubt. Yeah.
By the way, so Jason Marshall was asked, the corner at the next level he studies most?
Uh-oh.
Jalen Ramsey. That's the guy he studies. That's the guy he looks up to.
Well,
You think Jason Marshall convinced Jalen Ramsey to stay?
Listen, I guess you kind of have to say it after the Dolphins draft you, right? Like, I mean, can you, right? What are you supposed to say at that point, right?
Xavier Howard.
Yeah.
Told you. When she loves, man. But when she hates, she hates.
Xavier Howard. If you're gonna take anything from Xavier Howard, hopefully it's on the field, not.
Hey, Dolphins
not
pick is in.
Don't say it. Do not
I'm
say
not
it.
saying it. Cornerback for the Ravens, they pick cornerback Behil Cone. Cornerback from Western Michigan.
Bilal Cohen, I'm not sure what that is.
Bilal Cone.
All right, Miami, come on. Who do you got?
Yeah, when are the Dolphins going to pick a quarterback? I say the first round next year.
Arch Manning.
It's a better draft next year for quarterbacks, allegedly. So.
Yeah, there's supposed to be the list I saw of cornerbacks coming out next year, man. You got Arch, you got Carson Beck, Drew Aller, Garrett Nussmeier. You got some dudes coming out. I don't know how many of those guys are going to be elite necessarily, but you're definitely going to have a better class next year for sure.
We're waiting, Miami.
I can't believe it took Jackson Haas. Like, that is my boy.
Man, you are devastated over that one, huh, brother?
Yes.
Blocking machine.
Blocking machine. Like, Dahl, do me a favor. Go type in that name. You wanted another offensive lineman? Go look up this tight end. He basically would make them cut Julian Hill on the spot. Because we know how much you love Julian.
Not Julian Hill.
She loves Julian Hill. She'd miss him greatly.
That's her favorite player. The Dolphins. Right
favorite player.
Favorite player.
I thought Eli Apple was.
Listen, don't get me started on that phenomenal backfield that we have. Okay.
Come on, doll. Let's see the Italian come out. Come on. Come on. Let it out. La Italiana, per favore. Come on.
I've been working on being Zen.
Where's Bobby? Where's Bobby? Where's Bobby?
Hold on, don't say it, Evan.
Oh, where's Bobby?
I've been very behaved, so I haven't hated somebody since Eli Apple, probably.
I am.
Did you
Ollie Gordon? Okay.
Ollie Gordon.
Okay. I can dig it. I can dig it.
I would have preferred Damian Martinez.
Me too, but I don't hate it.
Ollie Gordon.
All right, Ollie
I don't hate it. I don't hate it.
Great. He is a monster. He's great.
Yeah, I don't hate it. I really don't.
Big back, 6'1".
Yeah, I don't hate it. I would prefer Martinez. I agree with Will. But
Ollie Gordon is someone that Bobby has talked about forever.
6'1", 226.
This guy is. I want Bobby to come talk about him.
So
I don't hate it.
He's our power back.
I think for 2 reasons I would have preferred Damian Martinez, right? If I was a Dolphins fan, 1, because he's from the Canes.
Yeah.
2, I think Ollie Gordon has a lot more miles on him.
He took a lot of the work.
Than Martinez, a lot of carries at Oklahoma State.
Yeah, that's true.
Yep.
Well, see, that's why I can't trust Chris Greer to pick the right pick.
But Ollie Gordon is a better. If you ask Bobby,
No, it's not. I don't care.
If you watch Bobby, who's done analysis of all this draft stuff. Ollie Gordon is a guy he tracked to the Dolphins. This is a good running back.
That means nothing to me as a Canes fan. I'm just gonna
Yeah, but so that's
absolutely.
So basically, that means that you only want the Miami Heat to have players from the University of Miami on their basketball team.
Yes, 100%.
The entire Dolphins.
I want to go back to the state of Miami. Homegrown kids in our backyard, play for the Canes, then dominate for the Dolphins.
What about the people who lived in Miami? What are people who live in Miami, like Tyler Huntley and Teddy Bridgewater? Like, you want those guys? They lived in Miami. They went down the street.
Listen,
Yeah.
I know
Miami.
that you Canadians don't understand state pride.
Excuse
but
me.
I
own a home in Florida. I've been going there since I was like 6 weeks old. Every year of my life.
You're not a Floridian, okay?
I'm the closest thing to a Floridian that a Canadian can be.
You're a snowbird, and I don't want to hear
No,
a word out of your damn mouth.
I'm not 80 years old, doll. I'm not 80 years old.
It doesn't matter. It is what it is. You're a snowbird.
Nope.
Keep your mouth shut.
No.
It's okay, Thirsty. It's okay. I'm saddened as well. But yeah, but Chris Greer is allergic to Miami Hurricanes. He drafted Hunter Long over Brevin Jordan. I think he's allergic to Miami Hurricanes. If you have him in your backyard, might as well just at least give him a look. Martinez, I do agree, has less miles, but I don't think Ollie's gonna be asked to do much except short yardage situations.
Well, yeah, he's not.
Which is what Miami lacked last year. They were throwing it like a 4th and 1 because they didn't trust the running backs to get 1 yard. So I think that's gonna be Ollie's role.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Q.
When you're looking at what you have on the roster already, you don't have a body type like Ollie Gordon. When A-Chain isn't 6'1", 225. Wright is not 6'1", 225, right? So this is, obviously a change of pace back, a guy, in short yardage and the whole deal. And if the worst were to happen, I think a guy with plenty of carries under his belt that he's not going to be, the situation isn't going to be too big for him. Oh, there he is. Is that your Ollie dance? Not the Ollie Gordon dance? The Ollie shuffle.
You're on mute, Bobby.
You're muted,
You're on
dude.
mute.
You're on
You're
Will.
still on mute.
I'm Will. I got the Will microphone. Okay, now that Ollie fucking Gordon. I've been talking about this kid throughout the draft process. Abso-freaking-lutely love him. I love him. He's exactly what Miami needs in that running back room. We need a thumper. We need power. He can catch. He can run. He's got it all. To get him at this point in the 6th round, at this point in time, is amazing value.
So the question is, how many carries will he get this year?
Who gives a crap? What we don't need to rely on Devon Achin or Alec Ingold.
I agree.
We don't have to rely on that anymore. We're 4th and 1. Put Ollie back there. Let Ollie run it. This is a great pick by the Miami Dolphins. I absolutely love it. I did hear a little bit about Martinez. I like Martinez. I love Martinez. I would have loved to see him in Miami. I would be okay with it if it was the pick. But do not hate on this kid. Give him a chance to make you love him. Will, Dahl, and above. This was
I'm not against the pick. I'm not against the pick. I said I don't hate the pick. I wish it was Martinez in general because, of course, he's a Cane and he has similar size. And since Mike McDaniel loves the speed, he'll give you your speed. That's the only thing about Martinez. But I'm not against Miami needed a back that get you 1 yard on 4th down or 1 or 2 yards on 3rd down. Miami just didn't have that. So they did address that need as far as getting a guy like Ollie Gordon. But as a Canes fan, as a homegrown guy, you do want like a Dave Martinez to stay.
But I'm just saying, don't let that make you hate on this pick because I'm telling you,
I don't hate it.
And that's what I'm saying. Look, he gives you that option on short yardage situations, but he also gives you what McDaniel loves about running backs. What he wants, guys who could catch, this guy could also help you in the blocking game. He does it all. He's an all-around damn good running back. I love this kid.
Yeah,
awesome pick by Miami.
Yeah, that was a good pick. I think the one thing, and again, I don't know that it'll ever come into play. He's got a lot of miles on him at Oklahoma State, a lot of carries, and the whole deal. I don't think, again, if we're just looking at, for me personally, right? If I'm looking at Ollie Gordon versus Damian Martinez, to me, I saw more of Damian Martinez.
Sure.
I think at this point, again, less mileage, on the wheels for Damian. But again, I don't think you can be mad at the Ollie Gordon pick if you're a Dolphins fan. I think at this point in the draft, I think that's a nice get.
I'm elated. We needed a power back like him.
Kyle McCord to the Eagles.
Eagles.
with this most recent pick.
Yep.
You know,
And JJ can't
Pegues.
pronounce his last name. Pegues.
JJ Pegues, yeah. That's a
Defensive
nice
tackle.
get. That's a nice get
Went
at this
to
point.
the Raiders.
Yeah. Yeah. Big kid, played next to Walter Nolan and played really, really well. So
Mr. Irrelevant. We're not there yet. It's
Dude.
round 6, right? we got a little bit. We got a little bit of time.
Rough day though for our local teams. though. The Panthers got blasted and the Heat got obliterated.
Yes.
It's been
rough.
rough.
Day. Rough day for.
It's
rough day. So the Panthers are going to go 3-0 personally.
Miami.
I thought they had
of those, I am not remotely surprised by the Heat score. Like,
yeah, it is what it is.
Did I expect them to get wrecked? But I expected them to lose. I mean, I said at the beginning of the series, I said Cavs in 5 because I felt generous, but not because I expected them to really be able to do anything against them. I mean, honestly, like it just they need to rethink a few things for sure. Like, no,
absolutely,
absolutely.
So, let's see here. Yeah, I was following up. I was with I had some lunch and then I was hanging out with my my youngest, giving her some time. Oh wait, what happened, Steve?
Another Miami player.
Andres Borregales.
Borregales.
So the Patriots.
Oh, there you go.
Oh, yeah. It's going to kill us.
The first kicker, right?
He's got a leg.
Hey, he's got a huge leg. Yeah.
Yeah, he
first
does.
kicker. Yeah, the first kicker taken.
Yeah.
Good chance. There's not going to be many more of those. Did not expect him to go before Damian Martinez.
Or Restrepo.
Josh Mabry of Ruckus.
I'm shocked.
RAEV coming up. He was on with us last night. There he goes. Josh, what's up, brother?
Oh yeah, there's the hoodie.
Hey, Josh.
There you go.
Hey guys, how you doing?
Good.
Just stopping in. I'm a Louisville fan, so I want to apologize for Terry Rozier to all the Heat fans out there. He's been terrible. As a Louisville fan, though, Donovan Mitchell's great. So there you go. There's my apology, but yet Donovan Mitchell's great. So.
Appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you.
I hate Terry Rozier.
There you go. What are you thinking, man?
You came in hot, brother. Damn. Aggressive.
And that's saying a lot coming from me.
I liked the trade, and then I saw Terry play, and I was like, Terry, you're better than that.
That trade did not turn out the way I thought it was going to turn out. Man,
because he was awesome at Charlotte.
That dude forgot how to play basketball, man.
He's a 24-point guy.
That dude forgot how to play basketball when he got to Miami.
He's played so bad that some sports outlets have said is he in trouble with the mob.
Games. Yeah, that he's throwing games. Literally, that's how bad he's been. That they
he's
say
being
he's possibly
investigated for it.
Yeah.
When he was
he's been that bad. He's been literally that bad that they were like, this guy's got to be throwing games. Yeah. Like that's why he hasn't been on the court. Like they were just like, oh man,
I forget which game it was where he was just like doing the worst passes I've ever seen him do. And I'm
100%.
like, where is that coming from?
Again, like I just literally forgot how to play basketball when he got to Miami.
Yeah,
incredible.
But yeah, Miami is as good as Spo is. I think he's the best coach, and I hope Pop gets better. But to me, Spo is the best coach.
I was right.
In the
yeah.
Hey, Will, Titans on the clock.
Yeah, no, I don't know if you've seen it yet. I was wrong.
They drafted a corner.
Yeah, 1,000% wrong.
Dang.
They have another pick at 188, so we'll see how that goes.
Yeah.
So let's see how that goes. But I was wrong. I was wrong.
Oh, don't worry about it, man. I'm wrong all the time myself.
Except Courtney, she's never wrong.
Sure.
Yeah.
So my man, you're not a Colorado fan? You just like the Prime hoodie, or
I'm a Dallas fan. So Dion, I saw Dion play at the first because my uncle lived in Atlanta in the 90s, and so he was like, "Hey, for your birthday, I'm going to take you to a Dallas game." That happened to be the last Dallas football team that won a Super Bowl that year that I saw them play Atlanta, and that was the first game that Dion played in a Dallas jersey, and I think that was when they finally put him at receiver. Was there, and then while I was there that weekend was the first time that the Atlanta Braves won the World Series.
Nice.
Even though I'm a Reds fan now, but that's beside the point. But
both Deion Sanders teams. So that's
No, and I saw Dion because when he was still with the Reds and he decided to go back to the MLB, he played for the Louisville Bats, and so I got to see him play in the minors as well. So and a lot of times I'll listen to his speeches like before I go into work and stuff because I just love his speeches and stuff like that. And so and he's the best athlete I've ever seen play the game. So I'm a big Dion fan. Nice. Not being said that he was also the reason why his son just dropped to the 4th round.
We talked about that earlier, and if these guys remember, man, and I told them I was like, I would have loved to have been a fly on the wall at some point, last night, today, whatever it is, and listen to the conversation between Dion and Shador and see how much of that blame Dion took for the situation, because I have to think that his involvement meant something in this drop for Shador. I don't know how much, but you can't convince me that it didn't.
No, the biggest, yes, it is because of all the bullshit. It's because the Browns still took him after Dylan Gabriel.
Something we talked about is the most Brown dude. That QB room is a disaster. Is a disaster. Like only the Browns could take Dylan Gabriel and then later on take Shador Sanders. After trading for Kenny Pickett, signing Joe Flacco, having Deshaun Watson, on the rods, like they're a disaster. I'm telling you.
Outside of Deshaun Watson, it's a bunch of dudes and Shador Sanders to me.
Yeah, I wouldn't push back on that necessarily. I wouldn't push back on that.
New Orleans Saints.
Devin Neal.
Devin Neal, running back, Kansas.
Yeah.
I talked to Bobby about that one. Devin Neal was Kansas this past year. So, but running backs are running backs and how they're viewed now.
Mm-hmm.
But
that's why you still have good running backs being taken, in the 6th round.
Premium positions.
This is the best running back class as far as a draft. I don't think this draft is very good, but as far as running backs, I think it's a solid running back class.
I think for linemen too.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, one of the deepest positions. Yeah, you got D lineman, right? D tackle / edge. You got some interior linemen, and then running back. Yeah, super deep at running back.
I said it last night on the stream last night. I said this is brought to you by World War I because it's all about the trenches.
Yep. Yeah.
As far as the draft.
Yeah. 100%.
I will say, look, man, we won't know on paper. We could say, oh, look, this draft looks good. This draft. We got to let this play out. We'll see it in 2 seasons from now. It's like, okay, no, this draft sucked or this, whatever. We won't know, but I'll say, I see like Joseph Bell saying about Jordan Phillips not seeing the field. He will see the field. I could see him. He's a rotational player. He'll be playing. He'll be a part of this lineup.
They have no choice but to put him in this year anyway, right?
Absolutely. That's right.
Think about it. With all the
like
holes.
we're talking, let's go ahead and draft a QB. Yeah, for value wise, you go, but think about the headache that you're getting with it. Look already. As soon as Shador is picked, all these other picks were ignored. They talked about him way before. They talked about way after. That's what you're getting if you take him on your team. Now look, you have Joe Flacco, Deshaun Watson, Dylan Gabriel. Who else did they sign? They signed someone else. Kenny Pickett. And then you go and draft Shador Sanders. So think about that. You were like, when you have more than 2 quarterbacks, you don't have a quarterback. It's going to be a joke up there. And you have the tweets about Dion saying that he shouldn't go to Cleveland. That's what they did that to themselves. If Shador didn't have that situation, he would have been picked. He would have been picked by a team in the 3rd and the 2nd round. I had a 2nd round grade on him. He got picked in the 4th round or the 5th round. It is what it is. Miami should have took him. Miami's issue, as much as you don't want to believe it, is not quarterback at this point in time. You don't want to get a quarterback in this draft. Now, Miami can still take one. I think Will Howard's still on the board. Miami can still take one. And will that make you feel better? The fact of the matter is, Miami needed to address the trenches. They did. They got over 1,000 pounds in this draft alone between Savanea, Phillips, and Kenneth Grant.
Yep.
I mean, they've beefed up their trenches today. And they still have an opportunity.
There goes the neighborhood.
You just got Howard.
Will Howard. There you go. At Pittsburgh.
There it is.
There you go.
I'm surprised Cal McCord. The fact that Cal McCord went before Will Howard is a weird Ohio State thing. Just throwing it out there.
Yeah, that's
interesting. I thought Cal McCord was a better quarterback than Will Howard, and they let him go to Syracuse, but then Will Howard won the Natty. I said it last night too, but it's just kind of crazy that I was like, oh, maybe I'm right, I guess, but it's still Will Howard and Cal McCord,
Alex.
so whatever.
Cal McCord got a raw deal at
Come
Ohio
on,
State.
Alex,
They
what are
blamed
you
him
doing?
for things that weren't his fault. I mean, and they
You know what
basically
Alex
told
is
him
trying to say.
can't
Come on
promise you a
now.
job. Yeah.
AJT
So
over there.
so yeah.
It's all become. It all came down to that Ohio Oregon regular season game, and then he beat the crap out of them because they realized Jeremiah Smith is on his team.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you listen, the talent you surrounded that guy with. I mean, you know, again, you just manage the game. You know, at that point, what he had at Ohio State, man. I mean, he didn't do. You know, he didn't change the game there. He just went there and just got the ball out to his playmakers, and you know, and they won the title. But he wasn't spectacular there by any stretch. I wouldn't say.
Cal McCord, I think, had a better overall quarterback season at Syracuse.
Oh no,
Ohio
yeah.
State.
It's not an opinion. It's not an opinion.
Yeah.
It's facts. It's an absolute fact.
Did he have like 6 touchdowns in one game or something? Like
yeah, he did. I would have liked the Dolphins to get McCord. The only thing I'm afraid for McCord's life because I thought he'd get killed with our interior line. You know, the way it is the way it is before this draft. So that's my only fear.
I wanted to real quick. Joseph Bell put on there. Team isn't serious about winning. They keep neglecting the most important position. They're rolling into the season with an unproven, injury-prone quarterback and Zach Wilson. I don't.
Zach Wilson is such a.
I mean, listen. I don't know. Are you calling Tua unproven? I think we know what Tua is at this point. I think he's proven. I think if he's healthy, I think he's a really good quarterback. When he's healthy, he's got time in the whole deal. But you're not moving off Tua anytime soon. You call it what it is. I know you don't like the Tua signing. I know a lot of Dolphins fans don't. They don't like that he's your quarterback. But you're stuck with Tua for the next few years.
By the way, Wiley Leonard, I thought terrible, but
at least 2 years. You're stuck with Tua.
Exactly.
At least 2 years.
Wiley Leonard and Quinn Ewers are still there. They could still be there at 231.
Quinn Ewers, yeah. I think that's a.
I would say
that's right. He's still on the board. Yeah.
Bobby, by the way, while you were gone, both of our hearts were broken. Dorian Strong to the Bills.
I saw that.
Did you see who went right before to the Bills?
No.
Jackson
Saw
Haas.
Frazier?
No, Jackson Haas.
Oh, Jackson Haas, really? Oh,
yeah, going to be a Bill. So I could just picture Josh Allen just running past Storm Duck and past our defensive line.
Hey, don't talk shit about Storm Duck. He's a fun guy.
I like hhis name. He's got a cool name.
Again, I'm a Louisville fan. He played at Louisville.
Yeah, I hear you.
That's why.
By the way,
because for full disclosure, for those who don't know, I work with Bobby. Like we work at the same place. So
my condolences to you.
So when the Dolphins drafted got Storm Duck, I was like, dude, you got Storm Duck. You got a fun name. And then he kept going, and because he was a backup to Jarvis Brownlee, I'll put it that way. When he came out that year, because but he was good at North Carolina.
Yeah, he was a super highly recruited kid when he came out of high school. I think he's a 5-star kid, if I'm not mistaken, big time recruit for UNC. It depends on the site. Depends on the site. At consensus, I think a composite 4. I think some sites had him as a 5, but never lived up to it at UNC.
No,
so.
And then he transferred to Louisville and it was cool, but then he backed up Jarvis Brownlee. And so when he went to the Dolphins and I was reading stuff, obviously through Louisville Discord stuff, they were like, not Jarvis, but Storm is actually like improving his Miami. I'm like, okay. So I went to Bobby at work. I'm like, is Storm Duck really good? He goes, yeah, he's like doing really well.
He's doing good.
Wasn't he undrafted? Yeah. Was he undrafted?
Yeah, he was undrafted.
He is. Undrafted free agent.
Yeah.
But what a name. Like he's in the Hall of Fame for the best names ever.
That's
just for his name alone, right?
Hall of Fame name right there, without a doubt.
Storm Duck.
Yep.
Yeah.
What was his parents thinking?
And Q, when you were bringing up the Tua situation, I went to Bobby at work during that draft. Going into the draft, I was like, I like Justin Herbert better. But I knew
everybody but Greer like Justin Herbert.
Going before that, when Tua was Tua in college, before he broke his hip. I was like, yeah, that's the guy. Tank for Tua, all that jazz. And then I watched Justin Herbert in the Rose Bowl, I think it was, and I was like, that's a better player.
What to me, for my eyes, what I saw was Tua. If you take what Tua was surrounded by at Alabama, you can make the argument that Tua was surrounded by the most talent that any quarterback 100%. Has ever been surrounded by in college. You take what those guys were coming out of high school, who he was throwing to, who was blocking for him, who he was handing it off to, who was playing defense for him. you can make an argument that Tua was surrounded by the most talent that any quarterback to ever play college football was surrounded by. He didn't have to do anything. Justin Herbert not only was Justin Herbert not surrounded, I mean, he had talent. Don't get me wrong. I mean, the Oregon teams he played on, I mean, were good. They weren't great, but they were good. But also now you talk about how his game translates to the NFL. A guy who's huge, has a cannon for an arm, is mobile, the whole deal. Doesn't always translate, but to me, if you were making me pick, and I did, and I told guys that are multiple friends of mine that are Dolphins fans, I was born and raised in Miami. I'm a Niners fan, but I was born and raised in Miami. And I told them, I was like, I'm telling you right now, if they take Tua over Herbert, they are making a mistake. That was my assessment from day one. I said, do not take Tua over Justin Herbert. Justin Herbert is gonna be it.
That being said, they both have the same amount of playoff wins.
Say again?
I said, that being said, they both have the same amount of playoff wins.
But who would you pick to be your starting quarterback today?
Oh no, I'm with you with Justin.
Yeah.
Like
and listen, the quarterback
with Tyreek Hill and Waddle, like Jesus Christ.
I think the quarterback wins and playoff wins and the whole deal. Obviously, again, they always land on the quarterback. I think your team has to be, your team has to be right, to win games in the NFL. Like, it's not like in college where, in the NFL, right? Again, I understand how wins and losses, right? When you win, they get too much blame and they get too much credit. But again, Justin Herbert, they've got the same amount of playoff wins and everything. But to me, when you're looking at where they are currently in their NFL careers and what the trajectory looks like for both of them, 1,000%, I would take Justin Herbert every single day, twice on Sunday. I will take Justin Herbert.
Justin Herbert is the guy.
Let me go ahead. First off, again, just to reiterate, I don't know when's the last time you guys did this. Just want to do it now. Shout out to everyone who's watching right now. We got over 309 people watching live through Twitter, YouTube, Facebook. We appreciate you all watching right now. Let me see if you haven't yet, hit that like button, that subscribe button. If you're new to the channel, you're watching FTSN's coverage of the Pro Football Draft, sponsored by Caneswear. For those who are watching, as you are commenting, we saw a lot of people coming. Chris is still in there, Lance, Octane, Joseph, those who are tuning in right now, and Steven, Jose, AJ, Damian, everyone watching. We appreciate you guys taking the time to watch this show with us and give us your thoughts, whether you like the draft, whether you don't. We appreciate you sticking around. For those who stick around into round 7, we'll pick one lucky winner to win a Caneswear gift card, $25. So whether you are a Dolphins fan, you're Heat, Marlins, Panthers, Inter Miami, you can have a chance to win a $25 gift card. You go to Caneswear.com if you're not local, and you can order from there. Miss Fins is in the comments. Great to see you, Miss Fins. I did send you the link just in case you wanted to pop on in. You're more than welcome. Pretty boy, I'm mad we didn't take the Ohio quarterback, Will Howard. Fair enough.
By the way, Bobby, it might be time for Justin Tucker. Justin Tucker's time might be over in Baltimore.
Yeah.
They just took a kicker.
Oh, interesting. Another kicker off the board, round 6. Tyler Lope. And then
another
Jalen Reed, Penn State, coming on. Got drafted by the Houston Texans. So
that's a good value pick for them.
Yeah, very good value pick. There are still some good value picks in this draft. There are some really good picks where, this is usually when you go, oh, okay, like that's a body. That's a camp body. But there are some guys, if you come away with in round 7, that's Mommy's next pick, the 2 picks in this round 7, that if Mommy takes them, you're like, oh damn. That guy can make the roster.
Good organizations, man. They're drafting till the very last pick, man. The Niners, have Juwan Jennings they took in the 7th round. They got Brock Purdy they took in the 7th round. I mean, you got to continue to draft, man. You can't take
exactly.
You can't take these picks for granted. A good organization continues all the way through the end of the draft, man. You never know what you're going to land.
Hey, Bobby, I got to step out. He's like,
how dare you?
I know I got to run an errand, but I may pop on later on while I'm in my car.
Bobby,
and stuff like that.
Bobby, hate to break it to you, you have a type.
Brother.
All right, so thank you so much for having me. Thank you, everybody, as well.
Bye,
Will. 305 Sports. Appreciate you,
Hey,
my man.
Of course.
Bobby,
But before I go, I gotta say something to Courtney because I can't leave without trolling her. I gotta say something to Courtney. The other night I was offended because you gave me 5 minutes, but you're on past your bedtime with Bobby. So I'm saying right now, you owe me a long form interview one of these days. Just saying.
First of all, that I was up late for the draft.
Yeah, no excuse. Past your bedtime.
I worked from home yesterday, so I got to sleep in late.
Excuses.
That's
You
what it
want me? You
I was a
get
little confused. You stayed up late with Bob. Like, what? I'm like, when? I'm like, I'm like, hold on, wait. I had to look off. I'm like, I started thinking, I go, what? When?
All right, go ahead, Courtney. Come on.
I told you that I will come on. We will have a long discussion. Give me like 2 or 3 weeks till my like work from home schedule is set, and I will be all yours. But I need like 3 weeks.
3 weeks. 3 weeks later, give me a month.
I'm not gonna comment on the all yours
maybe
part,
a year,
but I'm not gonna comment on the all yours part. But of course, I can't leave without at least trolling you once. You know, it's just like you told Benny from the You Heard podcast. It's just our thing, you know.
Yeah, no, it's fine. My favorite thing is when we troll each other on Twitter and people don't know that we're actually friends, and they really think that like one of us is coming at the other hard.
Yeah.
That's all good. It's all good. Maybe now I'll only give you 40 minutes, maybe even like 35, because you just had to bring that up. So.
Oh, really?
Yeah, every
I know, DSG.
attitude
I heard
you
it
give
too.
me, I'm deducting
Courtney,
5 minutes.
Courtney, I've known you for a couple of years now. You can't stop talking for under 40 minutes. We all know that.
I'm better than Evan.
Huh?
I'm better than Evan.
So don't bring Evan into this. This is between me and you.
Evan catches a stray.
Don't bring Evan into this.
Look at Evan's.
Me and Evan had like a 2.5 hour podcast. I still can't tell you one thing we talked about.
It's probably Evan just talking about how bad Mike McDaniel is.
Yeah. Well, I have to admit one thing about Evan. He has the most creative nicknames for the poor guy. You know, like Mike McDumbass, Mike McDoofus, Mike McDo-nothing, Mike
McMoron,
Mike Destroyer,
McDummy,
Mike McDestroyer. You know, so after one thing about FinStanza, man, he's very creative when it comes to naming the guy. You know, so whatever. All right, but I'll try to pop on later on. But thanks, Bobby. I really appreciate the time, man. All right.
Always will. Thank you.
Okay.
Guys,
Okay.
check out Will on the 305 Sports Now podcast. Covers the Dolphins, the Hurricanes. He covers them all. So go check him out. Got some great
Bobby.
stuff over there. Appreciate you, Will.
Talk
Yes,
to you
Evan.
soon, bro. Talk to you soon.
See you later, Will.
If the Browns look back on it right now, if they would have stayed at 2, they could have had Hunter and Shador.
Yeah,
That's right.
Well, I mean, New Orleans did draft Tyler Shuck and Quincy Riley, so they did get 2 Louisville players.
No, but Matt, or even Jacksonville. Who do they have behind Trevor Lawrence? They could have put something up Trevor Lawrence's butt. He hasn't performed well under his contract.
What did you say?
He's been. I think Trevor Lawrence. Yeah, I know what you're saying.
Butthole.
Oh my gosh.
I think
Dame
Trevor
quarterback.
Lawrence is susceptible to the organization and not him as a player.
Oh, Riley Leonard is gone.
That's all right.
Oh my God! It's not me. I wasn't the one who disliked Sanders. That was Bobby.
Steve.
Bobby was so hard on Jason Sanders in 2020.
Jason Sanders? Oh, make it out of here, man. I was the only one standing up for let me Steve. Ask you, man. So far, we got 2 more picks left. But again, Kenneth Grant, Jonah Savanea, Jordan Phillips, Jason Marshall, defensive back, Dante Trader, safety, Ollie Gordon, running back. You're looking at this draft. How are you feeling right now? It's not done, but how are you feeling with it?
Well, I like the first 2 picks. I like I said, they're probably going to be impact players right off the jump, right? And then I like Ollie Gordon. I really like him. We needed a power back, and 4th and 1, he's the guy. Hopefully he's going to be the guy that Mike McDaniel looks to, puts him in there, and gives him the ball and lets him pound the rock. And with those 1 new addition guard, Jonah, and now we got Jaden Daniel. Not is it Daniels? James Daniels? What's the other guard? Daniels.
You wish you had Jaden Daniels.
Yeah,
James
I know.
James Daniels.
Yeah, that
Daniels.
guy. James Daniels. We got him on the other side as a guard. Then you got Patrick Paul, another big guy. Yeah, I think I really like that pick. He may be the favorite pick for me because we desperately need that power back. We've needed it for the past 3 years. So,
by the way, I will tell you this: my phone has been blowing up since 9 a.m. this morning from Brett and Greg.
Yeah,
they hated everything that this team has done all day.
What's new?
It took until Ollie Gordon got drafted that they finally said something positive.
So I want to say, first of all, especially with Savanea and Ollie Gordon, those are 2 guys that I've been banging the table for throughout this draft process. Love him a lot. Savanea was my top-rated guard. I see Lance said he's worried about him. I'm not. love this pick. I don't think he would have been there at 48. If the
Gotcha.
Dolphins really felt strongly about him, hey, you got to make that move. We'll see if it was the wrong move in regards of a trade up, if it was too rich after a year. Because guess what? If he's kicking ass 2 years from now, he's an all pro, no one's complaining about the trade up. No one, and so you had to make that move. You had to beef up your offensive line. You did it. You beefed up your D line. You could still come away with some quality offensive line. Because again, there's some players there. I don't know. I'll make sure I don't say this, but I wouldn't be surprised. I wanted Dante Thornton too, the wide receiver out of Tennessee. That's somebody I would have loved, but the trenches, what they've done. The only one that I was kind of like about a little bit, but again, I can wait and see is the Jason Marshall. I think you could have gone Zod Frazier there. You could have gone Darian Strong. But that's my preference. Obviously not Miami's preference. Dante Trader, I like. He was a later pick for me, but I do like his value at this point. I think it's a safe pick to get, but it's a defensive back. You needed a safety. This guy's a decent one at that spot. But Ollie Gordon, I wanted this draft, Miami to come out of this draft with guys with at least a couple starters and a couple impact players, meaning guys who can contribute right away. When you two starters, you got at the very top. You got Kenneth Grant and Jonas Savannah. Rotational guy, contributor, Jordan Phillips. He's going to see the field. Ollie Gordon is going to see the field. This guy will have a part on this team, and that's what you wanted out of this draft. Can't speak for Jason Marshall. We'll see. Maybe he surprises us. Maybe
James
he
Marshall.
takes that
You
right.
His name.
What?
His name is James Marshall, not Jason Marshall.
No, it's Jason. No, it's Jason.
What are you
Marshall.
talking about?
Jason? Okay, I apologize.
Yeah, it's Jason. Marshall.
Mute your freaking mic when I'm talking. How dare you? What the hell?
He's just still thinking about Jason Sanders. That's
my gosh. And then Dante Trader. Again, those two guys we'll see, what Trader would do. But those are the two guys where I could see, be in the back. Well, obviously we have a big hole at corner if we trade Ramsey. So Marshall might see some time. But those are the only two where I'm like, okay, but those other four guys I brought up, they're gonna be contributing for Miami. These are contributing rookies we got here. And that still could be the case again, round 7. If I'm going to look at it, if Kyle Williams is still there, Cam Williams out of Texas, the offensive tackle still sitting there. That's an amazing depth piece for Miami. If you could pick him up out of Texas and then Quinn Ewers, and then you think about quarterback, that's another dude at 7th round. That doesn't hurt you. That would be a solid pickup.
You know what, Bobby, and I know we're talking about the draft and everything.
Yes, sir.
But we can't forget also, we got free agency, after the draft. So there's still some guys out there,
100%
out there at safeties, tackles,
awesome
guards,
point.
whatever.
Awesome point.
He might trade. He might do a trade.
Are y'all still trying to move Jalen?
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah. We're waiting on that. We'll see if it goes down, but
he picked McMorron over Jalen Ramsey. I would have kicked McDaniel to the curb.
So, and no, Steve, you bring up a great point, right? And that's something that Chris Greer has emphasized before, during this process. He'll emphasize again after, because there's a lot of Dolphin fans. Oh man, tutti frutti, man. We could have got this guy, man. We didn't dress this guy. The fact of the matter is, there's still free agency, and then you even got post June 1st. The acorns that fall from the tree from other teams that start cutting players loose. That's when you go and you fill up some of those needs. You go, oh man, damn, I didn't know we could get this guy. We got him. That happens all the time. The offseason's not over. That's what Dolphin fans need to understand. I know, look, you can have all the doubt in the world on Chris Greer and Mike McDaniel. You have every right to question their leadership and their way of their dressing team. In regards of, oh man, this offseason sucks. We don't know that. So far I've been with the cap space that they've had. With his little, they did well for me in free agency. Now, obviously, I would love more, but we don't have the money and we don't have the management. The draft, I've been very happy with this draft. Dahl wasn't wrong on night 1. I was looking at a corner. I wanted Jedi Barron, but I was like, hey, look, there's a few players that I wouldn't mind getting. And Kenneth Grant was one of those guys, but Dahl was there. I was like, listen, we need offensive linemen. She was done waiting. We need offensive linemen. So what does Miami do? They did this. They signed James Daniels early in the offseason. Now they go and they draft one of the top offensive linemen in the draft in the 2nd round with Jonas. They traded up. So they address that. Is work done? Is the job finished? No, it's not. Miami still needs to add to their offensive line. They need depth. And so they could do that here. But like you said, they could go and get a guy in free agency. And then you're looking at the offensive line and going, damn, it's not that bad. It's not that bad. It's better than what it was. But we'll see. We'll see how this plays out.
I mean, we could have had Liam Eichenberg starting at left guard, right?
Amen, brother. Right? I mean, it could
By
be
the way,
worse.
which Phillips is going to have to put the J on their back of the jersey, since there might be 2 Phillips on the field at the same time.
Oh yeah, you're right.
We have a lot of Jalen's, a lot of Phil. Like it's interesting. This team.
When's the last time you've seen this many offensive linemen taken this early?
We talked about that. We thought this has been a trenches.
It's a copycat league. People are looking at the Eagles and what they built in the trenches, and then they look at what happened with Kansas City the 2 years they lost the Super Bowl, where their offensive line completely destroyed them. So people are it's a copycat league.
Yeah, because I think the reason why there's so many taken is because there's no Penei Sewell, there's no Zach Martin, there's no can't miss guy in here. So everyone's just like, all right,
that's right.
We have to we're not going to win the game if we don't have the guys up front.
But that's what this draft is. What you just said. There's not that one guy to like I guess you could say Travis Hunter, but there's not that one guy that's like I have to have.
I would question Travis Hunter because what the fuck? He's so good, but what the fuck are you gonna do with him?
Yeah, that's my thing. Well, again, I know he talked to both coordinators. Does somebody have a video on? I hear I'm hearing static.
I've been hearing that for a minute.
Okay, I hear.
I've been here for a while. No, I don't know what it is.
Tell me if.
Yeah, it's you.
It's you.
Okay. I just want to make sure. I didn't know if that was my back, like if there was a static in my ear or whatever. But anywho, no, it's true though. In regards of just this draft, this was a draft where you got to go with your flavor. There's not that one guy that you're like, oh, dude, I would have. No one could really say, oh, I should have took that guy over this guy. Like I understand the point of Will and Doll's like, man, we should have took Damian Martinez because it's Miami. But in reality, it's like, hey, these guys aren't so far apart. Whatever's your flavor, you go with, right? I get it, girl. I'm with you 100%. I'd love to see a hurricane in Miami as a Dolphin. But again, I'm a Ollie Gordon dude. I love that pick. Do y'all do open panel? Actually, on Tuesday nights, Lance, Steve Malloy has the Fins Talk, Real Talk Fins Talk therapy show for Dolphin fans to do a panel on there. So you keep your eye on that on Tuesday nights. I'm sure he'll be on live this Tuesday and probably getting a lot of people's opinions. So please, you're more than welcome to hop on.
Yeah,
there
that's a good point. Thank you, Bobby. Lance,
sir.
Thanks for bringing that up too. Yeah, I will be having Tuesday therapy again. I just had one last week, but I'll be having one again this Tuesday for that specific reason that you brought up, Bobby, to talk about the
no Anthony Manzano.
how all Doll fans feel about the draft that we've just gone through here or going through. So yeah, it'd be 7:30 Eastern time Tuesday night on this specific network, Fins Talk Sports Network, Real Talk Fins Talk.
There you go.
How about and to change the subject a little bit? How about your Quinn Ewers at this point?
I'm happy.
And you're sitting there thinking about the money that was being thrown at you in NIL in the
That's
NIL
right.
market.
That's right.
What you have to be sitting there right now. And did anybody see where that guy was sitting at? Getting ready for the draft.
He's in a lovely room of death.
Did you see the room? Did you see the room with all the animal heads above him and the whole deal? That was impressive. Like I don't know who killed all those things, but holy hell,
it was the scene from Ace Ventura when Nature Calls.
Dude, it's crazy. It is crazy. If you look that up, you see like Quinn Ewers draft room or whatever. It's impressive. Like it's insane. Who's ever killed all those animals is nuts. Anyway, if you're him at this point in the draft, right, and you sit there and think of what Cam Ward did this past year and how he elevated his stock and the money that was being thrown at you, allegedly, right, to some of the offers that you had supposedly from all these other programs, and you sit there and look at where you're at this point in the draft, right, and haven't been taken by a team. I mean, are you kicking yourself in the ass for having entered this draft? Because honestly, I did not think Quinn Ewers would
I did not think he'll be there available going into round
that's
7.
crazy. That's crazy that he's still available at this point.
If you think about it, he went from like $3 million in NIL to
and some of the stuff that I heard,
like $900,000.
Some of the stuff that I heard, I mean, was again, that's always NIL evaluation and whatever the hell. But some of the numbers that were being thrown out there, I heard more than $3 million for him.
No, I heard 4, but I was just saying like at worst 2.
Yeah, at worst, yeah. At worst, right? And there again, that was only from whatever NIL money was going to get. I mean, these guys are still landing endorsements and the whole deal. At outside of NIL, so you gotta really think of the mistake that you made entering this draft of your Quinn Ewers. Like again, I don't know who's advising these guys and the whole deal, But man, to still, if you're Quinn Ewers to still be around at this point in the draft, man, you really, really have to be kicking yourself in the ass for having entered this draft.
So cute. Based off of that, let me ask you this question:
Yeah.
Who had worse advice, Quinn Ewers or Nico?
Ooh, man, that's a good one.
Hey guys, I'll be right back.
Well
I'll be
said,
right
Nico.
back.
I saw her.
All right, Steve.
Nico.
Bobby, I'm heading.
Bro,
out.
Nico got terrible advice. And I'll be honest with you, man. I think with Nico, it was the thing when you're looking at the two processes and comparing them. The thing with Nico, it was so easy to not have made that mistake because in the NFL draft, it really is. You get, when you send your paperwork into the draft advisory board, you get for 1 to 3, 3 to 5, 4 to 6, whatever that looks like. In college, you had total control of that process.
Mm-hmm.
There was nothing to ask anybody, right? You were one of the first big NIL stars in college, right? You landed, it was 3 years for $8 million, right? You were like one of the first. You were like the really, really first big time NIL stars in college. You had it made, and then now you went, you rolled the dice, supposedly because of his dad who kind of ran the show and ended up you overvalued, you overplayed your position and you lost. Not only are you making now less than half of what you would have made at Tennessee, but you're making it in LA, in the most heavily taxed state in the country. Yeah. So now you're keeping even less of that money. Mm-hmm. So to me, you're going into your third year in college, which makes you draft eligible, right? You had system continuity, under a guy in Josh Heupel who knows what he's doing when it comes to quarterbacks on a roster in Tennessee, who you would imagine you were going to be, even though they lost a lot, you were going to be surrounded more than likely by more talent, than you were ever going to be surrounded by at UCLA. And again, you're going to go play for who? Deshaun Foster, over there. That program was a disaster last year. Who's your OC? Who's your OC in UCLA? Like you're going into now, again, you're draft eligible after this year. You're switching coasts, going to a program who's got nothing, from Tennessee, and making less money in the process. You totally soiled your reputation, based on the way you left and how you did things. Because if you listen to the reports, you're looking at they were talking about he was doing this during right before the playoffs started.
Yeah,
his dad came to them and went, "Hey, we want more money."
Multiple players, apparently.
Yeah. So you're looking at that and you're going, again, Nico had total control of the process. Quinn didn't. Quinn Ewers entered the draft and went, "Hey, you know what? I think I'm going to get drafted." Okay, you roll the dice and whatever. But Nico had total control of that process and messed it up. So to me, if you're looking at who messed up their situation worse, honestly, it's hard for me, even though, again, it kind of looks bad on Quinn Ewers for not having been able to read the room and go, "Hey, you know what? I'm going to stay another year." And maybe he looked at next year's quarterback class and went, "Hey, I'm not going to do any better in next year's quarterback class than I'm going to in this one." Even though I think he was probably wrong in that assessment. Honestly, man, I think you have to go with Nico. I think he royally fucked his situation up. If I'm being
before
honest.
that, Anthony, no, it's not Tennessee's fault. It's literally Nico tried to and it's not Nico. I think it's not Nico's fault. I think it's everyone around him.
Yeah, his dad.
Yeah,
they were saying that you call him Big Nick. They were saying Big Nick essentially anytime Nico had to do anything. And again, these are the reports. I don't know this firsthand. I'm reading it just like anybody else is. But they were saying, and because I saw some pods and everything with him, that they were saying that anytime Nico had any kind of NIL, anything, appearance, anything he had to do, essentially he would call his dad. And his dad would be like, "Nah, you don't have to do that." And then Nico would be like, "Deuces, I ain't showing up." That's the way it ran, with him. So, and
if we haven't seen where it's not Tennessee's fault.
No, I don't think so. Listen, everything was, no matter what, man. Again, was he the first, big NIL star? Kind of really, he was it. He was the one to really hit a big. And definitely the most public, but there's been other NIL stars. There's been other people who have handled it, great. There's been no issue, right?
Cam Ward,
right? Exactly, 100%. But you're looking at, you're going, dude, you got greedy. You literally produced for 1 year. And that 1 year that you produced, right? I mean, you're looking and go, okay, what exactly did you do? I mean, you were probably the 8th or 9th best quarterback in the SEC last year.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you threw for 2,800 yards and you threw like 19 touchdowns. Like, you didn't set the world on fire.
You beat Alabama.
I mean?
That's about it.
Yeah, exactly. But in terms of you at that position, what did you do that hadn't been done by other quarterbacks in the SEC? You don't even have to look that far. There were 7-8 quarterbacks in the SEC that were better than you last year, and you were already making $2+ million.
Yeah.
So to me, you overplayed your hand, you got greedy, and Tennessee, rightfully so, went, nah, kick rocks.
Yeah, it's from a business standpoint, you're looking at it because that's just where we are with NIL. It's a business now. It was a business before, but now it's open. So, when you go for a raise, you have to have the stats to back up why you should get a raise. Yep. He did not. So you go to your boss and be like, I deserve this much money, but what have you produced?
Exactly. Yeah, there was no return on investment. You got to remember, he sat his first year, right? At the end of his freshman season, what everybody got hyped about is he played in the bowl game and showed out. Threw like 5 touchdowns, played really, really well. So everybody was like, oh shit, here we go. Nico's coming. You know, so this past year was his first year starting. He was okay, but how did they win? How did Tennessee make the playoff? They ran the ball and played defense. It wasn't because of Nico. Like, Nico was good, but wasn't great, right? So you know, again, like think of for example, and I know a lot of people, like I saw a lot of people being, to me, blasphemous as hell. They were like, oh, Carson Beck versus Nico. Let me tell you something. If Tennessee had Carson Beck last year, easily could have been in the Final Four and easily could have played for a title. Period.
I didn't have that comp on
100%. I saw a lot of people comparing like Nico and Carson Beck, and I was like, you guys are crazy. You guys are insane comparing those two. Carson Beck is a better quarterback than Nico every single day of the week. Like, miss me with that comparison. That's insanity for me to compare those two. Period, point blank. What Anthony Mazzano was saying, yeah, they did. You understand where I'm coming from? Through that essence, it's a 50-50. And Tennessee should not have given him $8 million, but they did. Right? I mean, shouldn't have. Yeah, that's up for debate, right?
That's
did he
the market.
earn that? Exactly. That's the market. That's what they gave him. You have to live with it. But where he messed up, right? We got to remember, Tennessee didn't cause this. Tennessee didn't go to him and say, "Hey, take a pay cut."
Nope.
That Tennessee didn't cause this. Nico caused it because Nico went to them and said, "I want more money."
Yep.
So, you know, again, I would disagree in that, you know, listen, whatever they gave him, whether he earned it, no, he didn't earn it. They thought that's what he was worth to bring him from California, right? He had no natural connection to Knoxville, Tennessee. Kid played at Long Beach Poly in California, in Long Beach, California. They had no natural connection to the area. They wanted him. They ponied up the cash, and he went there.
Yeah.
That's it.
Me and Bobby both live in Tennessee. We're tired of Rocky Top. That song good business. But you can't go anywhere without Rocky Top. I swear to God, you had to. When I got my driver's license here, I think they refrained from having me sing Rocky Top.
It's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. But you're worth whatever the market, whatever you're able to land. That's what you're worth, in my opinion. So I don't think it was anybody's fault. They found a figure they were comfortable with. They gave it to him. And in the end, Nico wasn't comfortable. He decided that he wanted to renegotiate. Why? I don't know. Like, I don't know what they were comparing. But I think more than anything, where I think it got crazy for him, and a lot of people are comparing Carson Beck to him. I don't think Carson Beck is getting as much money as people say he is. He's getting paid good money, but now what people are saying, where the problem came in is Darian Mensah. Darian Mensah went from Tulane to Duke, confirmed 2-year, $8 million deal. So I think that's the deal that Nico looked at and said, if that guy is getting paid $4 million, I should be making more money. I don't think it was a Carson Beck deal. I think it was a very public, and a lot of people forget about that. It happened like day one of the portal. He landed at Duke. He landed that deal, and nobody else talked about it again because Darian Mensah was a guy who really, unless you follow college football closely, you didn't know who he was. But a very public deal that they announced when they didn't have to, but it was 2 years, $8 million. And I think that is what Nico was looking at and going, I should be getting paid more than that guy. Overplayed his hand, and Tennessee wasn't having it, and they told him to kick rocks.
I know we keep going on college football NIL talk, but to highlight with that is, like, if you didn't like the of like, hey, you shouldn't be doing this. Like looking at Jaden Rashada, right? He was supposed to get $1 jillion at Florida, goes there, and then realizes, oh, they're not going to actually pay me this. Then I go to Arizona. He's still in the portal, and no one knows who the hell he is, other than the fact that the only reason we know you are is because of the deal you have with Florida.
Yep.
So if Nico didn't see the Jaden Rashada saga and go like, probably this isn't a good idea. And I'm not saying Nico personally. I'm saying like his team.
Yeah.
I was like, if you didn't look at Jaden Rashada's situation, being like, probably shouldn't have done that.
100%. Yeah. And also too, some differences right there in that the Nico deal was, that was all on the up and up, right? That all that was done, everybody, dotted I's, crossed T's, everything there was where it was supposed to be. The Florida thing with Jaden Rashada ended up being a disaster. Like they promised the money that wasn't really there, and and the whole thing, that thing turned into a disaster. The Nico deal, everything was rolling fine. Everything was going perfectly. Again, if anybody should have had any issue in that deal with Nico and Tennessee, should have been Tennessee, because Tennessee wasn't getting return on investment. He didn't play year one and was okay in year two. I wouldn't say he was bad, but he wasn't great in year two.
I had Heisman hopes for him in year two. I put that way. It's my expectation.
Yeah, I think that bowl game got everybody super excited, right? And given the kind of team he had around him, right, his coach and the whole deal, I think there was rightfully so. There was a lot of excitement around Nico, but he wasn't there yet. He wasn't there. So if anybody should have been mad, it should have been Tennessee and not Nico. Sorry, buddy.
So no, you're good. So another quarterback off the board. Florida's Graham Mertz off the board to Houston.
Mertz. Oh my God.
Is Quinn Ewers not taken? Did Graham Mertz go before Quinn Ewers?
Graham Mertz got drafted before Quinn Ewers, bro. What, dude? I don't get it, man.
It's not bigger than Dylan Gabriel getting taken over Shador?
I will say this about Dylan Gabriel, because I liked what I saw in film, and I get it. I think height was the biggest issue with him. If he was just a little bit taller, I don't think most people would hate on him as much as they have.
Yeah.
Accurate quarterback. He can move around a little bit. He's reliable. I didn't see too much not to like him. I just think his height is a huge issue. Is he 5'9", 5'10"?
He's 5'11".
5'11"? Okay.
5'11". At least that's what
officially he's 5'11".
That's what he's listed at. Yeah.
Got it. Yeah.
I
was surprised. I didn't think he was that tall.
My comp to him was Bo Nix. How tall is Bo Nix?
Taller than that.
I think Bo Nix
6'1",
is probably Bo Nix is like 6'1", 6'2", I think.
Because
I think they'll hold me to it, but I think
going into that draft, I was just like, Bo Nix is terrible. And then as a fantasy owner, I'm like, Bo Nix is great now.
Yeah. No, Josh Wingate was huge into Bo Nix before the draft last year. But where's who's another guy who's really good that I liked on film, but his height is going to kill him. His size. I think we talked about it, Q, on 305 Sports, is Willie Lampkin out of North Carolina. That kid right there, man, he has a lot of heart.
Man. I mean, the kid, you can't beat the heart and just, the willingness to get in there and mix it up at the P4 level at that size. But bro, like he'll be one of those guys. I mean, he'll get taken, he'll be an undrafted free agent somewhere. I mean, somebody will land him, but bro, at that size, short ass arms, man. I mean, you in the NFL, listen, the first time somebody like that makes in the NFL, the next time somebody makes it like with those measurements in the NFL at that position will be the first time anybody's made it with those measurements at that position in the NFL.
If he makes it, I know, like, man, I could have made it. You know what I mean? Like, with those height and everything. Let's go again as we are now. What pick are we at? Let's see here.
199.
199, round 6 still. It's Branson Taylor, offensive tackle. Pittsburgh just got took at 199 for the Chargers. So Jags on the clock at 200. We got 16 picks left in round 6, and we'll move on to round 7. Let's look at best available on the board just to get through it. Starting with QBs, because we've been talking about it, but Quinn Ewers is still on the board with Curtis Work out of Indiana. We go to running back, Damian Martinez out of Miami, still on the board in round 6. He's the best one there. Phil Moff out of Clemson. Donovan Edwards is there too. You got Isaiah Bond leading in Texas. Brew McCoy out of Tennessee. Restrepo still on the board. Nick Nash still on the board.
Isaiah Bond still being available is interesting to me too.
It is. It is.
With Martinez, Is he bigger than Benny Snell? Because that's my comp to him.
I would say he's probably taller than Benny, not by a bunch, but I think Martinez is right in that like 6 foot range.
Yeah, because that's my
taller.
comp to him.
I think he's taller than Benny Snell. I think
with offensive
is
line,
that a good comp, Q? Is Benny Snell to Martinez? As far as like he's not like a burner, but he's a solid back that's a dog.
Yeah, I mean he's a big back. He's deceptively fast. I think he's faster than what people give him credit for. I mean, he ran a 4.5, in the combine, and there you go, right? Martinez is 6 feet 235. I think he was 235 at some point, Anthony. I think he lost.
He's
weight
dropped it a little bit. Yeah,
he lost weight pre-draft. I think that was an old weight on him. I think he made an effort to lose some weight to be a little bit more.
Yeah, he's 6 foot 217 right now.
Yeah. I remember him losing weight at some point in the lead up to the draft to get quicker, to get faster. Benny Snell. Yeah, Benny Snell. I don't think is a bad comp necessarily. Man, again, I can just continue to beat the drum for Damian Martinez, man. I think what he showed at Miami last year, man, again, size, speed, runs with power, good lateral quickness, can catch the ball, can block, is going to protect your quarterback, your high-priced quarterback. I don't think you have to worry about him when he's in pass protection, man. Somebody is really going to get a steal with Damian Martinez, man. And not because I'm a Canes fan, but that dude is – I'm telling you, that guy's going to be legit. The guy's going to be able to play in the league. I'm no
the
doubt
game
about
against
that.
Louisville last year, obviously, as a Louisville fan, and he
I
was
was there, brother.
dogging over. He was dogging over.
He ran those guys over, dragging dudes into the end zone, bro.
And I was
dragging dudes in the end zone.
I was like, we're a bunch of whats, because I was just watching that game. I'm like, gosh, damn it. And then Restrepo and Restrepo went off. Like, obviously, it was a back and forth. Like I said last night, it reminded me of like the Chiefs Rams game of like 4 years ago, where they just kept trading, offensive. But you saw the prowess between each team.
100%. Yeah. Offenses were great. Defenses were absolute ass. It was a basketball game. It was a basketball game.
Tyler Barron was supposed to be on Louisville, and then he transferred in the spring.
He went for Louisville for a cup of coffee, and then went to Miami.
Which I don't like that transfer portal part.
Yeah.
But whatever.
Anthony said, when I look at Damian Martinez, I don't see Benny Snell. I see either James Conner or Lindell White. I can see. You know what? I think James Conner is a good one. I think James Conner is. I think
he's not as fast as James Conner, though.
He's
pretty fast.
I think they're. Again, I would have to look. I don't know what James Conner ran in the 40. I think they're both faster than they look, if that makes sense. I think they're they're both quicker than you would imagine. Then they both got better movement. Than I think they let on. I don't know about Lindell White. I think Damian Martinez moves better than Lindell White does. But I like
James Conner ran a 4.5.
Yeah, the James Conner comp I think is really, really it's pretty spot on. Honestly, I could see the James Conner one. I definitely don't think that's a stretch.
So very quick, Scotty, he says Mike Florio's take Sanders backs out of NFL and goes back to college for last year of eligibility. Thoughts crazy but not impossible. So I did see that before this round, before the day started, that could be an option for him. I know that from what I just read here is that it says that he's elated that he was drafted by the Browns, that he was fine. I guess he just feels good to be drafted. So I don't think that is an option anymore for him. I think he'll just play it out. The Browns always seem to be that team that always take that guy who's falling. You think about Baker Mayfield or Johnny Manziel, and now you think of Shador Sanders. You just hope it works out for him. Hopefully his dad doesn't become a problem. And I hope everybody, all those who did have an issue, at least with that part with Shador, eat their words, and he ends up outperforming that selection, but we'll see. For offensive tackle, for this draft so far, still on the board, again, with a great value is Logan Brown, Cameron Williams out of Texas, Browns out of Kansas, Cornelius out of Oregon, Chase Lunt out of UConn, who Miami's met with, Jack Nelson, that's a big dude. So is Holland Pierce. Garrett Dillinger out of LSU still on the board, Joshua Gray, Oregon State. I'm not even going to look at D tackle, but Cody Lindbergh out of Minnesota is still on this board for the linebacker. Edge rusher, APR, still on there for Virginia Tech. Fidel Diggs, who I like from Syracuse, is still up there. Corner, we got Tommy Hill, Zy Alexander, Kobe Bryant. BJ Adams is still up on that board. And of course, on safety, even though Miami went safety, Castro, Minkins out of Clemson, still up there as well. So still plenty of good value for Miami if these guys stick into the 7th round at Miami's pick. But we'll see as some guys continue to fall off going into round 7. But great value still on the board. If Miami can come away.
Rashard Smith is still there.
Yeah. There's some guys that come out, man. I mean, again, if they come out getting Cameron Williams in round 7, the tackle from Texas at 7, that's crazy value.
APR.
That is APR in round 7. You get him edge rusher. That Tristan will be happy because we got an edge rusher because he brought it up earlier, which is so true. And if we always worried about anything else, but you go, wait a second, Phillips and Bradley Chubb can't stay healthy. We kind of do need an edge rusher. That's a great,
Bradley Chubb and Jai Alexander are the same player as far as injuries. Man, when they're on the field, they're awesome, but they never can stay on the field.
Can't stay on the field. What were we going to say, Steve?
I was going to say
that. Drop me off for 2 seconds, and then I'll be right back.
All right.
I was going to say that's what I've been saying. That we definitely need another edge rusher, and the reason why is the very point you brought up. We don't know. Chubb missed all of last year. Okay, Jalen Phillips has had 2 injuries in 2 years. So
that
if these guys can't stay healthy,
I don't know if you were on for that, but that's what Tristan
I saw
said.
that.
Okay,
that's
okay.
what I saw that. I said that I agree with him 100%.
He's right on the money, dude. I didn't coach him on that at all. He said, I'm like, oh crap. I'm like,
he's
all right.
very, very wise young man.
That's my boy, man. But it's so true if you think about it. And you know what? APR in round 7 from Virginia Tech, he is, if you care about statistics, he has them. If you care about film, he has it. For whatever reason, he's going to possibly drop into round 7. That's some good value there. Again, any of the Texas guys, you come away with Quinn Ewers or Cam Williams in round 7, you got great value at that pick.
Yeah, if you're the Dolphins, man, I don't see why you wouldn't take a flyer on a guy like Quinn Ewers, man. To be totally honest with you.
They had dinner with him. So they met with him.
I am absolutely shocked at that guy's still available. I don't understand.
This was a guy who, at one point, some odd time ago, a year ago, that this was a projected number 1 pick. Quinn Ewers was in that conversation.
He was. Definitely talk of him going in the first round for sure. It's crazy what a difference a year makes. I mean, just
it's
insane.
True.
That's insane to me, brother.
That's why it's such a risk for a lot of these players, whether they go, okay, I'm going to stay or I'm going to bounce. And if they stay,
should have gone in the portal, man. Should have gone in the portal. That's just a perfect example. Somebody who definitely should have been in the portal rather than enter his name in the draft. Because again, I know hard to forecast this kind of drop. But again, man, if you're going to be somebody who they're telling you, listen, man, 4 to 6 or something like that, and you're getting these huge NIL offers, bro, it's like stay in college.
That's right.
Up your stock, make more money. Because again, not only are you making money NIL wise, but again, you look at like Cam had a deal with like Beats and had other deals and everything. So you got money coming in that, they're saying, I think Anthony Manzano said earlier, like there was talks of Carson Beck making 10. Well, not making 10 in NIL. What he may have been 10 in terms of totality, in terms of other things he had maybe coming his way. But the money again that you're making is not like it used to be. You know what I mean? So it's like, dude, stay in college, up your stock like Cam Ward did. Who knows? Quinn probably wasn't going to be, first pick in the draft, type a rise. But a guy who, again, first couple of rounds, but you make money, you're playing, you're putting out more good tape, and then next year you take your chances in the draft when you have no more eligibility left.
The only thing is and kind of is a hurt on Quinn as well, is because do you remember the last time this QB draft is this bad? Like
it's a weaker class. Like that's why like you could afford to wait on a quarterback like most teams did, and then come away with a guy later in the draft. Like look, think about the Browns for a second, who did take Dylan Gabriel. They probably like, let's take Dylan. I feel safer with Dylan than I do with Shador at this pick. But then you wait, and Shador's still there, and you go, you know what? Let's just do it. F it. He's there in the 5th round. It's not going to hurt us. Yeah. Let's do it. And people are like, oh, how could you do that? Well, the fact is, it wasn't. The Commanders did it years ago. They took RG3, and then they took
Cousins.
Kirk Cousins later in the draft, and they paid off for them. They were able to, it didn't work with RG. They did the first year, didn't work. Then they put Cousins, and then they have training Cousins, and now look where they are now. It is what it is.
Well, it worked for RG3, and then they literally hurt him.
Yeah, they did.
The organization destroyed RG3. It wasn't RG3's fault.
I will
agree.
say, let me see here. Let me shout out something very quick. First off, everyone who's tuning in right now, we appreciate you guys. All those who are watching with us. You're watching the Pro Football Draft live coverage show here on FTSN rounds 4 through 7, sponsored by Caneswear. I want to give a shout out to some of the friends of the channel. First off, he's here, so let's do it. Josh Mabry with Ruckus Entertainment Podcast. Great sports content, all sports, fantasy sports. You got wrestling, you got, video games too. They do it all over there. The I Hate Football podcast,
even women's soccer. We cover it all.
That's it. So go check them out. You got the Q with I Hate Football podcast. Awesome dude. 305 Sports Now with Will Patrone. The Finn's Faithful podcast has been killing it too with some draft content throughout the week here from rounds 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You've got, of course, Miss Finn's will be on with us, Finn's TV, 305 Sports, 305 Sports Babe. You got all those great sports content. So just gonna give a shout out to all our friends there too, guys. After this show, go ahead and check them out. Hit that subscribe button. Let's see here as make sure if
Justin, my co-host.
We got Justin in there. There you go. Just talked about Ruckus, and there he goes. Loving it, man. Loving it. Very happy with Miami's picks today. I really am.
Yeah. To go back to Anthony, he asked me about at 4:55. If you want to bring up that comment about Dabo getting about Dabo accusing Miami of buying players, and that's the only way they're getting these recruits. Dabo, when's the last time been in the national championship picture? Get with the times, man.
Yeah,
I'm sorry. I Dabo is the corniest dude ever, and he literally came out and said, "Oh yeah, I do the transfer portal through high school." And all about the name, image, and likeness. He goes, in God's name, image and likeness. And shout out to God, but still, Dabo, you've got to adapt to the times. Or you're going to.
I hope he doesn't. Oh,
no. It's the first time that Louisville finally beat Clemson ever this year. Shout out to Tyler Shuck and everyone else. And and all that. But
2 tackles now taken too. We just talked about Chase Lunt out of UConn and Cornelius out of Oregon, both taken now. Buffalo took Chase Lunt and Cornelius went to Dallas. So there you go. There's some 2 tackles. So it might be a little bit of a run here on offensive line, as it has been throughout the whole draft process.
Whole draft. How many are they just calling everyone an edge rusher now?
Yes.
I've seen more edges, and I'm like, wait, they're just calling everyone an edge rusher.
It kind of feels that way.
Yeah, they're a linebacker, they're a tackle. There can't be that many edge rushers.
Kind of feels that way. It's become such a big money position that I think guys are just like, hey, I'm going to be an edge.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Because you look at what edges are making in the NFL now. Your top edges are some of the highest paid players on your roster. So your Nick Bosa's, dudes like that.
It's great marketing.
It's a great It's 100%.
Think how much money Clay Matthews would have made.
Yeah. TJ Watt is an edge. I think Michael Parsons is considered an edge, right? So a guy that's looking to break the bank and everything. So I think there's probably a method to that madness right there. Where what, I'm going to be an edge.
Yeah, because they try to you can. I mean, with Jason Pierre-Paul a linebacker when he came out in South Florida?
I'd say an end.
Yeah, he was a defensive end when he came out.
Yeah.
Okay.
Defensive end. I know some people are calling him maybe an outside linebacker, but I'd say he played with his hand in the dirt way more than he did standing up.
Yeah, he did.
So
maybe later he became more. Maybe later on in his career, he became more like an edge.
Maybe still a little bit more, but I think early on he had his hand in the dirt most of the time.
For sure.
So
it's kind of crazy that Elvis Dumerville. I'm just bringing up an old Louisville player. My high school was right across the street from the university, from the college campus, and we went over there for some reason, and Elvis Dumerville was there, and I'm 5'8", and he's not very tall.
I think Elvis Dumerville was 5'10" on a good day.
Yeah,
if you caught him on some tall grass, he may have been a little bit tall, but yeah, I'd say 5'10"-ish, 5'10" and a half. His
shoulders were so gosh damn big.
Yeah, to play that position, the position he played, where you had to have been stout. You had to have been stout to play that position, man. You're playing against some bad dudes when you're a defensive end.
What an all-time name too, Elvis Dumerville.
From Miami, man.
Yeah.
Northwest. You go to Northwestern? I think he may have gone to Northwestern, if I'm not mistaken.
He's a Louisville guy.
No, but I'm saying in high school. Like he came out of Miami. Yeah, he came
yeah.
out of Miami. I think he played on Northwestern.
No, and I was telling Brett from Canesware yesterday that Louisville, we regard Louisville as Miami North as far as
they have so many dudes. They got so many dudes from Miami. They've always been that way.
Teddy Bridgewater, Eli Rogers, Elvis Dumerville.
The list goes on, man. They've had so many players from Miami. It's crazy.
I know to repeat what I said yesterday, but it's because of the Howard Schnellenberger connection. Because Howard's from Louisville, went to Miami, decided to go pro with the
which he shouldn't have.
Defunct.
He shouldn't have. If he would have stayed on Miami, my God, what they could have built down there with more time.
Here you go. I showed this yesterday, but I'll show it again. Cute. That's me and Howard Schnellenberger and my granddad.
Dude, that's awesome. Yeah. That's a really cool pick right there, man. That's awesome.
And then I've got a pin that my granddad gave me, and it's literally like it's a Howard Schnellenberger like pipe.
Nice.
With things there. So yeah.
That's awesome,
Howard's big in Louisville.
That's that's really cool, man. And the trophy that they play for now with the boots is really cool. I like that.
Yeah.
I like that.
And Jeff Brom played for Howard. So
there you go. There you go.
Yeah.
Yep.
So
Jeff
the
Brom
Miami Louisville connection is odd. If you're not in the trenches and knowing that history, it's kind of crazy.
Geographically, right, it doesn't make sense.
No.
There's no natural connection there by any stretch of the imagination. It just it's people. It's a people connection.
Yeah.
And there's a huge connection there.
Because it doesn't matter which coaches were there since Howard. We always got Miami players. Now, granted, Florida is a hotbed of just talent.
Yeah, no one school can land everybody from Florida, but there's a lot of schools that have made a living recruiting South Florida. Alabama, Ohio State, Clemson, but Louisville's definitely one of them. Louisville's landed. Yeah. I mean, traditionally they've always
landed. Ashton Gelati, who just got taken in the third round. He's not exactly Miami, but he's still a Florida.
South Florida. He's a South Florida.
Hey guys, I'll be right back.
Okay.
In a few
All right,
minutes.
Steve.
Okay, brother.
See, Steve will be right back. Let's see here.
So, Q, how you feeling about your Niners draft?
Man, I like the first two picks. I think they did really good with Michael Williams. I think the kid is, he's only 20 years old. I think he's just going to be. I think the ceiling for that kid is high. He's huge, 6'5", like 265. Huge wingspan. Could set the edge, man. The dude is. I think the dude's going to be a monster playing on the other side of Nick Bosa. I really like Alfred Collins, the D tackle from Texas. The kid is 6'5", 335 or something like that. They needed somebody to plug in the middle to stop the run because they didn't have that last year. So I think they definitely they addressed some big time needs on the D line with some talent for sure. Man, the rest of the picks, I'm like. And they haven't addressed the O-line. So I don't know if they're looking, to wait till after the draft. They're looking free agency. But I think they have to do something on the O-line. I don't think they have to, go crazy and spend, a bunch of money, but then they have to fortify the offensive line for sure. Wouldn't mind another decent corner. I think the starters are set with Ronaldo Green and Diamadou Lenore, but I think you probably need, somebody a little bit more established in what they just drafted at nickel, and probably another impact linebacker maybe. But the draft, the first two picks, definitely a fan of. The other two, I just think that there were, there's been guys where they drafted early on that I think they could have had instead. And that's just me, being more familiar with them and knowing how they produced at their schools. But like we talked about, man, at this point in the draft, from about the fourth on. You're looking for system fits, looking for guys that have been productive at their schools and you just hope for the best. But time will tell, man, just like anything else. Like I said, big fan of the first two picks, because again, of the help that they needed and the type of guys they are. Again, two guys from the SEC. You can't go wrong there. Look at what Howie Roseman has done in Philly. But again, I think a guy like Michael Williams.
One school, Super Bowl.
Dude, Georgia and Alabama. You look at how many especially Georgia, but not Georgia. Alabama fans, bro, or Alabama players, dude. They have Howie Roseman has an affinity for those two schools, man. He's just loaded up.
And a white dude from Iowa.
I was saying, let me just jump in very quick. So Cam Williams was taken by the Philadelphia Eagles, Texas offensive tackle.
Of course he was.
Of course he was. Jimmy Horn Jr. taken by the out of Colorado, taken by the Carolina Panthers, and then the Eagles turn around and take APR out of Virginia Tech. There he is. You see, it's like,
bro, it is so frustrating.
It's like what's it? Joe Hendry. Say his name and they appear.
That's
man.
what bro. It drives me fucking insane, man. That I don't get it. I just don't understand it.
How is the best GM going, dude? He just is,
bro. What But he doesn't do anything like
special
out of this world.
No,
he doesn't do anything out of this world. He sits there and takes he'll trade up and down and everything, but he always acquires, some picks. And every pick they make, look at APR, bro. Led the country in sacks the year before, still really productive this year. How is that guy still around at this point in the draft? How is Cam Williams? And another thing they do, he always goes big school.
Yep.
It's always big school. He doesn't, now he landed a guy earlier on who was I think may have been an HBCU or something like that, but he goes and it's Power 4, big time programs from guys that have won, from guys that have played big time competition, and I don't think you can underestimate that.
I would say the only one that's better as far as Howie has made that organization
100%.
So he's the best GM.
Elite. Yeah, he's the best GM.
As far as best organization, as far as consistency, I said it last night, Baltimore.
Yeah. I mean, listen, I think the difference when you're comparing the two organizations are Super Bowls.
Mm-hmm.
That's the difference, right? Because if you're looking at what Baltimore does, it's very similar. They take best player available. They don't sit there and reach for anybody. Oh, we need, fill in the blank. They take best player available. They go big school, and the guys always hit. They hit on their draft picks all the time. Oh, a receiver, they've been meh.
Baltimore just took the defensive tackle for Virginia Tech right after Philadelphia took the other guy from Virginia Tech.
There you go. Another guy who's they're gonna put.
We're literally talking about Philadelphia and Baltimore and their connections, and they literally take the two other guys.
Another guy who the Aeneas Peebles will be a rotational guy, and he'll be like above average in a rotation, and he'll leave in free agency. Somebody will give him too much money, and good for him. Like it's what they do, bro. It's what they do.
Oweh, no one knew who he was.
Yeah, and he's kind of been he hasn't lived up to it. He definitely hasn't lived up to it. I think it wasn't a reach necessarily because I think a lot of guys had a high grade on him coming out. Guy who didn't have a lot of production. He was one of those guys who just went and killed the draft. Won the underwear Olympics because he had 9-foot long arms and he could run a 4.3 or whatever and yada yada. Wasn't super productive. High ceiling, big time measurables, and hasn't really lived up to it. But they rarely miss when those guys take somebody like. Now look at what they did with Malachi Starks. They're landing on Malachi Starks next to Kyle Hamilton. Is there a better safety dude today, right now? Is there a better safety dude in the NFL?
I thought was the best. I mean, obviously being a Louisville fan, I'm a Dallas fan, but man, dude, I became a Baltimore fan this year just because of how bad Dallas was. Because Lamar's my guy.
Yep.
And Kyle Hamilton is
a stud.
And
now you put Malachi Starks next to him. I
want to say this very quick. So sorry, but Ryan Fowler is saying the first undrafted free agent deal, even though the draft is still going, but is done. They say the Jaguars are going to sign UConn defensive back Jordan Wright. So I don't know how that works. I hope someone drafts Jordan before the end of the day, so that gets an awkward situation.
Where would you even hear that? I don't
understand. But Ryan Fowler on Twitter is saying the Jaguars are going to sign UConn D back Jordan Wright.
Well, the fact that UConn still has a football team is great.
Is good for them, right? I mean, it's
one of my best friends actually kicked for UConn when they were in the heat of their powers with Donald Brown and all that stuff. So
Restrepo tweeted, he says, "God doesn't make mistakes." So there you go.
Bro, I'm telling you. Speaking of regrets, Quinn Ewers entering the draft. And again, because I started to scroll through Twitter when you mentioned that thing about that kid from UConn, and there's a Twitter headline. Look, Quinn Ewers is killing a new animal every hour he's not drafted, and we're all talking about.
Well, I forget on night one. Yeah,
it's like
that room. Hey, the room that he's in. is if you are not a fan of dead animals on walls, then don't look it up.
No.
Don't
But
watch
the
that picture.
wall,
Don't look at that picture.
I don't know where and who got all those animals, but it is an impressive wall of bus of I can't remember what did you call it, like bro, there's all kinds of animals on that wall. It's impressive, but the caption is amazing. Is Quinn Ewers is killing an animal every hour he's not drafted. It's pretty funny. But no, going back to that, bro, I've never heard of there being an undrafted free agent deal in place publicly before the draft is over. I've never heard of that before. Now, I'm not telling you
it makes sense. It makes sense.
Yeah, I mean,
because I guess you ahead of the curve, like, hey man, no one's really going to take you.
Yeah, can you agree on something? I guess you can agree on something, but it's weird that they would make it public. Is all I'm saying.
Yeah,
I just don't remember that ever being a thing.
Because it happens all the time. Because how many times after the draft happens, you see just this guy signed, this guy signed, this guy signed, this guy signed.
Yeah. Because those calls are being made, the last few picks in the draft, right? And they're going, hey man, like, if you're going drafted, hey, but again, you probably got a little while left and a few picks left, and now those calls are being made or whatever. But I didn't know like they would agree to something and then make it public. Because again, if somebody drafts him, then he owns your rights. That team owns your rights.
Yeah.
So you can't abide by any contract that you agree to, when you weren't drafted. Because if somebody puts in, if they draft you, they own your rights. So nobody can negotiate with you at that point.
No.
So
Jimmy Horn finally got drafted.
That's a nice pick for them, man. I think Jimmy Horn is going to make a team, and he's going to be he'll play in the NFL.
For my with Ollie Gordon, somebody posted his numbers from last year or from 23, which was big. Had a little bit of a drop off last year, but the year before in 23, he had played 14 games, had 1,732 yards, 6.1 yard per carry, 339 receiving yards, 22 total touchdowns, 9 100 rushing yard games. So I mean,
did he win the Doak? Did he win the Doak that year?
Yes, he did.
He did, right?
Yeah.
That's what I thought. The kid can play, man. I mean, without a doubt. I feel like he's just got a lot of miles. There's a lot of carries. But under his belt, I think they rode him hard at Oklahoma State, but still, like, I think that's a really nice pick at this point. In the
Mel Kiper needs to retire.
Yeah. Well, now at the end of the draft, do you think after everything has happened? Did you think the Browns and the Jags both won in that trade? We don't know how good Travis Hunter's Travis Hunter.
Yeah.
We still don't know. Like I said last night, I think you should grade a draft 2 years later. But just for content purposes.
Yeah. I think if there's ever a transaction, right? If there's ever one of those trades that I think both teams won. I think let's say for the 25 season, I think you have to imagine Jacksonville won the trade, because I think just like anything, right? I think whoever gets the best player, and it's a very NBA centric type of table, like whoever gets the best player won the draft, because there's no promises, when it comes to the draft, right? Mm-hmm. And especially when you look at those two teams, right? They have not proven anything in the draft. Like those front offices don't have a Howie Roseman, don't have an Eric DeCoste, like they do in Baltimore. Right, a Brett Veach, like in Kansas City. None of those front offices have those guys. So giving those guys that type of draft capital doesn't ensure anything, doesn't guarantee you a thing in the draft. So to me, early on, I would say that Jacksonville won that trade because of who they landed. Now, would I have given that for Travis Hunter? I would not have. Probably. I think Travis Hunter is a legit dude. It's just, man, to project his impact and the type of impact that you're projecting him to have based on what you gave up for him and what you gave up for him and where you drafted him, you have to come in and day one, you have to be like the best player on the field, essentially. Right. And that's the pressure that's on him. There's no like, oh, we're going to wait and see how. No. In today's NFL, you, and especially what they give up for you, you're expected to come in, and especially on that team with the amount of holes that they have and the amount of deficiencies they have, you're expected to come in and day one, you're expected to be the best player on the field now, if you're Travis Hunter. So can he do that? Is Liam Cohen now as a head coach and more than likely the play caller on that team? Is he equipped to do that? I think he's been a good OC. I'd say if he's been good. I don't know that I was blown away by the hire. If I'm a Jaguars fan, but we'll see. They say he's going to start on offense, like from day one, and then sporadically play on defense. He's what? He's 5. He's like 5. 11-ish, 100 and
I think he's
75, 80.
No, I think
is he 6 foot? Yeah.
So I'll be right back. We check on the kids. Be right back.
But he's a slight dude, right? Slight build. How durable is he going to be? I mean, he's been durable throughout his career. I don't know. Anthony Manzano says, you have a sinking feeling that Travis Hunter is going to do to Jacksonville what Jalen Ramsey did after. He got drafted 2 years later. They signed him to his extension that same offseason. He demanded a trade.
Travis Hunter is such a weird player because he's so talented everywhere. Yeah, exactly. And so it's hard to really pinpoint what he's great at. And I'm saying great, because he's great at everything.
Yeah, Travis Hunter, he's saying 6'1", 195. I buy the 6'1". I don't buy the 195, if I'm being honest. He may be. He just doesn't look it.
He's the biggest.
He doesn't look 195 to me.
He's the biggest anomaly, and I know Steve's got a point here. I could tell. Steve's got something to say about Travis.
No. I would just go ahead.
But he is the biggest anomaly of a prospect that I've ever remembered. 100%. Because what do you do?
This high?
Dion, honestly, Dion might be the last one of what the fuck do you do with it?
But Dion was such a known commodity in terms of he was a specialist at one position. Right. He's the best cover corner that most of us have ever seen. And if I don't know that there is a close second.
It's the best athlete I've ever seen.
The best athlete more than likely probably anybody's ever seen. But when he wasn't a tweener, right? He was a guy that did what Travis Hunter is doing once he became a pro. Right? Because when he came out and he entered the draft, he was a corner. We knew what he was. He was established. He was a corner. That's it. What he did, when he dabbled and became a two-sport star, was he was already a pro. So there was less guessing involved because when he came out, he was only a corner. Travis is doing this as a guy who was a Swiss Army knife in college, right? Didn't play another sport, but played two positions in football, which really nobody has ever really done.
Average 100 snaps a game?
Exactly. Because Charles Woodson dabbled, or he lined up for 8-10 snaps at receiver, let's say.
The fact that people kept bringing the Charles Woodson up, I'm like,
no.
There's
no.
Might as well just say Devin Hester at this point.
Exactly. Who was probably more of a comp than Charles Woodson was, but still there is no comp in my opinion. Now somebody with a different set of eyes maybe could come up with something different, but in my eyes, there's never been a comp like Travis Hunter. So to me, that's where the difficulty comes in projecting him, is that, what are we thinking he's going to be, and to me, again, the value of Travis Hunter is what it is to me if we are projecting him to play both sides of the ball. Because if you're only projecting him to play one side of the ball, then to me, I feel like Jacksonville gave up too much. In my opinion, to me, if you're only projecting him to only be a receiver, I don't think he was dominant enough at receiver to justify giving up what you gave up for him. And then if he's only going to play corner, then I don't think you can't justify, in my opinion, giving up what you gave up for him. Again, if he's only going to play one side of the ball. To me, the value in him comes in, like somebody mentioned, I don't know who it was that mentioned him, but Shohei Ohtani. That's where your value comes in, right? Shohei Ohtani is worth $700. I don't think anybody's worth that much money, especially in baseball. But the value comes in with him again if he's hitting and pitching. If he's hitting and pitching, which that's crazy. But if that's insane. But if he's pitching and you have a Cy Young level pitcher and you have a triple crowned a type of hitter, then you can justify. Not he's worth it, but you can almost justify the price at $700 million. So with Travis, if he's a dominant corner and a dominant receiver, which has never happened, then you can almost justify giving up what you gave up for him. I just don't see it.
Yeah, and to piggyback on what you said, I don't see it either. He's not going to play two positions in the NFL. He's going to play one or the other. And where I see his value at, as far as his NFL his value, is he can play returner, right? You can use him as a punt returner or whatnot, and in special teams. So he's going to be a utility type guy. If a receiver goes down, maybe you put him in there. I don't know. Or whatever position he's playing at. If he's playing a corner and a receiver goes down, you put him in. If he's playing receiver and a corner goes down, maybe you try him out at, in that area. But we'll see. It's going to be interesting. I really like to see what he does, in the NFL. And I think we'll get a taste of that, once the preseason starts. We'll kind of see where they're going with him. Jacksonville's going with him.
That'll be really interesting to see how much they tip their hand in preseason.
Yeah.
I think it'll be really interesting, and I think it'll be very much like the paranoia that exists now in college football in terms of like the spring game. I don't think they're going to show a bunch one way or the other. I think they're going to want to protect him. I think he'll get in and he'll play a little bit, but I think with how much they're depending on him, I don't think he's going to get a lot of run in preseason. But there again, man, I think people are torn on him. I'd say most people are, because we haven't seen it. We just haven't seen it. And again, like we said, right? Some people, and Anthony Manzano was mentioning Sam Shields with the Canes. Sam Shields, when he came out, he was a receiver. So him and Devin Hester are kind of similar, right? Where they were kind of tweeners. They in high school they both played receiver and they played corner. But like Devin Hester couldn't learn a playbook. So he was a corner. He couldn't play receiver because he just couldn't learn a playbook.
He couldn't run a route to save his life.
But yeah, exactly. Right.
That being said, he's the best special teams player,
best returner ever, without a doubt. Yeah. So kind of similar to Sam Shields, right? Sam Shields wasn't the returner, but Sam Shields he's a 5-star kid when he came out. Just couldn't really play receiver. Ended up playing corner. Got drafted as a first-round corner because the guy was like just super, super physically talented. But again, you're looking at the guy and listen. The only thing saving Travis Hunter is that he landed in probably the weakest NFL media market in the NFL, and that I don't know that the coverage for him is going to be like it would have been like in New York, or like it would have been in LA, or like it would have been in other big markets where the pressure would be on like just from day one. I think it's just a very mild media market. So he's going to get coverage, right? But I don't know that he's going to be covered in a way that he would have been in another market.
That's a good point.
Yeah, so the pressure will be there from the fans. But again, I think it's a very forgiving media market, because let me tell you something. Because if Trevor Lawrence was in another market that wasn't Jacksonville, they would just be drilling him left and right, because he has not lived up to the billing.
He's been terrible.
No. He's been very, and even then, I don't would I call him terrible? I wouldn't call him terrible, but I would call him I think he's been mediocre.
He's been terrible for the hype.
For the hype, yeah. First pick overall. Now with the money he's making, they definitely have not. He has not produced on the field.
But he's a solid NFL quarterback.
Is he solid? Yeah, but they're not paying him to be solid.
He's good.
And they're not paying him to be good. They're paying him to be elite.
My quarterback's
really
Dak
good.
Prescott.
Really good.
That's why I tend with the good and how much they're getting paid.
Is he bad? No, I think he's good. But unfortunately, when you're the first pick in the draft and you're getting paid the money you're getting paid to be better than good.
Yeah,
that's the problem. But
when you're paying Dak Prescott and Trevor Lawrence the money they're making, and they're as good as Kirk Cousins, it's a situation.
And that's a problem. It's a problem, right? And I've heard people say you're paying A money for a B guy, and that's when your organization and your team gets put in a bad spot. Because that's why Dallas is where they are. Yeah. That's why there's some of these teams are where they are, because you're paying A money for a B guy.
Yeah,
that's the problem.
Yeah, 100%.
Jerry loves, and I said it last night. Jerry loves, and it's a good and a bad thing. It's a pro and a con. He will always pay the guys that he drafts because he thinks
he thinks highly of them. 100%.
He thinks he found them. He discovered them. Like technically, no. CeeDee Lamb fell back to you. Michael Parsons fell back to you. And see now, Dak, hats off to him.
Yeah,
because I saw him at Mississippi State. It was kind of like a Travis Hunter thing of like, is he or Lamar? It's like, oh, is he a good thrower? Is he good just a runner? Blah blah blah. And then I saw him in that first preseason game, and I was like, that's our starting quarterback for the next 10 years. Like it just was. You can just see the accuracy and everything like that. And then Dak gets in Dak's way, and it's Dallas just being Dallas at this point. I'm just used to it.
And unfortunately, and again, when you're talking about Dak, and then to answer Anthony Manzano's question, is this Q with Trevor Lawrence? Can you blame him not having a consistent offensive coordinator or a great coach? That is, again, what we've talked about. I don't know if Anthony was around then when we were talking about everything having to be great around your quarterback. A guy who's not the system, who is part of a system, who needs everything around him to be great. And to me, Dak has proven that. And unfortunately for Jacksonville, I think Trevor has proven that, where I don't think he's good enough to be a Josh Allen, to be a Lamar, to be a Patrick Mahomes, to be a guy that things aren't great around and could be a guy who lifts that team to be good. Can you blame him for not having a consistent offensive coordinator or a great head coach? You can't blame him, but unfortunately, he's one of those guys who can't work around that. He hasn't been surrounded by great. The front office has not been good because they had Trent Baalke, who was there, who was a shit show. They weren't good. The owner is meddling. He gets involved in everything, and the guy he's not a football guy. I don't know if you guys know Shad Khan or whatever. Way too involved in stuff. They haven't brought in good front office.
His son's running a wrestling organization.
Yeah, that too. They're a shit show in terms of a front office. Now the dude they brought in. Have you guys seen the GM for Jacksonville? This dude looks
he gave a great speech for Travis Hunter, by the way.
I think listen, when all
he looks 12, but
I was gonna say 14, but definitely not old enough to drive, without a doubt.
He's so young looking.
The dude does it's crazy, and I'm so jealous of him because I'm telling you, my dream job would be NFL GM. 100%. Like if one job, if you let me like make a wish, I get 3 wishes. My dream job would be NFL GM. But anyway, the dude's I think 34, if I'm not mistaken, and is a GM of the Jaguars. Super impressive.
He's 34. I thought I was young.
34, 34 or 35. He's like 34 or 35. And I haven't looked him up. Gladstone, I think is his last name. But I would imagine he's one of those guys that landed like a scouting gig at like 22. And, just has 12, 13 years of scouting experience, and then they elevated him to GM. But he looks super, super young. But anyway, the front office in Jacksonville has been a disaster for the entirety of Trevor Lawrence's tenure there. They haven't given him good coaching. The play around him have been subpar. Brian Thomas is legit. Brian Thomas is a stud at receiver. But again, around him, I think they made a mistake not taking Aiden Hutchinson. I think when they took Javon Walker, I think they made a mistake. They should have taken Aiden Hutchinson because the guy was proven. I think I know Javon Walker's a bust, but he's not that great. So again, I think overall, can you blame him? No, you can't really blame him. But again, he's just another guy who's not equipped to elevate his team above the mistakes that are being made around him. That's the way
we got a punter, guys. A punter is off the board
from
Florida. Went to the Broncos.
Oh, great.
Punters are people too.
Punters are
they are.
Punters are people too. Bro.
It's always a fun time when you see like a kicker or something like it.
Will, what you got to say, brother?
No, nothing. I agree with that. What you saying about Trevor Lawrence, but he was a shock because everyone thought that he was going to be the next great thing. I mean, coming out of Clemson, he pretty much dominated that system. Even got Kelly Bryant kicked out of there as well. So I mean, he's completely underachieved in Jacksonville. Again, they haven't surrounded him with the best pieces. But to Q's point, it's like they haven't created a system for him that works for him. So that's pretty much what I agree with. As far as that. But yeah, Aiden Hutchinson, a beast. So we see what he's doing over in Detroit. Guy's a freaking animal, man. So. I mean, drafting is good, but you have to have the right personnel that understands how to spot talent. And one of the biggest things that you have to be out there. You can't just go by reputation, which actually gets people in trouble when they scout people in the college world, because they put 5 stars on these guys because they're big personalities, depending on what the school they go to. And sometimes these guys, when they're recruited, they're undervalued. So the same thing when you scout.
Yeah, that's why to me, when you talk about some of these moves that are being made, it's like, oh, they acquired a third.
Man, you have to be out there. You got to watch situations as well.
100%. That's why some of these front offices that we've talked about moving back and acquiring picks. What assurances and what guarantees can you give us based on your previous track record? Like, you acquiring picks is cool. That's great. But you haven't given us any kind of assurances or guarantees or anything for us to be excited about in terms of you accumulating all these picks, because you've whiffed in the draft so many times. That's the problem with accumulating picks. If you're a guy like Chris Greer, if you're a lot of these other GMs, is like, hey, that's a great thing, But I'd be more comfortable if it was Howie Roseman, Brett Veach, DeCoste in Baltimore. Like, if those guys are acquiring picks, and I'm a rival fan, now I'm pissed because I'm like, they're going to turn those picks into great players.
They're proven.
Hey, Q, I got one more name for you. That you're gonna love. That you're gonna hear this. Throw in Alonzo Highsmith in there.
Yeah, man. He's over in New England now.
Dude, yep, he is. And Green Bay before he came to Miami.
100%.
To go with your dream job as a NFL GM, I would love that job too. And then I joined a dynasty league last year. I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that.
Listen, this is the thing though. Look, if you're a dynasty GM, what do you do? What do you do Monday through Friday?
So I told this is the first year of my dynasty league ever. Like last year, it was a 5-hour draft. It was auction. Why? I don't know. That was what it was.
Yeah.
And so I took Bijan, I took Brees, I took CJ, and then a bunch of other dudes after that because I spent all my money. But I got at least those 3 guys. Cause I'm like, okay, let's go young and talented, right? As a GM, like, let's go young and talented. And we sucked. We finished just bottom of the barrel. And then someone traded us Bo Nix, and I was like, okay, I'll take Bo Nix. Sure, whatever. And the draft picks were happening. So you get in. I finally got to the mindset of an NFL GM. So I'm watching, the trades happening and all other stuff. And then going into the draft, I told people, I said, in my league, I told them, I said, look, do not give me any trade offers until after the draft happens, because there's so many trades that happen within the draft, which hasn't happened this year. We haven't had that AJ Brown or those type of drafts. We've had picks, but we haven't had like
players haven't switched sides.
Because I was hearing there's a lot of Cincinnati fans here, and we were talking about Hendrickson, right?
Trey Hendrickson.
Yeah, Trey Hendrickson. And we're like, all right, if Shamar goes, they're probably going to try and see what they can get for Trey. We heard nothing. After Shamar was taken. So that told me, all right, we're not going to get any players moved in this draft. We're just not. And obviously, it's in the 7th round. We're not going to move players at this point. No. So I told them, I was like, after the draft. And so me and my fantasy partner were like, all right, we're going to have at least 4 or 5 trades, but people are hitting me for Brees Hall and CJ Stroud, because we already have Bryce Young and Bo Nix on our roster, and you can start 2 quarterbacks as a super flex league. I'm going really into the weeds on fantasy football, but still, just as a GM situation, I'm like, all right, because my buddy was telling me, who's in the league, he was like, but you have to. How do you know that they're not going to be moved? Like, are you going to move a player because you anticipate that player being moved? I'm like, I can't think of someone else's thought process. So I'm just going to do what my thought process is.
Control what you can control.
Yeah, I'm not going to move Cortland Sutton just because I think Denver's going to draft a receiver. I'm going to keep with Cortland Sutton after the draft happens. Yes, could I lose value on that? Sure, but I can not only control what I can control, and I'm not going to think of. I'm not Nostradamus, right? So that's where I think of is my first year in Dynasty. Don't ever do it. By the way, guys.
No, that's true. I play fantasy football, but I've looked into. I've been invited to a couple fantasy leagues, man, and it's too much work. But see, this is the thing. This is what I was telling you, right? When you're comparing the essentially right fantasy GM right in a dynasty league to like a real GM, right, in terms of actually like the NFL. Like, bro, if that was my job, and all I had to do was think of that.
And you could pay millions of dollars.
I'd just be an absolute junkie. Like that's it. Like that, I can't do that as a fantasy gym. I still gotta go. I gotta go. Like I don't work a 9 to 5. I work a 24. But like I got other stuff I gotta do. Right. So I can't. Right. But if I was like as a GM and that was my job, bro, I'm telling you, dream job. Like I love my job now, but my dream job would be an NFL GM. 100%.
Especially after seeing that Jacksonville GM, I'm like, oh, I got a shot.
Bro. That guy's now listen, the new one. You mean the new one?
Yeah, and also Mike McDaniel as the Dolphins head coach. You're like, wait, nerds can just do it. Okay, okay, good, great. Dude, we have a shot. Yeah. Now, granted, Mike McDaniel sounds like he's high like every time during your press conference, but still.
But Mike McDaniel's again super talented guy. He's like an Ivy League dude, right? He played receiver at Yale.
Yale.
So again, a guy who's super intelligent who was going into the corporate world, and I think it was I can't remember if he was hedge fund something, stocks, but something. But the guy's super intelligent guy, got a chance to coach, and the rest is history. But again, man, to me, dream job. I don't want to be anywhere like in the limelight spot. Like bro, GM, like to me, NFL GM, that'd be. Dude,
I think a scout would be like the perfect position to me. That way, I'm not in the limelight, but I'm still just enjoying watching.
Bro, but a scout.
Yeah, a scout would be nice.
Bro, now you're driving everywhere. And
I'm aware, but everything's comped by the organization.
Yeah. Again, to me, bro, like I said, to be a GM. VP of football operations, man, something like that, bro. Like to me, that would be, I could never, like, I was never talented enough to be, to dream of being an actual, like an NFL player. But to me, like I said, man, in the background, like being like a GM, like making moves and everything like that, bro, I think that'd be pretty badass.
Yeah. So we got a tackle off the board from for the Falcons, Jack Nelson, offensive tackle from Wisconsin. Yep.
Big dude.
And then
you can never go wrong. You can never go wrong with an offensive lineman from Wisconsin.
Yep. And then you got Thomas Fidone, the second tight end from Nebraska. Yeah, going to the Giants.
There you go.
I don't know if we missed Jay Tolley or is it Toya?
Toya, I guess.
The D tackle.
Toya.
Yeah, he went to the Cowboys, right?
Yep. Tackle. Yep. UCLA.
The Big Ten breeds offensive linemen.
That's and Wisconsin too.
Man, this guy's huge.
Nebraska, Iowa, and Wisconsin.
Yeah, dude,
breed offensive linemen.
6'2", 342.
Yeah,
that's
the Dallas tackle.
That's a pure right guard right there. That's a right guard.
He's a D tackle.
Oh, he's a.
UCLA.
Nose guard, probably a nose guard.
No, you're talking about Nelson. Nelson is 6'7". Nelson's at 6'7", 314. That dude's a beast. But Choya is 6'2", 3 something. That dude's
okay, my bad. That's my bad. I thought we were talking about Jack Nelson.
Nelson is 6'7", dude. That's a monster of a man.
Yeah, bro, Nebraska, man.
Nebraska, dude. They breed those things. We're 10 picks away from Miami, by the way.
Farm boys out there, man.
Yeah, man.
The fact that like you have those the offensive linemen. I talked to my dad about this. I was like, you have to be an offensive lineman because you can't work in a cubicle. You're too big. You can't do it. You can't
100%. Yeah, you
can't. You have to be an offensive lineman. You're 6'7", 300 pounds. Like that's why you see like a lot of these offensive linemen once they retire, they cut all their weight. Like Jeff Saturday, Taylor Lewan. Like Taylor Lewan looks like a tight end.
Have you seen Joe Thomas?
Yeah,
the offensive tackle from Cleveland. Yeah. Like that dude looks like you wouldn't even know what that guy did. And it's like,
dude, have you seen Ponce? Have you seen Ponce's transformation?
Yeah.
The dude looks like he weighs like 180, 190.
He's ton of weight.
Mark Schlereth as well.
Schlereth, yeah.
Mark Schlereth is still a good sized dude.
Yeah, but not like he was when he played, man. When he played, he was a big guy.
No, obviously, yeah. I mean, you're talking about, and he probably wasn't a 300 pounder. He was probably one of those like 295 type guys. Mark Schlereth still looks big. Like I saw Jeff Saturday. Like I said, I'm in Atlanta. I'm in like Metro Atlanta, and Jeff Saturday actually coaches high school football. He coaches at Shiloh High. Well, where I used my previous stop, where I work at, we went out to eat or whatever, and I saw him at a restaurant, and he's still a good size dude. He doesn't have just the mass, that he had when he played, but still a good size dude. I mean, still again, you could tell the guy, is still a big guy and did something physical in his at some point, in his life. I mean, he's still a big dude. But some of these other guys that I've seen, man, and the weight that they've cut, it's crazy. Like, you're like, damn, you were an O-lineman? Like, Joe Thomas was a Hall of Fame O-lineman. You look at him now and you're like, oh, the guy was a tight end or something.
He's the best. He's one of the best O-linemen ever.
One of the best ever, man.
How many games did he break Brett Favre's starting record?
No, I don't think he did. I think Brett Favre still owns that one, but he was there forever. Shout out to Alex Ovechkin for breaking Wayne Gretzky's record this year. Yeah. Anthony Manzano still is. Hey, Anthony, I'm sure you're just like a lot of people that have been watching and in this chat that hope that they move on from Chris Greer. And if you were Brett Veach's assistant GM, you probably know what you were doing. So probably a guy that I would look into handing the keys to the team. If this year goes like a lot of people think it might go.
So with GMs, because it reminds me of this. So the Jets, obviously they're a dumpster fire. I thought their last GM, and somebody tell me who the last GM was.
Joe Douglas.
Joe Douglas. I like Joe Douglas. I thought every move he made was right. He got Sauce Gardner. He got in that draft. That whole draft.
That draft, he was in his bag. He was in his bag. And then the owner probably was like, "Hey, go get Aaron Rodgers." All right, I'll go get Aaron Rodgers. Like, everything was done, but then I felt like Woody, the owner, is way too involved.
Yep. Which is why Dallas sucks, by the way. But at least the owner is the GM, so there's only one person to blame. You don't have a scapegoat in it. But I thought Joe Douglas got the shaft.
Joe Douglas, the thing with them, like right in that draft, right, where they hit it out of the park. They got Sauce. They got was that the same draft? They got Elijah Vera Tucker.
Mm-hmm.
They got the DM from FSU, the Johnson.
The Florida State. They got the Florida State.
Florida State DM. Johnson, not Jalen Johnson, but something Johnson. I feel like the very top of the draft, I feel like they did really well, but I feel like afterwards, I think maybe not great, but Breece Hall, landed Breece Hall, the linebacker, and God, I can see his face. I just can't remember his name, and he's got.
I know exactly what you're talking about.
Became an all-pro, right? That was his get right there. I don't think that Joe Douglas was necessarily the issue there. I think Woody Johnson was way too involved. Mm-hmm. And I'll be honest with you, I'm glad he's back in San Francisco, but I don't think Robert Saleh was a guy who's a head coach.
No.
I think he was out of his league a little bit as a head coach. The Aaron Rodgers deal for them, I just think was a problem. I just think they hyped Aaron Rodgers. Like I watched the Hard Knocks the year that he was in.
We all did,
bro. And they were talking about Aaron Rodgers like it was the second coming of God knows who. This reverence that they held him in the whole deal, and they were calling him the big guy. And I'm like,
and every pass he threw, you just cut to Salah and be like, "Did you see that pass?" I'm like,
"Oh my god!"
Yeah, I've seen it for the past 13 years. And Aaron Rodgers has tainted his legacy, but man, is he the best pure quarterback I've ever seen play the game?
Ooh,
pure quarterback,
bro. Absolutely not, bro. Bro, was he a better pure quarterback than Dan Marino?
That because I'm younger, so that's what I'm
saying.
Okay,
well, look, I'll answer that question for you, my man. Is no.
Okay.
No,
because Elway and Marino were like when I finally. I'm old enough to know of witnessing the Dallas Super Bowls.
Yeah.
But not knowing the height of Elway and Marino, and
Elway
at the end of his career. But
Marino had to be the best pure passer I've ever seen.
You're talking about don't mention. We're not mentioning Super Bowls. We're not mentioning accolades. We're not mentioning anything.
I'm not.
if you're talking
Pure
about a
quarterback
guy with a right arm giving a football and throw it to somebody, in my opinion, there's never been anybody better than Denver.
Okay.
In my opinion. And to me, somebody who wasn't far off, and the reason why he's considered better because he's got 2 Super Bowls is John Elway. John Elway, a howitzer for an arm. Remember that he came from baseball. Guy came from baseball and got drafted by.
Well, Marino played baseball too.
He I don't know that did he play it as far into his career
I'm not sure. That's a good question.
I think Elway was actually drafted by a Major League Baseball team.
Exactly.
Was Marino?
He was. Where Marino may have grown up playing baseball, but Elway played it longer into a higher level.
And that's why Elway was the first player to be like, don't draft me because I can go to this baseball.
Yeah, because he got drafted by the Yankees in baseball, and he threatened to sit out. And then I think it was Baltimore, then the Colts drafted him, and then they traded him to Denver. But he told them, if you draft me, I'm going to play baseball. And they drafted him, and then they traded him. But to me, when you're looking at, that's why it always trips me out. Listen, for whoever didn't see them play, which is cool, it's fine. But to me, that always, I was always taken back by like, oh, he's the best pure throw the fool I've ever seen. What? What? Bro, talented 1,000%. Like, I'm not arguing that he wasn't at his peak. One of the most talented throwers of the football to ever play. But in terms of like, again, Marino and Elway, I would take Marino or Elway before Aaron Rodgers every day.
Like I said, I in my youth, I didn't see the peak of Elway, and that's why I brought up Elway when you said Marino, because I was like, that's who you always compare of that era is Elway Marino, even though Jim Kelly was part of it too.
Jim Kelly. Dan Marino, here you go. Dan Marino, he was drafted by the Kansas City Royals in the 4th round of the 1979 Major League Baseball.
I'll be honest with you, I did not remember that.
Yeah,
man, Pittsburgh went on a run there of collegiate, like Tony Dorsett, Dan Marino, like in that 80s, 70s era. Like they went on some like.
It was a big deal on it. Was it Mean Joe Green that played it?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, like you still have Aaron. You still have
Aaron Donald played there.
Aaron Fitzgerald.
You had Darrell Revis. Darrell Revis played up there.
Yep, and Fitzgerald was there too.
Yeah.
Who has my favorite stat of all time is the fact that Fitzgerald has more tackles than drop passes in his NFL career. That's my favorite stat of all time.
That's crazy.
That's crazy.
I do. Yeah, he caught literally everything they did.
He is like when you were asking someone like, oh, the Shador situation. Okay, be more professional. Like, what are you talking about? Oh, you're blah blah blah. I'm like, Larry Fitzgerald. That is the epitome of professionalism. He went out there. He just be like Larry Fitzgerald. We're not asking you to do everything. We're just be great at your craft that we know you're good at.
Work hard.
Don't be a dick.
Yeah,
and
work hard, treat people right. You're not asking a whole bunch. We're being honest. Like, I don't think it's too much to ask. Like, just
and you're still regarded as one of the greatest ever.
Yeah, be good people. Work hard. Earn your paycheck. Like, figure it's simple enough, right?
And you stay at one organization through thick and thin.
So real quick, Anthony Manzano. So the Seahawks drafted Damian Martinez. Is that what I saw? He did. Holy shit! There he went. Round 7.
Oh, here you go. 223. Damian Martinez goes to the Seattle Seahawks.
God, man, he landed in the same division as the Niners. Now I can't like him because he went to Seattle.
If Pete Carroll was still there, I'd be excited about
it. Daniel,
San Francisco's on the clock, brother.
I'm with you.
Yeah, we'll see.
Miami's done well so far, my man. I like what they've been doing. I'm not hating on it. Be honest with you.
Good for Damian Martinez, though, man. I'm glad he got picked.
Congratulations, Martin. Now the Restrepo watch. Now we're on Xavier Restrepo.
He
may get undrafted, man.
Biggest regret that guy will ever have is running that 40.
Yeah.
Why did they let that guy run?
Wasn't he hurt?
Why did they let him?
Yeah,
he was hurt. He's
hurt. He's always been hurt,
bro. But you don't like. Listen, and I'm not a GM. I'm not an agent. But listen, everybody.
I'm going to the restaurant. I'll be right back.
Everybody who thought of anything, who knows anything in that particular situation, You do not run. You let them imagine that you can run a 4.58 or something like that. You don't confirm that you can't run a 4.58. Like that, he cost himself so much damn money. It's ridiculous. Like that. What a
he hurt himself, man.
Worst move ever, bro. Why? Like I don't understand why you ran. You had everything going for you.
Terrible advice.
Terrible, bro. Terrible. Whoever I think Rosenhaus is his agent, if I'm not mistaken. I'm shocked that he ran.
If Rosenhaus is his agent, he's already getting calls for unrestricted.
Yeah, for undrafted free agent. Yeah,
that could be in Miami. I mean, it'd be cool if he signs with Miami. Miami has 2 more picks here in the 7th round, so that could happen.
That'd be cool.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind him landing in Miami.
Absolutely not. No,
hell yeah.
Listen, that guy's gonna make a team. I'm telling that guy's gonna make a team. He's gonna be like in a couple of years. He'll be like a wide receiver 3. I think he's gonna follow. Hopefully for him, I think it'll be in that kind of same trajectory, maybe as a the receiver for the Canes, man, who landed with the Dolphins, Braxton Berrios. Hopefully he has like some kind of trajectory like that. Where Braxton Berrios, I don't know that he's ever going to be, because Braxton Berrios was a Pro Bowler as a special teams, as a returner. I don't know if he'll ever be. He doesn't have quite that speed, but I think he's going to be a guy who I think contributes. I think he's going to be one of those guys like a wide receiver 3 guy who gets open, right? He's going to do everything right, and he's going to work hard. And I think he'll end up making a team, hopefully for him. But man, what a disaster it was for that guy to run the 40. That's just terrible for him. Shouldn't have done it.
What? Freaking San Francisco's backed out.
Did they trade out?
They're at 11 now.
Oh shit.
227. Oh no, now they're on the clock.
Pittsburgh.
Oh, they're on the clock.
Pittsburgh moved up. Yeah. They got a linebacker.
Steelers are on the. I think they just swapped picks. Let's see.
Yeah. Carson Bruner, linebacker from Washington. That's who Pittsburgh got.
There you go. Yeah, there'll be guys there's going to be guys now that are picked. You're kind of like, who's that? Those are the guys that is.
I mean,
you know what I mean? It's just like,
who? Huh?
I mean, there's no like 5th to 7th round picks. You're just like, oh, dude, we got to steal.
No, yeah. You just you hope they hit, right? And you're just like,
they're dart throw / special teams players.
Yeah.
Unless you get a Brock Purdy.
Oh yeah.
You've had some guys, like I said.
I'm saying, like you can still strike gold, but you are.
Yeah. You don't. But when they get drafted, you don't go, hell yeah, there he is.
Right.
I mean,
unless you know that college that they went to and you saw their tape and you're like, oh, it could. It's kind of it's the same. I know he was a 1st round draft pick, but it's the same thing with just obviously there's a reason that is the towel that they gave out during his jersey retirement for Lamar. There's only one number 8.
That's awesome.
I went to that game because I was like, I just texted. I was like, give me some tickets. I'm going to the game because I was here in Nashville.
That's awesome.
But I was like, it's Lamar. Like I've watched him his whole career, and the whole story about his mom and how like as far as like Nico and having bad advice, his mom has never steered him wrong.
His mom's been his representative from day one. Day one.
Lamar Thomas, former Miami Hurricane, obviously part of that teams. He was a wide receivers coach for Louisville at the time. And so Bobby Petrino was the coach. He brought him back for the 2nd time, which is still weird for Louisville. And they went, and Lamar was involved with finding the players in Florida or Miami, because obviously Lamar Thomas was from there. So he went back to Bobby and was like, hey, you should see this quarterback. And Bobby was like, okay, I'll watch it. He'll watch the tape because he for all the other teams, they're looking as wide receiver, just like in his draft prospect.
Exactly.
He was a wide receiver. He was a corner. He was Georgia, like Lamar even said, Georgia wanted me as a corner. Think about that. Lamar Jackson as a corner. Why?
Crazy.
Right? So Bobby at first saw the tape, was like, I don't know. And then Lamar Thomas goes, no, watch him throw the deep ball. And he watched that tape. He goes, okay, I could see him as a quarterback. And so when they recruited him, Florida came in late.
Niners take a quarterback. Curtis Work off the board.
Yeah, Curtis. Yep, saw that Curtis Work.
Quinn Ewers still hasn't been taken.
Still has not been
To the Niners.
taken, bro. Oh my god, that is
He may be undrafted too.
insanity. That is
So-
so crazy.
Long story short, the first practice, and I went to that first practice that was open. They had their typical, like Lamar's freshman year at Louisville. They had their typical practice that you would do, and then they had 7-on-7s at the end, which I've never seen a collegiate team do. But they made sure that they had Lamar just running reps as a freshman. So I was like, okay, they really think this guy's something. And then we heard scuttlebutt that at that first practice, literally the first practice in Lamar's collegiate career, they had him returning punts. And his mom got word of it, and she called Bobby Petrino and says, if you have him return another punt, I will pull my son out of that school. He is a quarterback. That's what he's going to be.
Yeah.
And him and Teddy Bridgewater are similar in the fact that they're both from Miami, and their first collegiate throw was an interception. But Lamar is just. I when I went and saw him his freshman year, he didn't know the playbook. By the way, his freshman year, he didn't know the playbook.
Mm-hmm.
It just
ad-libbed. Just ad-libbed.
And people go, do you go a date, like as a Louisville fan, born and raised in Louisville, like I said, went to high school across the university. People always ask, like, do you go a day without talking about Lamar Jackson? I said, no, because if you had that player, would you shut up about
Nope.
him either?
Anytime he can get it, any chance he can get it, you hear him talk about Lamar Jackson.
Yes, Bobby knows. I talk about Lamar Jackson all the effing time because I've never.
He's the most valuable player, dude. Well, not last year, but
don't get me started on that, Steve. Don't get me started on that. All right, that's a sore subject to me.
Should have been Saquon though. I think it should have been Barkley. I stand by that. I will die on that hill. It should have been Barkley.
I called Alan beginning because my brother's a Bills fan, and I told him I called it. Told him I said, listen, I said Josh Allen's going to win the MVP, and then he's going to be the highest paid quarterback in the history of the NFL. Like I'm telling you, just wait. And again, I'm like I had a little doubt there because with what Lamar did and everything, but I mean, you can't listen. If Lamar hadn't won two, previously, then they may have given it to him.
Yeah, I think you're right.
With Josh Allen, man, with a better record, with less help around him. When you look at what Josh Allen did, he did it with less help around him. So it's hard. Listen, would you have been wrong with either one of them? You would not have been wrong giving Lamar another MVP. But given he already had two, and the fact that Josh Allen legit did that with less talent than Lamar had around him, and he had a better record, I don't think it was wrong to give Josh Allen the MVP.
Dolphins on the clock.
It's not wrong, but they just say the thing out loud. Just say it out loud.
Whoa,
Lamar already won it twice. That's reaching and gave it to Josh. Just say the thing out loud. Just say it. Just say it. Tony Romo said it on air. He was like, "Yeah, I'm going to give it to Josh because Lamar's already won it twice." Just say the thing out loud. That's all I want. That's all I wanted. I just wanted people to say.
And I think that was part of it. But also, though, you can't say, at least I don't think, now can anybody say it? You can. I don't think you can say, well, Josh Allen didn't deserve it.
No, he did. I mean, it's the SGA Jokic.
Yeah. Exactly. Right. I mean, it's who's, flip a coin.
Did Miami move down, Bobby?
No, they're at 231. Right?
Oh, yeah, they got the next. They're on the clock.
Yeah, they're coming. They're coming.
Did Detroit already take?
Yeah, somebody made a mistake.
Pick is in Detroit for Detroit. At least what I'm seeing on NFL.
Because I don't see anything on ESPN or on.
Yeah, Detroit's on the clock right now. Miami's at the next
pick is in. They just haven't announced it.
Yeah.
They haven't posted it yet.
Yeah, Miami said they're on the clock, so Miami's going to make their pick. We'll see what happens here.
I can't believe we're in an era where Detroit's competent. By the way,
I know, right?
So weird.
Mm-hmm. Crazy.
Bobby, any guesses? Was the right forward to take ownership.
Any guesses who Miami gets?
Well, let's look very quick, just best available, because I'm going to
Quinn Ewers.
Be honest with you, at this point in time, with this
maybe.
Pick,
dude, you should 1,000% say Quinn Ewers.
Quinn Ewers would be that guy. I mean, I would not be against that pick.
Me either.
But Logan Brown out of Kansas is still there. Let me see. Let me look at defensive back, even though they went there.
Chiefs,
but Kobe Bryant, Tommy Hill still there.
The Chiefs took former Kane and former SMU Mustang Brashard Smith.
But Holland Pierce out of Rutgers, offensive lineman. Logan Brown, offensive lineman. Those two guys. Wouldn't be mad at that. Restrepo again, just because he's Miami and we need receivers. I mean, but let me tell you something. There's some still big guys there. Isaiah Nayer out of Nebraska, Nick Nash, Felton out of Virginia Tech. Those are 3 big-bodied wide receivers.
I'm a little surprised Nick Nash is still.
I'm so surprised. I'm surprised he's off the board. He's
Detroit
not off the board.
Dan Jackson, which
from Georgia.
Yeah, just get used to his name, guys, because he's
gonna make a team. He's going to be on that team. That dude can play, man.
All right,
Pick
is in for Miami. They're not moving out of here. So
okay, good.
Hey, it's going to be another offensive tackle. just go with the trend. I swear to you, there's been 45 offensive tackles taken in this draft.
Been a lot. Defensive tackles too.
Yeah, it's definitely been a line.
Mel's big board. Xavier Restrepo is on number 6 on Mel's big board. I don't think Xavier's going to get drafted.
I don't think
because of his damn 40 time. Whoever told him to run the 40. like he was saying, whoever told him to run the 40.
That was malpractice, brother. Malpractice.
Yeah. Well,
Montrell Johnson, running back from Florida, is still up there. I mean, he's a dude.
The Lions took Dan Jackson, safety from Georgia.
Yeah.
Q, what do you think about ETN? I'm so back and forth on him.
Good, not great.
Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at. And so many people I've seen like, dude, you should take Trevor. And I'm like,
good, not great. I mean, he's not big. You know, I think he's like 5'9".
He's not his brother.
He's not his brother. Miami's pick is in.
Not his brother.
They're actually announcing it. So here we go. Let's listen in here. To be somebody we don't know, some guy.
There's a strong chance at this point, without a doubt.
Yeah, which is fair. I mean, it is what it is.
Yeah,
right?
It's a 7th round. I mean,
come on.
Bro, Isaiah Bond is still on the board. That's crazy.
He's having everybody chant "Go Pack Go" as you're announcing the Dolphins pick. Okay, good.
Quinn Ewers.
Oh, yeah,
Quinn Ewers. We got a quarterback. The Miami Dolphins have taken a quarterback. Quinn Ewers out of Texas.
You heard it here first. That's the first prediction I've had right on this whole thing. I just did it as a joke. I said, take Quinn Ewers.
Oh, there it is. His fall stops right here in Miami.
Yes, sir.
Longhorns, baby. Quinn Ewers is a Miami Dolphin.
Good.
That was so weird, Q, that I just like threw that out there.
And
you're like, no, actually that makes sense. And then they freaking took him.
Makes sense, man. At this point,
put me in the booth. Put me in the booth.
Why not, man? Good for him.
Yeah.
We got our
live reaction.
We got our third string.
Live reaction from Tristan.
The biggest reaction for a 7th round pick in the history of the NFL.
I'm with you, Tristan.
Quinn
I'm
Ewers
with you.
Right here on FinStanza Sports Network.
Yeah, here on FTSN, Dolphins get Quinn Ewers, QB.
7th round. Let's do it.
Hey, that's great
Brock
value,
Purdy was
though.
Mr. Irrelevant. Might as well be Quinn Ewers at this
Heck
point.
yeah, man.
I'm telling you, Juwan Jennings, man. They took Juwan Jennings in the 7th round, man. They love that dude in San Francisco, man.
Tua goes down. You got Zach.
I love that Barabito of Juwan Jennings being like, don't think
gotta
you
have a backup
trees or something like that.
Absolutely.
I love Juwan Jennings.
And remember, this was a guy just last year. Many people were talking like this could be a top 5, top 10 pick or 1st round pick. And you get him in the 7th round because we talked about bad advice. There's sometimes you're supposed to leave. Sometimes you're supposed to stay. He ends up leaving. He falls all the way to round 7. And he now is a Miami Dolphins, which we've talked about on this network. We talked about this, that, he has met with Miami. Miami has shown interest. They had dinner together. Now he is officially a Miami Dolphin. The Dolphins draft quarterback Quinn Ewers out of Texas. Falls to the Dolphins and now is a Dolphins quarterback. We'll see how it goes. What's great about it?
You got to like that pick.
Go ahead.
Man. You got to like that pick right there.
You have to just Chris Greer finally pulled the trigger on the quarterback. And it took him 7 rounds, but he's finally pulled the trigger on it.
And think about that. Really, again, great value, right? You didn't rush to get him in the 4th.
Well, there he is. He's crying, guys. He's crying. He's already crying in the living room of death. The room of death.
Bro, that living room is crazy,
Oh my
bro.
God.
Did I not tell you? You see it? You see how crazy that room is, bro?
Hey,
You
as
see how
long as
many-
he could hang a Jet, a Buffalo, and a Patriot hat up on
100%,
there,
yeah.
hang them up
Yeah.
on the damn wall next.
And
That's
I
all I
want
have
my
to say.
scalps.
He's got a aquatic animal.
Bro, they
on his
said,
hat.
they said he was killing an animal for every hour he was drafted.
Well, there's not a dolphin
Jake,
head on that
so I
wall.
want to say shout out. Obviously, we know Tristan's happy about that pick. Jake Atiachiska's happy. My nephew, he's happy about that pick. Evan Posner's happy. Tati saying QB finally. Let's see what these guys are saying. Hey, again, even if you didn't want to, even if you were like, man, no, we should take quarterback, blah, blah, this is a great value for the Miami Dolphins at round 7 for Quinn Ewers. If the draft is ever in Miami, we have to do it. We have to do it. Oh yeah, that's right. 100%. Josh is saying if the draft's ever in Miami, we need to go to Miami and do the draft live from there. I'm down 100%. I'm down 100%.
Say less, bro. Say less.
I know. Yeah. I'm going home, Mom. Make up my room. I'm coming back.
We got the splashy, sexy pick in the 7th round that we were wanting, so we can talk about it. And it happens to be to Miami, so it just works perfectly for this show.
Okay, I'm gonna send you guys this. I'm gonna put this on the. I'm gonna send this to Steve on there, and I'm gonna send it to Q. I have to send you a message, Q, and then Josh, because I have you guys all separate. Did you see the Browns graphic? It's Outkick. Maybe I'll just write your names on the bottom there, like tag you guys in the bottom. There's the bone. It's the bottom of the bone, and it's bouncing up and down.
I'm literally looking at it right now.
That
it looks
is
like a set of nuts. It looks like a set of nuts.
It's so bad. I'm like, what is that? Hold on, Steve. I'm gonna tag you, Steve.
Is it worse than their weird, like gnome looking?
No, it's a bone. It's a bone, but
bone,
it's
but
bouncing.
the
You only
angle.
see the bottom of the bone bouncing. It looks like a pair of nuts.
It looks like a pair of nuts bouncing.
It
says Browns need to get a new graphic guy on Outkick on Twitter.
Hold on, let me go. Steve Malloy.
That is too funny.
Maybe
The Browns.
You texted me or
no? I sent it on Twitter to you, and we
On
got
Twitter,
we got Miss Fins popping in here. Live reaction from Miss Fins. Shout out to the Miss Fins. Dolphin fans, if you're watching, you haven't yet, go subscribe to Miss Fins, and let's get her in here. What's
Hey,
up,
Miss
girl?
Fins.
How you doing?
What's up, guys? What's up,
girl?
Welcome to day 3.
Day 3. One more pick left. We got it's a 255, I think. So, what are you
One more
thinking
pick.
so far of day 3?
I mean, none of these guys are starters. I mean, congratulations on getting drafted. I'm happy for every single one of them. You know, because it's a moment. You know what I mean? Like you always strive to get drafted. You know, that's always your goal when you're a player, no matter what sport you play. So I'm happy for everybody. I think it's you know, am I super ecstatic? No, not at all, not even a little bit. I won my draft. That was day 1. I got who I wanted. As far as these guys are concerned, I mean, they're gonna be rotational players. We'll see if they even make the team. The one that I'm actually a little upset, and I'm actually a little bit pissed. There's 2 of them. I'm not happy with Quinn Ewers. What a waste of a pick, in my opinion.
Really?
Not even a little
7th
bit.
round pick?
I don't care.
What
I
would you
mean,
have
is
taken?
there
Who would you
a
have
value?
taken?
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's value because I think he was supposed to go what 3rd? I think 3rd round, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
So I give him, you know, for sure they got value on picking him in the 7th round, but I mean, the kid don't even want to be here. Did you not see him? They look like they just went to a funeral. Like everybody was all upset.
What are we talking
no,
about?
yeah,
What do you
sure.
mean? What are you talking about?
Oh,
What do you
it's
want
a-
him to
I
do?
guess
He fell in the 7th round. He just realized his dream. He was drafted in the 7th round. He was supposed to go in the 3rd. Last year, he should have been he was talking about being in the 1st. He falls all the way. He could be undrafted. He gets picked up by the Dolphins, who's shown interest in this whole process. I wasn't expecting him to go, oh my God, I did it. You know, it's like, God, this dream just became real. That's what I saw. You saw a kid who was not happy.
And relief.
I'd say relief. I call it relief, personally.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I guess maybe we looked at it differently. I don't know.
That kid, you remember that kid's been a star. That kid's been a star from about his sophomore year in high school.
Yeah, that's right.
The kid was the #1 recruit in the country when he came out of high school. went to Ohio State as a superstar, left there after making, he was there for like a cup of coffee. They paid him a ton of money, went to Texas after them giving him a ton of money, was a star. And now when he came out, don't imagine he ever expected, and I didn't either, that he would be going in the 7th round, almost at the end of the draft. So I would guess, to me, I read the body language as just relief, maybe a little bit of disappointment. But again, who knows?
I read it as more disappointment than anything else.
Disappointment would
maybe
be
that's
being
what I
drafted
was
in the
focused
7th
on.
round.
But disappointment in where he got drafted, not because the Dolphins drafted him. I wouldn't say.
Exactly,
I think disappointment because he's like, man, I cannot believe, that I went in the 7th round. That I think that's to me, that's what the way I interpret it.
I guess,
But you
it
said there was
makes
two.
sense.
Who was the second one, Miss
I
Finn?
can see that.
Who was the second one you didn't like?
It's not that I didn't like that. I'm just like, I think we would have gotten an even bigger. And mind you, I didn't even want this player, so I'm gonna be 1,000% honest. I never wanted him, but I thought, dang, we can get this player in the 5th. I'm thinking trade value, and he goes to pick after us, and I'm just like, Miami. I wanted to double up on DTs, and I'm glad Jordan Phillips. Yay, congratulations. I didn't care who it was, because at the end of the day, it was going to be somebody that was just going to be another camp body, hopefully trying to make the team, even the practice squad. But, to see where we were, and I'm like, Shador was still there. I don't even want him to play for Miami. I just wanted to use him as trade bait more than anything else. And I feel like we lost out on that opportunity. I think he would have been really great trade bait, in my opinion.
You mean like select him and then try to trade him
pretty
later?
much it.
Got you.
The only thing,
select him and try to trade him later.
And Miss Finn, I get with that. Nice to meet you, by the way. I'm Josh. I work with Bobby, actually.
Nice to meet you.
But with Shador,
My
we've already
condolences.
seen.
No, just kidding.
Damn, everybody's saying that.
Do we have really good conversations about sports in work? Okay, we like the water cooler talk is me and Bobby. Like we're the highlight of that. But when it comes to Shador, and I get where you're coming from, but you already saw that teams don't want to touch him. So if you draft him, it's still going to be your problem in that sense, and no team is going to trade.
A much cheaper problem. Much cheaper problem, because you have to.
Much cheaper problem with Quinn Ewers.
Well, oh yeah. Well, the value, the trade value. This is where I'm thinking. I'm not even thinking. That's not the Texas quarterback I wanted. Let me just put it that way.
Well, he's not eligible yet.
As far as I know. But as far as what do you call it? As far as the value, I think it's like, it reminded me of the stock market. When you buy low, sell high. You buy him low, give him an opportunity to compete, but even though we all know he wouldn't get the position, Tua's a starter no matter what. We know this. But if Tua's very likely to get injured. So if Tua goes down and he's going to come in and play 2-3 games, he's looking like a superstar. I mean, hello, you know what I mean? I can package him as like, hey, can we maybe, you want him? Maybe give me a 3rd for next year. Give me a 2nd for next year. You know what I mean?
But Zach Williams is coming.
Literally where my mind is trying to. You mean
Zach
Wilson?
Williams would be Zach Wilson would be the guy to come in, not Sanders.
Not necessarily. Not necessarily. Even though I know he got the money. What is it? $6 million up to $8 million. Not necessarily.
Yeah,
I think that they would, for the backup role, I think they would have competed, in my opinion. So I don't give them automatically the backup position, but it would have been very interesting, because if that did happen, and regardless, you still need 3 quarterbacks. The trade value is like, the entire league messed up, and look at him balling out in Miami. Let me get these calls. Let me get these picks, so that way I can load up on more picks for next year and trade them. That's where I was. That's what my mindset was, because it was buying low, something valuable, buying super low to be able to go ahead and trade later and get a higher value for them. So that's where my disappointment is. As far as the players, I'm gonna be 1,000% honest. I haven't even looked at them. As far as like Phillips or the running back or any of the other guys, because I've
Well,
been kind of in and out, so that's why I got here so late. But
yeah, I know. I'll tell
Ewers,
you. I get what you're
Ewers,
saying, but
okay.
I'm gonna be honest with you. Picking Ewers is the same as in regards of value. Like if that's what you're saying, right? Like, okay, I understand because that's what I said with the good teams. Let's say like if the Chiefs, like the Browns took them. So, but if let's say the Kansas City Chiefs ended up taking a Shador, right, or Quinn Ewers, let's just say in the 7th round, you know they're not going to start. None of those guys are going to start. Shador might start because they don't have much anything there. But let's just say for like Quinn Ewers in Miami, or let's say put them behind Patrick Mahomes, they're not to. But when one of those guys goes down, or if one of those guys take a seat because they're in the playoffs already, Pat Mahomes, Lamar Jackson, then you got a Shador or Quinn. They come in, they start. You see, maybe they light it up with the guys that they have, and then that's when you have that value kind of jump up because then you're like, wait a second, okay, you think of was it back in the day, Matt Schaub. When you were, and then you think of Tom Brady and who's the guy behind him, Matt Castle. That one year, that does happen. That does happen.
What's his name, Bledsoe, when Brady went in for Bledsoe. So
it happened. So I understand. I understand your point, but I'll tell you, I'm going to be honest. Watching what I saw with Quinn Ewers, injury is a concern. I mean, again, this was a guy who last year was pegged as a 1st-round pick. Everybody had him there until he decided, I'm going back to Texas. And guess what? Got injured, was going back and forth with his job at Arch Manning, lost a job. Now it was like, okay, should he continue playing in college football? He goes, no, I'm going to bet on myself. I'm going to go into the draft. Obviously, it bit him in the ass because this was not a good QB draft. I mean, guys that they thought were going to go in the top 5, Shador Sanders goes in round 5. A guy that they thought even last year was 1st round, but then round 3, as you said, he goes in round 7. You know what I'm saying? That it's like, this was not a good year for quarterbacks. So to me, that's why I'm saying, like, I get your point, but I will say with this pick, this is great value because this is not a guy you're going to have to either force in or force out. This is, and it, we went Brandon Dodd. I'm butchering his name. I know we had Skylar Thompson in round 7 a couple years back. Brandon Dowdy, I think, was another guy round 7 years before that. This is not that. This guy has higher upside than those guys. This is a guy that's been there, done that, played in national in the playoffs. This was again a guy who, as Q has said, was a star coming out of high school, was a star in college, and then the star kind of dimmed a little bit. And now you just got him as the star was dimming. You got a chance on him. I think this was a solid pick for Miami. The ones I'll tell you, Miss Fins, the one that I questioned so far, and again, we don't know because we could be, man, I don't know about that pick. But then 2 years from now, we're going, damn, that was a hit. The only one, it was like Jason Marshall. I would have went Zoff Frazier there. I would have went George Strong.
That's 1,000%.
Absolutely, 100%. I love Ollie Gordon. Ollie Gordon was one of my favorite running backs in this draft.
I like him, man.
I was huge on him.
I did look into. I thought he was a good pick. I actually like
him. Hey, let me ask the panel this. Because Scotty has some concerns. He's saying, I'm pissed. We are back to carrying 3 quarterbacks on the initial 53. That takes a valuable spot. Do you think he's going to be placed on the initial 53, or do you think they might just stash him away on the practice squad? Anybody answer on the panel? I'm asking everyone.
No, you don't take a name like Quinn Ewers in the.
Yeah, you're not going to stash him. And I thought, don't they make an exception now? Don't they make an exception? Am I crazy?
And I was going to say,
yeah, they do. That's what I was going to say.
The new rule as of last year is your 3rd quarterback doesn't count against the 53 you dress.
Even if he is on the 53.
Even if he's on the 53, they make an exception. It's almost like 54
but
whatever. But your 3rd quarterback doesn't count against your 53.
Hence why they took Quinn in that 7th round, because it's like you got to take value at that point.
You got value at that pick. And for me, it takes a value. I'm sorry, Miss Fins. Miss Fins, follow up right there. But I'll just say, it takes a spot. But again, how many times, remember when it was Teddy Bridgewater, when Tua got hurt, Teddy Bridgewater got hurt, and then we were, we're scrambling to find that we had to go to our emergency quarterback. You have to have that guy available.
Tyler Huntley? Was it Tyler Huntley?
No, that was the year. That was last year.
No,
Skylar. Recycling. That was Skylar at that point.
Skylar Thompson? Yeah, Skylar Thompson.
Skylar
Tyler Huntley.
No, what I was going to say is, I can see what you mean by still value with Ewers. I just think we would have had higher value with Shador than yours. Because I think the same thing could happen if he does come in, balls out. We could still use him as trade bait, but I think we would have had an even higher. Essentially, the difference is maybe we could have gotten next year a fifth for next year's draft. Maybe a fifth with yours, max a fourth. But I think with Shador, we probably could have gotten a third if he's really like that, or maybe max the second.
Here's another, and real quick. Here's another good point, and Rob made this point. Rob Dolphin Thirsty. If he balls out, you're not going to trade him, right?
No.
No,
Yeah,
because
listen, the market
Not
has spoken for these
necessarily.
guys. The market has spoken. The immediate, the market has spoken for these guys, right? I mean, I think they are getting drafted where they're getting drafted for a reason. I don't think the view on Shador or Quinn Ewers is changing anytime soon to where any one of those teams, whether it's Cleveland or Miami, is going to be able to trade those guys for any pick that's significant.
Well, I think to Steve's point, unless I misheard it, but like if and when Tua goes down, and let's say something happened with Zach Wilson craps the bed for whatever reason, right? And okay, let's plug in Quinn Ewers. Let's see what we got in our 7th round quarterback. And let's say he does ball out, that doesn't mean we're going to trade him. That might mean now you have some flexibility to eventually try to, to move on from Tua at that point, because now you have a young quarterback.
Yeah, I mean, his reps, and I'm sorry to interrupt you, Bobby. I think what's going to end up happening with Quinn Ewers, and real quick, I think Octane Genius had it right, and I think we mess it up. Where's it at? So QB3 counts towards 53, but not on the active roster. Yeah, so you're 53. I think you can travel like 47 players or something like that. On game day, it doesn't count towards who you dress. I think that's so. Credit to Dolphins Thursday for that one. I think
46 and the 47th one is.
Yeah, so exactly. So you can try. I think you can travel and dress 46. I think on game day that third quarterback won't count towards your 3. But anyway, or towards that total. But anyway, in terms of like that, when next time you see Quinn Ewers, when you're going to see him. I mean, you're going to see him in the preseason. You're going to see him get some snaps in the preseason against undrafted guys or against 6th, 7th round picks against guys who in a few weeks are never going to play football again. So you're going to see him play, and if he does play well, you take that under consideration. You take it with a grain of salt, because when he does look good again, he's not going to be looking good against number ones in the NFL regular season, right? He's going to play in the preseason. He may look good. You hope he looks good, right? Because at that point now maybe instead of, it's not a Tua thing. Now at that point you look at it and go, hey, you know what? Zach Wilson is expendable, and we can give we can trade him for a 6th
for $6 million. We already guaranteed him his contract. We're not going to eat that cap for no reason.
Listen, Greer has done worse things.
Oh, that 100%.
Greer has done worse things.
What's up, Insanity? I see you in the chat over there on Twitter.
And during the season, you may not trade him, preseason. But again, if somebody gets hurt during the season, and you need somebody is willing to take a decent backup quarterback for $5 million, that you're not breaking the bank. You're not breaking the bank.
Did you not see what the Browns did? They got like 18 different quarterbacks.
The Browns.
That's the quarterback that's the team you
the
go
Browns
to
do. The Browns do. Miss Finns, first of all, nice to meet you. Nice to meet you, my pleasure. Also, don't judge what the NFL should do based on what the Browns did. Because the Browns do a lot of things the Browns look at what they traded for Deshaun Watson and then what they gave him in a contract. The Browns do a lot of things that they should not do. So that definitely, let's not base.
But they get a pass. They literally invented football, so they get a pass.
No, they don't get a pass.
They get a pass. They get a pass.
Them and the Jets are the worst organizations.
They're so bad. They are so bad. I don't care. I appreciate them inventing football. And again,
I know it's Canton, but still.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that officially is the case. But no matter what, they're a terribly run organization with a clown owner, and they're incompetent. They're incompetent. Kevin Stefanski is a good head coach, but unfortunately their owner meddles in everything. Andrew Berry, the hype was big on him when he first took the GM job. I think that luster kind of wore off a long time ago. I think they're a disaster. They need to sell the team, get new ownership, get new front office, the whole deal, because like I said, what the Browns do should not be the blueprint for any other good team to do.
If you're going back that far, the fact that the Cleveland Browns invented the sport or whatever in the NFL, and then you look at what they have done, which is nothing, and you look at Green Bay, Wisconsin, which is a nothing town, and how good they have been forever.
Yeah.
Trust me, my whole family are Green Bay fans, and I'm a Dallas fan. It sucks right now to be me because they just give me shit this whole freaking time. We can't beat them. So when it comes to like, you look at like the storied programs, Cleveland just they're the Browns for a reason because they shit the bed all the damn time, and they just made their quarterback room the most toxic thing I've ever seen in the history of the NFL.
Dude, they fumbled so many top pick. They pick at the top of the draft every year,
except for Myles Garrett.
Myles Garrett, yeah, Myles Garrett is the
Myles
exception.
Garrett and Nick Chubb. They freaking
Nick Chubb, yeah. Nick Chubb was legit, but again, you talk about you go back Tim Couch, Johnny Manziel.
Tim Couch was a good quarterback. So that's where it becomes an organization thing, where there was no offensive line. He would just get sacked.
Yeah. But there again, right? Regardless of the reason, they wear a Browns uniform and they're not good, or they're okay.
Were quarterbacks good at that?
Don't talk about Josh Cribbs like that.
Old Josh Cribbs. He was a hell of a returner.
Oh, dude. Josh Cribbs was like the fact that Josh Cribbs was their whole offense and he was a returner.
They were running like a college. They were running like a college offense with him, back there. So
they fumbled Braylon Edwards.
They did. Yeah.
He went to the Jets and was finally good. To the Jets.
Mm-hmm. They did.
That's.
And even now this year, man, listen, Myles Garrett had asked for a trade.
Yeah.
Myles Garrett asked for a trade, and they're like, "Hey, you know what?" He's like, "I'm going to stay." Well, yeah, because they gave him $40 million a year. So it's like, why would you give that money? Why would you give that money to Myles Garrett at this point? Why would you not trade Myles Garrett? You're not a defensive end away from a title. Trade that guy, thank him for his service, and take the picks in return. Take the picks in return.
Do they really care about titles? If we're being honest,
they've tried to show that. I mean,
they
took Baker,
every team should,
Odell Beckham. Like that team that year with Baker and Odell Beckham and Myles Garrett.
That was the first playoff game they had won in how many years? I mean, that team was.
No. That was the first time they won in
Steelers.
Yeah, that team was good. That team was good. Johnny Manziel was the. I'm sorry, Baker Mayfield was the quarterback there. That was a good team, but they just haven't been able to keep that going before or after.
That was back then when people were saying.
Well, I was going to say, would you say the Dolphins are in the same atmosphere as the Browns?
No, you made the
That's
playoff.
Bad kid. Turn around as she said. I love
as
that.
far as an office,
that's
probably.
classic.
But I don't think just because of obviously yes, you haven't won a playoff game since 2008, but
we're a legendary team. I'm not trying to compare it like that. I mean, in the way that we've been run to what you're saying, I think that I don't think the Dolphins have much to say. We've had a lot of opportunities and resulted in nothing.
I blame the Kansas City Chiefs and Patrick Mahomes for being that good every time. Every time you have a playoff game, it's against the Chiefs, and what can you do?
Well, that's what happened. Wait. Am I safe to assume that everybody here is a Dolphin fan or no?
No.
No.
We got a Niners and we got a Cowboys.
Oh, okay, cool.
You know it is here,
Cowboys and Niners. I've been listening to you. I was listening to you guys, but I didn't get a chance to actually.
I got you, girl. Yeah, no.
Nice to meet you guys. I'm Miss Fins, obviously Dolphins fan. If you couldn't tell,
I couldn't tell. Notice. I couldn't tell by your name in the room you're sitting in. It was hard. I was struggling to see, trying to figure out who you're rooting for.
How many Sam Madison autographs do you have?
Oh, not Sam Madison, man. My this is Dan Marino. This is my baby Marino. So that's him. That's Jalen Waddle, and I've got several of the players here, and I've got even more than that. But I haven't. I haven't in storage because I can't. Last year I had my wall full of hats because Bobby knows I'm a hat girl. I love hats, so at least I have 2 here showing right now.
We do. We love Miss Fins. She is our family.
I love you too, Tati. Yes. See, back in the day when Bobby and I started doing this journey, we were young lads, young baby content creators. I still think I'm still a baby content creator. But you look at all the stuff that you've done, Bobby. You got a whole network and all these great things. I'm so happy for you. I'm so So happy for you.
Appreciate you,
Very
sis.
happy for you.
Yeah, Miss
Absolutely.
Fins, the only reason I brought out Sam Madison because born and raised in Louisville. And he was a Louisville
Yeah.
Cardinal. So
Yeah.
Louisville. Don't
Somebody
say
get. Can somebody get?
You said
Give me
Louisville.
something to drink.
It's
Louisville.
Louisville,
Every time he
right?
mentions Louisville, we
No,
take a
it's-
drink. This should be the
It's
new game.
Louisville. I'm a Floridian.
My
so-
man, listen, I am not from the area. I can't do a Louisville.
What did you say? You said Louis.
Yeah,
It's
Louisville.
Louisville.
Say it like you sneeze. Like Louisville. Like just do it that way.
I know people in Kentucky and from the area. I know they're very particular, when it comes, it's like North Dakota State with, they're not the bison, they're the bison. Like it's
They're the
stuff
what?
like that where I'm just not from the
Josh
area.
Wingate's texted me right now, and it's so true. I just want to shout this out because with this draft show and the draft coverage that we've been doing, it's one of my favorite. And I got to thank everyone who's watching right now and everyone who's tuning in, and the guys here at Q, man, you've been here since the beginning, since the start of the day. I appreciate you, my brother. We just met, man, but you're an unbelievable dude, man. I'm so happy to have met you and to get you on here. Mabry, you know how I feel about you, my man. We work together, but
Hey,
we
Q,
really hit off.
what area in Miami were you born and raised in?
So I was born in Hialeah Hospital.
I gotta get you an East 10th Street boys.
Don't play with me, bro. Don't play with me.
Oh hell no! That's why I like the guy.
Yeah, bro.
I lived on West 29th Street, brother.
Did you really?
I grew up right outside
14th Avenue.
Hialeah Hospital. I grew up in Hialeah Elementary, Miami Springs Senior High.
Yeah, I spent some time. So when I was born and raised. I was born in Hialeah Hospital. Spent some time in Hialeah as a kid, but then early on in life we moved to Kendall. So I was over there. I was on Kendall off of Kendall Drive and 97th Avenue for a good bit of my time. Then just kind of kept moving west a little bit further on. I was over there near Town and Country for a while. Then kind of kept going, further west. Went to high school at Braddock. Most of my friends went to Sunset, but I went to Braddock. Yeah, man, graduated there in '97.
Nice, dude. So you still live in South Florida right now?
No, I live in Atlanta.
That's okay. You live in
Atlanta, yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, man. I've been up here. I'm a
Not too far from
firefighter.
me and Bobby.
Hey, there you go. Yeah, man. Yeah, I moved up here in 04. I've been a firefighter since that time.
Oh shit, good for you, man.
Yeah, man. Yeah, brother. Just I like it up here, man. Never thought I wouldn't go back to Miami. I was like, I'll be a change
I'm
for a
the
little
same
bit.
way, man. I never thought I'd move out of Florida, and I live in Nashville. I live in Franklin, outside of Nashville, and I really like it. It's a great
I
place.
like Nashville.
I gotta
Nashville,
connect
man.
with you then. I gotta
Yeah,
connect with you then.
Been to
With
Nashville
who?
a few times.
Me?
With you, yeah.
Okay, we'll talk. But
Mhm.
I will say, of course, Miss Fins knows how I feel about it. But Steve, you know how much I appreciate you, brother. Everyone who's been on the
Absolutely,
panels
man. I
the last few
appreciate
days.
you had me on.
Always, my man. But Josh Wingate brought it up. He was like, dude, we need to, if there's ever a draft in Miami, but now we're like, even if there wasn't, eventually we're gonna have to like travel to go down to Miami, and we'll do live draft shows in Miami one of these days. I think that would be epic if we were able to do that.
Yeah, that would be great.
Bobby, we already had one in Nashville, so it's not going to come back anytime soon. So.
I know. Which again, that would be cool too. But look, there you go. This is Kendall 120th Street, right down the road. There you go.
There you go. Hell yeah.
Q, I got to get you on East 10th Street, boys, man. That's a Hialeah podcast. We kill it, man.
So the fact that Steve asked you what high school you went to, that's literally like the conversation of any Louisvillian. Like as soon as you meet somebody outside of like when you're just like randomly people like, oh, I'm from Louisville. Oh, I'm from Louisville too. It's like immediately the next question is, what high school did you go to? Like there's a podcast called "What High School Did You Go To?" Because of Louisville. Like that's literally like a thing in Louisville. So it's what high school did you go to? So that
Do
we
they have
know
like two
what
high schools? Is that it? Like,
Yeah, I was gonna say there can't be many high schools then, no?
No, there's a lot.
Well,
Oh, is it
Bobby,
really?
Bobby, and I went to. Bobby and I went to the.
It's a large city, Miss Vince.
What are you saying, Steve?
I was saying,
I'm Floridian.
Bobby,
I'm sorry.
Bobby and I went to the best high school in South Florida, Miami Springs, baby.
That's right, Golden Heights. Yeah, Miami Springs Senior High, man.
Miami Springs, nice.
Miss Vince, don't take the fact that my high school was literally across the street.
Willis
from the University
McGahee
of
went
Louisville
there.
To be that Louisville is that big.
T.Y. Hilton too.
City. It's
T.Y. Hilton.
I don't think you are friends.
A lot of
Willis,
folks went
Willis
there.
McGahee went to Miami Springs.
Yeah.
So
McGahee,
now
yeah.
he didn't graduate from Miami.
No, I think he left.
Central
But I know
because he went.
Yeah,
he went
but I
to the
remember-
Canes, but he played at Central.
He played at Central, but I remember seeing his picture up for Miami Springs because I played.
Michael
I played
Irving went to
football at Miami
my
Springs.
high school. So.
Oh, really?
St. Thomas Aquinas.
Michael Irvin. Michael Irvin graduated from the same time
Well,
as
he
Aquinas.
graduated from there, but he started his first couple
Where
years
at?
in my high school. I
Where
don't
at?
want to. I can't say.
Why not?
Google it, man. Security reason. But yeah,
Is
Michael
that-
Irvin.
Be
No,
proud
man,
of it. Be
I
proud of
don't
it,
like
Miss
that.
Finn.
Oh, I'm proud of my school. Believe
Oh,
me.
well, you got to
That's
tell us
not
where
what
it
I'm
is
saying.
then.
No.
No?
I'll put it in a private chat because I don't like to broadcast
At
it
that
like
moment,
that,
she
but
knew. She
yes.
It's like-
Yes, literally.
say it. No, just say it.
Yeah.
It'll be.
No, I love my school, but yeah, actually we had a lot of famous people come out of my school.
Seni, Seni, with all due respect, what the hell are you talking about? We're not talking about LeBron. This is pro football draft. What are we doing?
Michael Irvin is my favorite receiver in the NFL, but he also had one of my
don't say it, but you can see it in the private chat. I just put it.
Yeah, but Michael Irvin had one of my favorite quotes ever. Is when during his playing time and all the trouble he got into, he went into Jerry because he was on a podcast. I think it was like Pardon My Take or something. And he went into the podcast and they were like, you've had a lot of issues with when you were playing. He goes, I went to Jerry and Jerry just understood me. I was like, what the fuck do you mean by understood you? And he said, Jerry, I was trying to do the wrong things the right way. I'm like, that is a great quote. I don't know what the hell that means, but
whatever that means.
I was trying to do the wrong things the right way. I'm like, I don't understand that, but
there you go.
For Michael Irvin's situation, that makes total sense.
That's funny.
Yeah.
I actually got to meet him. I met him, I think not last year, the year before. I got to meet him, take a picture with him. He was here in South Florida, in downtown Fort Lauderdale, and I was out. And man, when I mean, obviously you don't want to like freak out or nothing like that because I mean it's Michael Irvin, but the whole time I'm like, oh my friends didn't know who they are because they're not into sports, but I'm like, that's Hall of Fame.
One of the greatest
football players
of all time.
This is one of the greatest football players of all time.
The Steelers are
I'll be
gonna
right back,
win
guys. I'll be right
the
back.
Super Bowl.
Steve. Go ahead. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, bro. Seni was it? I'm not sure exactly how you pronounce Seni. CAC. My Steelers are going to win the Super Bowl next year.
Hey, my brother's a Super Bowl fan.
Listen, man. I got about $100 saying you're wrong. You can.
It won't be the Niners. We know that.
You should put more money on that.
Whoa!
We know that. It won't be the Niners.
Let me just tell you, Q.
Aggressive.
Let me tell you, Q. For you and for those who don't know, you come at Miss Finn's, you better be ready to get it.
But I was just talking about the Steelers guy. I didn't say anything about the Niners. How did I get caught up in there? This starts getting strange. I just told Steny I got $100 saying the Steelers don't win the Super Bowl. How did that?
Yeah, it almost sounded. Maybe I jumped the gun because it almost sounded like you were gonna say the Niners.
You didn't maybe jump the gun.
You jumped the gun.
Yeah.
I will say there was one time I was listening to Finn's Tailgate, and shout out to those guys. But one day I was listening to Finn's Tailgate, saw they were live, and I was driving home. And I was like, "Oh, let me tune in." So I'm listening to them, and I don't know what it was about. I don't know. I realized after what it was about. It was something about with Jalen Phillips, but I always get a kick because it's classic Miss Finns. I mean, it was like her versus the world, dude. I mean, there were some people on your side, but I mean, she had no shits to give. I mean, I was like, geez, Miss Finn. She was
first of all, I don't curse or anything like that because, as you know, I have a family friendly show, but my thing, what upset me about, and I remember now the conversation, it was Jalen Phillips when he put out the whole, I'm having some issues mentally and blah, blah, blah. I mean, if you have problems, go get help. You know what I mean? But you don't need to tell the world for two main reasons. Number one, you come off soft, A, and B, and three reasons. Number two, I'm not sorry when I say this. You're a guy, and society says you're not. You don't share. I'm very traditional, so you guys aren't supposed to share those things. You know what I mean? But the third one that I was going for is more of why would you give your opponents any leverage over you? They want to rip your head off, and you come out here and you give this entire testimonial about what you're dealing with. It's like, dude, you could have literally said, "Hey guys, I'm here to support everybody that's going through this. There's help out there, blah blah blah." You didn't have to say yourself, "Oh, I'm going through all these different things." And I'm not saying not to say it, but talk to your family. Talk to a counselor, get help. But to put it out there, you're just adding a target to yourself, and it's not very smart, in my opinion.
I don't disagree with
So,
you at all. I think there's a time and a place for everything.
Yeah.
And I just think that's one of those things that I don't think you put on Twitter to tell people
Mhm.
about, and I hate to say you're looking for attention and the whole deal, because you never want to accuse somebody
yeah,
who's
of
going through
course,
stuff of doing that. But again, to me, when you're putting it in that public a forum, I feel there's ulterior motives for it. To me, again, I feel like you deal with that in your personal life with people who you trust, professional help, whatever the case may be, but you don't deal with it on social media and on Twitter, and it's just, that's open season, for you. When you put something like that out, it's open season for people to just take advantage of it in one way or another.
And that's exactly why Shador Sanders was taken in the 5th round.
I mean, I don't know about that, but my only thing is the reason why we got into it with me.
Tell me where I'm lying.
A couple other guys is because they try to bring something completely different into it. But I don't know. Maybe his attitude. In this day and age, Shador Sanders is channeling his father. There's nothing wrong with that. You need to have confidence in yourself. You know what I mean? But
Right.
there's also a time and place. This is still a job. I don't know how many jobs allow you to, act a certain way and you still get a job. So you have to also take that into consideration of being a professional. Kids look up to you. You're a brand. And
Mhm.
even if your brand is like, oh, I'm the best, whatever, which you are. Nobody's taking that away from you. But you also have to know when and where to do that. And I think that's probably where at inopportune times it came out and it rubbed a lot of people the wrong
Yeah,
way.
he's not the
That's just my
first person. He's not the first person
No.
to be arrogant, cocky,
and he won't be
self-confident,
the
whatever.
last.
Exactly. Like Johnny Manziel was an arrogant douchebag before he ever got drafted. Right?
I
I
hate
mean,
Johnny Manziel. I
Baker Mayfield.
hate Johnny Manziel.
Baker Mayfield was arrogant as hell when he came out.
Mhm.
It just didn't rub people the way that Shador Sanders rubs people. Is the best way I can put it. I'm not sure why the difference and everything, but he's not the first and he won't be the last. Without a doubt.
He's got
So,
swagger. They didn't.
It's
If I'm gonna
because
be honest with
it's
you.
because Shador Sanders wasn't the Baker Mayfield that the Baker Mayfield got drafted. That it's like the numbers and the Heisman trophies and like all that stuff. Like I think Baker and Shador are probably the same player, but when you look
not
at
far off. Yeah.
but when you look at what they did at that time, at the time frame, that's what I look at. It's like the time frame.
Yeah.
It's the timing. It's same with Quinn Ewers. Like if Quinn Ewers would have came out last year, or if Cam Ward would have came out last year, Cam Ward would have probably been like a Quinn Ewers 7th round pick. Now he's a 1st round pick because he stayed in college, went to Miami, balled out, did his thing. Now he's a 1st round draft pick. If Baker Mayfield, dude, off a Heisman Trophy,
It was a different
playoff.
Yeah.
Like it's just all of his numbers and his accomplishments was at the height of he was at the height of his powers. So he can
It
be
backed it up.
arrogant.
He backed it up,
Shador was this is the weakest QB class ever, and then you're acting like you're Baker Mayfield, and it just doesn't they don't compute, even though they're the same player to me in my eyes. But you can't go out there and be the cocky, I will tell you what's gonna happen. No, that's not how it works.
No.
That's at least what we got.
Hunter on here, and I think we've kind of talked about Ewers' role with the Dolphins. He said, "Ewers ? Love it for the competition for Tua." I think the competition comes for Zach Wilson. If I'm being honest, I don't think Ewers is going to be competition for Tua, Hunter. I think they brought him in to be the 3rd string quarterback, and I think come camp time, the competition will be Ewers versus Zach Wilson for the backup job, not Ewers for Tua for the starting job. I don't see that ever being a competition.
No, Ewers 1000% is gonna be going in. If we're gonna be honest, Zach Wilson is the backup. Period. You don't pay a backup $5-6 million fully guaranteed for nothing. He is the backup. But are they gonna try to have a QB competition for 2nd position? Sure, it'll be Ewers and Zach Wilson. Tua will never get a competition in Miami. He's never had his entire a career as a football player, he's never going to see competition in the QB room.
Yeah, and you
One
pay
of
him
the main
50,
reasons
and you
that
pay him
pisses me
53
off.
million. Yeah, you pay him 53 million bucks. There's no competition there. The competition, the
But even
competition is
before
yours and
then,
Zach
but
Wilson.
even before them, there was no competition.
Yeah.
So.
Well, he was taken what, 5th overall, 6th overall. I mean, again, from the time he came in, he was the starter. I mean, there just hasn't been, you didn't draft him and extend him to bring anybody in to compete with him. Like he's never, there's just not going to be competition. Now, if they get rid of him, competition starts. But again, yours will battle Zach Wilson, not Tua Tagovailoa. That's not going to happen.
No.
No,
and I don't even
you're
think
not.
he'll battles Wilson really like that. I still think Wilson's got the second.
At this point, you have to give Zach Wilson the nod. I mean, he's a pro. I mean, he's been a pro now for
multiple years,
for a while. And Quinn Ewers again, now, unless he comes in and really turns heads and does something that he's not expected to do.
That's the only thing.
But you can't expect that from him as a 7th round draft pick.
He won't. And also, it's not the same situation as like when the Seattle signed Mike Flynn for like millions of dollars and then drafted Russell Wilson, and Russell Wilson beat him out. Like it's a different situation.
Exactly.
Because Tua has proven that he's at least a legit NFL quarterback as a starter. Now, is he the best? No, hell no. But he's proven himself to be a legit NFL starting quarterback. That's why. And I'll put Tua in the Dak Prescott situation because I'm a Dallas fan and it pisses me off. But once you have a quarterback that you know is good enough to at least be fun to watch and not just aggravating as hell, you have to pay him that money because you know how hard it is to find that quarterback that can run an organization. And it's just very, very tough. As much as I would love for Miami to move off of Tua, you got the guy that at least is making you believe that you can make a playoff run or win a playoff game. Because trust me, as a Dallas fan, it's hard for us to even make the playoffs and win a playoff game. But Dak Prescott puts us in the best position because there's no player that we can go out there and sign and be behind that can actually do it. And it sucks because I want a Lamar Jackson. Trust me, when Lamar was a free agent, I was like, just please, Jerry, do whatever you can. Just get him to the Dallas Cowboys, whatever you can, whatever. There's not those Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson players. They don't come all the time.
No.
So when you finally get that guy that can at least make you feasible, you honestly, unfortunately, have to pay them because.
No, you don't.
When he's healthy and all things around him are where they need to be. He's already proven that he can be the quarterback of a top 5 offense. Now, whether that means it translates to playoff wins is a different story altogether. But if he's healthy and everything around him is where it needs to be, the guy you can win with Tua. You don't win because of Tua, but you can win with Tua. 133-4ization. I'm not sure if I was saying that right. Tua is top 10. What are we talking about? I'm not sure exactly the context of the question. I don't know that any of us 5 have said that. I know that didn't come from my mouth. I don't know that anybody would say he's a top 10 quarterback.
No.
But there again, I think if everything is right, if he's healthy and everything around him is right, he's already proven that he can be the quarterback of a top 5 offense in this league. That's not up for debate because it's already happened.
Yep.
That's all I'm saying.
And Ms. Fins, I understand your frustration. I know what me and Q just said is frustrating as hell. Trust me, as a Dallas fan, I want to move off from Dak Prescott yesterday. But what else are you going to get that you can feasibly give up to get what Tua produces that makes you feel okay with giving up all of that just to get that production? Like a Ram situation with Les Snead, where he went all in for that one Super Bowl, which we all want. Trust me, as Dallas, San Francisco, and Dolphins fans, we all want that one gosh damn Super Bowl. And San Francisco gave up a lot the past 4-5 years, and they
I think it was stolen. If I'm gonna be honest with you, that Jimmy Garoppolo Super Bowl was stolen.
Miss Fins, you're gonna make
Dolphins on the clock.
You're gonna make me be in a bad mood, Miss Fins.
I'm just
do that.
I'm just
But
telling you.
you understand
I'm a
what
football fan. I'm a football fan, so I want to see good football.
I know.
And
I was watching it.
I can't stand because that football game is here. Believe me, and I love football. I want good football, no matter who it is, who's playing. Obviously, I'm a Dolphin fan.
It
That's my
immediately
team.
puts me in a bad mood.
But my thing
All right.
is,
All right.
are we about to pick? No.
Mommy's
At
about to
least-
pick.
We're on the clock.
But yeah,
We're on the
Miss
clock, we're on the
Miss
clock.
Finch, you get where me and Q are coming from. Like, it's
Yeah,
just,
no. I totally understand. But the thing is, we didn't have to pay him. He was already in the fifth
I agree,
year
Miss
of
Finch.
his
100%.
contract, fully
Yep.
guaranteed $23.7 million.
And
that
look
he
what
had last
happened
year.
when we did pay him. Look
And
what
not even
happened
just
when we
that.
did
Not
pay
even
him.
just that. We paid him, and then read up the other 4 players that were already under contract. So we gave up money for everybody for no reason. Why don't you show me you can do it on back-to-back years? And I told everybody, I don't care. I'd give him $300 million fully guaranteed if he could do it back-to-back years and give me a playoff win. Heck
Yep.
yeah. Let's go all in. You want to go all in? You're not going to get more all in than me. Because, see, people are like 250, 300, fully guaranteed. But show me back-to-back. 1 out of 5 years, 80% chance of you getting injured.
I want to
Come on,
say,
man.
let me just say this because I see Chris is there. So I want to say this because Chris has been on all 3 days of draft
Pick is in.
coverage, and the pick is in. So we're waiting on that. But I want to say for the Caneswear gift card for day 3, I'm going to do it now because we're almost there at the end. Gonna go with Chris. Chris, congratulations. You've won day 3's $25 gift card to Caneswear. So however you can, whether it's Twitter or wherever if you have me anywhere, shoot me a DM with your email address so I could get you your gift card. Congratulations to Chris for first off, always supporting the network, watching all of our shows, in the comments, interacting. I really appreciate you. I hope you know that. And, hey, congratulations. You won $25 gift card to Caneswear. Shake Money, welcome, brother. Thank you for tuning in. Let's see here as we go ahead. Congratulations, Chris.
Shake Money, appreciate you, man.
We got our pick.
Okay, the pick is in.
Georgia Tech. Zeke Biggers.
Biggers.
What a name. Zeke Biggers.
I can't. Is that a D tackle?
Yes,
Georgia
defensive tackle.
Zeke Biggers.
That's a name, dude. That is
Oh
a
my
name.
God. I can't. I love my team. I love my team
So
much.
here's some analysis from ESPN. He
Big
is
man.
6'6", 321 out of Georgia Tech. Zeke Biggers. Biggers was a 2-year starter at Georgia Tech with excellent size and long arms. He needs to play with better pad level, but he can develop into an effective interior run stuffer in the NFL. Bigger locks out and pushes blockers into the backfield. He's quick for his size, allowing him to get into gaps and disrupt plays in the backfield. He bats down passes, rushing the passer. He has also blocked 4 kicks in college. So there you go. This should be Miami's final pick for the draft, and it's a big one. I mean, goodness gracious, they gotten big in the trenches this draft. 3 defensive tackles, big offensive guard. Let me go ahead and.
Okay, not smart at all. Not smart at all. Not smart at all. And I'm just gonna say it. And sorry, I don't mean to call you Mr. Babes or Mabes or Maids be me. I think there you go. I'm gonna cut you off, but not smart at all in my opinion. I mean, I get it, the size and all of that, but we don't need another trenchman in the defense. If anything, you could have gotten another trenchman in the offense. We needed more secondary. I would have preferred a corner. I would have preferred a safety. Even a linebacker, I would have preferred. I don't think this is a move, but hey, that's just me personally.
I think whatever they don't have, and sorry to interrupt you, brother.
No, you're probably gonna say what I was gonna say. Go ahead.
So the thing also too. Now remember, we're in the draft. Right, it's about to end. But I think it was Steve, if I'm not mistaken, mentioned earlier. Whoever it was that you got to remember, still lots in free agency.
Yeah.
So again, and at this point in free agency, you got to remember it's not day 1 or day 2 in free agency. This is now where a lot of these guys, and there's still a lot of big names in free agency too, where a lot of these guys you're not paying top dollar for, right? The draft is going to end, the undrafted free agency market, will start right after, and then those remaining free agents are going to get approached and get offered some deals and everything because of what they couldn't land in the draft or through trade or anything like that. But it'll still be active. It'll still be active. I mean, whatever they didn't address in the draft, you still have the option, depending on what your cap situation looks like, to address in free agency.
We're getting nobody. We're getting nobody because we have no cap.
and undrafted free agents too. So
exactly.
That being said, the only of the five of us here, the only good GM is Q's. So that's the problem. Like Q, that's why Q was like, yo, just so you know, Miss Fins, after the draft, there's free agency. You're gonna make the wrong decision, but my team's gonna be great because I have John Lynch, so it's fine.
I like John Lynch. I like John Lynch. I like John Lynch. Overall, he's done pretty well. I think.
That being said, I think looking at the bottom line here of a person who's not a Miami Dolphins fan, that Jonah, I think that's your best pick to me. Jonah is going to be a 5 to 6 year stud.
The O lineman.
Yeah, I don't know about Kenneth Grant. I think because I've seen so many defensive linemen from Michigan get drafted and not do shit. Now I know the kid that went to Detroit that broke his leg last year was great, but not a lot of Michigan guys on the defensive line can just show up.
Yeah. Aiden Hutchinson.
Yeah, thank you. Aiden Hutchinson, Aiden Hutchinson's a stud.
A stud, 100%.
Yeah. Oh, and Detroit.
I would take that guy. I would take that guy any day.
Oh my God, yes.
Yeah.
In a heartbeat.
And he broke his leg, and it just sucked because that stipend them from going to the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
I agree 100%.
The defense couldn't hang. The defense couldn't hang when he
16
went
players in the defense which is another reason why I can't stand my fan base when they tell me we had so many injured guys. Shut up. We act like we're the only team that has injuries. Everything goes through injuries. The Lions, who literally were about to go to the Super, man, they had 16 defensive players gone. But we're gonna be upset that we've had too many injuries. That's why we haven't been able to get over the hump. No, there's a lot more reasons why we haven't been able to get over the hump.
Those injuries now they highlight, right, because you're heavy up top, right? You're just you're top heavy. Those guys with those $30 million price tags, and there's no depth behind them, and that's what happens if those guys go down now because of the big money.
That's why Dallas sucks.
Exactly. You're giving big money to those guys, but there's no depth behind them. You haven't drafted well, and so you can't build that depth behind those guys. So when those guys get injured, now you're SOL, as they say, because I know. Little man is back there, so I didn't want to say.
I want to know.
All right, good. So shit out of luck. There's shit out of luck when those big guys get hurt and there's no depth behind them.
Bobby, what's your son's favorite? What's your son's favorite pick?
Who's your favorite pick in this draft so far? The names are all there. Who is your favorite pick? You wanted them to take an edge rusher, but they didn't. They did take defensive line though, D tackle. But who was your favorite pick in there?
No pressure.
Yeah, I know that's what he's feeling right now. Probably he's like, oh crap.
There's so many people watching.
We got to add content to it.
That's right.
This is hard. Quinn. I'm going Quinn.
See, Mr.
The quarterback?
Yeah.
That's just because he recognized the name. Stop it. I mean, I still recognize
so disappointed.
It is in.
He just recognized the name.
Hang the Super Bowl banner. Put his name in the rafters. Bobby's son said Quinn Ewers.
There it is. Now Miss Vince has to like it.
Our next franchise quarterback.
Fine. We got our back. We got our quarterback of the future.
He's our next franchise quarterback.
There it is. Hey, we've been going on for 7 hours. Think about that.
I believe it.
7 hours. This stream,
bro.
And
I'll tell you this though.
6 hours yesterday, 5.5 hours the other day. So we can burn it out. What were you saying, Miss Vince?
No, the Texans just took the guy I actually wanted, Luke Leachy, the tight end out of Iowa. I would have preferred, getting him over Biggers.
That's such
because I feel like,
awesome
I know that's the only reason why I remember because it's such a unique name.
Well, I mean, Iowa produces the best tight ends in the NFL,
and that's why I wanted him because I knew we could get him in the 7th round. I knew we could get him in the late rounds, and I think he would have still been a really good backup for us to develop and work really well with Julian Hill and with our number 1 tight end. Oh, help me out.
Jonnu Smith.
Jonnu. There you go, Jonnu. Yeah.
How about pick 40 in the 7th round at 256? Who wants to try that name right there that the Chargers just took? Cornerback from Florida.
No, because they're gonna call me racist.
Why?
What happened?
I'm gonna mispronounce it.
Bro, that's a hell of a name.
Triqueeze?
Wow. Triqueeze?
Turquoise? That's it. I mean, I don't care.
Yeah, Triqueeze Bridges, Triqueeze.
That's a hell of a name right there, man.
I'm pretty sure.
Well, I'll tell you what, that edge rusher, I would have loved that. I mean, if we would have took Fidel Diggs out of Syracuse, I would have been happy.
Yeah,
it's like was it Jaquiz Rogers? Remember the name Jaquiz Rogers? Oh, that could have been a remember how you can mispronounce
and his name,
that name?
right? Jaquiz and what's his brother's name?
I know who you're talking about. Yeah,
they were both little. They're both little dudes.
Yeah.
Jaquiz and
Jaquiz was great as a
Jaquiz was good. His brother wasn't as good, but
no,
they were both little
How
dudes.
dare you bring it over here?
Yeah.
So who's going to be Mr. Irrelevant? New England Patriots.
Restrepo.
I hope so. I want him to get drafted, so I'll take it. But then again, I'm being super biased because I'm a Florida girl.
Yeah.
And the Canes are my number 1 college team but being a Florida girl, I root for all Florida teams. So it's UM first, then Gators, then Seminoles. Why? Because listen, different parts of my life,
get her
they were.
That was Miss Fins, everybody. Thank you for coming on, Miss
Bobby,
Fins.
get her out of here. Nice to meet you, Miss Fins. Deuces.
I have
Nobody actually kicked her out. I didn't do it.
I have no dog in this fight. I don't care. So.
Damn, I was like, I didn't do it. Wait, Steve wasn't playing.
I was like, yo, Steve hit the eject button.
That was me. I thought it'd be funny.
That's awesome.
No,
that is awesome.
I
Kobe
love
Minor.
Kobe
Minor, corner out of Memphis, is your Mr. Irrelevant.
Oh, congratulations! Oh, sure. Makes sense.
And now we await Jerry Jackson's unrestricted free agent.
Dolphins could have had Kobe if they would have drafted Shador in the 5th round and then traded all those draft picks, but didn't happen.
Bro,
so.
X went undrafted, bro.
Yeah, that's
wow.
It's all because of that freaking 40,
dude. It literally everybody was like, "Do not run."
What did he end up running? What was his time again?
4.9.
A 4.9. Something. It was the slowest. I think the second slowest 40 ever run by a receiver at the combine. It was something like that. It was some stat like that. That was
the man lost millions. Wasn't he predicted at the 4th round? I think 4th, 5th.
Bobby, drop me off for 2 seconds.
All right. So I just want to say we're very quick. So GM Chris Greer and McDaniel are talking. They were saying that Quinn Ewers is mentally tough and competitive and a good teammate, and they did admit that Shador Sanders was under consideration at several times during their picks.
So why didn't they make a move then?
Why the heck didn't they get him?
He said there were a lot of discussions Saturday about the idea of Miami drafting Shador Sanders.
That just makes me even more pissed. Just don't tell me that.
Chris Greer on trading Jalen Ramsey during the draft. We've had some conversations throughout the weekend with some teams. If and when it happens, whatever it is, we'll make the deal at the appropriate time. Let's see here. Chris Greer and Chris Ewers. Additional stuff. Quinn obviously had a good college career. Sark really liked him and was high on him. Talked about him playing through the injuries, which affected his play this year. He was someone we always have had an eye on. Man, can we help you?
No, that's ridiculous. I know what he's doing. There you go. No, man, that just pisses me off even more. Just a dumb thing to say. Just be quiet, please. Just be quiet. God, we have to.
Yeah, I
my
agree.
draft was
he didn't
round
even have
one.
to mention him. He didn't even have to mention him. You didn't need
Like,
to say that.
dude, like I got the 2 picks I wanted. I'm not gonna lie. My draft was pick 1 and 2. That's all I wanted. That's what I wanted. I got it. I'm happy. But other than that, everybody else is like, whatever.
So let me run through this. As we'll get some notes on unrestricted free. Nick Nash just signed with someone as an unrestricted, so those names are coming in. But very quick, let's run through Miami's draft picks to wrap that up. And bear with me for just a second. FinStanza just came in, so we won't end it real quick because we'll get his 2 cents on everything.
Got an hour and a half.
Oh,
I said an hour and a half. So
wow. So first, here we go. Wrapping it up.
Miami
wraps up the draft with defensive. They go big, man. They got big. D tackle Kenneth Grant out of Michigan. Offensive guard Jonas Savanea out of Arizona. D tackle out of Maryland Jordan Phillips. Defensive back Jason Marshall Jr. out of Florida. Dante Trader Jr. out of Maryland. The safety. So we got 2 Maryland guys. We got Oklahoma State running back Ollie Gordon, Texas quarterback Quinn Ewers, and we wrapped it up with Georgia Tech D tackle Zeke Biggers. So that is your Miami Dolphins draft for this season. Evan brought it up. I think it was today. He was talking about how we always discuss that Miami's a finesse team. This obviously with this draft, you see physical. They've got more bigger and hopefully more physical identity going into next season. Hopefully, as we could continue to see what they do in unrestricted free agency and obviously free agency post June 1st. But Evan, you've been off the radar for a little bit. Your thoughts on
2 hours off the first 12 that I did.
I know. So Quinn Ewers, quarterback, Zeke Biggers, D tackle,
baby, QB1, baby.
How do you feel about Miami's draft as it wraps up?
How do I feel about their draft? I like the players. I like the youth on this football team. I'm sure they'll find a free agent named Thunder Chicken, maybe, to go along with Storm Duck. I don't know. But no, I'm okay with the draft. The draft, I give them a passing grade. They built up. They did what a lot of the fans wanted, and a lot of the prognosticators. I don't think he was listening to us, but at the same time, he didn't make the joke about the fact that, we're not worried about the offensive line. We at least know that Liam is not going to be there. We know that the defensive line for Sealer now has 3 or 4 players because we can't rely on the players that were there. So do we still have concerns on the secondary? That's my number one concern still. I'm not worried about the line. I'm not worried about the offensive line. I'm worried about quarterback, wide receiver. I'm worried about the secondary still. That's my number one concern. So right now, the secondary is still of a concern. That was always the thing he always went for in free agency. So he's going to have to find a way. After post June 1st, he'll trade Ramsey, but he'll have to go either find a Rasul Douglas or an Asante Samuel Jr., or he's going to have to whip up a trade to shore up that secondary. Because right now, I'm sure Anthony Weaver is ecstatic with the line that he has now, that he can plug and play with these players. I'm happy for him. Happy for Sealer. I'm hoping that the running game. The only disappointment I have is for Ollie Gordon and Jalen Ragg. Like, these guys, are we going to get the ball this year? Are we actually going to get the ball this year? Because our coach never gets us the football. But no, overall, Ollie Gordon is my favorite pick, though. Like, I understand the other picks, to get that running back at that point, and to get Quentin Ewers, who's, I think, obviously we can all say this. Like the last time we picked a 7th round pick of a quarterback, we got Skylar Thompson. To get Quinn Ewers, who's actually played,
which was a great pick.
Yeah, who actually played at a top school, and you could say what he wants about him. He's played in big games. The guy knows how to play in big games, so the experience is great. We have a young quarterback room. I'm making a joke that he's QB1, obviously, but overall, the draft, I would give it a solid B+.
Yeah, Miss Finn's liking Quinn Ewers. That's hilarious. That was a fun one.
Oh no, that wasn't for Quinn Ewers. That was for Skylar Thompson.
Oh, okay.
That was for Skylar Thompson. That never got a real chance here.
My apologies. I was looking up.
He had 3 years, and every time he went into a game,
No. We're just gonna pretend this is not the time. This is not the time.
Quarterback,
we'll do it another time.
Any quarterback that's developed by Mike McDaniel is a problem, right?
Sucks.
Because I'm still concerned because Darrell Bevel's there. but everyone associates the quarterback play with Mike McDaniel. But the question is, who's really involved? I don't get that. I would love to do that. I'd love to be a fly on the wall on the offensive coaching of this team, because Mike McDaniel doesn't give up the play call sheet. Butch Barry is said to be in charge of the offensive line. So what does Frank Smith do? What does Darrell Bevell do? Like, I'm curious what half of the staff on the offensive side of the ball does, because it seems it sort of run. Mike McDaniel tries to be involved in everything.
He took the Kyle Shanahan blueprint, right? Because Kyle Shanahan in San Francisco, remember that's where he came from, and Kyle Shanahan in San Francisco is the head coach. He's the OC, and he's the head coach and the play caller. McDaniel was the OC. I think he was a run game coordinator, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, he was.
So I guess that's the way
he's not qualified to do it.
Yeah, that's the way he structured his system in Miami. I think obviously the results have been mixed. He may want to think of reevaluating things on that side of the ball, because he's not Kyle Shanahan. So
yeah, but if you take away that play calling from Mike McDaniel, then what is he? What is he? He has no identity.
That is a great.
That is his identity.
That's 100%. That's a very great. That is a very, very good question.
From an outsider standpoint, I love Mike, but I don't think he's a head coach.
Exactly.
Not to add fuel to the FinStanza going to make him go off for another hour and a half. But I don't think Mike is I think he's an amazing offense coordinator. I don't think he's a head coach. That's nothing bad. I just think Miami needs to move on.
I would push back on that a little bit, in that, again, he wasn't the OC in San Francisco. He wasn't the play caller, right? He was OC in terms of title. He contributed to game plan, and the whole deal leading up to the week of practice and the whole deal leading up to the game. But he wasn't a play caller. So in my eyes, if you're not a play caller, you're not an offensive coordinator. For me. So I think we're still trying to decide
what Mike McDaniel is.
Exactly.
Yeah, I agree. And I kind of believe what Scotty's saying here. He says, I believe Champ Kelly heavily influenced this draft. Yeah, I think so too. And Marvin Allen. For sure, 100%.
They got bigger. You can't question the fact that they don't have size anymore.
No.
Like, can you just imagine this, Steve? Aaron Brewer, they're going offense versus defense, and he sees Kenneth Grant, and he sees these monsters.
He'd be a midget in between those
I
guys.
can't wait till he gets run over so he can get practice, because that's exactly what they got to do.
Kenneth Grant, can you imagine Liam Eichenberg and Kenneth Grant just saying, this is the guy I have to go through? Get out of my way.
Iron sharpens iron, my friend.
Have y'all ever looked up?
Iron sharpens iron.
First,
Iron. Listen, the bet that's where, like I said, you got to get good versus good, and if you're getting run over in practice, then something's got to be done.
See, I would have. Never mind. Go ahead.
Did you all ever look up the offensive linemen for the MSU Dolphins and their weight? It's ridiculous how small.
Who?
Or
the 72
Dolphins. The average weight was like 250 pounds. It was nothing.
Yeah. They were small.
It's so crazy. How the progression of the NFL has been.
Yeah.
Every time when I saw that stat, I was like,
era.
What? Well, it's a different era, obviously, but it's still just crazy that.
Yeah,
you went undefeated and you were like the greatest NFL team of all time.
Who was considered huge in those days, and what
285, 285 was big back then.
I'm gonna pop off in a minute. FinStanza and Steve got the comm, but I just want to say we got our first unrestricted free agent signing for Miami, and it's BU. Is that Baylor? Let me see. Baylor football wide receiver Monue Baldwin.
And we also signed Andrew Armstrong of Arkansas.
Okay.
And I also saw we signed one more.
Are you reading Barry?
Theo Reese. So we've already signed 3 wide receivers in the span of like 5 minutes.
Are you reading Barry Jackson?
No, I'm Simon Clancy. Simon Clancy's very. I don't know if you've watched him at all.
No, I haven't.
A number of times. He's a very smart guy who follows a big Dolphins guy.
Okay.
He wrote a whole draft book. The guy knows what he's talking about.
So I am going to go because I got my youngest one there, hustling at the door, calling me up. But just want to first off, I'm gonna check out. But of course, I'll be back on tomorrow. I got no holds barred, and I'll be doing, I'm sure, something on Monday. Tuesday, it looks like I'll be on with 305 Sports Babe Ashley and Lou. So cool with that. But I want to thank everyone who's watching, who's watched us throughout Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. It means the world to me. We love doing this. I want to thank everyone on the FTSN team, outside the FTSN family, but part of the family. But and the content creators like Josh Mabry with Ruckus Entertainment, Miss Fins, Q's joined the family, 305 Sports. I appreciate you guys taking the time to spend here. Q, you were here the whole time. Miss Fins,
Q's been here the whole time, man.
Q's been on fire, man.
He's a trooper, dude.
Fire, man.
You don't have kids, you don't have kids, do you?
I do. I have one. And she's 23, so there's no babies. There's no babies.
So, but Q, I'm gonna get in contact with you, man. I gotta get you on East Century Boys, man. You'll be we'll have a blast with that.
Yeah.
Thank you all so much. I'm out. Fins up.
course,
FinStanza,
Bobby.
Steve, you got the comm, brother.
I don't know how much longer you all want to go, but
I'm about to wrap it up over here on my end too, bro.
He's been on for 7 hours.
I'm worn down, man.
I need food and alcohol.
Me too. I need some food at least.
I did last
You've
night
done one day
as well. So
what's that?
Man.
I was on last night.
After one day, I did 4 hours on.
Dude, I'm about 25 years older than you. Okay.
You're talking about FinStanza or me? Because you're probably right either one.
No, FinStanza. Everybody on the panel. I'm probably old as both of you put together. I don't know.
I'm full discretion. I'm about to be 38 in June. So
yeah, well, I'm 65. So.
Oh, nice, man. Hey, I would not have guessed that, man. Would not have guessed that.
Yeah.
So, how old?
Yeah, definitely.
65.
You're a baby.
Nah.
That's it. In your prime,
Thank
bro.
you.
When you're 93, then you can say you're old.
Hey,
yeah,
look,
when you're 93,
I heard
then you can say you're old.
65 is the new 30, right?
Steve's on his Lee Corso kick. Like he hits his prime when
there
he
you
gets
go. There
past
you go.
55.
Right. That's right. Josh said he's about to get another old fashioned. It's something like that. It's probably going to be something in the bourbon realm more than likely. So. Yeah, man. Hey, enjoyed it with you guys, man. Definitely.
Nice meeting you,
guys.
Q.
Yeah, brother. You too, man. You too. Definitely looking forward to it.
Nice to meet you, Q.
Yeah, you too, my man in Louisville. Did I say that right?
Louisville. That's right. You got it. First time in your probably your life. But and for some reason, like certain cities, for some reason, when it comes to when you pronounce Louisville, it's like you can't say Louisville, even though it's the right pronunciation because it was off of King Louis. So that's how it was this whole thing. But once it's like when you meet somebody from New Orleans, they're like, no, it's pronounced Nolans. I'm like,
Nolans,
okay.
yeah, right.
I'm like, okay, cool, whatever. But they don't get butthurt about it like we do. So
yeah, I guess because I've been in New Orleans, man, and no, I never got any shit about how I pronounce it.
No, you go to a Louisvillian and they're like, oh, I've been to Louisville, and they're like,
yeah, no, you
like, I just was like, no, it's
what was
Louisville.
that? You've been where?
You've been where?
You've been where?
No, like literally, John Gruden got a box of Louisville gear, and he was pronouncing Louisville the whole time. And the first comment was, "It's pronounced Louisville," and like John Gruden was like, "My apologies," because his brother played for Louisville. Jay Gruden, the Jay Gruden Washington coach,
the head coach, head coach of Washington and stuff.
Yeah, he played for Howard Schnellenberger.
I got you. Yeah, you got to pronounce it like you got like a bunch of peanut butter on the roof of your mouth.
That or sneezing.
Yeah. Or sneezing. Oh, okay. I see that one. I see that one. Nice. Guys, again, the 4 of you remaining. Boy Bobby. Who else did I see on here? Who else did I miss? That was on earlier. Josh.
Hank.
Hank. Hank, my man Hank. I wonder if Hank is still sober at this point.
But never sober.
Hey, Q, I'm surprised we're both still sober.
No, that's gonna end. That's gonna end here in a second. So, but man, it was a pleasure to meet everybody, man. Definitely enjoyed it, and hope to get with you guys again real soon, man, and talk some football and talk
nice
whatever
to meet
else, man.
You.
Absolutely.
Nice to meet you, love. You guys have a great night, man, and again, thanks for having me on. We'll talk soon.
All right, brother. God bless.
All right, guys. Y'all be good, man.
All right.
This is crazy. Unbelievable what we've been able to pull off today and yesterday.
Look, I'm gonna say I need to eat.
Yeah, me too, man.
Ask me.
I haven't had any lunch yet.
Lunch? I just went for supper.
Ask me.
Yeah, exactly.
I just remember Bobby at work was just like, "Hey, do you want to jump on like either the second or third day?" I was like, "Sure, I can do that."
Hey, Evan, go ahead and take over, man. I'm gonna have to hop off, man.
Slacker. I came in to say goodbye to everybody. Now you're leaving me to close out? What is this?
Good.
We all ready
Close out.
we all
'cause-
ready to
Yeah.
close
No,
out.
FinStanza, this is your time to shine to go over for 2 hours of why
thank
Mike
you.
McDaniel.
There you go.
and
There
Chris
you go,
Greer-
man.
Not today. I've already
All right.
done about 12 hours of podcasting over 3 days. I think I'm pretty good.
I'll see you guys later, man.
No, I'm just kidding. See
All right,
you.
Steve,
See
I'll
Take
you.
close
care.
it up. Don't worry, I'll
All
close
right,
it.
man.
No.
So, Miss Finns, I'll leave the last thing to you, and then I'll ask Mayberry about his team. What do you if you look back at this draft? Just quick recap for yourself: is the team better today than you thought they would be? Are they a better football team? Are you what would you? I gave them a B plus. What do you give them? What do you give Greer and the staff there in terms of a grade?
So for me, the draft really was the first two rounds. That was really the draft. I gave them an A for the first 2 rounds. I'm trying to be I want to give them the A plus, but I would say an A for sure. And the rest of it, I think they dropped the ball, especially with the not drafting Shador in that 5th round. It would have been such a great value, in my opinion. Yes, we got Ewers. You can say the same thing about him. Overall, to me personally, I think that we found the Christian Wilkins replacement finally with Grant. So I'm happy about that. With Jonah, I think we replaced Robert Hunt. We should have done it last year with Graham Barton, but at least we got somebody. Those 2 guys were the main guys I wanted, and I said it too. I'm like, for the first time in my life, the Dolphins actually drafted somebody that I wanted. I hate doing draft prep because they never get the guys that we're always talking about. And this time they actually did. So I'm very happy about that. For sure, those first 2. The other guys, again, I think if we would have traded back, picked up that, I like that we picked up that extra 3rd for next year. So that was a great move there. But if we would have gotten Shador, oh my God, that would have been nuts. Instead of Phillips, I mean, I feel like Phillips we could have just drafted right after him. But if we would have gotten Shador then and then Phillips, and I feel like then I would have been like, we might have had the best draft ever because it's just such a great trade piece, and it also adds a little extra fire to Tua, which I feel like he needs. He seems a little too comfortable for me. So I think somebody having a bigger ego than him would have been awesome for Tua. Hey, step up or back off, you know? But overall, if I have to give a general grade for the entire thing, C plus.
Oh,
I give him a C plus.
and you're more
That's
you're
about
more,
it.
you're more positive than I am. I actually gave them a decent grade. I
Yeah.
just like it was sandwiched
you did.
together, Miss Finns. I think the first 2 picks were good, and the last 2 picks were good.
Mm-hmm.
Ollie Gordon, no, I'm saying of that group, Ollie Gordon and Quinn Ewers add depth to the offensive side of the ball at the quarterback position and at the running back position. And Ollie Gordon's going to be a very good player. And then you take the Savanea and you take Grant. They sandwiched the draft well together. Like the middle pieces, the outside, the bread was pretty good. The meat inside, not so great. The bread on the outside, pretty good.
Yeah. I just feel like we would have blown, like everybody already had Shador going to the Browns anyways, you know what I mean? It would have shocked the world. It would have been like, whoa, what is Miami doing? Are they really trying, I just wanted the sizzle. We didn't really get except the first 2. Like I put my reaction for Jonah online, and oh my God, I almost broke my phone. I was so happy. I was yelling at my my TV and everything. But overall, I say C plus. And okay, maybe B minus is probably the highest I give it because I ranked the top 2 so high. I really love those top 2 picks, like period. That I really wanted them. Like the one time that I really went in on draft talk, and I got the guys that I wanted. So I would say B-, C+. That's where I'm at.
And Mabe, for you,
Yeah.
how do you draw? I'll give first the Dolphins. You don't really have to give us a grade, but what do you
Well,
think of the picks, and then overall your Cowboys. What do you do? Are you happy with your draft?
I am, and I'll get to that in a second. So for the Dolphins, I always look at it like a fantasy owner. You can never win your league at the draft. You can lose it though. Did the Dolphins lose their? Did the Dolphins lose in the draft? I don't think they did. I think they established like Kenneth Grant, obviously Jonah. Like I'm big on Jonah. I think that Jonah was knocking out of the park. Trust me. I watched watched FinStanza. I've never seen FinStanza that happy over an offensive lineman ever when y'all drafted him.
Oh, Saturday, I was so excited.
Yeah. I've never seen Vincenza that happy about a Miami Dolphin ever in my life. So I know you all won the draft.
Yeah, we wanted.
Okay.
We wanted.
And then it's like, okay, you can't screw it up after that. And they just added needs. Now, granted, yes, I'm with Miss Fins. You could have gotten Shador in the 5th. I just thought that the fact that Quinn Ewers was there caused less headaches. Now, granted, is Shador worth the headache? I think he is. But I thought that the fact that Quinn Ewers was still there in the 7th round helped the fact that you didn't get Shador and helped the Ollie Gold. Was it Dante or Ollie? No, it was Dante. It was Dante that you got before Shador, right before Shador went.
Yeah,
right?
Dante. Yeah.
So
it was Jordan Phillips that we got.
Jordan Phillips. Then we got
then there was
Jordan Phillips, Marshall, and then it was Dante.
Yeah. But still, like in
it
that
was Jordan
situation,
Phillips, and then Shador won. Yeah.
Right. And I get what Miss Phillips is coming. Miss Fins is coming from is I said Phillips because Joe was talking about Jordan, but where Miss Fins was coming from is because you would just take Shador. Like I'm a big obviously I'm wearing a Coach Prime shirt, hoodie. Like I like Shador, but is when the fact that you got Quinn Ewers that late and I put him right below Shador and Shador is more of a headache. Might as well just go ahead and get some players and figure it out. So I like the Miami Dolphins draft. For Dallas, I give it a B+ to A-, just because we fit every single hole that was lifted. We needed a running back. We got Jaden Blue from Texas. And I like Blue. Obviously, I wanted Ashton Genty, but it's not worth giving all that draft capital when you can't block for him. And we just gave up our first ballot Hall of Famer in Zach Martin because Zach Martin retired. So what do? You go out and get Tyler Booker. I'm good with that. And then plus Josh Wingate, he was here, and we talked about it last night. I think we drafted offensive linemen the past 4 of the last 5 years in the first round. Like we as much as Jerry pisses me off, he drafts offensive linemen. Whether or not he hits on them, whatever. But at least he gets offensive linemen and defensive linemen. And then we got Donovan. I love Donovan from Boston College. I love him. I think he's a specimen, and he just dropped to us. And I'll take him in a second. Cool. As soon as he got there, I was like, all right, great. Jerry, don't tempt me with a good time at this point. Like I was good with it. And then I thought in the 3rd round, I'm like, here's where Shador comes. And he said no. They took the draft card away from him and got Siobhan. Siobhan, I'm people tell me he's good.
You got a great pick. You got a great pick in that one. You got a Rebel Jr., right? You got Rebel Jr.?
Yeah.
You got a great pick. That's who I wanted us to get. So I actually wanted Siobhan, but I saw that you guys got him. I'm like, man, they got to go.
Just to let you know that
I think you guys got a good one.
So, by the way, just a side note, Shiloh Sanders is signed with the Bucks.
Okay.
So both Sanders boys have been signed with NFL teams.
But yeah, last night, and FinStanza was on there, but Miss Fins, it's good to know that. Quit telling me that Jerry's making good decisions. Okay, quit doing that. All right, I'm trying to move away from him for the past 30 years. But then we got Jaden, and then after that, after after the first 4 rounds, you're throwing darts. So it's hard unless that player is amazing or you really study the film, and it's so many players you don't know. I'd be the first one to tell you, I don't other than the first 150 to 200 players, I don't know and even all those 200 players that I think are like amazing, and it would be great for an NFL team. Like I didn't even know who I knew who Siobhan was, but I didn't know how good he was because he played East Carolina. So you just don't. How is that going to compute to the NFL? You just don't. That being said, the last East Carolina player that I know of was CJ2K. He played pretty well. So, but that's why I'm saying, like, it fit it. Jerry, God, I can't believe I'm complimenting him. But he literally, like, we had holes. We need offensive line.
Let it out.
Yeah. No, trust me, this is a therapeutical thing for me. Actually, like, accepting the fact that Jerry had a good draft. Jerry had a good draft. I can't. I gotta call spade a spade. We got an offensive lineman that I think is really good. I love Tyler. I love Donovan because we had to replace Dexter Lawrence. So, or not Dexter Lawrence, but D-Law. We had to replace D-Law. So we got that. Hopefully, I mean, the Titans tried to replace A.J. Brown with Traylon Burks, and that didn't work. Traylon Burks, and that didn't work. So,
side note also, if people want to know, because there's a lot of U fans on this network, Restrepo is going to be with Cam Ward. He signed with the Titans.
Oh.
So a nice little combination for Cam Ward to get Restrepo.
Well, that's the perfect landing spot for Restrepo because of all the bullshit. At least he has the he has that.
And he's got his guy because Cam knows how to use him. So
yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like he's got that relationship. So he's got that chemistry with Cam. So if Restrepo doesn't work for the Titans, it's Restrepo is just not an NFL player to me.
Yeah.
Because you go there with the guy that made, I mean, he made Cam Ward as much as Cam Ward made him last year.
Thank you, my bum.
So I think that's a perfect landing spot for Restrepo. And then we're going to realize either we've all been right in the fact that how dare someone pass up on Restrepo, or maybe we were wrong and Restrepo's not an NFL wide receiver, which I doubt that. I think he's a solid NFL receiver.
No, you never know with the UDFAs, right? Like if we look at the Dolphins every year, it's weirdly enough, there's a starter on our team that gets attacked or a guy who plays at least half the snaps in the game, whether you're talking Storm Duck, Kid or Kohu, it doesn't matter who it is. You never know. And honestly, by the way, Miss Fins, the Dolphins, he didn't take one. What I want to ask you this because it sort of leads back to you, Mabry. The Dolphins have already signed their first 4 signings in the UDFA are wide receivers. They're just going bananas. So I want to ask you, Mabry, where do you guys feel? Are you disappointed that you didn't sign a wide receiver to go against with CeeDee Lamb? Because that's the one position you didn't really touch in the draft. How do you feel about your wide receiver core? Like, who's Dak throwing the ball to?
Another tight end at this point. I mean, we load up on tight ends.
But you guys always have good tight ends, though.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like
good tight ends, though. You've been lucky at having really good tight ends. So.
Yeah, our best tight end just got engaged to the Cavendish twin. So there you go on that. I don't know why that's not going to help or hurt. That's not going to help our team. But I just, like I said, I wish we had multiple targets, but Patrick Mahomes didn't need Tyreek Hill to win a Super Bowl. So that's my counter argument.
Yeah, for sure. There's no benefit.
Now, that being said, Dak Prescott is not Patrick Mahomes, but it's and plus it's a new system to where I think we're going to run the ball the most. With the oh God, who's our coach? Schottenheimer. Thank you, Brian. We're going to
be better off with Marty, but that's okay.
Well, God, did he pass away?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, because I knew he had bad dementia or Alzheimer's. I knew that.
I'll tell you.
But anyway, yeah,
2021.
Brian was part of that Seattle system where they ran the ball a lot. So we only need one receiver because he's not going to throw the ball around. But yeah, I wish we would have had more players. But if you can't run the ball and establish a run to establish the pace, you can't throw the ball anyway, which is something that McDaniels is trying to find because you have a stud in Devon Achane. Like, it's called spade a spade. Devon Achane is amazing. I love him.
Not as an A-gap running back, though. That's the problem.
No, he's not. He's
not short yardage. He's a disaster in short yardage.
Right, but I love Devon Achane as far as a running back.
Oh, he's a gadget. He's a gadget player, though.
Oh,
He's a good
yeah.
outside runner, great
He's
on initial
great.
down.
Yeah,
Just
for
you
sure.
can't play him on short yardage. It's an absolute disaster.
Oh, I went all in on him
Because
in
he's not a
all of my
bruiser
fantasy
running
leagues.
back. That's why we need a
And
bruiser.
he was to a security blanket. Like
Yeah.
Miss Finn, you know that. You could literally just look to the right every single time Tua had the ball and you go, up. He doesn't see his first read. Up. Here you go, Achan. Achan literally, he got so many balls. He goes, wait, Tyreek's out there. Here you go, Achan. Waddle's out there. Here you go, Achan. John's out there. Here you go, Achan. Achan literally every single reception he caught was behind the line of scrimmage. Every reception was behind.
And that's why I won so many fantasy
Which is
leagues.
so
I drafted
frustrating
Devon
for me.
Achane in all of them because he was amazing as a as a fantasy player.
Oh, for sure, he's great as a fantasy player. He's as a Dolphins fan though, it was painstaking because basically our 3rd and 1, 4th and 2 package was giving the ball to Achan behind the line of scrimmage as a slant, like just right there you go.
But now that you got Jonah, you can do that.
Yeah, for sure. You know, right now, Miss Finn, if you look right now, I want to ask you this. Take tomorrow. Look at our last year. It started off with Rob Jones, Liam Eichenberg, Teron Armstead, Aaron Brewer, Austin Jackson. Now you start the season, Austin Jackson, James Daniels, Aaron Brewer, Jonas Savanea, Patrick Paul. Better O-line?
Yeah, better O-line. Because now the only thing I will give, and this is just me because I will always give experience a higher grade than talent, almost always, except when it's like exceptional. You know, you have those guys that are like generational that feel like they kind of overcome that. But overall, the way that our O line is set up, I think that this upcoming year, if Jaden Daniels, if he can be healthy for us, because he's coming off a major injury, if he can be healthy for us, then not only are we going to be able to run the ball, that's going to open up our passing game, which is exactly what we need. We need, with the reason why, and I was saying this on Friday, the reason why the Dolphins had such a hard time this past year is because the biggest player we lost that we didn't replace was Rubber Hunt. Had we gotten Graham Barton, we would have instantly replaced him and we would have been okay. We would have actually made the playoffs, in my opinion. We would have won at least 2 more games to give us a chance to make the playoffs.
Who's in Chop's spot? Because you didn't have you would have had. You didn't have Chubb. You would have had to play Mo Camara, basically.
I love Chubb so much. He's just never healthy.
Yeah,
I love.
Who would have been who would have been on our edge?
Good.
Who would have been on our edge?
I can't even think about it right now, if I'm gonna be honest. But we would have picked somebody else up. So Chubb might have even fallen. I mean, I'm not sure. I don't think so, but I just think that wasn't the position to get when you need your O-line for the run game. The O-line is not for Tua. People mistake that a lot. It's not for Tua.
For the running game.
The O-line is there for the run game to allow Tua to be able to have that opportunity. Exactly. So that's why, for me, it was Graham Barton who I wanted first, and we didn't get him. But am I okay with Chop? Yeah, I'm okay with Chop. I still think he's got to do a lot more. But right now, our O-line is looking really good if it's all healthy. Except Patrick Paul's the only one that I'm a little nervous about. The D-line, though. Ooh, this defense, mind you, we were ranked in rushing 7th best team in not allowing touchdowns, rushing touchdowns. We were ranked 9th best in not allowing rushing yards. And we just literally built the wall in that defense that it's going to absolutely help out our edges that are coming off of major injury. And on top of that, too, is going to help out our secondary. So teams are going to have such a hard time running the ball on us. We're going to be able to take care of all these quarterbacks, in my opinion, that run up the middle, like your Lamar Jacksons, your Josh Allen that we're going to play every twice a year. And I almost feel like we always play freaking Kansas City every year. So Kansas City too. So that this D-line is going to really be one of the best D-lines, in my opinion, in the entire league. as always, I'm never concerned about our defense. It's always the offense that I'm more worried about than defense. Because this has been a defensive-led team for such a long time. And look how good we were with Anthony Weaver. Now it's going to be second year of implementing his system. In my opinion, we're going to be a top 5 defense. We were already top 10 defense. We were ranked top 10 this past year, from 22nd to top 10. 22nd versus under Vic Fangio, top 10 with Weaver. We're going to be top 5 defense, in my opinion. I think that's where I'm putting it.
It's still crazy to me that you had the defense that you did, and Vic Fangio was offensive coordinator, and it just still like you were the Vic Fangio era, which was 1 year, but it's still just to me is an anomaly because of how good he's proven on other organizations, even when he was a coach, which I think he's just a defense coordinator.
He didn't have the players he wanted. That's why. He even said it. I didn't have the players I needed to be able to make the defense that I want work. And that's why he went to the Eagles, even though we knew he was going to go to the Eagles the entire time. He just took a job just to take a job in the meantime. Right. And I don't know why people were so surprised. Oh, he left. I'm like, he was going to leave anyways. And plus, our guys weren't really fitting the mold to a real coach who was telling them, hey, you need to tighten up.
No,
but no, they wanted the easy way. They wanted to go out partying.
Vic's definitely a real coach. I mean, and it did take a little bit of time during the season, even during the season, because I remember that first game against the Packers. Jordan Love was going all off. They won the game, but I mean, it took a while for the Eagles to finally have that locked down and get all the chemistry together. But it's Vic Fangio at the end of the day. Like, that was just like you got to call a spade a spade.
Anytime you get a new DC, I always give them within the first 6 to 8 games to really get it honed down. And by that second half of the season, that's when you're going to see it step up even more.
Because that Eagles defense
4 and 8 games is typically what happens.
Yeah, you're right,
disgusting. They were nasty.
Yeah, I mean Cooper DeJean is now just will never be not known because of not because of his skill set and the fact that he was a first round draft pick as a corner being Caucasian, but he also proved it, and I think it also had to deal with Vic Fangio being his coordinator. So it's just the plans aligned for us to never not talk about Cooper DeJean for the rest of our existence. Because when we're like it's like with the podcast, there's gonna be a podcast called Dudes Naming Dudes, and Cooper DeJean is gonna be one of those dudes that we just name. So,
and I don't think that his skin color should matter. The kid had the skill set. Period. He had the skill set. Period, which is why he was drafted number 1 in the first round. And to me, he landed with the perfect coach to help him develop. And now with the veterans he has on his team, the additions that they got. The two teams, man. Look, I already got the Ravens. The Ravens are going to the Super Bowl.
Miss Fins,
and the Eagles are going back to the Super Bowl for the NFC.
The Eagles, as a Dallas fan, oh my God, Q even brought it up.
I know it hurts you, man, but
the Eagles are Howie is just he is the top GM in this league. You just got to call a spade a spade. Howie's the top GM.
You know who's one of his closest friends? Chris Greer.
Who? Don't say it.
Chris Greer and Howie Roseman are very good friends. Very good.
Howie's the best GM in the league. He's proven it. Like, remember the last time the Eagles won the Super Bowl? Oh, that was Chris Greer's all Big Nick, Nick and all that stuff. And then they come back and they challenge and they've been challenging for it. They've been right at the cusp. They're like, oh, it's because of Jalen Hurts' fault. No. Then they just blow the doors off everyone this past year. And we're just like, yeah, Howie is playing 4D chess, and everyone else is just playing checkers.
Ooh, boy.
And they just got better. They just got better.
They just got
better again.
Wait! What a great name!
It's like, this is not even fair.
We just signed a long snapper to compete with Blake Ferguson, and we really needed that competition.
Long snappers are people too.
From Alabama.
Yes, they are.
Alabama. Alabama.
Get him out of my team right now.
Who's
I
this?
hate Alabama players. Get him out of my team. Get him out of my team.
You don't like Waddle?
No.
You don't like Tua? You don't like Waddle? You don't like any of them?
I did not want Waddle here. It should have been Penei Sewell. That should have been the pick.
No, it should have been
not
Jamar
Waddle.
Chase at 3. It should have been Jamar Chase at 3.
No, hell no.
Yeah.
Penei
We're
Sewell
all three-
should have been the pick.
Were all three of them in the same draft?
Yes. Who?
Yeah.
Penei Sewell, Jamar Chase. and
Jamar
Jalen
went
Waddle?
third.
Jamar went
Yeah.
4. 4.
No, Jamar went
Yeah,
3.
no. Jamar went
Jamar
to
3
top
because he
5.
had that pick.
Yeah, but that's who gave it to.
And Waddle was
I thought
sixth.
Penei went
3. Lance went 3.
Penei
Lance
went 5th. No.
Yeah, Penei went 5th.
Penei went 5th.
No, he didn't.
No, actually, no, I'm lying. No, he didn't. He went after us.
I thought he was
went
in the
like
top
8th
10, but
or
I thought he
9th.
was like 7th or
Because
something.
Waddle went 6. Lance went 3. Penei Sewell, I think, went 7 or 8.
7 or 8, yeah.
Like 7th. I think he went like
Top of my
7th
head,
or 8th,
like,
yeah.
because you
he
can
was
look it
still
up.
available.
But that draft was just ridiculous.
That's why I was upset. It should have been him. It should have been him. But anyways, the Eagles just got better off of this draft. The Chiefs just got better off of this draft.
Oh,
It's
the
like
Chiefs don't need
and they're
to-
picking 30 something. They're picking 30 something. These teams are picking 30 something. And why is it that my team, the most 500 team of all time,
All time. Off
why
time.
can we trade GMs? Can we trade GMs? I'll trade the GMs with the Eagles all day, every day. All day, every day.
Miss Finch, you realize that
All day, every day.
I told Bobby at work one time, I said, you realize that we're the Spider-Man meme looking at each other as far as like you're the East version, you're the AFC and we're the NFC version of each other. Like we put out good squads, not great squads, but we put out good squads to give us hope, and then they just kick us in the dick every gosh damn year. And
well, I don't have one, but I guess I'm sure it hurts.
You get the emphasis.
I do.
But yeah, I'm looking at your all's draft. I'm like, oh yeah, great draft. I look at our draft. Oh yeah, great draft. Guess what's gonna happen? Kick us in the fucking 8-8,
9
No,
4-4.
Make the playoffs. Maybe win a game. Who the fuck knows? But it's not gonna be that like Eagles, Chiefs, Ravens. Just that like Bills at this point.
Ravens got so much better. The Ravens are going to the Super Bowl, guys. Mark my words. I got Super Bowl Ravens versus the Eagles. Watch.
Miss Finns,
You're
I
gonna
hope
call
you're
me.
right.
You're gonna be like,
As
"You
a
guys-"
big Lamar guy, I am as if you haven't realized during this.
Me too. I love Lamar.
You want to hear something? You want to hear something? I'm going to say it right now on FTSN. Lamar Jackson will never make it to a Super Bowl. He will not.
That would be
I hope you're wrong, but it's
had-
scaring me that it's getting to that point.
Josh Allen will. That's crazy for me to say, and it's blasphemous. Josh Allen will get to a Super Bowl before Lamar Jackson does.
Get out of here.
And I love the Ravens build. I just think Lamar, when it comes to that big moment, I'll put it to you this way, Miss Finns, and I've said this 100 times on this network since the playoffs ended. Because we all look back at Pete Carroll, Marshawn Lynch, and Malcolm Butler. Last season, the Ravens never lost a football game. Never lost a football game if Derrick Henry got 75 yards or more. In their most important game of the season. He ran for under 75. They didn't give him the ball enough, and they lost. Lamar ran for more. Lamar took the ball more and then threw it to Mark Andrews. You got Derrick Henry to get yourself to the Super Bowl, and on the most important game of the season, Lamar made it about Lamar. Lamar Jackson, if they use Derrick Henry, fine. But as long as Lamar thinks he's A1, because I'm sorry to tell you this, on that football team, the best player on that football, to me, I understand he wins MVPs because QB wins MVP. If I started my team tomorrow, I'm taking Derrick Henry over Lamar Jackson. I'm taking Kyle Hamilton over Lamar Jackson. That's just me.
All right. Well, you had me with the Derrick Henry, then you went with
No.
Kyle Hamilton.
I'm taking Kyle. No, because the problem with Lamar is Lamar, for me.
The problem with Lamar is Lamar.
I'll put it to you. If Josh Allen's on that team.
Oh, no, don't go there.
Nope.
No.
Yes.
No, don't go there.
No, I'm telling you. What I'm trying to tell you right
No. We need to stop this craziness. Get out of here, FinStanza.
No.
Get out of here.
Josh
So we're
Allen
gonna
and
pretend
Lamar are
like
amazing quarterbacks. If you trade each position, they would love each position they're in, and they would make the team just as good as either one of them.
I think Lamar is missing something. I don't know what it is, but
he presses. He wants to win so bad.
He does it on himself. He puts it on himself.
He does.
It's not the way. He's not a team, which is not the way to win.
No, I understand.
That's not true.
That part,
so we're gonna forget the fact that he lost. Go ahead. You go first, and then I'll go.
Yeah.
By the way, you know I'm doing this on purpose, right?
Yeah, I know. It's good content. It's good content.
I just have a problem with Lamar. Something bothered. I love the Ravens build. I love their team.
Yeah.
But there's something about Lamar. Is not going to get them over the hump. I don't know what it is.
I don't know what it is, FinStanza. Just tell me what's about Lamar that you like more about Josh Allen. Never mind. So anyway, dude, I saw racism one time because there was an African American that was arguing about Josh Allen, and I was arguing about Lamar, and I was like, oh, we cured racism like right then and there. Just as a joke, just to throw it out there. But Lamar and Josh Allen are the future of this league. That they are the guys. Like we're all in agreement on that one, right? Like Lamar and Josh Allen, that's the future of this league. Those are the quarterbacks that not just Patrick Mahomes, but Lamar and Josh Allen. Like that's where the NFL will hang their hat on. Those two teams. Those two guys.
Lamar will get to the Super Bowl if he does. If Josh Allen and Patrick Mahomes are out in the first round, then he has to face either one.
Lamar can beat Josh Allen.
Stop it! I can't do this. No, yeah, I can't. So we're gonna pretend FinStanza like he didn't have his wide receiver drop and fumble the ball at the 1 yard line.
It's his most reliable tight end,
Mark Andrews.
Forget that, right? Or the fact that his no. I'm talking about Zay Flowers the year before. His rookie wide receiver that was the best weapon he had. We're gonna forget that. He didn't do it once. He did it twice. But okay, sure. That's on Lamar. We're also gonna pretend like his best weapon for the last 10 years, Mark Andrews, literally dropped the biggest, and that ball was in the bread basket. So we're gonna put that on Lamar, right? We're gonna put that on Lamar too, right?
I'm not.
Yeah,
I think Lamar is
okay,
a phenomenal.
sure.
No, I think Lamar is a phenomenal. You know who Lamar reminds me of? I'm gonna tell you right now who Lamar reminds me of. He's gotten further.
Don't say Michael Vick, and I will.
No, I'm going different sport. No, he's Mike Trout. He's one of the best players in the sport, but he alone, on his own, can't do it. He can't overcome.
No player can't do it by themselves in any sport.
No,
except
but
golf.
No, but the reason,
golf is
if you look at the other teams, Lamar Jackson has more talent on his team in terms of weapons than Brady has.
Oh my God, this man did not just say that. This man did not.
That defense?
I can't even.
That defense?
The man literally has never had an offensive weapon his entire career except Mark Andrews. You're really gonna say that right now, FinStanza? Stop it, man.
Flowers?
You know better.
He had Odell Beckham 2 years ago. Oh my God.
He just got Zay Flowers. He just finally got a wide receiver that was decent.
I'm just gonna let Miss Fence. I'm just gonna sit back and let Miss Fence give you the business because I'm a big Lamar guy and I was gonna hit you with everything.
I like Lamar Jackson. I just think there's something there that there's something missing. I just think there's something missing.
I think it's more of John Harbaugh at this point. I am more of Harbaugh than Lamar.
Maybe. Okay. John Harbaugh's not there. New head coach, different mentality. Maybe.
I mean, Lamar saved Harbaugh's job. We all know that.
He was ready to walk away from Lamar, which I couldn't believe. I thought was insane.
He put Lamar as a receiver, and Joe Flacco didn't throw to him.
Did you want Derrick Henry last year? Like as much as me and Bobby did? Did you?
I wanted Derrick Henry and Lamar in a Dallas Cowboys jersey more than I wanted life.
Exactly. The Derrick Henry last year. I'll put it to you this way, Miss Fins. You're not paying attention, Miss Fins. She's ignoring me now. The Miami Dolphins this year.
I'm not
year,
ignoring you, bro. My family surprised me, and they
Okay.
all decided to come here right now.
Okay.
Nice.
No, but let me ask you: did you want? Okay, because for me, the Dolphins last year, as bad as missing Tua was, and if Derrick Henry was our RB1 last year, we make the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that for me is
Listen,
100% the
not behind this old line. Are you crazy, man? No, it's
when he had
we didn't
his
have the O-line.
1,800 yards, when he had his 1,800 yards, Miss Vince, he had the 32nd offensive line in Tennessee with Brian Tannehill as his quarterback.
You're talking about top 10 running back of all time. You don't want him?
Would I take him in a heartbeat? Oh,
Last
I must
year,
have missed the first
he
part of that
makes us to the
question.
playoffs. He gets
I
us to
would
the
take him
playoffs.
in a heartbeat.
He gets us to the playoffs.
By himself, we get an extra 2 games. That's for sure. By himself.
The Baltimore
I agree with
Ravens
that. Yeah, that I agree.
they press and they overthink every time they get into a certain situation where they when it becomes a clutch time, it's not just Lamar, and Lamar's part of it. I will say, I'm not going to sit there and say like, oh, it's never Lamar's fault. It's definitely part of it, but it's not just him. The whole team, for some dumb reason, that whole organization, as good as they fucking are, there's no reason that you should not be competing for Super Bowls and not getting to AFC championships, which they did 2 years ago. But there's no reason that they, as good as they are solidly as an organization, to not be competing in the Super Bowl with Lamar Jackson and all the other players.
Give me a second, guys. I'll be right back.
By the way, I would take him as my quarterback over Tua. I was just saying that.
Oh, that was hard for you to do.
No, it was not. All I'm trying to say is there's something about him. In the NFC, he'd get there. The AFC, there's something about him and the way the Ravens are built with that defense something is up. I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is.
It's something about the playoffs. Like literally, Lamar and everyone else in that Ravens organ, they have this weird thing when they get to the playoffs. They're like, oh fuck, we got to do this, we got to do that. Like, why change what you do? Just do what you do.
Yeah.
And it's been the same thing for 4 years.
Yeah.
And that's like, I'm with you. Like, I don't think it's Lamar, totally on Lamar, but Lamar is part of the problem
for sure
because he presses.
Yeah.
And because Lamar wants to win so gosh damn bad that he'd rather just fail on his own and not give the ball to Derrick Henry than fail as an organization and then go back and be like, well, if you just gave me the ball, then I would do something. So that's the dichotomy, I think.
Absolutely.
In that. But
we're approaching 8 hours.
Yeah.
We could wait for Miss Fins, but it is 8 o'clock. We've been going on for almost 8 hours. I want everyone to thank you guys so much for watching. Don't forget this is sponsored by Caneswear. Maybe I appreciate you coming on for 2 of the 3 days. This draft coverage has been a lot of fun for me, who's not a real draft guru like the other 3. For me, I educate myself every year and I really focus on my players. For me, my biggest disappointment is the Bills got a player that I wanted since day one. Like, I wanted this guy as my 5th or 6th. I would have taken him in the 5th round. For me, I needed that blocking tight end, but what am I going to do?
Yeah, I mean, like you heard me last night. I didn't when the Western Kentucky player got taken for what was his name? Upton? I forget his last name.
Upton Slouch. I can't remember his name.
Whatever I said, I was like, I literally graduated from that school and I didn't know who he was. So like that hits the ceiling of my draft knowledge. So it's like even for a player from my alma mater, when he was drafted in the 3rd round, I'm like, don't know who he is. Don't know. But
this is fun part of the year. Like, you go on Twitter now and you see, oh my God, these guys are so excited they got signed. They're undrafted free agents. They don't really, how guaranteed are they? They're just getting a small good payday, like how much you're guaranteeing them. But like only 1 or 2 of these players are gonna make the roster.
And that was a question I always had, like looking at the Miami draft. I'm like, all right, do you ever remember a draft for any team where they hit 7 out of 7?
Never.
So that's why it's fun to talk about. Yeah. But at the end of the day, you're probably going to hit on maybe 3 at best.
Yeah. But someone just posted something on Twitter who's a Dolphins fan. Former Florida defensive tackle Desmond Watson, 6'5", 464 pounds, signed with the Bucs. So someone goes, with all the big guys we signed this week, how did you let this one slip away? 464 pounds on the D-line. How do you move that?
Well, it's the same thing of like, remember like a 7'5" guy in NBA. Like, how do you do that? Like, no, Zach Edey is he's an NBA player, but he's not he's not a needle mover.
Yeah.
So the same thing is like, oh, it's a 405-pound, 6'8" dude that's an offensive lineman, but he can't move.
Yeah.
So what's the point?
Yeah.
Same thing with the defensive lineman. Like,
I will say this though, Mr. Maybe me. My babes me.
Just call him Mabry. Just call him Mabry.
My babes. Mabry. Okay.
Mabes be me.
Yeah,
Be me.
we compare the Cowboys to the Dolphins all the time, which is why when we beat you guys last year, it wasn't even the offense. It was our special teams with 5 flipping kicks that beat you guys. Our offense could only put up 1 touchdown. So
that game
I'm like,
was
what did
so
we beat?
fun, though.
It was a winning team. I'm like, the Cowboys. My God, get out of here.
Yeah.
Oh, Miss
But
Fins,
yeah,
you know how fun that game was between. Like, I was on that pre-show. Fins, that was the first time me and FinStanza had an interaction, and I was like, I don't know because we're both the same gosh damn team. So whoever has the ball last, and guess what? It kind of came down to that, even though.
It pretty much did, yeah.
Yeah. I was like, whoever has the ball last is probably going to win the game because we're not going to stop anybody.
Yeah.
And guess what happened? So that's why I relate to the Dolphins so much nowadays, because we're the goddamn same team that get heartbroken every year but have hope.
Yeah.
Year, and we have no business, but we're still gonna do it. We're still gonna do it.
Yeah,
So it is what it is. But guys, I gotta go.
One of my coworkers,
we're gonna end in a minute.
Yeah, one of my coworker who just figured out what football was because she thinks Joe Burrow is like the greatest godsend of earth. And so she became a Cincinnati Bengals fan. And I said, okay, that's your team. I told her, I was like, no, you can't wait from that. That's your team. Because you now know who T. Higgins is as a person. Like, no, that's your team. You have to do it. Like that's how the rules work.
Today, exactly.
Right. You have. I don't care if you think that Joe Burrow is a godsend of Hercules, that is like the most sexiest person ever. If that's your team that you want to be good, that's your team. I don't care if he moves off of that team. Well, crap. If Joe Burrow goes to Kansas City, no, Cincinnati's your team. I don't care. So she was asking me about all this stuff, and I was like, no, you are a Cincinnati Bengals fan. Congratulations. Go through the misery of the cheapskates that are the Cincinnati Bengals.
Yep.
Because, unfortunately, Joe Burrow made you a fan of cheapskates.
And we are fans of.
But I think they're gonna be good. I think they're gonna be good this year. He's gonna be healthy. They're gonna have a couple pieces back that were a little injured last year. So I think the Bengals are gonna be good.
Not if they don't re-sign Hendrickson. Hendrickson's a problem.
Yeah,
He hasn't played for them.
anyways, gentlemen, I have to go.
You gotta go. I gotta go. Guys, don't forget to like and subscribe. Thank you for spending about 25 hours with us. 7 rounds of football. Nothing more fun. Catch us on the FinStanza Sports Network. Lots of shows happening. Like and subscribe. And as always, fins up.
Thank you all.
Yes.